Chapter 91 The Hokages reincarnated in the dirty soil, and here is Sarutobi who was attacked by a group of people. The negotiation ended smoothly, and Hyuga also went to exchange feelings with the Hinata sisters to ensure that the plan was still going smoothly. Next, Hyuga, the busy things are basically over, he has to wait for the Eye of the Moon project to start. Hyuga was in a state of having nothing to do, so he took the opportunity to get back the Shinigami mask from the Shinigami mask storage hall while he was still in Konoha. This would also give him a few more chess pieces in his hand. Konoha only got the method of casting the ghoul seal, but did not know how to lift the ghoul seal. There was no defensive force there, and Hyuga easily got the Shinigami mask that sealed the 4 Hokages. After doing these things, Hyuga returned to Otagakure village. Advertisement. Kabuto, let Orochimaru come out and release the souls of the 4 Hokage. Hyuga found Yakushi Kabuto. Understood, the art of psychic. Kabuto Yakushi slapped the ground, and the white coffin symbolizing Orochimaru appeared in front of the two of them. Orochimaru walked out of the coffin. He stiffly picked up the Shinigami mask in Hyuga's hand and put it on his face. He turned around and activated the ghoul seal release, and the soul flames of 4 Hokages appeared in the basement. Hyuga immediately called out the 4 white Zetsu, ninjutsu, the jutsu of reincarnation in the dirty land. The 4 white Zetsu were swallowed up by the confetti, and 4 Hokages appeared in the basement. Hyuga used the identity of Chiba Muxio, and he was not worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen recognizing his identity. Senju Hashirama was once again disturbed from his sleep. No matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't stand it anymore. He had been summoned for the 3rd time. How could he not be clear about the current situation? You've gone too far. Senju Hashirama's whole body chakra burst out, trying to break free from Hyuga's reincarnation control. Senju Tobirama also understood the current situation. He could already use 50% of his strength this time, and immediately tried to break through Hyuga's control. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Orochimaru in the filthy reincarnation state and understood that Orochimaru had long been their pawn. It was the plan to destroy Konoha launched by the 2 people in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also began to try to resist Hyuga's technique. Namikaze Minato didn't understand the current situation at all. He just saw the 3 seniors trying to break through the control, so he just followed the trend. The chakra he placed on Naruto could not transmit the information back, so now Minato's memory still remains on the Nine Tails Rebellion. The powerful momentum of the 4 people was so fierce that the surrounding stone walls shattered inch by inch. Advertisement. Why are you in such a hurry? Hyuga chuckled and formed a seal to suppress the 4 Hokages in an instant. There was cold sweat on Kabuto Yakushi's face. If they were the 4 Hokages he resurrected, he would never be able to control them easily. What do you want to do by constantly disturbing the peace of the deceased? Hashirama asked. For war, for peace, for the ninja world, and for my selfish desires. Hyuga said mysteriously. Humph. Is starting a war in an attempt to destroy Konoha the way you want to create peace? Senju Tobirama scolded. Hyuga shook his head slightly, war is just a means. My goal will not be wrong. The ninja world will truly achieve peace in my hands. Hyuga has become more playful, and what he does needs an audience to be fun. You may not know what is happening in the outside world? Let me educate you about the situation in the genin world, and what I will do next. Hyuga opened his eyes and transformed into a Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan, pulling the 4 dead on the field into Genjutsu. Let me first explain to you the establishment of the Ninja Federation. The environment evolved, and Hyuga's process of establishing the Ninja Federation unfolded in the eyes of the 4 people. By the end, the 4 of them looked a little ugly. They saw the excitement of the people of the Federation and their hatred for the big country. And they also understood what the people in front of them wanted to do, which was to unify the ninja world through force. The Federation defeated the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder only a week after its establishment. In the future, it would not be difficult to unify the ninja world if the Federation is given a few more years. 4 seniors, facts have proven that the backwardness of your one village one country system has not truly eliminated the war. The troubled times that Hashirama Senpai ended are just the beginning of more wars. But all this will come to an end, and I will bring the ninja world back on track and achieve true peace. The faces of several people are a little ugly, and now someone suddenly resurrects you and tells you that everything you are fighting for is wrong, and true peace will be achieved in his hands. It is difficult for anyone to accept this situation now. Senju Tobirama discovered a loophole in the federal model. You are the head of the Federation and dominate everything. Can you guarantee that your successor will be like you after your death? Hyuga smiled disdainfully, but he was the one who wanted to achieve immortality. It's just to return the power to the people. I only need to unify the ninja world, and leave the rest to future generations. I will only serve as the god behind the scenes. Once there is a problem with the Federation, I showed up to bring things right. Advertisement. Tobirama said, you can't live forever, you will die one day. Hyuga replied, why can't I live forever? This is not a difficult thing for me, right? Hashirama sighed, maybe you are right. He could not argue that the road he thought could lead to peace was indeed impassable. Maybe the person in front of him could really achieve peace. At least what he is doing now is a good thing for the ninja world. When small countries are oppressed, there is a country that can stand up to support small countries and restrict the rights of big countries. To digress, Mr. Third Generation's recent public reputation is not very good. Hyuga suddenly said with a smile. All the previous criminal evidence has been uncovered. They betrayed the birthplace of Mrs. Fourth Hokage and teamed up with Uchiha Obito to frame Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Under your governance, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans were all exterminated, and you even used public and private assets to support the Sarutobi clan. These crimes are countless. Our beloved Lord Third Hokage is now on the verge of becoming a sinner in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt three eyes looking at him. Impossible, who is the Hokage now? It must be Denzo, who is slandering me. Kabuto Yakushi also joined in. He enjoyed seeing the third Hokage panicking. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, your apprentice Tsunade Hime. What? The four of them were all shocked. It was Tsunade who became the fifth Hokage. Senju Hashirama seemed to have seen Tsunade using Konoha to pay off gambling debts. No, Uchiha Obito is kind-hearted, and he is my apprentice. He died in the battle long ago for saving his companions. How could he attack Konoha? Namikaze Minato asked his own question. Fourth generation, it seems that you have been deceived by Uchiha. The Uchiha family is inherently evil. Senju Tobirama immediately spread his own theory that Uchiha is harmful. Hyuga told Minato the information about Uchiha Obito again. At the end of the story, Hyuga also showed Naruto's childhood to Minato. Looking at Naruto's miserable childhood, Hyuga sighed, this is how children of heroes are treated. Third Hokage, you are really not unjust. Minato, please listen to my explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with an ugly expression, what I mean is that concealing Naruto's identity and letting him live as an ordinary person is a rumor spread by Denzo. Even Senju Tobirama couldn't help but said, so you just continue without refuting the rumors and just let nature take its course. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's silence as acquiescence, Tobirama frowned and said, the worst decision I have ever made in my life is to pass on the position of Hokage to you. Chapter 92 Transplantation of Sharingan Technique. Can I go meet Naruto? Minato suddenly requested. He realized that the person in front of him might agree to his request because he knew Naruto. I'm not a qualified father, but I have something to say to him. Hyuga rolled his eyes, it's a joke. I asked you to deliver a message to Konoha by the way. Don't worry. Although Naruto almost lost control in the middle, he was saved by the chakra you left and is now practicing with Jiraiya. Minato knew that his mind had been read, you actually know the chakra I left behind. Nonsense, I also know that Uzumaki Kushina also left chakra. You still have a bond between the worlds. When I am in a bad mood and destroy Konoha, the second generation will kill Tsunade, the third generation will kill Asuma, and the fourth generation will kill Naruto. Advertisement. You guy. All four Hokages were furious. Do you think I dare? The small talk is over, you can go into the coffin first and wait for a while. Hyuga clapped his hands. 4 coffins rose from the ground and the 4 Hokage were placed inside. It's impossible to realize your ambition. Someone will stop you. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed. Hyuga dismissed it, I really think that the only enemy of the ninja world is me. You'd better pray that my plan can be completed, otherwise the entire ninja world will have to say goodbye. After saying this, without waiting for them to think about the meaning of this sentence, the coffin board was put away and the 4 of them were sealed. Kabuto, have you found the person I'm looking for? The name of the person Hyuga is pointing at is Seisen. In the ancient era of the ninja world, Satsuki Ishiki and Satsuki Kagaya came to the ninja world as partners to plant a sacred tree. Satsuki Kagaya served as a sacrifice to the sacred tree, and Ichishiki was the guardian of the sacred tree. During this period, Kagaya's betrayal and sneak attack seriously injured Ishiki. Later, Ishiki was forced to parasitize Seisen's body through a magical technique called wedge to survive. Now he is waiting for the carrier that can perfectly resurrect him, and Hyuga wants to find him and devour him. Although he does not have the power to kill him yet, there will always be a chance. Not yet. Then keep looking, but remember not to alert the enemy. Understood, I told the people below that they are searching for the artifact of Sage of 6 Paths. Kabuto nodded in response and went down to continue assigning tasks. Only Hyuga was left in the secret room. Hyuga sat on the armchair and thought about how to defeat the first move. If the first move is forced, he can reincarnate into Seisen through the wedge. But there are still 3 days to live. Within 3 days, you can regain all your strength, but you must find a carrier that can plant the wedge again during this period. And if Hyuga needs his body, he must devour him when he is resurrected. Advertisement. Being a parasite of Tsutsuki must have extremely strict conditions. The new carrier must be a parasite that can be used permanently. It cannot be a temporary carrier like Xian. With my strength, I may not even be able to force him to reincarnate. In Boruto's story, Jiraiya's clone took advantage of his weakness to channel natural flames to force him to reincarnate. Hyuga suddenly thought of one person's Sharingan ability, that is Obito's Kamui. It seems that Obito can't stay either. And those eyes will be my best accessory. I might be able to transplant his pupil technique into my own Manjiki, but only if I find a way to transplant Uchiha's pupil technique, and Obito's Sharingan. The various pupil techniques of Uchiha Hikari were transplanted by the Uchiha tribe during the Warring States period. All the documents of the Uchiha clan are either in Obito's hands or in Konoha. And his own Manjiki Sharingan ability, the ability of the Eye of Time to suspend the surrounding space, is also his Kamui's biggest nemesis. Even Susanoo couldn't resist the Tsenjikin's attack power, and Kamui could only twist what he saw. White Zetsu. Boss, what are your orders? A White Zetsu rose from Hyuga's feet. Help me find Black Zetsu. As you command. Baiju immediately retreated underground and went to look for Black Ju. Hyuga sat quietly on the chair, waiting for Black Zetsu's arrival. Soon after, Ju, who was left black and right white, appeared next to Hyuga. Hyuga first asked, "Have you found the underground spring that goes to the moon?" Black Zetsu said, "Not yet. I can only use part of the White Zetsu left behind by Madara. I have been noticed by Obito." "It doesn't matter, you can send out all the White Zetsus right away." "Where is Obito now?" Black Zetsu asked. "You want to kill Obito?" "Yes, he is a major variable in the Eye of the Moon plan." Hyuga said. "Yes, Obito's two Manjiki are indeed the biggest variable in our plan." Black Zetsu said. He had already wanted to attack Obito. "Where is Obito?" Hyuga is easy to use. Since Hyuga joined, 4 tails and 7 tails have returned one after another in a short period of time. The plan is extremely smooth, and he has established his own country and entered the 5 major countries. Obito is so suspicious that he doesn't even believe in himself, while Hyuga only has a desire for power and is easily controlled by himself. Advertisement. Do you know Sharingan's method of transplanting pupils? Hyuga asked. You want to transplant Obito's Kamui, right? This move is very consistent with Hyuga's conjecture. How could someone who longed for power let go of such a good eye skill as Kamui? That's right. GGG, you know this from Uchiha Hikaru, right? Black Zetsu smiled strangely, feeling that Hyuga's trust in him made him even more determined to give up Uchiha Obito. Actually, it's nothing. It's just Uchiha Madara's method of merging Sharingan. The Uchiha family fused all the Manjiki Sharingan accumulated over the years into Uchiha Hikaru. However, Manjiki who fuses with non-blood relatives will have a strong rejection reaction, which can range from becoming blind to losing control of the pupils and causing death. Hyuga narrowed his eyes. Then why does nothing happen to Hikari? Black Zetsu explained, that's because the Uchiha clan used other secret techniques to abandon the opportunity to evolve the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and overdrawn the life force of Uchiha's light to complete the fusion process. No wonder, for a while Uchiha Hikaru suddenly became very weak, and it was only after Hyuga injected a lot of vitality that he recovered. And Hyuga now only has Shisui's one-eyed Manjiki in his hand. The ability of distinguished heavenly gods is a bit useless to Hyuga, useless to the strong, and not as good as his own soul cleansing to the weak. Uchiha Hikaru's Sharingan is even less likely to poach him. She now controls the thoughts of the powerful people in the Federation. If Hyuga dares to gouge out Uchiha Hikari's eyes, years of efforts to establish the Federation will be in vain in an instant. Hyuga stood up and said, "Let's go, it's time to take his Sharingan." "You just went directly?" Heiju asked in disbelief. Hyuga asked back, "What else can we do?" Heiju was afraid that Hyuga would do this. Obito said, and quickly said, "There is a curse mark left by Madara-sama on Obito's heart. I can teach you how to activate the curse seal. After using it, his heart will stop beating. This will not make him die directly. He has Hashirama cells on half of Baizetsu's body and will not lose his life in a short period of time." Finally speaking out, after talking so much nonsense, Hyuga finally heard what he wanted. Hyuga stood still and said, "It will be more certain to kill him this way." Black Zetsu spread his hands and said, "I didn't expect you to attack Uchiha Obito so soon." Then Black Zetsu explained to Hyuga how to activate the curse seal on Obito's heart. He got what he wanted, but even so, Hyuga didn't intend to take action himself. As a rebellious ninja of Konoha, why should Obito let Konoha take action and consume a wave of Hyuga first? Chapter 93 The Hunt in Konoha, Uchiha Obito. The next day, Konoha village received a telegram from the Federation. During a mission, the Federation ninjas discovered the suspected base of Uchiha Obito, the rebel ninja of Konoha. They asked if they needed help from the Federation to clean up the portal. They also included the location of Uchiha Obito's base and information about Kamui. Hyugakai's original words were, the existence of Uchiha Obito seriously threatens the federal defense security. If Konoha does not take action, the head of state will take measures to clean up the door for Konoha. Advertisement. When this information was sent to Tsunade's desk, Tsunade felt a headache. If the Federation was allowed to take action, wouldn't it make other countries feel that Konoha was deserted? But Uchiha Obito is also an S-class rebel ninja. He was so powerful that he once controlled 9 tails and indirectly killed the 4th Hokage. Even though Tsunade is now a Hokage, but there is no one on hand, she can only ask Jiraiya to lead the team again. With the information about Obito's pupil technique, there should be no problem in cooperating with Enbu. Go and ask Jiraiya, Shikaku, Hiki, and Dingza to come over. Tsunade ordered. Yes. Soon after, the 4 people named by Tsunade came to the Hokage office, followed by Naruto. Naruto, please go out first. No, I'm going to go with Pervy Sage to avenge my parents. Naruto clenched his fists. How do you know? Tsunade frowned and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya spread his hands and took out a newspaper, the Ninja World Times. The front page headline is Konoha's S-class rebel ninja Uchiha Obito is unexpectedly found in the Federation. Konoha does nothing, this is the Federation putting pressure on us. Now it won't work even if we don't do it. Tsunade was extremely angry. He knew the influence of the Ninja World Times in the ninja world. If Konoha did not take action, Konoha's commissions this year would be greatly reduced, which would be a huge blow to Konoha's economy. Countless celebrities couldn't ask for the opportunity, and Hyuga directly helped Obito make the front page headlines. Naruto is a loyal fan of the serialized story behind it, fighting the ninja world, so he bought a copy and saw the information prepared by Hyuga. This is Hyuga's second move, letting people like Kakashi and Naruto also know about this matter. Kakashi is a person that Obito is reluctant to kill. With his action, Hyuga's plan to weaken Obito is half stable. It's just that Lin's body is probably in the hands of Uchiha Obito. Hyuga can't find Lin's body, otherwise he can let. Haha, Hyuga doesn't have any good impressions of this enemy who indirectly killed his relatives. Advertisement. Hyuga wanted to kill Obito when he first saw him, but was forced to wait until now. At this time, Kakashi pushed open the door of Hokage's office, walked into the room, knelt down on one knee, and begged, Master Hokage, please let me go. With my knowledge of Obito, I will definitely be able to kill him. Kakashi learned that the Nine Tails Rebellion was planned by Obito more than 10 years ago. He couldn't believe it at first. He could not believe that Uchiha Obito, who once said, those who abandon their companions are trash, and those who abandon their companions are worse than trash would become the murderer of his teacher and his wife. However, the content of the intelligence and Obito's love for Lin indicate that he can indeed do such a thing. And he was the instigator of all this. If he hadn't accidentally killed Lin, Obito wouldn't have become like this. All this was because of his incompetence. Since everything started with me, it will end with me. Kakashi has decided to kill Obito even if it costs his life. Tsunade sighed, okay, you will lead the Anbu first team to follow, and Jiraiya and the Inoshika butterfly team will participate in the operation to eliminate Uchiha Obito. Clear. Naruto protested, Grandma Tsunade, I want to go too. Tsunade didn't need to refuse. Kakashi looked at Naruto's eyes seriously, Naruto, you are still too weak now, leave it to me, I will kill Obito. Minato is also my teacher, I will give it to you in explanation. Naruto still trusts Kakashi very much. Even if he was the one who concealed his identity in the beginning, it was only Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. At this time, Jiraiya also put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, leave it to us, Naruto. Naruto looked at Kakashi and Jiraiya with firm eyes. He knew that they were doing it for his own good, but he didn't want to rely on others all the time. He took a deep breath and said, Teacher Kakashi, Teacher Jiraiya, I know you are very good. Strong, but this time I want to defeat Obito on my own and avenge my father. Several people looked at each other, and they saw the determination in Naruto's eyes. Tsunade hesitated for a long time, okay, then Yamato will follow you, and remember to obey the command. Thank you, Granny Tsunade. In a dense forest in the country of grass, a group of more than 20 people from Konoha were marching quickly through it. Naruto was almost silent along the way, as his mind kept recalling the scene of living with his parents in his dream. Advertisement. He must pay the price. The Naruto here is different from the original work. Because of the appearance of Hyuga, Naruto knows more things. The blessing of the power of hatred makes him practice more seriously. After more than a year of practice, his strength is no longer the same. At the same time, Obito also received a message from Baizetsu, Obito, it seems that Konoha village has discovered our traces and is coming here. Who is there? Obito didn't look back. He stood next to a crystal coffin and looked at Nohara-Lin who was lying quietly inside. The girl relied on a piece of Hashirama cells transplanted from her chest to keep her body incorruptible. Jiraiya, Shikaku, and that idiot you always call Kakashi. Baizetsu replied. Obito heard Kakashi's name and saw Lin in the crystal coffin. Inexplicable anger surged into his heart again. Since everyone already knows my identity, let me meet my old friend. Obito knew that his whereabouts had been discovered, so he activated Kamui to put the crystal coffin into the space. As Konoha's team advanced, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, dressed in black and wearing a red Uzumaki mask, revealing 2 scarlet Sharingan. Everyone in Konoha immediately surrounded Obito, but Obito, who was proud of having double Kamui, didn't care. Kakashi, I heard you are looking for me. Obito used his own voice this time. Kakashi immediately recognized that the person who came was his close friend Uchiha Obito. Kakashi stared at Obito standing on the branch with dead eyes and asked the questions he had accumulated. Why did you kill Master and Master? You should be deeply touched by how kind Master was to you. You resented me for not being able to protect you. Why doesn't Lin kill me? Obito's voice was cold. Killing is killing, so what? Your Kakashi's life is still useful to me. So what? I want you to pay with your life. Naruto stared at the enemy who killed his parents with blood-red eyes in front of him. Thanks to the tireless teachings of Hyuga and Nine Tails before and after the Chunin exam, Naruto's character has changed slightly, and at least he will show murderous intent towards such an enemy. But if you know Obito's story, you will probably forgive him. Obito looked at the yellow-haired boy next to Jiraiya. You are, Naruto, ha ha ha, speaking of which, I hugged you, you probably don't remember it anymore, right? Chapter 94 Intertwined Bonds, Konoha Team vs Uchiha Obito. There were still 2 people standing high in the sky quietly observing this scene. It was Minato Namikaze and Kai Hyuga who had finished their deal with the devil. Minato looked down at Naruto who was confronting Obito, and finally saw what Naruto would look like when he grew up. Although he couldn't hear what was said, he could tell that Naruto was very angry. Minato said to Hyuga, thank you. Hyuga activated the ability of the Tsenjigen to control the 2 of them to stay in the air. This is part of the deal. I will show you Naruto, and you will help me track Obito with the Flying Thunder God mark you left on Obito. Advertisement. This is the 3rd step of Hyuga-Kai's plan, relying on the Flying Thunder God mark left behind by the Minato Nine Tails rebellion to sneak attack Obito who has gone through the war. But at the same time, a seal was also used to shield the perception of Nine Tails in Minato's body, preventing Naruto Yang Nine Tails from feeling Minato's arrival. BD. Naruto yelled angrily. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart any longer, he jumped up and punched Obito with his fist. However, his body went straight through Obito's body, as if hitting the air. Obito quickly turned around and reached out to grab Naruto's neck. At this critical moment, a kunai shot through the air, forcing Obito to enter the hollow state again, and his hand also passed through Naruto's body. Naruto took the opportunity to roll over and landed firmly on the ground. It seems that you know about my abilities. It was the information left by Minato-sensei, right? Obito's expression behind the mask was a little ugly after seeing through his abilities. No one replied. No one would reveal such important information to Obito. If you don't tell me, let me catch one and torture him. The 3 Megatama were linked together in Obito's eyes, and the space around Kakashi began to distort. This was to bring Kakashi into the Kamui space. Wood-style wood-locking wall. Yamato on the side took action. Layers of wooden walls appeared in front of Kakashi, blocking Obito's sight. Kamui's long-distance absorption ability was also blocked. Sure enough, the information is correct. He can only absorb things in his eyes. He can't attack when he's in a blur, and he can't be in a blur when attacking. Shikaku said the information loudly so that the surrounding Anbu members could hear it. Advertisement. At this time, a voice sounded from the bottom of Naruto's heart, Kid, I can lend you my power, but you need to help me kill that person. Naruto frowned, why do you want to help me? You don't have to worry about it. You just need to know that I can lend you my power. Of course, Nine Tails will not say that he is controlled by Sharingan. This would be too embarrassing for him. Okay. Naruto decisively agreed to Nine Tails' proposal. He now needs the strength to avenge his father. Naruto was shrouded in a layer of translucent red chakra, with 3 huge chakra tails looming behind him, swaying slightly, exuding a heart-stopping aura. This is the most Nine Tails chakra power that Naruto can mobilize while trying to maintain his sanity. However, when he saw the familiar red chakra, Tenso, who has now been renamed Yamato, couldn't help but feel nervous. He mistakenly thought Naruto was losing control again. Naruto, calm down. Yamato shouted loudly, his tone full of anxiety and worry. Facing Yamato's call, Naruto acted unusually calm. He knew that he had not lost his mind at this moment, but had reached a certain tacit understanding with Nine Tails. He explained calmly, "Don't worry, Yamato-senpai. Nine Tails and I have reached an agreement, and we now have a common enemy." At this moment, Minato in the sky also noticed the chakra surging in his son. Seeing Naruto in danger, as a father, he was so anxious that he completely forgot about the difficult situation he was currently in. A strong fatherly love surged into his heart, driving him to rush over and rescue his son desperately. However, how could Hyuga let Minato succeed so easily? He instantly exerted gravity and firmly controlled Minato's body, making it impossible for Minato to move at all. At the same time, Hyuga's cold voice came like a cold wind, "Don't move. Don't forget what I told you before. If there is any deviation in the plan due to your actions, I will immediately resurrect Kushina Uzumaki and let her accompany her." You. Minato felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard Hyuga's threat. He knew that what the other party said was true, but how could he sit idly by and ignore his son's safety? In his inner struggle, Minato gritted his teeth, resisted his impulse, and silently stared at Naruto below, praying that he would be safe. Naruto got down on all fours, jumped up again like a beast, rushed into the air, and killed Obito. Advertisement. In the air, Naruto locked onto Obito's figure. Stupid. Obito activated Sharingan Genjutsu, and Naruto's eyes instantly lost their brightness. Naruto lost consciousness under Genjutsu and flew towards Obito in mid-air. Obito opened his hand to catch Naruto. I really shouldn't have brought Naruto here. Jiraiya regretted in his heart. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others also quickly took action, holding Raise Nan and Reikari in their hands, and killed Naruto together. They must not let Naruto fall into the hands of Obito, otherwise they would not be able to explain to Minato, "Teacher." Just when Naruto was about to fall into Obito's hands, Naruto raised his head and suddenly raised his hand, and his hands turned into sharp claws and grabbed Obito. Naruto made an agreement with Nine Tails. If the Jinchuriki is considered perfect for the time being, once Naruto is infused with Genjutsu, Nine Tails can rescue Naruto in the spiritual world. Obito reacted extremely quickly in the face of unexpected situations, and easily avoided the blow with a blur, and Naruto passed through his body again. Obito pulled out the long knife from his waist and slashed at Naruto with his backhand. Naruto did not show any weakness. He did not turn around. The red chakra on his back gathered into red claws and grabbed Obito. Obito was forced into a virtual state again, and all their attacks fell into the air. Look how you hide in the air. Obito launched Kamui towards Naruto. Naruto's body twisted and deformed, and strange ripples rippled out. At this moment, Jiraiya and Kakashi appeared on both sides of Obito like ghosts, with powerful chakra light condensed in their hands. Reikari and Raise Nan screamed and stabbed Obito at the same time. This time, Obito did not enter the virtual state to avoid the attack as easily as before, but showed a look of surprise. Successful. As expected of Mr. Jiraiya. Minato, who had always remained calm, couldn't help shouting excitedly at this moment. Based on my combat experience during the Nine Tails Rebellion, this blow will definitely hit Obito. However, a layer of blue Susanoo skeleton suddenly appeared, protecting Obito's body like an indestructible armor. Jiraiya and Kakashi's attacks hit Susanoo hard, making an earth-shattering noise, but they were still unable to penetrate Obito's defense. The seemingly fragile Susanoo was actually as strong as a copper wall and an iron wall. Chapter 95 Death of Uchiha Obito. Hyuga floated in the air and watched the battle below with relish, while Namikaze Minato on the side had a sad face. The Konoha team relied on the information Hyuga gave them to fight back and forth with Obito, and even almost hurt Obito many times relying on the strategic cooperation specified by Shikaku. At this time, the mutation occurred, and Shikaku's shadow imitation technique connected to Obito's shadow along the hole left by the Kakashi Earth-style heart beheading technique. Shadow imitation, success. Yamanaka Hiki is worthy of the Inorika butterfly team that he has always cooperated with. He responded quickly without warning, heart-turning technique. Advertisement. Obito's body froze, and the half-body Susanoo protected outside his body quickly dissipated. Attack him quickly and leave me alone. Obito said under control. Kakashi heard this without any hesitation, holding a dagger in Obito's chest. Poof, a huge wound was scratched on Obito's chest. Ah! Yamanaka High's spirit also returned to his body. At the same time, he was also traumatized by the heart-turning technique. He felt pain in his chest and vomited blood from his mouth. Obito covered his wounds and flew back. Kakashi, you are still merciless to your teammates, but I can tell you a secret. Isn't it rumored that I traded with Hiruzen Sarutobi to get Kushina's birthing position? In fact, that's not the case. You told me this yourself. Kakashi. Obito pointed at Kakashi. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe Obito's words. Obito did not hesitate to expose Kakashi's last bit of luck. Don't believe it? Then let me help you recall it. Just in front of my tombstone, you still remember what you said to me. You are my accomplice. I won't kill you just to make you live in pain like me. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he also recalled the words he muttered in front of Obito's tombstone. As a ninja, Kakashi couldn't even hold the short sword tightly, and the short sword fell to the ground. He, you better atone for the rest of your life. With that said, Obito activated Kamui and fled the battlefield. Advertisement. It's really exciting. Minato-senpai, we should leave. Please keep track of Obito's location. Hyuga said in the sky. Although Minato couldn't hear what they said, he was still a little sad. He didn't expect Obito to become like this. I understand. In the Kamui space, Obito finished simple treatment for the wound. He stood next to the crystal coffin and looked at the girl lying inside quietly. Lin, wait for me. I will build a truly peaceful ninja world, and then we can meet again. Obito put his hand on the coffin as if to meet the girl inside. Obito's eyes were firm, and he gently touched the crystal coffin. He recalled the days when he was with Lin, and those beautiful memories flooded into his heart. I have been working hard for the peaceful ninja world. I will make this world a better place, Lin. This is my promise to you and my lifelong pursuit. Obito took a deep breath, then turned and left Kamui space. When his whole body appeared in the real world, Minato relied on the flying thunder god mark left behind Obito and brought Hyuga to appear in front of Obito instantly. Hyuga's long-prepared attack arrived instantly, Mangeki Eye technique, Eye of Time lock was activated, and the time around the cave was instantly frozen. Obito felt that his body could no longer move and only his mind was still functioning. Hyuga's body quickly appeared in front of Obito, and he opened his hand to grab Sharingan under Obito's mask. Sharingan can only exert its full strength when it is intact. As long as it can take down one eye first, Obito is not, it's up to you. Obito activated Kamui ahead of time just before Hyuga activated the lock time. Hyuga's palm passed through Obito's face, and his body passed through Obito's body and stood there, with Obito and Hyuga's figures facing away. Hyuga knew that there was no point in wasting his power and let go of the lock time. You want to betray me? Don't you want the fruit of the sacred tree? There was endless killing intent in Obito's voice. He had encountered too many things and his plan was not going well. He didn't expect that Hyuga, his ally, would betray him. Oh, I can continue the plan even if I kill you. I can become Ten Tails Jinchuriki myself and plant the sacred tree. I can complete all these myself. Hyuga waved his hand. He had to hold Uchiha Obito. He needed to wait for 1 minute for the Eye of Time CD. Advertisement. Obito has just gone through a big battle and probably has very little time left to use Kamui. Hyuga said, when you see your master, don't you want to talk about old times? Obito ignored Minato on the side. You found me based on the flying thunder god mark left on me by Minato-sensei, right? Black Zetsu told you, right? That guy Zetsu chose you as the new Eye of the Moon project executor. Only Black Jew knows his true identity. Apart from that, only a few white Jew know his identity, and those white Jew also obey Heiju's orders. At this moment, many puzzling questions were solved. You are going to leak my information, use Nagato to kick me out of the Akatsuki organization, and monitor Akatsuki alone to continue the Eye of the Moon project, right? Yes, we hit it off immediately, and our plan to kill you will go more smoothly. Speaking of it, we are still enemies. You released Nine Tails 13 years ago, and my relatives died in the disaster you created. Hyuga also had murderous intent in his voice. He had already thought about killing Obito when he first saw him, but he just delayed it until now. Obito did not show any apology. Don't worry, I will let you reunite in Infinite Tsukuyomi's time. Now let me tell you a secret. Black Zetsu may not be the incarnation of Uchiha Madara. He knows many secrets that even Uchiha Madara doesn't know. Minato on the side was not angry because the disciple who killed him was right in front of him. He listened carefully to the conversation between the two and wanted to analyze their secrets. Hyuga stopped pretending, and said with some disdain, of course I know that he is not the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will. I also know that the Moon Eye project is also fake, and Infinite Tsukuyomi is also fake. Everything you are fighting for is nothing. It's my wedding dress. In the middle of Hyuga's words, Mangeki Sharingan's pupils suddenly shrank, and the pupil of time was activated again. This time Hyuga put in more pupil power. Hyuga came to Obito and dug out Obito's eyes again. Obito had no time to react and activate Kamui, and his chakra no longer allowed Obito to do so. The fight just now had already consumed too much chakra. Phew. Hyuga's hand directly inserted into Obito's eye socket, blood flowed out, and then the curse seal in Obito's body was activated by Hyuga, and Obito's heart suddenly shattered. Hyuga looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. He won and moves, and then he shot and broke Obito's neck instantly. He pulled out his hands, and Obito's body fell softly. Chapter 95 Fusion Kamui, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Minato looked at Obito's body on the ground with a complicated expression. Obito deserved his death, but he also bore most of the responsibility. If he hadn't saved Lin, Obito would not have gone astray. But the Hyuga in front of him is even more terrifying. Even such a powerful Uchiha Obito is played by him. I just hope that Hyuga's ambition is really good for the ninja world. Hyuga shook off the blood on his hands and put away the Sharingan in his hands and Obito's body on the ground. Although Obito is dead, his spirit will still be with Hyuga. The entire ninja world still thinks that he is still alive. In the future, Hyuga can reincarnate his dirt and continue to take the blame for Hyuga. Advertisement. But in the future, Hyuga will have to find someone else to execute the Eye of the Moon plan for him, and that person must be someone who is ambitious and powerful. We'll talk about it later. Hyuga snapped his fingers, and a white coffin rose from the ground. Minato-senpai, go in by yourself. Our deal is over. Minato walked into the coffin, and the coffin board was resealed. Hyuga was done here and took back the Sharingan. Hyuga felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He just used the pupil technique regardless of the cost. He was a little bit worried about people like Hyuga who have integrated hundreds of Sharingan. Loss. But it doesn't matter, countless Sharingan will be paid soon. As for Black Zetsu and Yakushi Kabuto, everything should be over, right? They split up. Hyuga is responsible for dealing with Uchiha Obito, and Black Zetsu Yakushi Kabuto is responsible for receiving Uchiha Obito's relics. When the time comes, my eye power will be able to break through the limits of Mangeki and achieve the Eternal Eye. Back at Otagakure village, Black Zetsu Yakushi Kabuto has prepared everything and is waiting for Hyuga to arrive. Hyuga looked at the wall full of 3 Megatama. Without any hesitation, he activated the ghost blood seizing technique, and the black flesh squeezed through the glass and wiped out all the Sharingan. Hyuga's eyes were swollen and painful, and his pupil power had reached the limit of Mangeki. Hyuga closed his eyes and ordered, prepare for surgery and fuse Obito's Sharingan for me. Understood, Master Chi. Kabuto Yakushi had already read the documents left by the Uchiha clan, and it was very easy for him to perform such an operation. 3 hours later, the operation was successfully completed. Just after fusion of a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, Hyuga suffered severe eye pain and serious rejection reaction because he used the fusion method left by the Uchiha clan. No wonder the fusion of eternal Mangeki requires the eyes of blood relatives. The rejection reaction is so strong that ordinary people may not be able to bear the thought of becoming blind. Advertisement. Hyuga sat up from the operating table with a bandage on his eyes. He now finally understood why the fusion of Eternity Mangeki Sharingan in the original work requires the eyes of blood relatives. Master Kai, this is the potion I prepared. It can slow down the rejection reaction and accelerate the integration of Sharingan. Kabuto handed the prepared potion to Hyuga's hand. It's okay, I don't need these yet. After Hyuga said this, he forcibly used the eye power he controlled to suppress and fuse the eye power in Obito Sharingan. In just a few breaths, Hyuga refined the power of those eyes. Hyuga tore off the bandage to reveal a pair of blood-red Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and the patterns on it became more complicated. He actually managed to fuse directly with his own strength. Unsong Heiju said in surprise. As expected of him, Hyuga, so his strength has reached the Sage of 6 Paths, right? Baiju asked, can we really control him? Heiju said firmly, as long as he still needs power, he will eventually be our plaything. Hyuga felt as if the power in his eyes was inexhaustible, and even the power he had just used was restored again. But if Hyuga wants to further evolve the Samsara Eye, he needs the Azura and Indra Chakra in Naruto and Sasuke. I have to insist that I have also fused Sasuke Naruto's chakra, but it is too slow to guide the two powers to merge. It took 20 years for Indra to reincarnate as Uchiha Madara. Hyuga estimates that he is at least one of his times. In this case, I might as well just go and eat Satsuki Kagaya. Thinking of this, Hyuga began to try to master the power of Kamui, and activated the Eternity Mangeki Sharingan to activate Kamui with the potion in his hand. The medicine was sucked into the Kamui space by Hyuga, and Hyuga then activated Kamui to suck himself into the Kamui space. Same as the scene in the anime, Hyuga fuses Obito's Sharingan, so they share a space. Thinking of this, Hyuga originally decided to wait until necessary before summoning Obito and let him play with Lin in the Pure Land for a while, but now Hyuga feels that he should reincarnate Obito from the Filthy Land. Otherwise, if you are resurrected by someone else in the future, you will have an enemy who can restrain your ability. As soon as he entered it, Hyuga saw a crystal coffin placed in the distance. Hyuga jumped to the crystal coffin. I saw a girl lying inside the crystal coffin. This must be linear. Hyuga saw Lin's chest still floating slightly, the soul has returned to the Pure Land, and this is relying on Hashirama cells. Advertisement. Keep it, you can use it to threaten Obito in the future. Hyuga thought without any bottom line. Thinking about Hyuga exiting Kamui's space, this pupil technique is too convenient. Even if Konoha already knows Kamui's weakness, it is perfect as a tool for traveling and saving lives. Thinking of Hyuga exiting the Kamui space, Yakushi Kabuto was still waiting outside to see Hyuga come out. Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward and congratulated, "Congratulations, Kei-sama, on your evolution to the Eternal Mangeki." Taking over Kabuto Yakushi was one of the most correct decisions Hyuga has ever made. Not only is he an all-round talent, he can also support and provide emotional value. He is simply the perfect subordinate. "Tongzi, prepare a white zetsu for me. Obito cannot be left in the Pure Land. He is connected to my Kamui space. He cannot be used by others," Hyuga said. Hyuga couldn't guarantee that Heizetsu didn't have Obito's flesh and blood in his hands, but he and Heizetsu seemed to be cooperating happily, but in fact they were using each other. "If you don't keep it together, it will break down one day. You can't put this kind of weakness in the hands of others. Is it over?" Obito closed his eyes tightly. He never expected such an ending. His Eye of the Moon plan was a scam from beginning to end. At this time, a gentle voice sounded, with a hint of teasing in the voice, "Aren't you willing to open your eyes and look at me? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this familiar voice, Obito opened his eyes suddenly. Lin. As expected, the person in front of him was the person he thought about day and night, causing Obito's heart to stop for half a beat. Can he really be forgiven by Lin for the things he did? "I've kept you waiting for so long." Lin took the initiative to hold Obito's hand. "You must have gone through many detours along the way. Can you tell me about it?" "Well." Obito nodded guiltily. Just then a strong light shone on him. "The art of reincarnation in the dirty soil is that guy, hateful." Obito said, "Sorry, Lin, I might." Lin responded with a smile, "It doesn't matter, I will always wait for you. This is my promise." Linear. At this moment, Obito felt that he was extremely stupid. The person he wanted to see was actually waiting for him. Chapter 96 Hyuga, convince others with virtue. Obito, who was reincarnated and resurrected by the dirty earth, opened his eyes and used Kamui on Hyuga. "How dare you interrupt my meeting with Lin, you don't want to live anymore." Hyuga formed another seal to control the angry Obito. "The corpse in Kamui space is the legendary Nohara Lin, right?" Hyuga smiled, "You don't want me to disturb her soul, do you?" When Obito heard this, he became quiet, but his eyes were still staring at Hyuga without saying a word. Advertisement. The power of this sentence can be imagined. His love for Nohara Lin naturally does not allow her soul to be disturbed. "I don't need to disturb Lin, as long as you are my pawn." Obito took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and nodded, "I can be your puppet. My soul has long been filthy, but you must not disturb Lin's rest." "Of course, don't worry, a subordinate with Mangeki and a medical Chunin, anyone can do such a multiple choice question, right?" Obito nodded again tiredly. A coffin was raised from the ground, and Hyuga made an invitation gesture, "Please come in." Obito said nothing and walked into the coffin. The coffin panels then closed and sank into the ground, waiting for Hyuga's call. "I, Hyuga, have always convinced people with my virtue. Kabuto, start collecting the dead strong men and strive to create an army of filthy reincarnations within 2 years." Hyuga feels that his plan is almost ready for the next step. The ninja world calmed down and regained its peace because of Hyuga. 2 years passed by in a flash. Many things have happened in the past 2 years. On Hyuga's side, the Federation has developed steadily, with rapid economic and technological development, and established diplomatic relations with various countries. In the past few years, Hyuga has shaped the Federation into a ninja policeman, protecting the interests of small countries and helping other countries develop. The ninjutsu of destiny resurrection has been developed, but no one can activate it. The required vitality and chakra cannot be used even by Hyuga, but Hyuga still learned it and waited for the day when it can be used. Hyuga also resurrected an army of filthy reincarnations, and all the shadow level experts that could be found in the 5 hidden villages were stolen by Hyuga. Advertisement. On the other side of Konoha, Hinata Hanabi's strategy plan is also very gratifying. Relying on Hyuga's frequent diplomatic visits and correspondence, they have fallen deeply in love with Hyuga. Naruto returned from training with Jiraiya, and formed a new 7th team with Sakura, who was training with Tsunade, and Sai, a former ninja. After Hyuga massacred the Roots, there were indeed some Root ninjas who were performing missions outside and survived. In Tsunagakure village, Gaara successfully became the 5th generation Hokage with the help of Cho. The other 3 hidden villages are not in serious condition. The Akatsuki organization's plan to capture the tailed beasts has also begun, 3 tails has been resurrected, and now all the tailed beasts have survived. At the meeting of the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, everyone except Hyuga, the clone of Chiba Kishu, was present. Only Konan and Nagato in the Akatsuki organization know that Chiba Kishu is a member of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato meant that the Federation would exist as a backup plan. If the Ten Tails plan failed, it would prove that his own path would not work. If you die one day, let Chiba Kishu take over the Akatsuki organization and fight to unify the ninja world. Tiandeo sat in the main seat and issued orders, assigning the task of capturing the tailed beast. 1 tail, Deidara, the scorpion of red sand. 2 tails, Kakuzu, Haiden. 3 tails, dried persimmon Kisame, Uchiha Itaki. 5 tails, Hyuga. 6 tails, me and Konan. Pain looked around. Does anyone have any questions about the plan? No one said anything. Okay, there is no room for error in the plan, and real peace is right in front of us. 1 tail Jinkriki has become Kazekage. It should be in Tsunagakure village now. Deidara and Scorpion can move. If there are traces of other Jinkriki, I will notify you immediately. Hyuga knew that in this action, not only Deidara's arm was directly pinched off, but Scorpion also had to pay with his life, although this was his own decision. Advertisement. Hyuga still wanted to help his 2 friends. Do you want my help? I also want to meet this Kazekage. Deidara said disdainfully, are you looking down on us? Just wait for our good news. Xie also refused, the 2 of us are enough. Okay. Hyuga didn't ask any more questions. For ninjas, death is just a common occurrence, and their death now is just a few more names added to Hyuga's resurrection list. On the contrary, he should go and collect the corpse for Xiao. Xiao's puppet is the pinnacle of puppet making in the ninja world. It's better to have it in your own hands than in the hands of that good-for-nothing Kankuro. Watching the 2 people leave, Hyuga also stood up. Before leaving, Hyuga said to Uchiha Itaki, some time ago, Orochimaru's body was found in Konoha village. It has been confirmed that he is dead and was killed by your brother. Of course this was made by Hyuga to show to Naruto and Uchiha Itaki. As Hyuga predicted, Uchiha Itaki obviously relaxed a lot after hearing the news. Hyuga looked like he was watching the excitement and said it was not a big deal. According to intelligence, he also took away 3 Orochimaru test subjects, and now he is looking for you everywhere for revenge. Hyuga did not make this up. The 3-year agreement has arrived, and the Xiao Uchiha Yan Suzuki he taught has been released from the mountain by Hyuga. Under the guidance of Hyuga, Suzuki became much stronger than in the original work, and even had the help of many scientific ninja tools. Hyuga also selected 3 ninjas who had been under Orochimaru to help him, replacing their positions in the original work. I know. Itaki responded coldly. I'm really looking forward to your brotherly battle. After saying that, Hyuga walked out of the conference room. He was looking forward to the day when Uchiha Sasuke's eyes would evolve into Manjiki, and he would have one more eternal Manjiki subordinate. Then the investment I have been making is not in vain. After activating Kamui and returning to the Federation's own head of state's office, Hyuga told Karin, who acted as his secretary, contact Tsunagakure village, and the head of state will personally visit to discuss cooperation matters. In 2 years, Xiangling has become a big girl. Instead of going down to give instructions immediately, she walked around the desk and suddenly sat in Hyuga arms, rubbing her body hard twice. Xiang Lu stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Let's talk about the business later, brother Qi. Chapter 97 Temari has no misfortune. Sand Hidden Village. The plot, which is very different from the original work, is staged again. Scorpion relies on the traitor he left in Tsunagakure village to enter Tsunagakure village. Deidara is responsible for the arrest. Gaara removes Deidara's C1 in order to save Tsunagakure village. Advertisement. After depleting all the chakra, his life hangs on a thread and he is captured by Deidara. Looking at the clay bird gradually disappearing, only Kankuro and a few others chased after it. All others who wanted to save Gaara were stopped by the senior officials of Tsunagakure, asking them to stay in the village to prevent sneak attacks from other countries. 1 day later, Kankuro was brought back with a poison that even Cho could not do anything about. The top management of Tsunagakure then held a high-level meeting. This time, sitting in the position symbolizing Kazekage, was an old lady, who was Cho, who was invited to come out again. There is no other way, as there is no one in Sand Hidden Village, so we can only continue to ask Cho to host the scene. There was a lot of discussion at the meeting. Some people advocated sending people to rescue Gaara, while some said that Gaara was 80% dead and there was no point in rescuing him. In the end, Gaara's actions moved most people, and those who rescued Gaara gained the upper hand. The greater possibility is that the Tsunagakure village cannot afford to throw Kazekage's body outside. We have asked for help from our ally Konoha. Reinforcements will arrive soon. They will go with the troops we sent. Then who should we send? Those are 2 shadow-level combatants. Looking at the people arguing endlessly, Cho said, I will save it myself. No. You need to stay in Tsunagakure to take charge of the situation. Someone immediately wanted to refuse. Actually, there is another way. The federal diplomatic team will arrive at Tsunagakure soon. Among the people visiting this time is the federal Prime Minister Chiba Kishu. Someone else raised the question, it's impossible, how could the Prime Minister of a country take action personally? We don't need him to take action himself, we only need to let his guards take action. That is also a powerful combat force. Chiyo's voice was filled with anger, we in Tsunagakure village don't need to ask our enemies to help. Grandmacho, the current federation has established diplomatic relations with various countries and is an economic ally of many countries. This time we are here to discuss cooperation. We want to conduct material trade through the federation, which is extremely important to Tsunagakure village. Someone explained the current international situation to Cho, saying that Tsunagakure village needs the federal market for trade. Tsunagakure village itself is short of resources due to environmental reasons, and they need this opportunity to sell their specialties. Advertisement. And without Tsunagakure village, the federation will only lose a small amount of income. Cho sighed slightly when he heard this sentence, knowing that he could no longer keep up with the changes of the times. Okay. At this time Temari stood up, I personally went to ask the federation to take action. My two brothers were persecuted by the Akatsuki organization. Not only Gaara needs rescue, but Kankuro is also deeply poisoned. The federal medical technology is the most advanced, so I should be the one to ask the federation for help. No matter what the cost. A trace of determination flashed in Temari's eyes. It was rumored that the head of the federation, Chiba Muxiu, was a pervert with countless beauties around him. During Chnin's exam, she had seen two beautiful girls accompanying him at any time. Then even if he sacrifices himself to feed a tiger, he still has to save his two younger brothers. Hyuga was not in a hurry, and took the time to lead the bodyguard group on the road to Tsunagakure village. He expected that Tsunagakure would definitely invite him to take action this time. Sure enough, when the federal mission was still one day away from Tsunagakure, a person came to the federal camp. Your Excellency, the messenger from Sand Hidden Village wants to see you. A voice came from outside the tent. Let her in. A person opened the curtain and walked in. His short orange hair was tied into two buns, his eyes were light purple, and his face was pretty but there was a hint of hesitation. This is Princess Temari of Sand Hidden Village. She came to Hyuga with the determination to break the boat. Hyuga pretended not to know and asked, long time no see. The last time we met was during the Konoha Chunin exam. I was very offended at that time. I wonder how your two younger brothers are doing lately. Hyuga keywords had a profound meaning, and Temari's eyes became darker and darker. During the Chunin exam, Gaara went on a killing spree. It was Chiba Kishu who knocked out Gaara, spared the three siblings and one horse, and left the earth coiling access to the three of them. It doesn't matter if you give your body to the person in front of you, at least his appearance and strength are the best in the world. Temari fell to his knees on the ground without saying a word, and knocked his head heavily on the carpet in Hyuga's military tent without making much noise. Please give me a helping hand, Mr. Führer. Advertisement. Why are you doing this? Get up and talk quickly. Hyuga bent down and reached out to help her. Temari couldn't help but raised his head and looked at Hyuga with a sad and firm face. We Tsunagakure are in big trouble, and we hope that the head of state can help us Tsunagakure. Hyuga saw that Temari was unwilling to get up and stopped forcing him. He returned to his seat and tapped the armrest. Let's talk about it. I'm still willing to lend a helping hand if possible. Our federation is always willing to help others. If it's not an excessive request, we will all do our best. Temari told everything about what happened in Tsunagakure village, and at the end of the story, the strong girl couldn't help but shed tears. It's time for you to help Tsunagakure regain Gaara and treat Kankuro. Temari is willing to do anything for you. As Temari spoke, she took off her grey robe, revealing the tight-fitting fishnet suit underneath. But before it was over, she reached out and took off the last piece of clothing. That beautiful figure, star, appeared right in front of Hyuga's eyes. Her skin exuded a faint luster under the light, and her graceful figure made people's hearts beat faster. In this posture, Temari knelt before Hyuga, with clothes scattered around her like green leaves accompanying flowers, constantly teasing Hyuga's desire to conquer. She no longer dared to look at Hyuga sitting in front of her. She just closed her eyes tightly and waited for Hyuga's movements. She only hoped to save her two younger brothers. She only heard Hyuga's footsteps, and then she felt an extra piece of clothing behind her. Hyuga took off his windbreaker and put it on her body. Put on some clothes, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. Hyuga said this sincerely. Although Temari is a rare beauty, he doesn't like coercive melons. Although there is a saying that the twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst, and Hyuga is not thirsty either. Hearing Hyuga's words, Temari mistakenly thought that Hyuga rejected her request. She didn't care about her moral integrity and face. She directly reached out and hugged Hyuga Kai's waist, and her delicate body was pressed tightly against the man. Please, really, I would do anything for you. Hyuga Kai said, Akatsuki attacked Tsunagakure village, kidnapped Hokage and disrupted the ninja world. It can be defined as a terrorist organization. Even if you don't do this, the Federation will take action for the sake of order in the ninja world. Really? Temari raised her head and stared into Hyuga Kai's eyes with her tearful eyes. Of course. Hyuga nodded. He picked up the clothes on the ground and handed them to Temari. Then put on your clothes first. Only then did Temari come to his senses. He was in a hurry and couldn't care so much anymore, but did he really do that kind of thing? Hyuga pretended that nothing happened, walked out of the military tent and ordered, stop resting and rushed to Tsunagakure village at full speed. Yes. Chapter 98 Rescue Kazekage Team. Hyuga Kai's accompanying escort team quickly reorganized and set off again. Temari put on her clothes and followed closely beside Hyuga Kai with tears in her eyes. After a quick march, the group quickly entered Tsunagakure village, where Cho and other senior Tsunagakure officials were waiting. Cho looked at Temari next to Hyuga Kai, her face a little ugly. She resented her incompetence and actually asked the ninjas in the village to sacrifice their bodies. Cho-senpai, long time no see. Hyuga extended his hand and the two shook hands. Cho said, the head of state is still as elegant as ever, and I am already half buried in the earth. Advertisement. Hyuga Kai smiled slightly, Cho-senpai is joking, you are still young. Please come inside, we've prepared tea. No need, I'm entrusted by someone. Hyuga Kai glanced sideways at Temari beside him, take us to see the patient first. Temari quickly bowed and thank you, Mr. Head of State. Cho became more convinced of her judgment, and when she heard this, she felt even more ashamed. Everyone, please go this way. The group of people came to the ward, and Hyuga Kai saw Kankuro who was unconscious and dying inside. He was breathing rapidly and seemed to be experiencing great pain in a coma. Hyuga took a few steps forward, and a Tsunagakure medical ninja was about to hand over the inspection report. No need. Hyuga waved his hand and separated a foot-long white snake from his arm. The snake opened its mouth and bit Kankuro's arm and began to extract the virus. Seeing this scene, Cho sighed softly and put his hand on Temari's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Temari. Temari's face instantly turned redder. Grandma Cho, I'm fine, it's not, the head of state didn't do anything to me. Cho felt that this was the shyness of a little girl. Oh, it's hard for you. It's because of our incompetence that you have to endure so much. Half a minute later, Hyuga Kai used Sage Mode to cultivate a healing potion. The small white snake bit Kankuro's arm. In an instant, Kankuro began to cough violently. Hyuga's accompanying doctor immediately stepped forward to turn Kankuro over. Kankuro immediately vomited out a large amount of black blood. After turning over, his breathing gradually stabilized. Hyuga Kai put the little snake on his shoulder. In less than a minute, Hyuga Kai cured the virus that the entire Tsunagakure village was helpless against. How is this possible? Cho stepped forward and put his hand on Kankuro's chest in disbelief, feeling that the virus in his body had disappeared. Nothing is impossible, the head of state is omnipotent. Hyuga Kai's accompanying doctor's eyes were full of admiration. Advertisement. Hyuga Chi chuckled, that's serious. Yes. The accompanying doctor nodded immediately, but obviously did not change his mind. Temari walked up to Hyuga Kai and bowed his thanks. Thank you, Mr. Head of State, for saving my brother. I will definitely do what I promise. Kankuro slowly wakes up and tells everyone that his puppet has a piece of scorpion's clothes in his hand, which can provide clues for the rescue mission. At this moment, an excited cry came from the distance, Brother Mushu. Several people turned around and saw Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura and Sai's new Team 7 coming in front of everyone. It's Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi, long time no see, everyone. Hyuga greeted with a smile. After Hyuga Kai greeted everyone, the moment Cho saw Kakashi, he wanted to kill him, but everyone joined forces to stop him. Ebis said, Sister, look carefully, this is not Hatake Sakumo. Yes. Cho said sheepishly, I'm getting older, so I can't remember some things clearly. Brother Mushu, are you also here to support Tsunagakure? Naruto asked. Hyuga Kai nodded, yes, we are here for a diplomatic visit. We heard that Tsunagakure was attacked by a terrorist organization and came to help. Naruto said excitedly, are you going to fight side by side with Brother Mushu this time? Sakura reminded, idiot Naruto, Senior Mushu is now the leader of a country, how could he take action personally? Hyuga nodded and acknowledged Sakura's statement, I will send 2 of my guards to take action. That's it. Naruto scratched his head, then when will we set off? Cho said, let's set off tomorrow and let everyone stay in shape. No need, Gaara becomes more dangerous every second he is in the hands of the enemy. Naruto said firmly. This sentence is indeed correct. Hyugakai's shadow clone over there has already begun to cooperate in extracting tailed beasts. It takes 3 days to draw one tail, and tomorrow is the last day, so it's just over. Naruto and Gaara have almost the same experience. The two fought in Konoha when they transformed into tailed beasts, which also brought the two people closer together in a strange way. Then you need to have a good rest. It will also take time for the ninja dog to track Akatsuki. Kakashi said. Advertisement. Sakura came to the hospital bed and collected the black blood spit out by Kankuro, hoping to develop the corresponding antidote. Hyuga called Kimimaro and Yugo aside and warned, if enemies appear on the way, you are responsible for stopping them, and the task of rescuing Kazekage will be left to the people of Konoha and Tsunagakuer. As commanded. The two nodded respectfully, obeying Hyugakai's orders absolutely without any doubt. Hyuga doesn't want them to go all out, so as not to affect the development of the subsequent plot. Everyone rested for the night in Tsunagakuer. Early the next morning, a rescue team composed of Konoha's new 7th team, Tsunagakuercho and Kimimaro and Yugo from the Federation set out. In the distance, Konoha's Kaiban, led by the Kakashi ninja dog, was also rushing towards the location where the Akatsuki organization extracted the tailed beasts. Kakashi channeled his ninja dogs and followed the path they explored yesterday. After watching the group leave, Hyuga returned to the room prepared by Tsunagakuer for himself and began to plan the next steps. In a cave on the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Grass, members of the Akatsuki organization stood on the Gedo statue to draw tailed beasts. Hyuga suddenly opened his eyes and said, the team to rescue Jinchuriki has set off, and there are people from the Federation and Konoha, and Nine Tails Jinchuriki is also among them. Use the elephant turn technique to delay it for a while. Pain suggested. Itake volunteered, let's do it. Itake was worried that the other members would kill them because their actions were insignificant, so he decided to take action himself. Okay, then Kisame will go with you to stop them. Hyuga secretly thought about it. He knew that Niji had not seen his girlfriend for a long time, and this time was just an opportunity for him to return to Konoha. Hyuga himself does not have too many requirements for Nisi, he only hopes that he can live happily. Therefore, Hyuga decided to let Nisi go to the ninja world to experience, and secretly guided him to rescue the third team. In fact, he wanted him to go back to Tiantian, hoping that he could fall in love and enjoy a good life. Even if Niji is allowed to follow Team 3 back to Konoha, it would be even better if he can kidnap Tenten away and travel together. Today, Konoha is ruled by Tsunade, and the dark side has become much less common. Moreover, with Hyuga reputation, Tsunade will not take action against Niji unless she wants to put Konoha village into crisis. In order to protect Niji's safety, Hyuga sealed the power of his reincarnated eye into Niji's white eyes. Once Niji encounters danger, the power of the reincarnated eye will be automatically activated to destroy any enemy. And Hyuga will immediately use Kamui to pick up Niji. Chapter 99 Niji returns to fall in love. After Niji left, Mat Kaiban never added new members. Tsunade once proposed to let others join, but they were all declined. They insisted that this position was reserved for Niji. Therefore, the vacancy in Kaiban has been maintained. Now, Mat Kaiban is intercepted by a clone of Kisame's Shogun no Jutsu and falls into a difficult battle. Kisame's water style changed the surrounding terrain, turning it into a lake, occupying a favorable terrain, and its water style was even more powerful, easily defusing everyone's attacks. Rock Lee was the first to attack. He rushed towards Kisame and used Konoha Whirlwind. After Kisame easily avoided it, he immediately used water style to create a wall of water to block Lee's attack. Advertisement. When Tian saw this, he immediately launched a ninja attack. She threw a large number of blades, flying towards Kisame's clone like raindrops. However, Kisame quickly dived into the water, causing Tenten's attack to fail. Kisame formed the seal, and 2 water clones appeared on the water. They used the water prison technique to easily control the 2 of them. Metkai was eager to save his students, but was stopped by Kisame himself. For a time, Tian and Rock Lee fell into an extremely dangerous situation. At this moment, 2 air palms suddenly appeared, hitting the 2 water bodies, breaking them up, and the water prison technique also became ineffective. The 2 of them breathed heavily, thankful to have escaped. Tian thought of the attack just now, that's Niji's 8 trigrams air palm. She looked towards the direction of the source of the attack and saw a figure emerging in the distance. Is that Ningji? Tian looked at the blurry figure, feeling excited in his heart. 3 years have passed by so quickly, are we finally going to meet again? The man came closer and closer, and Tian finally saw the face of the visitor clearly. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Ningji has grown up and become more handsome, but his smile is still as gentle as before. Niji. Tian couldn't suppress the longing in her heart, and pounced on him like a bird flying into the forest. Ningkai also missed everyone in Kaiban very much, and he gently hugged the people in his arms. After a long time, Tiankai let go of Ningkai with a blushing face and asked, Ningkai, why are you here? Aren't you practicing with your brother? Are you going back to Konoha with us this time? This is the genjutsu that Hyuga planted for Tenten at that time. She only remembered that Nisi was practicing with her brother. Advertisement. Li also gave Ningkai a warm hug like he did every day. Ningkai, I haven't seen you for 3 years. I don't know how far your strength has reached. I must compare with you later. Niji did not immediately answer Tenten's question. Long time no see, Tenten, Li. Let's talk about old times later. I'll go and end the battle in front of you first. You guys have a rest, and I'll go help teacher Kai. After finishing speaking, Niji instantly appeared behind Kisame who was fighting with Kai. The master and apprentice worked together and instantly punched and palmed Kisame at the same time. Kisame's clone died immediately, the elephant transformation technique was broken, and the body fell to the ground, showing its original appearance. The surrounding water flow also dissipated as the caster left. When Kai saw his long-lost disciple, he stepped forward and gave him an energetic hug. Ha ha ha, Niji, welcome back to the team. Teacher Kai. Niji greeted him. At this time, Tian Tian and Rock Lee also came to the side. Kai excitedly pulled Tian Tian and Xiao Li into his arms, and shed tears of youth. Konoha's third team assembles again. After a long time, Kai, who was moved, slowly let go of the others. Tian Tian raised his question again, Ningji, aren't you following your brother in training? Tian Tian has a good impression of Hyuga. She still remembers that Hyuga arranged for herself and Niji to live in an apartment for a long time. Moreover, Hyuga also calls himself younger brother and sister, which is really confusing. Niji nodded and replied, my brother and I have been training for 3 years. He thought I was strong enough, so he kicked me out. Tianation's eyes flashed with light, you have nowhere to go anyway, so why don't you come back to Konoha with us? I do have the idea to go back to Konoha and stay for a while, and then travel around the ninja world to gain more experience. Niji said without thinking. He wanted to go back to Konoha to meet Hinata and Hanabi, although Brother Chi wouldn't let him. He told them the truth, but he still wanted to persuade them to let go of their hatred. Tianation's eyes became brighter. Great, your original house has been reclaimed by Konoha, do you want to come live at my house? Isn't this inconvenient? It doesn't matter, my house is big, and there are still empty rooms that no one can live in. We'd better carry out the mission first. Seeing that the delay was a bit long, Kai could only interrupt the chat between the two. Then you go back to Konoha first. We will go back after completing the mission. Tian Tian said. Ningji was picked up by Hyuga and left for 3 years. He is no longer a Konoha ninja, and of course he does not need to do missions. Advertisement. It doesn't matter, I'll go with you. Niji smiled. On the other side, Uchiha Itaki appeared in front of the rescue team. Yugo and Kimimaro remembered Hyuga instructions and took the initiative to stand up. We stop him, you continue to perform the mission. Kimimaro said. This is an S-class traitorous ninja. Let's wait until we are done with it and leave together. Kakashi pulled out the short sword and prepared to take action. Jongo decisively turned on the Sage Jutsu Curse Seal mode. With the help of Sage Jutsu's perception, he discovered that the person in front of him was just a clone. This is just his clone. It has at most 30% of the strength of the original body. We can handle it, and we will follow you after solving it. With the help of federal technology, Zhongwu has already been able to perfectly control his own power, and going berserk is no longer a problem. Understood, Brother Kimimaro, Brother Yugo, I leave this place to you, I will definitely rescue Gaara. Naruto said, and then walked around Uchiha Itaki with the others. Thank you. Cho also thanked the two of them. As long as it is the order of the head of state, we will strictly implement it. Kimimaro took out the bone knife from his palm. Kimimaro closed his eyes and entered the second state of Sage Jutsu. Facing enemies with Sharingan, it is more convenient to use Sage Jutsu perception. This is the conclusion Kimimaro came to after many battles with Sasuke. Itaki watched helplessly as several people left. With his current strength of 30%, it was impossible to leave so many people behind, and it was difficult to get rid of the 2 people in front of him. I'm on. Chakras shot out from Yugo's back like a rocket and slammed towards Itaki. Itaki relied on Sharingan's dynamic vision to dodge the blow by turning slightly sideways. Naturally, Kimimaro would not miss this opportunity and appeared beside Itaki at an extremely fast speed, slashing at Itaki with his bone knife. Itaki quickly fought back, his arm ignited with flames, and he used the fire ninja taijutsu that Hyuga used when he was in Anbu to hit Kimimaro. Before the bone knife could land on him, Itaki punched Kimimaro away in front of him. Kimimaro didn't dare to open his eyes. He only relied on Sage Jutsu to sense, and his speed was still a little slower. Chapter 100 Recovering Scorpion's Body. Kisame opened his eyes first and said in a deep voice, Hyuga, your brother is getting more and more naughty. He suddenly took action and defeated my clone. Pain looked at the traitor through his eyes and asked, why did your brother suddenly appear here? Hyuga knew that his plan was completed. He shrugged, pretending to be helpless, and sighed, there is no way, adolescent boys are like this. If they don't listen to me, they will go out and make their own way. Besides, he doesn't know that I am Akatsuki. Members of the organization. Ha ha ha, it seems like you and Ataka both have a naughty brother. Deidara smiled, well, do you need me to teach you a lesson? Ha ha ha, I think my little brother was submissive to me when we were in Uegakure. Submissive? Hyuga smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, you don't have to worry about it, you should take care of yourself, they will be here soon. Advertisement. TCH, it's just some rubbish, you can deal with it easily. Deidara looked disdainful. The next plot is very different from the original work. The new 7th team and the 3rd team successfully reunited outside the cave. The Akatsuki organization has already withdrawn one tail, leaving only Scorpion and Deidara in the cave. Scorpion let the clay eagle grab Gaara's body and fled away. Naruto decisively chased after Gaara to save Gaara. Kakashi and Sai also followed closely to rescue Gaara. Super Beast fake painting bird in the clouds. Sai shook the scroll in his hand and an ink bird appeared out of thin air. He jumped onto the ink bird and shouted to Kakashi and Naruto at the same time, Kakashi-senpai, Naruto-kun. The two understood it and immediately jumped on the blackbird and started a fierce aerial battle with Deidara. Cho and Sakura stayed where they were and started a fierce battle with Scorpion. Cho relied on his superb puppetry to control the Chikamatsu 10 guards, while Sakura used her powerful strength and antidote to fight against Scorpion. Scorpion's trump cards are endless, starting with the 4th generation Kazekage puppet and the Fei Liuho shell, as well as the 4 scrolls behind it, the Red Secret Technique, 100 Machine Exercises, and the scroll, Flame Hell Formation. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Hyuga hid in the dark and watched this fight, which symbolized the pinnacle showdown of the puppet masters. There would never be such a wonderful battle between puppet masters after that. After that, he could no longer inherit this amazing puppet technique. From Kankuro to Boruto, he still used the toys that Scorpion left behind when he was a child. But the result of the final battle remained the same. Scorpion exploited his flaw and died under the 2 puppets made by himself, his father and mother. The long sword pierced the regeneration core, and purple blood flowed out from the regeneration core. Scorpio could not refuse or avoid this symbolic hug, because it touched his deep feelings of longing for his parents. Advertisement. The last moment of memory was like returning to the moment when Scorpio was a child and was held in the arms of his parents. And Cho Sakura was exhausted. Alas! Along with a sigh, there was a sound of footsteps in the ears of the two of them. A figure walked slowly from a distance, wearing a red cloud robe, with a handsome face, and deep black eyes like endless black holes. It's those Akatsuki guys again, are they the support of Scorpion? Cho and Sakura endured their physical fatigue, stood up with difficulty, and assumed a fighting posture. Cho searched the ground and found a few puppets that could barely be used, and spliced them together. That's Hyuga. Sakura finally remembered that she had seen Hyuga before. Surprisingly, 3 years of time did not seem to leave any traces on his face. He was still the same as when Shinin took the exam. It's Hyuga who once blocked Kumigakure's 10,000 troops alone. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Chiyo's forehead. Although there was very little information about this person, she would never question his strength. 2 years ago, during the Battle of the Federation, Hyuga single-handedly defeated Kumigakure, and his random blow even changed the local terrain. I didn't expect that such a person would join the Akatsuki organization. So what is the goal of the Akatsuki organization? Hyuga walked towards the two of them and passed them as if they didn't exist at all. Cho and Sakura's backs were soaked with sweat. Hyuga came to the remains of his father and mother, Scorpion's regeneration core, and the 3rd generation Kazekage puppet, and put them all into the scroll, especially the Scorpion's true human puppet carrying the scroll. Only 2 of Scorpion's 4 scrolls were used, and Hyuga could just see what the final killing move was. Senior Scorpion died in a family relationship, so I won't kill you. This can be regarded as fulfilling Senior Scorpion's last wish. You go. Hyuga said with his back to the two of them. Cho and Sakura looked at each other, they didn't understand why Hyuga let them go. Still not leaving. Hyuga turned his head and looked at them coldly. Cho gritted her teeth and pulled Sakura away from here. They must send this news back as soon as possible. Advertisement. Hyuga looked at the leaving figures of Cho and Sakura and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, Scorpion, you are still so soft-hearted. However, I will not be like you. Anyone who blocks my plan must disappear. He turned and disappeared into the darkness. Several people from the third team outside also defeated their clones at the same time and headed towards Naruto to support him. On the other side, Deidara gritted his teeth. He never expected that he would be forced into such a desperate situation, with the guys from Konoha following him closely, pressing every step of the way. Do I really want to use the puppet she left to me? I am not willing to use other people's art. Don't you want Jinchuriki's body? Then I'll give it back to you. Deidara used his only remaining arm to take out the seal scroll from his ninja tool bag and threw it into the air. Untie. Huge smoke suddenly filled the air, and 4 puppet flying eagles rushed out of the smoke. Each eagle carried a Deidara, 3 of which were his clay clones. The clay eagle holding Gaara's body emitted red light and rushed towards the people in Konoha. He's going to self-destruct. Sai controlled the ink bird, trying to avoid the clay eagle's self-destruction. But Naruto only had Gaara in his eyes. He jumped up, tightly grasped Gaara who was caught by the clay eagle, and tried to save his body before the explosion. Otherwise, Gaara wouldn't even be able to save his whole body. However, what happened was counterproductive. Naruto struggled to push away the clay, but the speed was still too slow, and the temperature of the clay eagle was also rising, and it was only a short distance away from the explosion. Seeing this, Kakashi jumped up and appeared behind the clay eagle. His short sword was wrapped in thunder and lightning and slashed towards the clay eagle's feet. Moments before the explosion, he successfully rescued Naruto and Gaara. The clay eagle's explosion was also stopped by lightning and it fell towards the ground. Sai also controlled the ink bird to rescue the 2 of them before they fell. Gaara, Gaara, wake up. Naruto kept shaking Gaara's body, but found that he was no longer breathing. At this moment, Naruto seemed to see his own shadow in Gaara. They both longed to be recognized by the people and become the shadow of a village, but they all died there. Damn it! Naruto's eyes gradually turned into pupils, and he roared angrily, I must avenge Gaara. But it couldn't be that easy. The 4 puppet flying eagles had already gone away, and they could only randomly pick one to catch up with them. What they encountered was that the puppet and its clones all self-destructed. Chapter 101 Reincarnation. In an empty land, the rescue team assembled again. Naruto knelt down next to Gaara's body, tears kept flowing from his eyes. I'm sorry, Gaara, I couldn't save you. Cho closed her eyes and couldn't bear to see the scene in front of her. In one day, he lost 2 relatives. After a long period of contact, he had already regarded Gaara as his grandson. Let me do it. Cho sat next to Gaara and slowly began to form seals with his hands. Cho explained, ninjutsu is a type of ninjutsu I created to resurrect my son and daughter-in-law after Scorpio's parents died. Use all your own chakra as a medium to distribute vitality to the deceased. The caster's chakra will transform the soul of the deceased until the caster dies. Advertisement. But before I could develop this ninjutsu, Scorpion assassinated the 3rd generation Hokage, defected and fled Sunagakure village. I didn't expect that this ninjutsu would be used now. Trading my old guy's life for Gaara's life is really a surefire deal, ha ha ha. Cho finally laughed to himself, but no one around him could laugh. Although they were not ninjas from Sunagakure village, they could still feel the old man's mood. Cho wants to use his own life to resurrect Gaara, not only to give an explanation to Sunagakure village, but also to give an explanation to himself. At this moment, a person rushed from a distance. It was Temari who was supposed to be in Sand Hidden village. Behind her was Hyuga, mother-in-law. No. Temari tried to stop Chiyo's actions. She didn't want to see another tragedy happen, even if it was a life for life, it was not what she wanted to see. After the death of their parents, the Temari siblings were cared for and guided by the old man in front of them, which also allowed them to feel the love of their relatives again after the death of their mother. Chiyo's hand didn't move at all. She smiled and said, I am really lucky to meet you 3 siblings in my later years. We redeemed each other. When I see you, I seem to have seen what Xia looked like when he was a child. Cho looked at Mushu and Naruto again, as if he saw the future path of the ninja world. Everyone will understand each other one day. I'm really happy that people like you can appear in this wrong ninja world established by the elderly. I made many mistakes in the past, but I finally did the right thing before I died. Sunagakure, the Federation, and Konoha, the ninja world in the future will definitely be different from our era. Advertisement. Naruto, listen to Kakashi, you contain great power and endless possibilities. Maybe you will really surpass the previous Hokage. Naruto stared blankly at the old woman in front of him, not knowing what to say. Chief Muxiu, I know you have bigger dreams, and please take good care of Temari. Hyuga crossed his arms and nodded, agreeing to Chiyo's last words. Cho can be considered a respectable opponent. This time she was right about Hyuga. He did have a very big dream. But they will definitely meet again next time, of course on the battlefield of the Ninja World War. I just hope that she will not regret that she looked away. Grandma Cho. Temari burst into tears. Silly boy, people always have the cycle of life and death. This is inevitable. Moreover, it is worth using my life to save Gaara. At this time, Gaara's body began to glow with green light, and Granny Chiyo's chakra was gradually dissipating. Chiyo's voice became weaker and weaker, and her body fell to one side, but she was supported by Temari in time. Gaara, who had fallen on the ground, slowly woke up. He sat up, still a little confused, not understanding the situation in front of him. What's wrong with me? He only saw his sister crying bitterly, and Granny Cho leaning on her sister, her face full of disbelief and sadness. At this time, an ominous premonition came to his mind. Gaara struggled to crawl to his sister's side, stretched out his trembling hands to explore the tip of Granny Chiyo's nose, only to find that Granny Cho was no longer breathing. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, full of hatred and anger. He raised his head, wanting to find the murderer of his mother-in-law. After scanning around, he immediately locked onto Hyuga standing next to him. It's no wonder that he would be suspicious. After all, the two countries have had a long-standing feud. Among the people around him, Hyuga is the most likely murderer. Moreover, Hyuga has a history of conspiring with Orochimaru to murder the fourth-generation Hokage. Chiba Kishu, did you kill Granny Cho? I want you to pay with your life. Gaara stood up, his voice filled with endless grief, anger, and murderous intent, and he was about to hit Hyuga with his fist, but was stopped by him. Naruto hugged tightly. Advertisement. Let me go. Gaara roared, his eyes full of madness and despair, as if he had lost his mind. He tried to break free from Naruto's restraints, but Naruto held him tightly and refused to let go. Gaara, calm down, Granny Cho sacrificed her life to save you, don't be blinded by hatred. Naruto said loudly. Gaara's body instantly became stiff. Temari quickly grabbed his brother's arm and said anxiously, after you were captured by the Akatsuki organization, the Federation and Konoha jointly sent assistance to snatch your body back. Granny Cho sacrificed her life to get you back. Save. Gaara knelt beside Cho in disbelief. He had never felt much affection from his elders, but Chiyo's mother-in-law took care of their siblings like a grandmother. She taught them how to practice like a teacher, and cooked for them with her own hands like a grandma. Hyuga walked up to Gaara and looked at the boy in front of him from a high position. He said in the tone of an enemy, Cho is a respectable opponent. She saved you with her life, not to keep you immersed in sorrow. Gaara raised his head, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Hyuga continued, she not only regards you as her grandson, but also entrusts you with the future of Tsunagakure village. You have to take on this responsibility and make Chiyo's efforts meaningful. Tsunagakure village now needs a powerful Hokage to lead them forward. Gaara's eyes gradually became firm. He knew that he could no longer be sad. He had to work hard for Granny Cho and Tsunagakure village. He stood up and took a deep breath, as if to gain strength. He looked into the distance and secretly vowed to make himself stronger and protect everything that Chiyo's mother-in-law cherished. Gaara gradually put away his sad emotions, showed the majesty of a shadow, stretched out his hand and held it tightly with Hyuga. This can be regarded as a sign that the leaders of the two countries are reconciling with each other and are about to establish cooperative relations. Thank you, Mr. Mushu, I misunderstood you. Gaara used the respectful words, and he finally understood why in the Federation, even prisoners were so loyal to the head of state. Chiba Kishu is a charismatic leader, both as an enemy and as a friend. It's okay, I understand your anger. The death of a loved one is the most unacceptable truth, and losing control of your emotions is inevitable. Hyuga continues to show the grace that a leader should have. Chapter 102 The Hero Who Saved Tsunagakure, Temari's Parting Gift. Sakura pushed Naruto and lowered her voice, aren't you always looking for information about Uchiha Obito? Brother Mushu, do you have any information about Sasuke or Obito? After Naruto reacted, he looked at Hyuga and asked. He has been looking for traces of the two of them. He not only wants to recover Sasuke, but also kill his enemy Uchiha Obito. Sasuke? Ah! I didn't expect that his desire for power has reached such an extent. Hyuga seemed to be really lamenting for his friend. In fact, Hyuga was lamenting in his heart that he had to play two roles every day, which was really troublesome. Advertisement. But Sasuke was bewitched by Orochimaru, so what does it have to do with me, Chiba Kishu? Naruto clenched his fists and said loudly, it doesn't matter, I must take him back. Hyuga suddenly smiled, if it's Naruto, maybe it can be done. Hyuga thought for a while and said, Uchiha Obito disappeared without a trace after you injured him. I don't know where he hid again. Sasuke should also be looking for information about the Akatsuki organization, and Uchiha Itachi has also joined the Akatsuki organization. If you follow the Akatsuki organization, you may gain something. Thank you. Naruto bowed deeply. Neji looked at Hyuga with a strange look. Of course he knew that Kyanba Muxia was a masked identity of his brother. And he also knew that Sasuke was abducted by his brother, and he was also training against him in the past few years. It turns out that my brother usually plays two roles, working hard for the ninja world, but he can't do much to help. The battle for Hokage came to an end, and Cho successfully rescued Gaara at the expense of his own life. Konoha's reinforcements are about to return to Konoha. Before leaving, Hyuga says goodbye to every Konoha ninja. He deliberately patted Niji on the shoulder, implying that he would complete the task brilliantly and successfully abduct his younger siblings every day. Niji secretly rolled his eyes. Of course he understood what Hyuga meant. At the same time, seeing Temari next to Hyuga, he secretly sighed that he had another sister-in-law. After bidding farewell to the ninjas of Konoha, the remaining people took Chiyo's body back to Tsunagakure village for burial. Advertisement. Everyone's return was warmly welcomed by Tsunagakure village. Now, the whole village of Tsunagakure thinks that Hyuga is very great. At the beginning of the founding of the Federation, Tsunagakure village took the initiative to provoke a war with the Federation. When Hyuga was in crisis in Sand Hidden village, he not only did not add insult to injury, but also let the past go and sent people to bring back the 5th generation Hokage. What a great selfless spirit this is! This is exactly the spirit of the new era ninja world advocated by the Federation. However, the fact is that Hyuga did not put in much effort at all, he just sent his guards to join in the fun and help. However, due to his prominent identity and status, he is still regarded as the main force in this battle by the general public. It is unimaginable that if Tsunagakure village learns that Hyuga is actually the accomplice of that abominable murderer, what expressions of shock and surprise will appear on their faces. Perhaps it is anger? Or despair? This is really intriguing. Afterwards, Hyuga discussed a number of cooperation matters with Hokage senior management. Negotiation is no longer a negotiation, both parties continue to take the initiative to offer benefits to the other party. After the negotiations are over, there is no reason for the federal mission to stay in Tsunagakure village. Hyuga must leave. He still has a lot to do. On the occasion of parting, only Temari came to say goodbye, and no one from Tsunagakure senior management showed up. Could it be that he was being matched for marriage? Hyuga started walking in the yellow sand, muttering to himself, while Temari lowered her head and followed him silently. In addition, Hyuga's accompanying delegation had already left early, and now only the two of them were left. Well, Muxiu-kun, I really appreciate your help. Temari said softly. You're welcome, I also want peace in the ninja world. If the 5th generation Hokage falls, the ninja world will be swept by war again. Hyuga replied. You have always been so great, but no matter what, I am very grateful to you. You may look down on me, but my mind has never changed. Temari said very proactively, and the meaning of the words was almost equivalent to you can do whatever you want to me. Hyuga almost rolled his eyes after hearing this. He has too many secrets, but if he doesn't intend to let Temari stay with him, he will be exposed soon. I haven't thought about it yet, so let me collect some interest. Hyuga turned around and suddenly hugged Temari next to him, and then kissed her cherry-like mouth. Temari didn't expect that Hyuga would suddenly do this, and her mind went blank for a moment. Hyuga didn't take any further action. He just kissed Temari gently and let go of her. Advertisement. He looked at Temari's surprised and red face, smiled slightly, and said softly, this is the interest I want. After saying that, Hyuga waved and turned away, leaving Temari standing alone, touching her lips, and she suddenly laughed, so I'm not unattractive. Facing Hyuga, she even felt that the beauty she was once proud of was not worth mentioning, but this time she finally found her confidence. Temari looked at Hyuga's retreating figure, and couldn't help but feel a hint of sweetness in her heart. She touched her lips gently, recalling the brief but beautiful moment just now. I will definitely become stronger, and then I will find you again. Temari secretly made up her mind. Hyuga continued his plan in a happy mood, and as expected, he tasted the wild flowers from time to time and had a unique flavor. Rain Country. It's really embarrassing, Deidara. Hyuga presided over an operation to transplant Deidara's arm. Although Deidara was lying on the operating table at this time, he still retorted harshly, it's because that guy occupies the advantageous location that he can hurt me, otherwise I will blow up the entire Sand Hidden village to let him see me. Art. By the way, Brother Scorpion is dead. Deidara suddenly asked. Yes. Hyuga nodded, and took out a ring from his pocket and put it next to him without changing his expression. He gave up his own life, otherwise he would not have died. Well, let me tell you that Brother Scorpion will not die so easily. Although his art is not as good as mine, it is still very strong. Deidara's tone remained unchanged and he picked up the ring with one hand, without much sadness in his words. They themselves are a group of desperados, and maybe he will die tomorrow. But he will definitely burst into the most beautiful art before dying, instead of dying so ordinary like Scorpion. Hyuga performed several more treatment ninjutsu, and the operation was completed. Okay, let's try it first. Deidara moved the new arm that Hyuga Kai had connected for him, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Kai, your skills are really good. Hyuga washed his hands, turned and walked towards the door, and said at the same time, then I will leave first, and when pain comes, you can return the ring to him. 5 Tails Jinkriki appears in the land of Earth, and I want to catch him 2-tailed beast. Chapter 103 Undercurrent Surging. Hearing that Hyuga Kai was going to capture the tailed beast, Deidara's eyes instantly lit up. I'm going to, just in time to see your art, the power that can change the terrain of the entire canyon. Hyuga Kai looked Deidara up and down. Is this really okay for you? Deidara immediately nodded vigorously. Let's go, catching the tailed beast is my unshirkable responsibility. Okay, then be careful. Hyuga nodded and let Deidara follow behind him. When they walked out of the base, they saw Ataki and Kisame walking towards them. Advertisement. Hyuga stood still and said, are you going on a mission? Kisame showed his fangs and said with a smile, 3 tails has appeared. We are preparing to capture them. Didn't you just capture the tailed beasts? Where are you going? We are going to capture 5 tails Jinkriki, so I wish you good luck. After saying this, Hyuga Kai left with Deidara. According to the plot in the original work, the competition for 3 tails will definitely be extremely fierce. I don't know how many forces will be eyeing it this time. But there shouldn't be any big problems. With Kisame and Ataka taking action, the mission should be completed smoothly. As soon as the two got on the puppet Flying Eagle, Hyuga Kai received a letter from Kabuto Yakushi. The letter mentioned that 3 forces were participating in the battle for 3 tails, namely Kirigakure Village, Konoha Village, and Earth Hidden Village. Most importantly, Uchiha Sasuke also participated, along with 3 of his subordinates whom Hyuga Kai entrusted to him. Some time ago, Sasuke asked Yakushi Kabuto for information about the Akatsuki organization, and concluded that the Akatsuki organization would take action this time. He wanted to take this opportunity to find traces of the Akatsuki organization. But Hyuga Kai knew in his heart that Sasuke got it wrong this time, and it was Uchiha Ataka who carried out the task of capturing 3 tails. The first meeting between the Uchiha brothers after the start of Shippuden is really exciting. And Uzumaki Naruto, who has been pursuing Sasuke, is expected to join this operation. Naruto and Sasuke and Ataki, 9 tails 3 tails 5 tails, the 3-tailed beasts, it is really a rare scene. Things are getting more and more interesting, Hyuga said. What's getting more and more interesting? Deidara asked in confusion as he sat aside. Hyuga Kai explained, my informant told me that the 5 tails Jinkriki we captured this time should be performing another mission. What mission? Advertisement. Capture the resurrected 3 tails, and the rebel Konoha ninja Uchiha Sasuke will also come. The goal is to find the traces of our Akatsuki organization and follow it to find Uchiha Ataki. Deidara's eyes lit up. It's fun, it's so fun. Hyuga Kai, I plan not to intercept 5 tails Jinkriki halfway, and I can watch a big show when the time comes. I think so too. Deidara clenched his fist and slammed it into his palm. How can we not look forward to the drama of the Uchiha brothers killing each other? Then let's join in the fun and set off, to the land of tea. Hyuga revealed a smile. The country of tea is located under the eastern peninsula of the mainland, adjacent to the country of fire, and is surrounded by sea on 3 sides, and is famous for its tea production. That is the location where 3 tails is resurrected this time, and where many forces compete. 2 flowers bloom, 1 on each side. After Ninkai left Tsunagakure village, he returned to Konoha village with Team 3. However, the first hurdle waiting for him was Tsunade's inspection. After all, Niji has been away from Konoha for 3 years, so it is difficult to guarantee that he is not a traitor sent here. What's more, it was discovered during this operation that Hyuga Kai had joined the Akatsuki organization. And Niji was taken away by Hyuga Kai, and he suddenly appeared again 3 years later, and also blocked the Akatsuki organization's plan. All of this is full of doubts. In the Hokage office, after listening to the 3rd class's report on the whole matter, Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk with a loud bang. You joined the Akatsuki organization, and you dare to return to Muye-kun, come here. In an instant, several Anbu appeared around Niji. Take him to the torture department and hand him over to Marino Yaki. Several Anbu immediately took action, trying to subdue Niji. When Tian and Xiao Li saw this, they immediately stood beside Niji. No, Master Hokage, Niji is definitely not a member of the Akatsuki organization. Metkai also said, Sir Hokage, Niji defeated a member of the Akatsuki organization with just 1 move. Niji said calmly, it's okay, everyone, let me explain it to Mr. Hokage. Niji walked to the front of the 3rd class, looked directly into Tsunade's eyes, and said, don't say that I am not a member of the Akatsuki organization, even if I am, so what? If my brother can rest assured that I can come here, then naturally he will give me. I kept it in reserve. Do you think you can keep me? Or do you think you can handle my brother's wrath? I'm just afraid that my brother will be very angry. By then, I'm afraid Konoha village will no longer exist. Advertisement. Of course, these words were not spoken by Niji, who perfectly inherited Hyuga's humility and gentleness, but were taught to him by Hyuga. These big countries are born to be mean and only know how to respect the strong. However, this is the law of the ninja world. Only by relying on strength will they understand. This is also the most valuable experience Hyuga has gained over the years. How dare you threaten me? Tsunade was furious. She originally disliked Hyuga, so she took advantage of her hemophobia and drew 2 large bags of her blood when they first met. This move once again proved that his brother was right, and Niji sighed secretly in his heart. Hyuga simulated the scene for Niji when he left, and this scene was exactly what Hyuga said. How dare I threaten Master Hokage? I'm just stating a fact. Niji smiled slightly and at the same time cast a reassuring look to Tenten beside him. I am returning to Konoha this time just to do a few things. After I finish the things, I will travel around the ninja world. If you are worried, you can also send someone to follow me. Lies will never hurt, the truth is the sharp edge. With the strength shown by Hyuga, even if the entire Konohagakure village was mobilized, it would be nothing more than a mantis trying to act like a chariot, and they would not dare to offend this ninja who once killed 2,000 elite Kumo ninja with one blow. In fact, the best way to deal with Niji is to offer him up like a bodhisattva and serve him with delicious food and drink. This may also win the favor of Hyuga. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, he would definitely do this, but Tsunade would not, her pride would not allow her to do this. She originally wanted to take the lead and scare Hyuga Niji. If Niji was just an ordinary 16-year-old boy, he might have been frightened by Tsunade. But now, let alone Hyuga personally taught Niji, even if he had not, Tsunade would not be able to intimidate Niji. Tsunade was so embarrassed and at a loss at this time, she was really in a dilemma. It's a combination of hardness and softness, but in the first part, I was forced to do nothing. Tsunade coughed twice awkwardly, and her tone softened slightly, I will send people to keep an eye on you, so don't try to play any tricks. Then I'll take my leave first. Niji still had that iconic smile. He ignored Anbu around him, opened the door of the office and left. And that smile was exactly the same as Hyuga's. Master Hokage, can I leave? Tian asked cautiously. Tsunade held her forehead with one hand and waved her hand, let's go, let's go. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Tenten quickly caught up with Niji and quickly left the Hokage office. Tenten ran out from behind Nisi, grabbed his hand, and said while running, let's go to my house, I will arrange a room for you. Chapter 104 Extra, Tenten's father's scrutiny, Ninkai's rescue. The two of them sat opposite each other on the sofa in Tianation's living room. Are you Hyuga Niji? Tenten looked at the young man in front of him. He wanted to take a closer look at the man who could make his daughter think about him day and night for 3 years. For some reason, Niji, who had never changed his expression when facing Sharingan, looked a little reserved when facing Tenten's father. I am Nisi, uncle. What have you been doing since you left Konoha? Tianation's father pressed him. No matter how he looked at Ninkai now, he felt that he didn't like it, that is, if he looked better and spoke nicer, what qualifications would he have to marry Tian? Advertisement. They are all practicing with my brother. That means you are unemployed. Niji touched his hair and felt that he really had no career. Yes. Tianation's father is a businessman, but his eyes are very sharp. Well, where are the savings? I tell you that my family has been spoiled by me since childhood. If you don't have a savings of 100 million, don't even think about marrying my family. Tian. He did not meet any of these issues. Although his brother was rich in the country, he did not give 100 million as travel expenses when he was driven out this time. According to Hyuga, someone will pay for his travel expenses this time. Could it be that my brother has already reached this point? Dad. Where are all this? Tian, who came back from washing fruits, blushed when he heard this and hit his father on the shoulder. As soon as Tianation's father saw his daughter coming back, he immediately changed his face and put on a smile. God Tian, aren't I here to check things for you? How could you ask that? Even the Hokage didn't dare to ask Nisi, so it's better for you to ask first. Nisi just came to our house to stay for a few days. Tian said angrily, and then ignored the old man. Father. Come on, Niji, eat some fruit. Nisi took the fruit and said, thank you. You can't blame your uncle for this. It's understandable that you love your daughter so much. Tianation's father looked at the young man in front of him and muttered to himself, this kid is quite good at talking. However, it is not that easy to become his son-in-law. He didn't pay attention to that sentence. Hokage didn't dare to ask, just thinking it was his daughter's compliment. Chatting with Niji every day, they talked about some interesting things that happened between the two of them in the past 3 years. Niji also strictly kept this secret and only said that it was what he saw when he was practicing with his brother. Ningji, I've cleaned the room for you, so you can rest assured. Tianation's mother walked over with a smile. Niji stood up and bowed, thank you, aunt, for bothering you. Advertisement. It's okay, no problem. Unlike Tianation's father, she looks at her son-in-law like a mother-in-law, and the more she looks at him, the more she likes him. This night went smoothly for Niji. In the early morning of the next day, after Niji finished breakfast, he left Tenten's house. He came to the apartment where Hinata and Hanabi lived in his memory, thinking to himself, hoping to persuade them to let go of their hatred. After all, no matter how hard they try, they may not be able to become their brother's opponents in the next life. What's more, Chiba Muxiu, whom they rely on and love, is just another identity of their brother. Niji also understood that the reason why his brother did this was just to imitate the brainwashing and toying with him in the past and take revenge. However, Ningji felt that the hatred had accumulated to this point and it should be brought to an end. After all, the Hyuga family has been destroyed, and both the branch house and the clan no longer exist. Ninkai stepped forward, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Not long after, Hanabi came and opened the door. Hyuga Niji, why is it you? Hanabi saw the person clearly and became alert instantly. 3 years ago, Hyuga Ninkai was taken away by Hyuga Kai, and Ninkai seemed to have forgotten the hatred of genocide. It's me. I have something to say. Can you go in and say it? Niji said softly. Hanabi's eyes were cold and Kai said indifferently, I have nothing to say to my brother who killed a member of my Hyuga clan. If you have anything to say, just say it here. If that Hyuga Kai comes to kill us, we will never catch him without mercy. Hanabi's tone was firm, revealing a sense of determination. Niji shook his head slightly. The person in front of him was already blinded by hatred. What about Hinata? I just want to tell you one thing. I will convey it to my sister. Hanabi's attitude did not change at all. Niji had no choice but to say, this was the greatest reminder he could give, don't be dazzled by hatred. What happened back then, was very complicated. You should understand the truth. I only know that Hyuga Kai killed my parents and massacred the Hyuga clan. He and I will fight to the death. Hanabi's tone did not change at all, as if he was stating a fact. Alas. Niji sighed, it was understandable that she thought so. The Hyuga clan killed his and his brother's parents, and tried to brainwash themselves. The elder brother took revenge and exterminated the Hyuga clan, but did not attack Hinata Hanabi, and even imitated the Hyuga clan to play with their feelings. And now they want revenge. There is really nothing wrong with this matter, but they are not strong enough. Forget it. Anyway, according to my brother's plan, their lives will not be in danger in the end. What I did was already going against his brother's wishes. Advertisement. Please think carefully about what I said. After saying this, Niji stopped persuading and left without looking back. On the way back, Niji planned to say goodbye to a few familiar people and go travel around the ninja world. Don't come over here, come over, and I will kill this kid. I want to see that BCH. Otherwise I will kill him. Niji heard a shout, looked up and saw a group of people surrounding him in the distance. Niji also stepped forward to take a look, and saw a Konoha ninja in ninja costumes holding a child hostage. There were also a few acquaintances among the crowd of spectators, who were members of Tianation's family. Uncle and Aunt Tian, what is going on? When Tianation's father saw it was Ninkai, he sighed, oh, this man is a ninja. When he went out to perform a mission, his wife had an affair with his brother. The incident came to light. His brother ran away with his wife. And also took away his son. We have already gone to hunt down the two of them. If you don't let go of the child first, he might not be able to breathe. The ninja responsible for the negotiation inside whispered. Several Anbu surrounded him tightly in the center, but they did not dare to make any move. After all, the person inside was a Chunin. If they dared to take action, their reaction would be more than enough to kill a child. It's not that they cherish the lives of civilians, but there are really too many onlookers. If they make a mistake, it will be a huge blow to the reputation of Konoha village. Then you go and catch that BCH couple. The man shouted excitedly, and the knife in his hand got closer to the child's neck. The blade shone with a cold light, as if it might cut the child's delicate skin at any time. Don't be impulsive. We are already pursuing them with all our strength. Please believe that we will definitely bring them to justice. The negotiating ninja quickly explained, trying to calm the man down. However, the man couldn't listen at all. He became more and more excited, with despair and madness shining in his eyes. Niji stood aside and quietly observed all this. His keen eyes noticed something was wrong with the man's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition in his heart. No, he's going to take action. Nisi screamed in his heart, and suddenly, his white eyes glowed with a faint blue light. In that thrilling moment, the man brandished the knife and slashed straight towards the child's throat. The knife stopped at the last moment. Niji's figure flashed and he struck as quickly as lightning. His palm was like a ghost, accurately grasping the man's wrist holding the knife, twisting it suddenly, and easily snatched the knife away. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his arms without hesitation and hugged the child tightly into his arms, with clean and smooth movements. Almost at the same moment, Niji kicked the man hard in the chest. There was only a muffled bang sound, and the man flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. The whole process only took a few seconds, but everyone present was stunned. At this time, the child was already lying in Ninkai's arms, safe and sound, unscathed. Chapter 105 Intertwined Grudges and Hatred. Anbu nearby also quickly took action to capture the person in front of him. Only then did Niji hand over the petrified child to a couple who ran over excitedly. The couple kept saying words of thanks and wanted to kneel down to Hyuga Niji. Tenten also ran over quickly at this time, grabbed Niji's arms and looked up and down. "You're not hurt, are you? Why were you so reckless just now?" Niji smiled softly, "It's okay, he can't hurt me yet." Advertisement. Tian then patted her chest. Just now, when she saw Nisi taking action, her heart almost jumped with him. "That's good, I was really scared to death just now, but what kind of moves did you use just now?" "I was saved in 2 moves. Hostage." Tianation's father looked at the two of them and gritted his teeth secretly. He had never enjoyed such care from his daughter, but he let an outsider enjoy it. It's really abominable. Tenten's mother looked at Ningji in the distance and nodded with satisfaction. "This kid is really good. He is humble and strong. At least he is a Jainin, right?" "That's not okay," Tianation's father retorted subconsciously. Tianation's mother glanced sideways at her husband and said angrily, "He is more than good enough for our daughter. Do you still want to be hated by your daughter for the rest of your life? As parents, we just need to do the final check." Tenten's father seems to have seen it. After hearing that Nisi got married, Tenten stared at him resentfully and no longer recognized him as his father. In the end, he could only lament, "Alas! There are no female candidates to be admitted." The next day, the south gate of Konoha village. Tenten and Niji were carrying 2 large scrolls, which were filled with things prepared by Tenten's family for the two of them. Niji was having a tense confrontation with his future father-in-law. Tenten's father warned fiercely in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You brat, if my daughter suffers any injustice, I will never let you go. And the most important thing is that we are all men. You must be responsible. No matter what happens, the last step must wait until the wedding night. Do you understand?" Ninkai was just about to say that he was still far away from that step, but he saw the murderous look in Tenten's father's eyes and immediately said, "I understand, uncle, I promise you." Tenten's father felt a little more relieved now, patted Niji's shoulder, and took out a small scroll. "Take it, money is a man's courage, you will need it when you go out." "No need." Niji was interrupted in the middle of his refusal. Advertisement. "This is not for you, it is for my daughter. Do whatever you like, but my daughter cannot be wronged." "Okay." Niji took the scroll. At this time, Tian, who had finished talking to his mother, ran over, took Niji's hand, and said with a smile, "Okay, Dad, we are going to set off." Tianation's father sighed helplessly, patted Niji's shoulder, and hugged his daughter, "Be careful on the road. Don't worry, everything will be fine as long as Niji is here." Tian said. Finally, a few people waved goodbye, and Niji and Tenten embarked on their journey to become the world's best Pokemon trainers, and embarked on the road to travel through the ninja world. At this time, a few Baiju who were observing all this underground turned and swam towards the distance. Nearing the end, we are thousands of miles away in the country of tea. Hyuga sat alone in the room, holding a cup of green tea and taking a sip. At this time, a white Zetsu suddenly appeared on the ground and said respectfully, "Master Kai, Master Ninkai has left Konoha village, and is followed by a woman named Tian. Okay, let's go down. Your next task is to protect the two of them." Hyuga Kai said calmly after hearing the report. "Yes." Baiju sank into the ground again. Hyuga Chi chuckled twice, "As expected of my brother, even the trick of kidnapping girls has been passed down from me." The best result he originally expected was realized by Niji. In this way, he no longer needs to pay attention to Ningji's affairs and can concentrate on the next thing. Hyuga Kai picked up another piece of information from Baizetsu. The country of Tea has gathered 5 teams. Konoha village dispatched the 7th team led by Kakashi to cooperate with Yi Kurene's 8th team. Kirigakure village was personally led by Terumi Mei. This operation was crucial to her and related to her reputation, so she was bound to win. Iwagakure is played by 5 Tails Jinchuriki Steam Ninja Han and Iwagakure Enbu. Sasuke's team has also arrived in the country of Tea, waiting for the moment when members of the Akatsuki organization appear. Advertisement. The Akatsuki organization's Kisame and Itaka teams appeared here with the purpose of capturing the tailed beasts. Itaka would never have thought that he still had a younger brother waiting for him here. In the end, Hyuga enlightened Dara's temporary team to sit firmly on the Diaoyute, wanting to watch a big show. It's really interesting, why not add more fire to this drama? Hyuga snapped his fingers, and a white coffin immediately rose from the ground under his right hand, and Obito walked out of it. Obito asked with a cold tone, Hyuga, what do you want from me? Hyuga was not angry. He understood Obito's anger very well. After all, it felt uncomfortable to be taken advantage of. In a few days, there will be a capture battle for 3 tails. There will be 5 teams competing for 3 tails, and I want you to also capture the tailed beasts to mess up the situation. Hyuga briefly introduced the current situation. Obito took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, I understand. You are free these days. Your goal is not to capture the tailed beast, but to mess up the situation. If you do well, I will consider resurrecting you and Lin in the future. Hyuga said. Then, Hyuga threw half a ninjutsu scroll in front of Obito. Obito took the scroll and saw the 4 characters' destiny resurrected on it. He was a little disdainful at first, but at the end, his eyes suddenly opened wide. If this ninjutsu is true as the scroll says, then maybe you can actually use this ninjutsu to resurrect the dead unlimited times. Hyuga knew the truth of giving a sweet date with a stick. He said coldly, but you have to remember that the curse of the reincarnation of the dirty land will always monitor your every move. If you make any move to reveal my plan, it will make Lin resurrected in another way. The meaning of his words is self-evident, that is, he wants to reincarnate Lin Huotu. I understand. After Obito said this, he activated Kamui and disappeared into the room. Things become more and more interesting under the control of Hyuga, Kakashi, and Obito, Sasuke and Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi, they are all love-hate enemies. There are also many enemies. There is a deep hatred between Obito and Kirigakure. He once controlled Mizukage and implemented the cruel policy of blood mist. Not to mention the relationship between Obito and Naruto, which is the revenge of killing their father and mother. The relationship between the various forces is also complicated. First of all, the 3 hidden villages do not deal with each other. At the same time, they are all hostile to the Akatsuki organization that stalks the tailed beasts. There is also Uchiha Obito, who was expelled from Akatsuki. Under the control of Hyuga, he has gone to fight for the tailed beasts, which will definitely arouse the hostility of the Akatsuki organization. The more you think about it, the more confused you become, and there is a high probability that it will trigger a super melee. Chapter 106 The Battle for 3 Tails begins. Sasuke, Master Kai asked me to tell you that he will appear as the Akatsuki organization tomorrow. You must be careful to disguise yourself, and the person you care about will also appear. Baizetsu appeared to remind Sasuke. Understood. Sasuke nodded, the flames of revenge igniting in his eyes. After 3 years of getting along, Sasuke has become very convinced of Hyuga. Hyuga not only teaches Sasuke how to practice, but also supports revenge. In the future, Hyuga can resurrect his parents, which is an offer he can't refuse. Sasuke is now a loyal supporter of Hyuga. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, that's good. Baiju happily hid again and escaped underground. He was sent by Hyuga to give Sasuke some advice and to know what kind of accident would happen tomorrow based on Sasuke's character. All 6 teams are searching for traces of 3 tails in various waters of the Kingdom of Tea, just to see who discovers it first. At noon the next day, Obito came to a lake and watched from a distance a few people from Konoha who were using sealing techniques to search for 3 tails. Suddenly something happened at the sealing techniques, a huge shadow appeared in the lake, and the huge 3 tails slowly rose from the water, trying to break free from the seal above its head. Roar! 3 tails' tail kept lashing at sealing techniques. Let me help you. Obito activated Kamui and appeared next to a Konoha Anbu ninja who was using sealing techniques. Kamui twisted off the man's head, the sealing techniques disappeared instantly, and the 3 tails broke free from the seal and began to attack indiscriminately. Squadron 7 and Squadron 3, who were guarding the operation, launched a decisive attack. It's you again. Naruto summoned Shadow Clone, took out Rai's Nan and went to kill Obito. Naruto, don't be reckless. Kakashi shouted, quickly cooperating to launch the attack. The other Konoha ninjas also quickly launched attacks. 8 trigrams empty palm. Sending bad bugs. Obito didn't panic at all and used virtualization to avoid all attacks. He just wanted to make the location of 3 tails known to the public this time. The real battle has not yet begun. Obito jumped up on the back of the still crazy 3 tails, and instantly used Mangeki Sharingan to control 3 tails, and 3 tails single eye changed into a scarlet Sharingan. Naruto, if you don't remember, this is how I controlled Nine Tails with Sharingan when you were born. Obito opened his hand and said politely, if Nine Tails could also run rampant, the chaos would be even greater. Naruto's eyes turned into pupils, and his tone contained murderous intent, one day, I will cut you into pieces. Advertisement. Obito, come back with me. Lin doesn't want to see you like this. Kakashi wanted to awaken Obito's conscience. You still have the nerve to mention Lin to me. He was even more angry. The three tails under his feet were the cause of Lin's death, and in front of him was Lin's murderer. Obito's anger at being blocked after seeing Lin in the Pure Land burst out. Obito vented his emotions unceremoniously, Kakashi, Three Tails was once in Lin's body, so let you feel my anger. Three Tails opened his mouth, huge chakra gathered in his mouth, and the tailed beast Jade was ready to go. Spread out. Everyone in Konoha scattered. The tailed beast Jade shot out quickly like a cannonball, cutting through the calm water, and smashed into a mountain with unparalleled power. Boom! An earth-shaking loud noise came, and the whole earth trembled. The mountain was instantly blown to a flat ground, and countless smoke, dust, and gravel rose into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Obito clearly held back this blow. He could not kill Kakashi. After knowing the truth about the Pure Land, he did not want Kakashi to meet Lin first. The real purpose of this attack is to send a clear signal to other surrounding forces, Three Tails has appeared, and a new storm is coming. Five Tails Jinchuriki Han looked up and saw the mushroom cloud produced by the explosion of the tailed beast Jade. It's Three Tails who showed up. Han called his companions, that was tailed beast Jade's attack. Three Tails has been found. Let's hurry over. Yes. This is a tall middle-aged man whose whole body is wrapped in red armor. Let's go, no one else is allowed to get involved in the tailed beasts of Kirigakure village. Terumi Mei strode forward with her long legs, followed by her two guards and a dozen Kirigakure ninjas. Mr. Itaki, let's go there now. Kisame Mikagaki asked for Itaki's opinion. Let's go, and the arrest as soon as possible. Itaki nodded and said coldly. Sasuke showed a crazy smile when he saw the mushroom cloud, it finally appeared. The Akatsuki organization should also show up. It's best if Itaki comes, so I can kill him right here. Sasuke, shall we go directly? Let's go, I can't wait. Advertisement. Woohoo, what a beautiful explosion. The power of the tailed beast is also very artistic. Deidara cheered while sitting on the clay eagle. Chi, let's go directly there. It's so beautiful. I can't wait. Hyuga on the side nodded, he already knew what happened through Obito. Obito did really well this time. Beside the lake, many Konoha ninjas still have lingering fears after escaping the blow just now. Naruto, Kakashi, Hinata, Kurane and others hid under a bush to discuss countermeasures. Let's retreat first. The power of Obito and Three Tails is not something we can defeat. Kakashi said proactively as the captain of this operation. Teacher Kakashi, I have reached a cooperation with Nine Tails. This time I must kill Uchiha Obito. Naruto said firmly. Kakashi pondered for a moment. He knew that since the incident of besieging and killing Obito 2 years ago, Naruto had established a basic trusting relationship with Nine Tails and could reach cooperation on certain things. Are you sure? Kakashi asked. Yes, I trust Nine Tails. Naruto said firmly. Nine Tails in Naruto's body fell down when he heard these words, and curled his lips, kid. Don't move yet. Kakashi suddenly heard many noisy footsteps. Several people stuck their heads out and looked at it at the same time. Several people walked out of the woods and came to the lakeside almost at the same time. All the actors for the big show were already in place. It's Sass. Naruto said excitedly when he saw the best friend he missed so much. He could no longer hear Kakashi's order and rushed out immediately. Kakashi wanted to stop him but it was too late. Iwagakure Village 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, Kirigakure Village Mizukage Terumi Mei, Akatsuki Organization Uchiha Itaki, and Jigangaki Kisame are all here. Kakashi read out everyone's names. Kakashi, you seem to say that there are 2 missing people, Akatsuki Organization Hyuga, Deidara. At this time, a voice sounded from behind several people. Everyone turned around and saw 2 people walking slowly from a distance. They were none other than Hyuga and Deidara. This time Hyuga finally showed his true face, which also allowed Hinata to see the enemy who killed her father and mother again after so many years. She immediately took precautions and was ready to die with Hyuga at any time. It's really chilling. Did you forget so quickly? I'm your older brother. Hyuga said with a bad taste. Why did you do those things? Hinata asked the questions hidden in her heart, recalling the scene when Hyuga often took her to play with Niji Hanabi when she was a child. He didn't understand why such a gentle Hyuga Hui suddenly turned into a criminal who massacred the Hyuga clan. But she didn't know that these were what Hyuga wanted him to see. Their memories when they were children were not clear, and Hyuga Genjutsu easily rooted these non-existent memories in their hearts. Chapter 107 Sasuke's Hatred for Genocide. For what? Ha ha ha, for power, for revenge, and for ambition. Hyuga smiled disdainfully, as if full of contempt for Hinata. Kai, you've really become bad after not seeing me for so long. Kakashi stood in front of everyone. Hyuga scratched his head and seemed to be the humble boy again. Really? Maybe it was because he had been pretending for too long. Why do you want to keep us? Aren't you afraid that I will seek revenge on you? Hinata asked the last question. This question has been bothering her for a long time. Why did you keep them after the Hyuga clan was exterminated? Why, I'm telling you now. Hyuga stretched out his hand, and Hinata's body flew towards Hyuga hand uncontrollably. Advertisement. Kurane and Kakashi quickly tried to grab Hinata, but were pushed away by a repulsive force. Hyuga grabbed Hinata's neck, raised her in front of him, and stared into Hinata's eyes. Of course it is to make you live in the pain of hatred, just like I did back then. The insiders of the death of Hyuga parents back then were almost extinct. Of course Hinata could not know the truth of the matter. Hyuga inspires Genjutsu and brings Hinata into Genjutsu. Hinata took the place of the then 3-year-old Hyuga in Genjutsu. She was held in her mother's arms, and her father, Hyuga Hayashi, kept pleading to Hyuga in front of her. Her mother's head was smashed by Hyuga's palm, and her brains were splashed on her body. Her father committed suicide to save Hinata. After Hyuga finished the killing, he said coldly to Hinata, "Do you feel it? That unforgettable hatred, but this is not enough. Next, I will take you to experience everything about me. I believe you will understand me." Hyuga's words fell and Genjutsu continued. Outside, Hyuga throws Genjutsu's Hyuga Hinata to Kurane. "Don't try to untie this Genjutsu, it will only make her more painful. Don't worry, she will be fine. This Genjutsu just lets her see something." Hyuga sneered. "This Genjutsu is protected, and no one can crack it if used together with the gem on its chest. Hinata's spirit is in Genjutsu, while reality is constantly struggling in the arms of Kurane." After hearing what Hyuga said, several people did not dare to act rashly to unlock Hyuga's Genjutsu. Hyuga stopped talking and led Deidara, who was already a little impatient, past several people and walked towards the lake behind them. "My target is not you Konoha, Kakashi, so you should be wiser." Hyuga passed by several people, and almost no one dared to stop Hyuga. Advertisement. "Finally I found you, Itaki," Sasuke said looking at the figure not far away. Itaki's eyes were slightly condensed. Although his heart was filled with longing for his younger brother, he still said, "Sasuke, you have grown up a bit, but I don't know what your strength is anymore." Sasuke drew out his Kusanagi sword and showed off a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan. "In the past 3 years, I have been keeping your words in mind, and I have been getting stronger, waiting for this day to kill you." "Really ugly eyes, is that all?" Itaka stared at Sasuke and said contemptuously. "You want to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, right? You used to be tired of pretending to be a good brother, so you let me awaken Manjiki Sharingan as your accessory, and you killed Uchiha just for those eyes. A clan?" Sasuke asked several questions in a row and stated his own questions. He openly exposed Itaka's disguised intentions and wanted to confirm his guess again. In fact, there was still a trace of trust in Itaki in his heart and he wanted him to admit it himself. "I've made great progress, and you can already guess my intentions." Itaki remained calm. "You can't defeat me, just with your eyes." Itaki really hasn't run out of gas yet, and it's not yet time for Sasuke to kill him. When Sasuke heard Itaki admit it, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He couldn't understand someone who killed his parents just for a pair of eyes. "Stop looking down on others." Sasuke's Kusanagi sword was wrapped with Chidori's lightning. "You don't have to help me keep an eye on that fanged guy." Sasuke casually ordered the team members beside him. "Understood." Several people responded one after another. "Do you want me to take action, Mr. Itaki?" Kisame asked with a smile. "No, you go capture the tailed beast first." Itaki glanced sideways at the situation at Three Tails. Iwagakure and Kirigakure temporarily form an alliance to attack Uchiha Obito who controls Three Tails. And Uchiha Obito relies on the power of Three Tails to kill everyone, especially the ninjas of Kirigakure. Obito will take special care of them. The girl he once loved most died directly due to Kirigakure's plan. "Okay, then I'll go deal with Three Tails." Kisame walked towards the battle with the third party. What he was thinking about was how to help Uchiha Obito escape. He was drawn into the Akatsuki organization by Uchiha Obito and was one of the few insiders of the Eye of the Moon project. Uchiha Sasuke's attack arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Sasuke suddenly jumped up and slashed down with the Kusanagi sword in his hand as fast as lightning. Advertisement. Itaki's reaction was extremely quick. He quickly pulled out the kunao from his waist and held it in front of him, trying to stop Sasuke's attack. However, Sasuke's strength exceeded Itachi's expectations. Under the powerful power of thunder and lightning, the kunao instantly broke into 2 pieces, and the Kusanagi sword continued to slash down with a fierce momentum. Itachi ducked sideways and easily dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked Sasuke's body in mid-air hard. With all the combat experience Sasuke had accumulated over the past 3 years, he had already expected Itachi to have this move. He was seen flipping his body flexibly in the air, skillfully avoiding Itachi's kick. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground. In an instant, a powerful current suddenly burst out with Sasuke as the center. This attack was perfect. Sasuke used Chidori's skill to its full potential. The Chidori knife instantly transforms into Chidori flow, and the current sweeps away like a raging wave. Facing such a powerful attack, Itachi's eyes flashed with relief. In his eyes, the 3 Megatama are connected to each other to form the Manjiki Sharingan. At the same time, a red skeleton appeared around Itachi's body. These skeletons seemed to be alive, automatically combining together to form an indestructible line of defense, easily withstanding the lightning strikes of the Chidori flow. What's even more surprising is that a huge bone hand condensed outside the skeleton and slammed into Sasuke. This time, Sasuke was obviously not as lucky as before. He had no time to react before he was beaten hard by the bone hand, and his body flew out like a kite with its string broken. At this critical moment, Naruto rushed over like a bolt of lightning and arrived at the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. He jumped into the air, hugged Sasuke accurately, and finally fell back to the ground smoothly. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto held Sasuke's arm and asked with concern. Sasuke was furious at this time. He immediately threw away Naruto's hand and shouted, "Get away!" Naruto was not angry, but held Sasuke's arm again and asked worriedly, "Sasuke, are you really okay? Are you injured?" Sasuke was now furious. He shook Naruto's hand away forcefully and shouted loudly, "I told you to get away, do you hear me?" After saying that, he rushed towards Uchiha Itachi again. However, after several rounds of taijutsu battles, Uchiha Itachi activated Tsukuyomi and easily controlled Sasuke. Seeing this, Naruto was extremely anxious. He rushed to Uchiha Itachi without hesitation and tried to save Sasuke. However, Uchiha Itachi picked up Sasuke's collar and threw him towards Naruto, who hurriedly caught Sasuke again. "Why are you so interested in this guy?" Uchiha Itachi asked. Naruto hugged Sasuke and let his head rest on his shoulder, then stared angrily at Uchiha Itachi and said, "People like you will never understand, this is the bond between friends." "A bond?" Uchiha Itachi murmured to himself. It seems that Sasuke already has a real good friend. Chapter 108 Hyuga takes action and his head is blown to pieces. Uchiha Itachi lightly unfolded his robes and instantly summoned a large number of crows, pulling Naruto into genjutsu in an instant. The crows were circling and flying around Naruto, their black feathers fluttering in the wind. And one of the crows with a Sharingan mixed in the crowd of crows and rushed towards Naruto like an arrow. Naruto opened his mouth unconsciously, and the crow flew into his belly. Genjutsu was lifted, and Uchiha Itachi had left in the distance. Naruto didn't chase him, he looked at the unconscious Sasuke and wanted to remove genjutsu for him. Advertisement. Let go of Sasuke. At this time, Hyuga's men found for Sasuke came in handy. Several people cooperated tacitly and quickly attacked Naruto. Naruto summoned a large number of shadow clone to fight. At the same time, he tightly protected Sasuke and his clone. At this moment, Sasuke barely woke up from the genjutsu. In great mental pain, he forced himself to undo a few seals. In an instant, a burst of smoke exploded from the ground, and a huge snake head suddenly rushed out from the ground, swallowing Sasuke into his mouth easily. The shadow clone that protected Sasuke also dissipated under the impact. "Don't get entangled with him. Sasuke-sama has escaped. Let's go." "Understood." Several people threw smoke bombs and quickly fled the scene. "Damn it." Naruto angrily punched the tree beside him and shouted loudly, "Sasuke! I will definitely bring you back." In the distance, several of Sasuke's teammates showed strange expressions. "This guy must be sick. Why is he chasing after a man? No wonder you're so obsessed with Sasuke-sama, isn't it because of that kind of fetish? Iwagakure guy, why don't we join forces to kill that guy first, and then we can fight for 3 tails." Terumi made an idea. Killing Obito can also establish prestige for himself. Obito was the murderer who indirectly caused the death of 4th Mizukage, and was the culprit of Kirigakure's disaster. No matter what, he is the sworn enemy of Kirigakure village. Judging from 3 tails attack just now, there is no personal grudge. Terumi definitely doesn't believe it. Okay. Han thought for a moment and agreed to Terumi proposal. Obito controls 3 tails and is the strongest here no matter what. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. Let's work together to force Obito to release the control of Three Tails. Terumi Mei said. Advertisement. Han did not reply, but jumped on the back of Three Tails and planned to fight Obito. The two forces reached a cooperation and jumped on the back of Three Tails to fight Obito directly. At this moment, Hyuga and Deidara came to the melee forces, and their appearance instantly stopped the fighting. Another force joined. Terumi Mei, Han, and others immediately distanced themselves from Obito. At the same time, they jumped off the back of Three Tails, no longer entangled with Obito. You are really eye-catching, everyone is looking over here. Deidara couldn't help complaining, I'd better go to heaven to observe your art. Whatever. Deidara then rode on the clay bird and floated in the air. Hyuga turned his head and spoke coldly, without any emotion in his voice, those eyes are not yours. I advise you to solve it yourself before I take action. This sentence was plain and simple, but it brought great pressure to these people. Qing's face was pale, and cold sweat was pouring from his forehead. He was trembling all over, and stretched out his trembling hands to dig out the whites in his eyes. Facing such a powerful and terrifying enemy, it is best not to easily anger the opponent. It doesn't have to be like this. Terumi Mei suddenly spoke up and stopped Qing's movements. Her eyes were cold, looking directly at Hyuga in front of her, with a hint of anger in her voice. Your actions are too overbearing, aren't you? You are going to take away my subordinate's eyes as soon as you strike. Ha! Hyuga raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, but did not respond to Terumi Mei's words. He was seen opening his hand towards Kingsu. This unusual move immediately aroused the vigilance of Kirigakuer. In an instant, several Kirigakuer Enbu quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Qing. Bang! Hyuga whispered a syllable in his mouth, and then, his palms that were originally weak suddenly clenched into fists. In an instant, a horrifying scene happened, the heads of several Enbu and Qing who were blocking the front suddenly exploded like punctured balloons. For a moment, the surrounding area was splashed with red and white brains and blood, as if there was a bloody rain. Standing in this bloody scene, Terumi Mei's body was inevitably splattered with brains and blood. Her face became extremely ugly, and her eyes shone with shock and anger. Then, the headless corpses slowly fell down and landed heavily on the ground. Their necks were still flowing with bright red blood, dyeing the surrounding land red. Advertisement. It's faster if I do it myself. Hyuga said and opened his hand to Terumi Mei again. For a moment, Terumi Mei felt as if she had been strangled by the throat. Let's go. The few Kirigakuer ninjas who were still alive beside her all stood in front of Terumi Mei, covering her as she fled away. Several people in Konoha in the grass in the distance witnessed this scene, and they all looked horrified. What kind of ability is this? Just by squeezing your hand, all the people in front of you died? Kakashi suppressed the doubts in his heart and said calmly, let's go and find Naruto first. Let's leave this place quickly. This level of battle is not something we can participate in. Understood. Yay, Sakura, and others nodded immediately. Sakura jumped out of the grass and found Naruto who was about to kill Obito. Naruto, Mr. Kakashi asked us to retreat quickly. No, I'm going to kill Uchiha Obito. Naruto's eyes were filled with murderous intent and he decisively refused. Another Hyuga has appeared over there. He is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. He may regard you as a target for arrest at any time. Sakura advised. Now is not a good time for revenge. Let's get out of here first. Let's track down Sasuke first. Naruto was finally moved when he heard Sasuke's name, and Sakura took the opportunity to pull him back into the team. The group of people evacuated far away. They still needed to evacuate the wounded, so they had to put the pursuit of Sasuke on hold for now. 3 tails, 5 tails, since they are all there, let's deal with them together. Kai, let's handle our task ourselves. Kisame came over and snatched the task at this time. Hyuga would kill Obito directly if he didn't make a move. Didn't the Eye of the Moon project just go to waste? But what he didn't know was that Obito had died long ago. In front of everyone, he was just a reincarnated body wearing a mask. Hyuga glanced at Kisame and showed a smile, then I'll trouble you, Kisame-senpai. I'm going to capture 5 tails first. It's okay. Kisame felt a huge pressure, as if he wanted to see through himself just now. Chapter 109 Capturing 5 Tails. Kai, come on. Let them see the power of Akatsuki organization's art. Deidara looked at Hyuga and Kai walked towards Han and shouted loudly. Hyuga couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This sentence seemed to lower the morale of the 3 Akatsuki organization members present. Unexpectedly, he actually remembered what he said to Deidara back then. You are Hyuga. Han said angrily as he looked at the man in front of him. Yes, I will be your opponent. Hyuga nodded. Advertisement. Your ability to crush their heads just now was probably achieved because they stood still. Han analyzed. Your attack needs to accumulate strength, compress the air around the enemy, and finally crush the enemy's head. It's pretty much the same. Hyuga said calmly. The ability to control gravitational repulsion has long been integrated into Hyuga's instinct, and Hyuga can still use it even without opening his reincarnation eye. The farther the distance, the weaker the gravitational repulsion controlled by Hyuga. It takes a lot of force to crush the enemy, so Hyuga needs preparation time. As expected of a steam ninja man, he's pretty good at guessing my abilities. Hyuga changed the subject, his eyes turned into azure Tensagen, and the Saiyan chakra burned again around his body. 8 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. He said solemnly, but this is all in vain. The old man's truth-seeking ball. 5 Tails Coco in the seal opened his mouth wide with disbelief on his face, collecting tailed beasts, is that guy trying to resurrect 10 tails? When 5 Tails saw Hyuga's truth-seeking ball, his reaction was very different from that of other tailed beasts. They were all surprised. He didn't expect that there would be anyone in this era who could master this kind of power. Han. We must join forces this time. If we are defeated, we will definitely die. Unlock the seal for me, and we will use the full-tailed beast transformation. 5 Tails' voice is extremely sincere, and the tone is extremely sincere, without any falsehood at all. Before Han had time to think deeply, Hyuga launched a brazen offensive. 8 truth-seeking balls were seen like bright stars, instantly blooming with dazzling light, then spinning at high speed, turning into a silver storm in the blink of an eye. This silver storm is like a torrent that destroys the heaven and earth. Wherever it passes, whether it is a towering tree or a majestic boulder, it is ruthlessly shattered in an instant. So handsome! Deidara couldn't help but exclaimed. This is so artistic. Advertisement. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Han and 5 Tails had no time to care about anything else. They knew that the situation was critical and that if they were not careful, they would fall into a desperate situation. Let's go. 5 Tails quickly reminded Han and continued to deliver chakra to him. Han is also a person who reacts very quickly. After hearing the reminder from 5 Tails, he did not hesitate to use his special skills. I saw a thick tail suddenly sprouting from his back, and at the same time, a red steam armor covered his whole body, and spit out hot steam continuously. The steam seemed to have endless power, pushing Han's body like a galloping locomotive, faster and faster. At this moment, Han was like a powerful steam engine. With the help of the powerful driving force of steam, he narrowly avoided Hyuga's attack range. At the critical moment, he activated the earth style again, burying himself deeply underground and disappearing without a trace. It's an old-fashioned plot. This is how 4 Tails reached cooperation in the end. Hyuga's body slowly flew up and stayed in the air. Did you kill Lao Ziyi? After listening to Hyuga's words, Han climbed out of the ground and asked with a mixture of grief and anger. Although Lao Ziyi defected to Inyan village, they had experienced life and death together after all. Almost, I'll give you time to enter the state of complete tailed beast transformation, please hurry up. Hyuga urged, he still hopes to see the power of 5 Tails. As you wish. Han activated the sealing techniques to unlock the seal on himself, and in the spiritual world, all the chains binding 5 Tails collapsed. The seal was lifted, and 5 Tails did not leave Han's body, get ready to receive my power. Clear. Hyuga from the outside world looked from a distance and saw a burst of hot steam suddenly bursting out from Han's body. In the blink of an eye, a huge white beast with 5 tails suddenly appeared on the ground. The appearance of this giant beast is very strange. Its body is like a horse, but its head is like a dolphin. What's even more striking is that there are 5 sharp and slender horns growing on its head. Okay. Hyuga praised, and at the same time turned on sage mode to express his recognition of the opponent's strength. It's not bad. Han and Coco agreed together. The white giant beast nodded slowly, aligned its 5 long horns, and then rushed towards Hyuga in front of him with amazing speed and power. Hornfold. Advertisement. Hyuga was not afraid at all when he saw this, but stretched out a palm, as if he was full of anticipation for the next wrestling match. 5 Tails' body was like a speeding train, crashing towards Hyuga with unparalleled impact. Faced with such strong pressure, Hyuga just stretched out a hand in front of his chest and firmly grasped the longest horn of 5 Tails. Although 5 Tails still had some remaining strength, he still pushed Hyuga forward a few steps, forcing Hyuga to stretch out his other hand to stabilize 5 Tails' body with difficulty. How is it possible? 5 Tails and Han couldn't help but exclaimed. The person in front of them was still not a human being, but he could stop the attack of the tailed beast in the air. The Konoha team that was evacuating in the distance turned back and witnessed this astonishing scene. Kakashi can't imagine what level Hyuga's strength has reached. This, the god of ninja, is nothing more than this. Is your power already so terrifying? No one in this world can defeat him. Come on. Naruto also opened his mouth wide, is this the level that a ninja can achieve? At this time, it is difficult for him to imagine such a battle, but he will become one of them in the future. Not far away, Itaki and Inagaki Kisame, who were fighting Three Tails, also opened their mouths in shock. As soon as Three Tails escaped from Obito's control, they saw this amazing scene, and their whole bodies were trembling with fear. It immediately dived underwater, and Itaki quickly reacted and activated Amaterasu to hit Three Tails. Three Tails kept roaring, trying to condense the tailed beast Jade to fight back, but was interrupted by Kisame's great shark bullet technique. And Hyuga Keiko won't pay attention to the surprised looks of others. It seems we can only stop here. Hyuga sighed secretly. He held Five Tails' horns tightly, tightened the muscles of both arms, and exerted force at the same time, lifting Five Tails' huge body in one fell swoop. Rise! Five Tails' forehooves were waving randomly in the air, but gradually lost their support. Let's go! Hyuga used all his strength to throw Five Tails away. I saw Five Tails' huge body like a hill falling to the ground like a meteorite. Wherever it passed, trees broke and fell to the ground, and a deep ravine was plowed on the ground, as if it had been struck by a giant axe. As if open. Chapter 110 Attacker's Entrustment, a wonderful script prepared for Suzuki. Hyuga appears immediately above Five Tails' heads. Countless purple seal chains seemed to poke their heads out from the depths of the void, quickly wrapping around Five Tails' huge body and binding it tightly. Immediately afterwards, Hyuga suddenly stretched out a fist, and an extremely large sage jutsu chakra began to gather crazily in his hand. Goodbye. Hyuga's fist hit Five Tails from a distance. In an instant, a huge fist hit Five Tails like the weight of a mountain. This blow contains unparalleled power and seems to be able to destroy everything. Only a loud boom was heard, and the whole earth shook. Advertisement. Five Tails' originally huge body was forcibly embedded into the ground by this powerful force, making it unable to move. The damage caused by this blow was evenly distributed to Five Tails and Han, instantly breaking their state of complete tailed beast transformation. Han and Five Tails fell into coma almost at the same time, losing all consciousness. The strength is not bad, it is indeed a 6 paths level taijutsu. Hyuga looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. It is worthy of being described in the formula book as an attack that shakes the sky with the power of immortality. It also cooperates with the Blood Successor's snare ability activated by the Blood Successor. Hyuga summoned a puppet flying eagle to pick up the unconscious Han and flew towards Itaki and Kisame. Three Tails has almost been captured and is unconscious on the lake. Deidara is tying a rope to Three Tails so that the clay bird can drag Three Tails on the water. While Kisame went to pack his weapons, Sameheta, the 25-year-old boy, was lying next to Three Tails crying. Hyuga gathered the many abilities in his body and came to Itaki. Where is Uchiha Obito? This guy intends to capture the tailed beast and will definitely be the organization's enemy in the future. He ran away. The time and space pupil technique was hard to guard against. Fortunately, Three Tails was obtained. Itaka said. I see, that was your brother just now. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and he is getting stronger and stronger. Hyuga opened his mouth and asked. It just seems like he doesn't understand your good intentions. Even regardless of the identity of the time traveler, Hyuga, as the former squad leader of Konoha Anbu and Uchiha Itaki, naturally knew what he was doing. This sentence seems sincere, but it has a different meaning. Advertisement. He is Uchiha's last hope for revival, Itaka said. Is it really appropriate to entrust the family's wish for rejuvenation to one person? Hyuga sat on a boulder and asked casually. No matter what, this is the path I have chosen. Itaka looked into the distance quietly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Hyuga nodded slightly to express his understanding. He knew that Itaka had been under tremendous pressure and pain. In order to protect the village and his brother, he had to make many difficult decisions. Perhaps one day, Suzuki will understand your efforts. Hyuga comforted him falsely. Itaka was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I hope that you, as one of the few insiders of this matter, can guide Suzuki back to the right path if he takes the wrong path after my death. His voice was calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and sadness. Hyuga pretended to be confused and asked, what is the right path? Revenge against Konoha, or become a Hokage? Itaka glanced at Hyuga and replied slowly, becoming a Hokage, protecting Konoha, and reviving the Uchiha clan. This is the future path I expect Suzuki to take. As an elder brother, you should be able to understand my mood at this moment. His words contain deep love for his younger brother Suzuki and dedication to the family mission. After hearing this, Hyuga pretended to be suddenly enlightened and said with a smile, I see. Then, what kind of reward can I get for helping you complete this task? Itaka hesitated slightly, then whispered, a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Hearing this answer, Hyuga's eyes narrowed, and an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fugaku's Sharingan was indeed in Itaka's hand. Now using it as a trade to pave the way for Uchiha Sasuke is a good use of it, right? It's really a great filial piety. Hyuga asked, which pair is it? Could it be Uchiha Fugaku's eyes? Itachi nodded in acquiescence. He knew that Hyuga could absorb the blood successor, and the pair of Manjiki Sharingan was undoubtedly very attractive to Hyuga. But he didn't know that Hyuga had fused Obito's Manjiki to create the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Hyuga teased, aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word and just absorb Sasuke and your Sharingan? Advertisement. For a moment, the air was filled with tension, and both of them had their own thoughts and purposes. Hyuga's promise is quite trustworthy. He ran out of time. Using Manjiki's power this time made his blood disease worse, and he had to give Sasuke more insurance before he died. As an insider, Hyuga is undoubtedly the best candidate. Hyuga stretched out his hand and took the initiative to shake it with Uchiha Itachi. Deal, I wish us a happy cooperation. I will fulfill your promise and lead Sasuke to the right path. I, Hyuga, have kept my promise, of course, as long as the results remain the same, but it has nothing to do with how many detours I took along the way. But before that, you have to give me your eyes first. Hyuga further said. There was a trace of hesitation in Itachi's eyes, but he still took out a sealed container, which contained Fugaku's Sharingan. Hyuga took the container and looked at the eyes inside carefully. On the surface, it was just a pair of ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, but he could feel the powerful power contained in these eyes. But the most important thing is the meaning behind these eyes. After Itachi's death, Hyuga can rely on Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan to fool Sasuke into acting according to his plan. Remember your promise. Itachi reminded again. Don't worry, I will do what I say. Hyuga raised the corners of his mouth slightly. And Itachi suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw Hyuga's smile, but the deal was completed and he couldn't go back on it. Of course, director Hyuga has prepared the most exciting script for Sasuke. Uchiha Obito is dead, but there is not another Uchiha Sasuke, right? And I have prepared enhanced equipment for Sasuke. When the time comes, I can directly fuse the 2 Manjiki. Coupled with such a long period of training, I will still be defeated by the time. Then there is really nothing Hyuga can do. At this time Deidara also tied the rope for 3 tails, and he let his clay bird drag 3 tails on the lake. Deidara came to Hyuga and patted Hyuga on the shoulder. K, that blow you just made was really beautiful. I recognize your art. Hyuga smiled, what an honor. Compared to battling wits and courage with Itachi, Hyuga still likes to communicate with silly and sweet people like Deidara, which makes him feel like he is still a pure boy. Chapter 111 Sasuke's Desire for Power. Go and deal with the tailed beasts. Tell the leader for me. Hyuga's capture of the tailed beasts consumes a lot of money and he can no longer activate ninjutsu. Hyuga said to Deidara. Just you? It's a huge consumption. Deidara looked at Hyuga, and he didn't look exhausted. Hyuga stretched and pretended to be tired and said, don't look at me, I look fine now, but I'm actually very tired. Seeing that Hyuga insisted on taking a rest, Deidara stopped asking further, okay, then you can go and rest. Goodbye, everyone. Advertisement. Hyuga waved his hand, got on the puppet flying eagle and left. Out of sight of several people, he activated Kamui and entered the Kamui space. Obito was already waiting inside, and he sat quietly next to Lin's body. Hyuga is not worried that Obito will secretly hide or destroy Lin's body, because with the curse of the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, he can monitor Obito's every move. You did a good job this time. Hyuga praised Obito. This time, Obito perfectly completed what he told him to do. This drama also allowed Hyuga to achieve his goal, and it was also very enjoyable for him to watch. I hope you can keep your promise. Obito responded indifferently. Certainly. After saying that, Hyuga carefully put Obito back into the coffin and lay down. Placing him next to Lin's body and burying him together can be regarded as fulfilling Obito's last wish. In the Gedo statue, 3 tails and 5 tails have returned to their places, and there are only 4 tailed beasts, namely 2 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails, before the birth of 10 tails. However, the remaining things have little to do with Hyuga, and he still has many important things to deal with next. The passage to the moon has been found by Baizetsu, who was brainwashed by Uchiha Hikaru. All Hyuga has to do is go to the moon and eat Satsuki Tonari. From Hyuga's point of view, it is easy to kill a guy who has not yet awakened the reincarnation eye. Only the huge golden reincarnation eye needs a little attention. In addition, Hyuga has to go see Sasuke and calm him down. After all, Hyuga was beaten horribly by Itachi in their first meeting 3 years later, which really made Hyuga feel a little embarrassed. The Konoha team on the other side found a nearby hotel and settled down temporarily. Advertisement. Hinata, who was in Genjutsu, also gradually woke up. In Genjutsu, She completely experienced the story of Hyuga from the age of 3 to 13. In Genjutsu, the Hisashi couple became the heads of the clan, and she became the Hyuga with a blood feud. Her parents were killed by the Hisashi couple, and the relatives who took her in were also killed by the Hyuga clan. She became Hyuga who massacred the Hyuga clan, and finally left the lives of Hyuga and Hyuga Niji just to let them feel her pain. Hinata sat on the bed blankly, constantly recalling the scene in her dream. Subconsciously, this made her begin to understand Hyuga's behavior. No, Hyuga is the enemy who killed his parents. No matter what the reason, he cannot be forgiven. Hinata kept repeating this sentence in the empty room, as if she wanted to strengthen her hatred. Hinata in the room looked pale, and the impact of Genjutsu made her heart full of contradictions. She knew that Hyuga's past may have been full of suffering, but this could never be an excuse for him to kill his parents. Hinata clenched her fists tightly, trying to free herself from the chaotic thoughts. She must face the reality that Hyuga is her enemy and this will never change. She still thought uncontrollably, does it really mean that hatred continues to continue among future generations? Hyuga disguised himself as Chiba Muxio, and under the leadership of Baizetsu, activated Kamui and appeared next to Sasuke. Facing Hyuga's sudden appearance, Sasuke looked unfazed. Lord Mushu. Several of Sasuke's men greeted him excitedly. Hyuga nodded slightly in response. Sasuke's eyes were firm and he said without hesitation, please transplant sage jutsu organs to me. Hyuga didn't show any surprise when he heard Sasuke's request, as if everything was within his expectation. When he successfully developed an organ that could absorb natural energy, the first person he thought of was Sasuke. However, Sasuke decisively rejected the proposal at that time. Sasuke has always dismissed the idea of gaining strength through body modification. He firmly believes that only through his own efforts and practice can he truly master and use powerful power. But this confrontation with Itachi made him abandon his beliefs. He must now have the power to compete with Sharingan. No matter what the source of this power is, he just wants revenge. Hyuga is very pleased with Sasuke's choice, but once the body modification hole is opened, it will be as uncontrollable as the water bursting. The increase in Sasuke's strength will also help his plan. Hyuga decisively agreed to Sasuke's request, okay, I will take you back to the hidden village to prepare for the operation, and I will ask Yakushi Kabuto to perform the surgery on you. Advertisement. Yet. Sasuke nodded. Hyuga inspired Kamui to suck Sasuke and his 3 men into Kamui's space, and in an instant they returned to Otagakure village. It has to be said that since having Kamui, Hyuga's efficiency has been visibly improved. It only takes a few seconds to travel between the two places, and the efficiency is visibly improved. You go down and rest first, and adjust your body to its best condition. Hyuga released Sasuke and others and said. Yet. Sasuke nodded and left the laboratory. He had his own room in Otagakure. Looking at Sasuke's leaving figure, Hyuga raised his lips slightly and whispered to the men beside him, go and find Yakushi Kabuto. Yes. It didn't take long for Yakushi Kabuto, who was doing the experiment, to be interrupted by someone who rushed over in a hurry. Now that all affairs of the Federation are on track, he no longer needs to worry about most affairs. Therefore, Kabuto Yakushi spent most of his time in research. Kai-sama, you're looking for me. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Yakushi Kabuto naturally took off his disguise and stopped calling the other person Kokusha-sama. How are you doing lately? Hyuga was in a good mood and became concerned about his confidant's mental condition. Everything went well. Kabuto the medicine master replied respectfully, thank you, Lord Kai, for your concern. Hyuga nodded slightly and got to the point, how is the progress of the sage jutsu organ I asked you to cultivate for Sasuke? The cultivation has been completed. According to your request, a small amount of Hashirama cells and Naruto's blood have been incorporated. Kabuto Yakushi asked cautiously, Kai-sama, there is something I don't understand. Adding Hashirama cells makes it understandable. Why? Do you want to add Naruto's blood? The combination of yin and yang can create all things. Hyuga replied. Hyuga did this, of course not expecting Sasuke to awaken the Samsara Eye on his own, after all, that would be too slow. He did this so that Sasuke could better adapt to Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye in the future. When the time comes, it doesn't have to be transplanted into the eye socket, it can also be transplanted into the palm of the hand. A little trick will help, Sen Luo Wanxian? Are you talking about the Samsara Eye? That's right. Hyuga also reminded specifically, this organ must be able to enhance Sasuke's endurance. Please rest assured that everything is done according to your requirements. Hyuga nodded with satisfaction, get ready to transplant sage jutsu organs for Sasuke. Clear. Chapter 112 Tonari's Ambush, Absorbing the Purple Reincarnation Eye. On the hospital bed, Sasuke opened his eyes drowsily, and Hyuga was sitting beside the hospital bed. Congratulations, the operation was successful. You are now a girl. Hyuga said in a playful manner. Sasuke knew that this was just Hyuga's bad taste. He sat up and felt that the world had changed. The natural energy of the outside world was floating around him, and it seemed that it had become something in the palm of his hand. Hyuga saw that Sasuke was so bored and no longer had any intention of joking. Next, Kabuto Yakushi will help you adapt to this new organ. Sasuke gave a rare thank you. Advertisement. It's okay, you are my collaborator, of course the stronger the better. Hyuga smiled, come on, this Sage Jutsu organ is specially customized. The cells of the ninja god Senju Hashirama are added to it. It not only allows you to master natural energy, but also enhances your vitality and feeds back your pupil power. Have a good rest, I still have things to do. Hyuga walked out of the ward, and pharmacist Kabuto was already waiting outside the door. Hyuga ordered, don't let Sasuke go for revenge before I come back. He didn't want to miss a good show. Clear. Hyuga asked Baiju to take him to the underground lake connected to the moon. Since the coordinates have not been recorded, Kamui cannot be used to teleport. Riding the puppet Flying Eagle, it didn't take long for Hyuga to arrive at his destination, which was a cave on the border between the Fire Country and the Federation. Hyuga stared at the clear lake with a faint light in front of him. He stretched out his hand to hold the lake water, but he didn't feel any moisture at all. This is consistent with the plot in the movie. There is no doubt that this is the lake that can lead to the moon in the original work. This should be the space-time passage left by Satsuki Hamura in ancient times. Hyuga jumped into the lake without any hesitation and immediately saw a large number of bubbles in the lake. This is a genjutsu bubble spit out by a crab. Once touched, you will fall into genjutsu. Hyuga cleverly avoided all the bubbles and swam forward for a few minutes. Gradually, he could no longer distinguish up, down, left and right. He could only swim toward the light ahead. After a while, Hyuga finally reached his destination. He climbed onto the shore, and he should have been inside the moon. Advertisement. Hyuga looked around and found that he was still in a cave, and the surrounding stone walls were covered with colorful crystals. A huge red crab was lying not far away. It had noticed Hyuga's presence and was staring at him warily. It was it that made those genjutsu bubbles in the water, and Hyuga was very interested in such a strange crab that could cast genjutsu. Those biologists must also be very interested. Hyuga created a spirit ball, stuffed it into the crab's head, easily controlled it, and then put it into Kamui's space. Hyuga walked towards the outside of the cave. He should already be inside the moon. This is the world established by his younger brother Satsuki Hamura and Sage of Six Paths to provide a place for his descendants to survive. Sage of Six Paths used the planetary devastation technique to seal Satsuki Kagaya and Gedo statue behind the moon. In order to guard the shell of the Gedo statue and Satsuki Kagaya, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, Satsuki Hamura, led the entire clan to move to the moon, leaving only one of them in the ninja world, the Hyuga clan. After Hamura's death, his descendants divided into two groups because of their different understanding and interpretation of their ancestors' last words. Among them, Branch House believes that the world created by Sage of Six Paths has been in constant war for thousands of years, is a failure, and should be eliminated. So, they sacrificed their entire clan's Byakugan to fuse into a purple reincarnation eye, and killed all the clans that advocated peace at that time. However, all the branch houses died due to bloodline defects, leaving only one descendant named Satsuki Tonari. Hyuga's target this time is the two reincarnated eyes existing on the moon. One is the purple reincarnation eye in the branch house, and the other is the golden reincarnation eye inside the artificial sun that can propel the movement of the moon. Hyuga walked out of the cave while thinking about the purpose of his trip. When he took the last step, the sight in front of him made him suddenly enlightened. What was displayed in front of him was a shocking picture, tens of thousands of puppets neatly arranged in a huge queue. They stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, like a well-trained army, facing straightly. Introduced by Hyuga. In the center of the queue, a huge spherical stone is placed on an elevated shelf. The coat of arms of the Satsuki family is engraved on the surface of the stone, which is particularly eye-catching. There is no doubt that this stone is the sealed object that seals the purple reincarnation eye. Satsuki Tonari, I didn't expect you to greet me in this way. It's really surprising. Hyuga raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his voice spread clearly throughout the surroundings. Facing the scene in front of him, Hyuga felt no emotion at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. He had long expected that something like this would happen. After all, according to the plot development of the original work, these guys would definitely explore the situation on the Earth frequently. Advertisement. If Satsuki Tonari knows this man who once massacred the Hyuga clan and fused the reincarnation eye, he will know Hyuga's ambition and desire for power. One day, Hyuga will go to the moon in pursuit of greater power. Standing in the Hamura shrine, Satsuki Tonari was observing Hyuga through the huge golden reincarnation eye. After hearing the other party's greeting, he broke out in a cold sweat. How does he know my name? Immediately afterwards, he saw an even more horrifying scene. Hyuga's eyes traveled thousands of miles and looked at him from a distance. Then, Hyuga showed a smile that seemed to say, "Come to him right away." Hyuga turned around and stared at the military formation composed of puppets in front of him. He roughly estimated that there should be as many as 30,000. Presumably these were made in a hurry after Tonari learned about the possible arrival of Hyuga. After all, there are so many meteorites in the outside world, which are all sources of raw materials. Thinking of this, Hyuga activated the Sansagan Chakra mode without hesitation. A layer of cyan light was seen all over his body, and his body instantly turned into a stream of cyan light, speeding towards the sealing stone at the foot of the mountain that sealed the purple Tensagan. Seeing Hyuga's actions, the puppet army reacted immediately. In an instant, countless puppet warriors riding puppet flying eagles came overwhelmingly towards Hyuga in an attempt to stop his progress. Not only that, the puppets on the ground raised their hands one after another, and countless lasers condensed by pupil power shot towards Hyuga like dense raindrops. However, Hyuga's speed was not affected at all. Facing this surging attack, he just surrounded the 8 truth-seeking balls in his body at extremely fast speeds. Any attacker or puppet who dares to get close to him will be crushed by the powerful power of truth-seeking ball in an instant. When Hyuga was still thousands of meters away from the sealing stone, a sudden change occurred. The originally silent sealing stone suddenly burst out with a dazzling purple light, like a star about to explode. Finally, when the energy gathered to the top, a straight golden light beam spurted out from the reincarnated eyes. This golden one. The color beam was like a sharp sword, flooding Hyuga's body at an alarming speed. Immediately afterwards, the golden beam of light continued to fly forward and penetrated the moon's shell unstoppably. The entire moon surface trembled due to this blow, and countless rocks and dust were blown away, forming a huge crater. Chapter 113 The Eyes That See Through the Future, the Golden Reincarnation Eye of Tonari. The golden beam flooded Hyuga's body like a torrent, and its power was so powerful that it even penetrated the moon's hard shell, leaving a shockingly large hole on the moon's surface. Success! Tonari shouted excitedly. However, at the next moment, a shocking scene happened. Hyuga passed directly through the huge golden light and continued to fly towards the purple reincarnation eye. How can it be? Tonari's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief on his face. Advertisement. He couldn't understand that someone could withstand such a powerful attack without any defense and remain unscathed. He quickly used his golden reincarnation eye and carefully observed Hyuga. At this moment, he was surprised to notice that the pupils of Hyuga's original blue reincarnation eyes shrank, and a pair of Sharingan with complicated patterns appeared next to it. Could it be Mangeky's pupil technique? I don't believe you can keep using pupil technique to resist. Tonari gritted his teeth and remotely activated the purple reincarnation eye again, launching a more ferocious attack. At this time, the ability activated by Hyuga was none other than Kamui. Through his own practice and the blessing of Sage Jutsu, he successfully transformed his body and turned on the double pupil mode. Not only that, he also cleverly allocated his Sharingan power to these new eyes, and finally achieved the great feat of opening the reincarnation eye and Mangeky at the same time. The purple reincarnated eye once again accumulated its attack, and the straight golden light beam once again passed through Hyuga's body and penetrated the shell of the moon. Countless people in the ninja world raised their heads and watched the moon burst into light. There are people fighting on the moon. Are there aliens in this world? Isn't this because aliens are going to invade the Earth? The people were frightened and discussed a lot. Hyuga no longer gave Tonari a chance to launch the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast again. He had already arrived in front of the sealing stone, cancelled the virtual state, and the truth-seeking ball immediately hit the sealing stone. Advertisement. The sealing stone shattered, revealing the purple Tensagan the size of a basketball inside. Hyuga decisively activated the ONI blood-seizing technique, and the black flesh and blood swallowed the purple reincarnation eye. In an instant, huge eye power surged into Hyuga's eyes, and he felt the power of the reincarnation surging in his eyes. He took a deep breath, concentrated his energy, and tried to control this powerful force. As his thoughts turned, the power of the reincarnated eye began to be released, and the surrounding time and space were distorted. His blue reincarnation eye, which was like a deep ocean, was emitting a heart-stopping light at this moment, and its original blue color began to slowly change. As if being eroded by mysterious power, it gradually turns into a deep purple color, as if it can understand everything in the universe. At this moment, countless pictures suddenly appeared in Hyuga's eyes. These pictures flashed quickly, as if showing him various possibilities in the future. Ha 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 ha. Now I can already see into the future. Even Hyuga, who has always been calm, couldn't help but burst into laughter. In fact, his eyes would often briefly show visions of the future in the past, but at that time he was unable to control this strange ability. However, today is no longer the past, and the current situation is completely different. Nowadays, Hyuga can easily see through the scene 10 seconds into the future, and this ability has become a passive skill of his. Not only that, he could clearly feel that if he was willing to spend part of his pupil power, he could even observe the more distant future. After Hyuga smiled, he turned to look at the golden sun in the sky, which was an artificial sun created by the golden reincarnation eye. And the Tsutsuki Tonari and the golden Tensagen are inside. The burning Saiyan chakra on Hyuga's figure gradually turned into purple, and then he rushed towards the artificial sun like a purple meteor. He broke through the fiery shell without any hindrance and entered the interior of the artificial sun. Advertisement. Hyuga regained his balance and saw the huge castle and Hamura shrine floating in the air at a glance. Hyuga flew towards the temple where the golden reincarnation eye was hidden without hesitation, and Tonari was hiding inside at this time. He even vaguely felt that there was a living being sealed in the temple. It was Tsutsuki Kagaya. Hyuga secretly screamed something bad. He found that the golden reincarnation eye in the temple was shrinking, while Tonari was waiting with a crazy expression. Hyuga rushed towards the temple at a faster speed. Countless puppets poured out of the temple and launched a suicide attack on him like a tide. However, these puppets were vulnerable to Hyuga's truth-seeking ball, and were easily crushed one after another. Unfortunately, it was too late, and Hyuga had spent a lot of time fusing the purple reincarnation eye. The next moment, the silver storm was like a hurricane that destroyed the heaven and earth, with unparalleled destructive power, tearing apart everything in front of it, sweeping towards Hyuga overwhelmingly. Hyuga did not dare to neglect at all. He immediately opened the truth-seeking ball shield and concentrated the chakra in his body to the extreme. The silver tornado hit the truth-seeking ball shield and pushed Hyuga back continuously. Finally, it hit the moon's outer shell and stopped and entered space. It was about to end. The attack gradually stopped. Hyuga put away the truth-seeking ball shield in front of him, and saw Tsutsuki Tonari slowly flying out from the Hamura shrine. The golden reincarnation eye is in his right eye socket. The fusion was actually completed. Hyuga was surprised at first, but then he saw the chakra and vitality that was constantly flowing out of Tonari's body. Hyuga said with some disdain, "Is it just controlled by the Tsutsuki chakra and blood?" Shiren's current state can be perfectly described in one word, that is, a trapped beast still fighting. It's enough to kill you and destroy the ninja world. Tonari's voice was crazy. He knew that he could not live long, but he still wanted to kill Hyuga and complete his mission. Chapter 114 The Battle Between Reincarnations, The Shattered Moon. In the vast expanse of space, the two people stood opposite each other. Hyuga and Tonari exuded a powerful aura, stirring endlessly in the air. Everyone in the ninja world was attracted by this shocking scene, and their eyes were locked in the air. They could only see two tiny black dots blocking the moon. Each ninja village also took out the most advanced space telescopes and stared closely at the battle in the sky. However, due to the limitations of technological level, they could only barely see clearly that it was two figures constantly confronting each other, and other details were blurred. Then give it a try. Hyuga raised his hand slightly and moved the 8 truth-seeking balls gently. They gathered together to form a dazzling sphere. Advertisement. Hyuga held the sphere tightly. In an instant, a powerful energy spurted out from his palm and turned into a dazzling golden light, illuminating the surroundings. This light was as hot as the sun, making people unable to see directly. Seeing this, Sharon was naturally not to be outdone. His body is also wrapped in golden chakra flames. The 10 truth-seeking balls in his hand also merged into one at the same time, blooming with a more intense light than Hyuga. Tonari's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, and he tried his best to gather strength. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The two voices sounded at the same time, and Hyuga and Tonari simultaneously shot the golden light containing endless destructive power in their hands at each other. The two golden lights were like two roaring dragons, intertwining and colliding with each other at an astonishing speed. For a time, the entire space was shaken by this terrifying energy fluctuation, and even the space became distorted. And everyone in the ninja world saw a scene that you will never forget. It was obviously night, but at this moment, the golden light illuminated the ninja world into dusk. Hyuga relied on a pair of purple reincarnation eyes to fight against Tonari's golden reincarnation eye and was not at a disadvantage. The attacks between the two gradually stopped, and neither one could do anything to the other. Tonari saw the light in front of him dissipate, and Hyuga in front of him had disappeared. The next moment, Hyuga suddenly appeared in front of Tonari. Shen Kong punched Chakra and hit Tonari hard with one punch. Advertisement. Tonari was knocked upside down by this punch, and his body hit the moon's surface as if it was hit by a meteorite. With a dull loud noise, his body sank deeply into the lunar soil, raising a cloud of dust. Tonari struggled to get up from the pothole, his body swaying. Compared with the physical pain, the pain in his heart was more difficult to accept. Even though he had fused the golden sands again, he still couldn't defeat the person in front of him. How is it possible, you actually? He murmured to himself, with a tremor of disbelief in his voice. Hyuga also flew down from the air and landed steadily on the surface of the moon. His eyes were like a torch, staring at the opponent in front of him. Don't you understand? Hyuga's voice was cold. This is the difference in strength. I am very strong, stronger than you. At this time, both of their golden wheel reincarnation explosions have entered a cooling state, and they will not be able to fully activate the Sansagan's ability again in a short period of time. Hyuga released the 8 truth-seeking balls behind him without hesitation, and they shot towards Toneri like meteors. At the same time, he stepped on the ground violently and exerted force, and his whole body was like an arrow from the string, galloping towards Toneri. Toner's heart tightened, and he quickly released 10 truth-seeking balls from his back, trying to block Hyuga's attack. However, the truth-seeking balls collided with each other and roared, making it difficult to determine the winner for a while. In the blink of an eye, Hyuga has rushed in front of Toneri, his fists falling like raindrops. Each punch contains huge power. Toneri gritted his teeth and resisted, and at the same time waved his fist to meet Hyuga's attack. The two fists intertwined in the air, and they fought hundreds of times in an instant. Toneri tried his best to keep up with Hyuga's movements, but he found that this was an almost impossible task. Hyuga's reincarnated eye seems to be able to understand his every move, making his attacks non-threatening. It even became extremely difficult for him to touch Hyuga's body. Hyuga caught a flaw in Toneri and kicked Toneri in the stomach, causing Toneri to fly out again. Toneri stood up holding his stomach, his heart filled with frustration. Why, I obviously have the reincarnation eye, but I still can't beat you. Toneri said through gritted teeth. The Tensagan is indeed very powerful, but you don't really grasp its power. Hyuga said, and I, after countless battles, have perfected the Tensagan. Advertisement. Not to mention that he had just integrated into a purple reincarnated eye. Even without the integration, Toneri would not be his opponent. Toneri gasped, knowing that Hyuga was right. Although his reincarnation is more powerful than Hyuga, he lacks combat experience and cannot exert the full power of the reincarnation. And Hyuga has experienced hundreds of battles, and he has already perfectly controlled the reincarnated eye. Of course, he can't compare with the golden reincarnated eye that he forcibly fused. Give me your eyes. Hyuga waved to recall his truth-seeking ball and focused his attack again. This blow will definitely defeat Jiren completely. A trace of madness flashed in Toneri's eyes. He knew very well that if he continued like this, he would never be Hyuga's opponent, but he still had a chance to completely destroy this wrong ninja world. Toneri controlled the truth-seeking ball, ruthlessly tearing apart the lunar crust under his feet, and then galloped towards the back of the moon at extremely fast speeds. In just an instant, he had successfully crossed the moon and reached the back of the moon. At the same time, Hyuga's attacks have also been gathered. The reincarnation eye locked onto Toneri's position with incomparable accuracy. Hyuga also clearly understood Toneri's true intentions through future vision, but the attacks in his hands showed no sign of restraint. He was just distracted and activated Kamui to retract the temple that sealed Kaguya into the space, although the 6 paths level seal could not be destroyed by such an attack. Hyuga is just in case, if Tsutsuki Kaguya comes out, it will be troublesome. I saw a dazzling golden beam suddenly shot out from Hyuga's hand, easily tearing apart the moon's crust, and once again blasted away at Hyuga like a cannonball. Toneri also used the attack methods he had prepared long ago, and tried his best to use all the remaining life force and chakra in his body. At this moment, Jiren's originally plump and strong body became as skinny and skinny in the blink of an eye. The attacks of the 2 golden wheel reincarnation explosions once again collided fiercely, and this time, because they were inside the sealed moon. The huge energy could not be dissipated at all, and could only continue to accumulate together, eventually erupting into an unprecedented terrifying force. Finally, when these energies reached a critical point, an unprecedented explosion occurred. In an instant, the entire moon seemed to be detonated by a huge bomb and fell apart instantly. Countless fragments of different sizes flew out in all directions like raindrops, forming a spectacular sight. Chapter 115 Gathering the Samsara Eye and the Reincarnation Eye to Rebuild a Moon. The moon exploded. Everyone in the ninja world stared dumbly at the moon that exploded like fireworks, with their mouths wide open and their faces full of disbelief. What's worse is that some of the moon fragments are attracted by the gravity of the ninja world and fall towards the ninja world like meteorites. On the federal building, Kabuto Yakushi watched this scene, pushed up his glasses, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Kai-sama's handiwork is really amazing. If there was one person in the ninja world whose battle could shatter the moon, it would be Kai Hyuga. Advertisement. What did you say? The Federation ninja next to Yakushi Kabuto asked in confusion. Yakushi Kabuto ordered, nothing. Immediately order the state governments to do a good job in defense and guide civilians to evacuate. At the same time, take out the chakra cannon and prepare to attack the meteorite. Yes. Kabuto, let me come, just in time to test out my new power. Sasuke came up behind Kabuto at some point. Kabuto nodded thoughtfully, be careful to hide your identity. Understood. Sasuke smiled confidently. His new strength made him feel like he could crush all meteorites. But Yakushi Kabuto still asked people to prepare the chakra cannon. On the one hand, Otagakure village, as the capital of the Federation, naturally could not afford to lose anything. On the one hand, Hyuga once said that Sasuke is extremely confident and does not have an accurate understanding of his own strength. Other countries and ninja villages also responded quickly and organized people to evacuate. Tsunade of Konoha village made a prompt decision, quickly guide the people into the shelter and organize the ninjas to prepare for the meteorite. She herself came to Hokage Rock to prepare to face the meteorite. Onaki from Uegakure village flew high into the sky to prepare for the meteorite. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but ask, are there really aliens? Kirigakure village Terumi looked at the falling meteor in the sky with all her energy. Kumigakure Ai stood on top of Killer Bee, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, and the two of them blocked the meteorite together. Gara of Sand Hidden village created countless air defense sand walls in the village to prepare for the arrival of meteorites. Advertisement. These actions can only minimize casualties and losses, and it is impossible to escape unscathed in such a disaster. On the other side, Heiju looked at the shattered moon in the sky and opened his mouth wide, is it the mother who came out? The only thing he could think of was this possibility. Who else in the ninja world could tear the moon into pieces? Or are those people from my mother's family coming? Heiju's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition suddenly arose. By the way, Hyuga is looking for the space passage to the moon left by Hamura. He should know something, right? It is naturally impossible for Hyuga to tell Black Zetsu about going to the moon, and Black Zetsu is not sure that this is what Hyuga did. Hyuga had no time to take care of the shattered moon. He activated Kamui, appeared in front of Tonari in an instant, and grabbed Tonari's neck. It's useless. Killing me won't prevent the destruction of the ninja world. Tonari said with difficulty while still breathing, with a strange smile on his face. For the ninja world, the moon is not necessary. In ancient times, if there was no moon, wouldn't it be fine? Sage of Six Paths uses the Six Paths planetary devastation seal to create the moon after Tsutsuki Kagaya. However, at the last moment, Tonari tried his best to push a large number of moon fragments into the ninja world. These fragments are slowly flying towards the ninja world, and the meteorites will destroy the ecology of this world until a new ecosystem is rebuilt. Hyuga dug out the golden reincarnation eye in Tonari's right eye socket and swallowed it. You don't need to worry about it. The power of Hyuga's reincarnated eye became more powerful, and the color also changed to golden. Then, flesh and blood surged, completely swallowing Tsutsuki Tonari. The next moment, the chakra in Hyuga's body became pure and completely transformed into pure Tsutsuki chakra. Something unexpected happened suddenly, and there was a sudden throbbing feeling in Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Hyuga immediately understood the problem. Ha ha ha, how could I forget that the Tsutsuki chakra is the source of the combination of yin and yang? The chakra of Asura and Indra is just the division of the Tsutsuki chakra. Hyuga started laughing and his mood gradually calmed down. He concentrated on mobilizing the Tsutsuki chakra within his body with all his strength, and with difficulty integrated it into the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Advertisement. Time passed minute by minute, and for 10 full minutes, Hyuga remained focused and did not dare to relax at all. Finally, the Sharingan pupils in his eyes began to change. The original blood-red Eternal Mangeki Sharingan gradually transformed into circles of mysterious purple samsara eyes. The purple reincarnation eye and the golden reincarnation eye are constantly rotating in the eyes like Megatama in Yin-Yang Tai Chi, emitting a strange light. Because Hyuga opened the samsara eye with his own power, he not only has the powerful ability of Six Paths, but also acquired a special eye technique similar to the Rhine Tomb and Border Prison possessed by Uchiha Madara. Hyuga's Eye of Time has also been greatly enhanced. Now, not only can he easily pause time around him, but he can also speed up, slow down, and even reverse time at will. The previous plot of Toki Hitomi Ambush Uchiha Obito has been changed and turned into a real Toki suspension. However, this powerful ability is not without limitations. After each use, he only has 10 minutes of control, and it takes a long time to recover after use. After successfully integrating the Samsara Eye, Hyuga turned his head and stared at the broken remains of the moon. Most of the debris has not gone far, and most of the moon's outline is still faintly visible. The ninja world cannot be destroyed yet. Hyuga made a thought and released the Hamura shrine in his Kamui space and placed it back in the center of the moon's outline. Not to mention that Kagaya's seal has reached the Six Paths level, so he may not be able to break it. Even if he could unlock it, it would be of no benefit to Hyuga to release it. What he needed was a resurrected peak Kagaya with full health, not the residual blood version inside that had been sealed for thousands of years. Everything has to wait until the script is finished. Hyuga's golden reincarnation eye and purple reincarnation eye shine simultaneously. He wanted to reshape the moon. In a moment, with the Hamura temple as the center, the surrounding moon fragments and meteorites gathered like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. All the lunar fragments and meteorites that originally flew towards the ninja world were intercepted by Hyuga, and only a few that were far away were still flying towards the ninja world. However, these can no longer pose a devastating threat to the ninja world. Under the control of Hyuga, countless fragments gradually merged, and a brand new moon gradually took shape. It's just smaller than the original size, but this is a helpless move. After all, the previous moon was hollow, and the creation of this small one was the result of Hyuga's efforts to pull in many free meteorites to fill it. This was a huge test for Hyuga's chakra. In order to create this new moon, he almost exhausted all his chakra. And how to return to the ninja world has become a new problem. The original space tunnel must have collapsed. Hyuga had no choice but to use the last chakra to activate Kamui several times before returning to the ninja world. Chapter 116 The Ninja World is Shocked, the game with Black Zetsu. Readers in the previous article did not respond that the binocular mode was not cool enough. Now it has been changed to double pupils. If you are interested, you can go back and take a look. The author really listened to his advice. The meteor shower slowly stopped, and the survivors walked out of the shelter one after another and looked up at the sky. The moon is back. No, this is the moon that someone recreated. It is said that Sage of Six Paths once created the moon. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Advertisement. It must be Sage of Six Paths who took action. It was Sage of Six Paths who protected the ninja world. The people in the ninja world raised their heads in surprise and stared at this magnificent sight with wide eyes. I saw countless huge meteorites streaking across the sky like meteors, and then regrouped at an astonishing speed. They collided and merged with each other, and finally formed a complete and dazzling sphere. The brand new moon appeared in the sky again. Wu Ying was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. What happened tonight was simply beyond imagination, and the implications of these messages were even more horrifying. First of all, someone can actually fight fiercely on the moon. And the power of this battle is so huge that the aftermath directly shattered the moon. What a terrifying power this is! However, what is even more astonishing is that someone actually rebuilt the moon right after. Who else could do such a transformational method except the legendary Sage of Six Paths? At present, the most reasonable explanation is that Sage of Six Paths had a shocking duel with a mysterious and powerful enemy, and in the end the moon was shattered by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Fortunately, Sage of Six Paths was superior, successfully defeated the opponent, and reshaped a brand new moon. However, the question arises, who is that mysterious enemy? Is it an alien from outer space? Are there really aliens in this world? Will they invade the ninja world again? Although Sage of Six Paths defeated them this time, there is no guarantee that they will come back one day. Countless doubts are like dark clouds shrouding the hearts of leaders from various countries and lingering for a long time. In the federal building, Kabuto Yakushi directed his men to carry away the unconscious Suzuki. Advertisement. Sure enough, as Hyuga said, Suzuki lacked a clear understanding of his own strength and shattered a meteorite with lightning, but he was also exhausted and passed out. Kai-sama is really generous. Kabuto Yakushi stared at the reunited moon and secretly marveled. In Konoha village, Tsunade pursed her dry lips. Shizuan, inform Anbu to contact various countries and prepare to convene the Six Nations talks. This matter is related to the survival of the ninja world. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Naruto stared blankly at this spectacular sight, his expression a little dull. He originally thought that the Hyuga he saw some time ago was powerful enough, but it was impossible for Hyuga to smash the moon, right? In Sand Hidden Village, Gaara looked at the moon that had risen again and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If all those moon fragments fall into the ninja world, the ninja world may cease to exist. In Uegakure village, Oniki rubbed his sore waist and murmured to himself, even Uchiha Madara can't destroy the moon. Maybe, only the legendary Sage of Six Paths can do this. In Union village, AI suddenly thought of another person, that is Hyuga. Although he does not believe that Hyuga is the murderer who shattered the moon, he is carrying the truth-seeking ball of Sage of Six Paths and must know more secrets that they do not know. In Kirigakure village, Terumi licked her dry lips and said softly, the ninja world is really going to change. Nowadays, external forces that may destroy the world suddenly appear, just like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head, which is frightening. Maybe there will be no Sage of Six Paths to save the ninja world next time, so what should they do? The most panicked person now is Heiju. The moon was bombed and then recovered. What about its mother? His mother is still in the moon. Hyuga, yes, Hyuga, his reincarnated eye must have seen something clearly. We must go to him to confirm this matter. Worried about the safety of Satsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu quickly came to Otagaku to find Hyuga. Black Zetsu surfaced from the ground and saw Hyuga sitting on a chair, with a gloomy face, a weak aura on his body, and a pale face, obviously as if he had been seriously injured. Before Black Zetsu could think about who could injure Hyuga, Hyuga's voice sounded fiercely, containing endless killing intent. You are finally here? I just have something to ask you. As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, a large number of ceiling formations appeared around the room, instantly locking Black Zetsu in them. Black Zetsu did not escape, except for the yin-yang style technique that could trap him. These sealing techniques could not stop him. Advertisement. He had to ask clearly today. He had to determine the whereabouts of his mother, Satsuki Kagaya. Was he taken away by the Satsuki family, or is he still on the moon? Of course Hyuga also knows that these sealing techniques cannot trap Black Zetsu, they are just acting props. What are you going to do? I am your ally, don't you want to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Black Zetsu pretended to be trapped in the sealing techniques and panicked. Hyuga secretly rolled his eyes, pretending to be like that, and still doesn't want me to know the truth. The two of them were just like actors, both pretending to plot against each other. Hyuga spoke a few words through his teeth. What are you hiding from me? You are not the consciousness incarnation of Uchiha Madara at all. What is sealed on the moon? Hyuga's words were not surprising, and he told some of the biggest secrets in the ninja world. He wanted to be the first to ask questions and take the initiative. Instead of waiting for Black Zetsu to ask Hyuga what happened on Kyu, Black Zetsu immediately fell into silence, its eyes flickering, thinking about how to respond to Hyuga's question. At this time, he could also guess part of the truth about the moon. Hyuga must have fought against Hago Romo or Hamura, and lost miserably. Otherwise, there will be no one in the ninja world who can fight and defeat Hyuga. Of course, this is just a guess and needs more proof. After a moment, Heiju sighed quietly and decided to reveal some truth. Otherwise, the alliance with Hyuga will not be able to continue, and the great cause of resurrecting his mother will also come to nothing. Yes, that loser Uchiha Obito told you, he has already begun to doubt me. Black Zetsu asked tentatively. Hyuga narrowed his eyes, his gaze was like a torch, and he locked eyes tightly with Heizetsu. Uchiha Obito told me, so what? Yes, I am indeed not the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's consciousness. What is sealed on the moon is my mother, and I am the incarnation of my mother's will. You mean the goddess of Mao? Yes, you should have heard Obito tell this story. My mother's name is Satsuki Kagaya, which is actually the mother of Satsuki Hago Romo, which is also known as the Sage of Six Paths in the ninja world. But my mother was later betrayed by Satsuki Hago Romo, who teamed up with his brother Satsuki Hamura to seal my mother on the moon. Chapter 117 Deceiving the World. Hyuga's face turned slightly gentle. Go on, I'm listening. Black Zetsu carefully observed the changes in Hyuga's expression, and after seeing his expression soften, he continued, in order to resurrect my mother, I lurked next to Uchiha Madara and guided him to see the stone slab left by the Sage of Six Paths. In his later years, Uchiha Madara used Senju Hashirama's flesh and blood to open the Samsara Eye, and he needed a new plan executor, Uchiha Obito, who knows better about love. He used Obito's love for Lin to control the top management of Kirigakure village to transplant Three Tails into Lin's body. In order to protect her village, Lin willingly died under Kakashi's attack. And Obito was the witness to Rin's death. Due to his extreme sadness, he opened the Manjiki Sharingan and approved the plan to build a perfect Genjutsu world. Advertisement. Hyuga naturally knows these things, these are all plots in the original work. Black Zetsu controls Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara controls Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Obito controls Nagato. They appear to be chess players on the chessboard, but in fact they are just chess pieces. Hyuga nodded and filled a loophole in Black Zetsu's rhetoric. In fact, there is no infinite Tsukuyomi at all. The real purpose is to resurrect Satsuki Kagaya. Heiju was secretly happy that the biggest loophole in his rhetoric was filled by Hyuga. Hyuga was really easy to fool. Yes, I just want my mother to escape from the seal. ++V+%. Hyuga smiled and waved his hand. It would have been better if I had just said no, why bother? When I become Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I can unlock the seal for your mother. Heiju immediately said flatteringly, thank you, Master Chi. Heizetsu seemed to be complimenting him, but in his heart he kept praising Hyuga for being too easy to deceive, and he took the bait with just a few words. Hyuga is now like Xiang Yu in Heiju's eyes, arrogant and self-righteous, thinking that he can control everything, but he is being manipulated by Heiju. Although Hei never knew that Xiang Yu was. What happened on the moon? I'm a little worried about my mother's safety. Heizetsu saw Hyuga's expression return to normal and asked while the iron was hot. Hyuga's face turned serious, I saw that Satsuki Hamura in your mouth, and fought with him. At the last moment, I shattered the moon and urged the moon's fragments to smash towards the ninja world. I only narrowly won by using the ninja world as a threat. And your mother should still be sealed in the moon. When the moon exploded, Hamura protected a temple. Advertisement. Hyuga took advantage of Tonari and disguised himself as very despicable. Black Zetsu was secretly shocked that Hyuga was so ruthless that he wanted to drag the entire ninja world with him. But at the same time, he was also secretly happy that nothing happened to his mother, Satsuki Kagaya. In the end, he used all his strength to reunite the moon in order to protect the ninja world, and then I swallowed it. As if to confirm Hyuga's statement, Hyuga showed off his newly acquired golden reincarnation eye. What? How could Hamura survive until now? Heizetsu was very puzzled. It's a bit like resurrecting a corpse. He relied on the corpse of one of his descendants and the reincarnation eye left behind to resurrect him. Hyuga explained. When I arrived, there was only one member of the Moon Satsuki clan left. He was afraid of my power and forcibly fused with the golden reincarnation eye and died. Then he was mysteriously resurrected and heard that he called himself Satsuki Hamura. Hyuga tells the story he made up. Understood, what should we do next? Black Zetsu asked, looking like he was following Hyuga's lead. Hyuga seemed to have been prepared for it, and smoothly removed the sealing techniques on Black Zetsu. The Akatsuki organization has been too public recently, so we can use this incident to cover it up. Now they probably think it was the Sage of Six Paths who fought the aliens to save the Earth, and now they are panicking about the alien power. Hyuga seemed to have a plan in mind. We will use the name of the Federation to confirm this statement and make them panic, while we continue to search for the tailed beasts. Understood. Do you need me to do anything? Just make sure the plan goes smoothly. After sending Black Zetsu away and ensuring that no one was watching, Hyuga stretched himself and the color returned to his face. Of course, the weakness just now was all disguised. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside the secret room. Come in. The only one who can come here is Medicine Master Kabuto, and it can only be him. Seeing the pharmacist coming in, Hyuga asked, how's it going? It's a forgery. We have prepared what you asked for. Kabuto Yakushi respectfully handed a stack of blurry photos to Hyuga's hand. Advertisement. Hyuga casually looked through 2 photos that were forged according to Hyuga's request. In the photos, Sage of Six Paths wearing Megatama immortal robes had a fierce battle with a man in white and horns. Can't the 5 major countries see it? Please rest assured, sir, with their technology they will definitely not be able to detect any abnormalities. Yakushi Kabuto immediately assured. In recent years, the Federation's technology has surpassed the 5 major countries by a cliff, but many confidential technologies are difficult to display. Yes, let's prepare for the Six Nations Conference next. Then I will personally attend as Kyanba Muxiu and show these things to them. Yakushi Kabuto said, the last time we had a video call to discuss the location of the Six Nations Conference, the initial location was confirmed to be Otoyan Village, but we were not sure. Let's settle on Otagakure Village. Hyuga immediately agreed. Otagakure Village is not shady in Omegakure Village. The key secrets are all underground. No one can see it due to the isolation of ninjutsu. You can also lay some minefields yourself so that you can continue planning. What about Suzuki? Woke up from coma and set out to find Uchiha Itachi. Just sent Baiju to keep an eye on him. Remember to inform me before the decisive battle. Of course, Hyuga will not miss such a good show later. The enhanced version of Suzuki vs Uchiha Itachi is really worth watching. Clear. In the Land of Rain, Nagato looked at the information sent back by Hyuga as Chiba Kishu. Don't forget, Chiba Kishu is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. As the alternate leader of the Akatsuki organization, if the Ten Tails plan fails, the plan to unify the ninja world will become the goal of the new Akatsuki organization. Therefore, as Chiba Kishu, he does not often contact the Akatsuki organization, but such important exclusive information still needs to be sent back. It records in detail the process of aliens fighting Sage of Six Paths, and tells many skills that are only available to the Samsara Eye. This also convinced Nagato. After all, no one except himself and Konan could know the power of the Samsara Eye. Nagato suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Maybe he could use this opportunity to directly complete the collection of tailed beasts. Chapter 118 The Six Nations talks are held and the deception begins. The location for the Six Nation Summit meeting was quickly determined, and it was held at the Federal Sound Village. In recent years, the Federation has an excellent reputation and has contacts with various countries. It is a perfect choice to host this meeting. During this period, people in the ninja world were in panic, and all countries were busy rebuilding and stabilizing people's hearts after the disaster. At the same time, it is also necessary for the 6 countries to issue a joint statement to alleviate public panic. As the second in command of the 5 major countries, the 5 shadows also arrived in Otoyan Village one after another. Hyuga personally led people to meet the 5 shadows respectively. The daimyo is in charge of government affairs and finance, and the shadow is in charge of diplomacy and military affairs. Advertisement. Lord Mushu, long time no see. Gaara took the initiative to reach out his hand and shake it with Hyuga. Gaara-dono, you are well. Hyuga smiled and the two exchanged pleasantries. Lord Kishu. Temari greeted Gaara. Hyuga looked at Temari openly, until Temari blushed with embarrassment, then Hyuga smiled and praised, Temari is getting more and more beautiful. Among the 5 countries, the Federation has the best relationship with the country of Wind. Hyuga invited Gaara into the living room to discuss some matters for tomorrow's meeting, and gained Gaara's support in advance. The next day, the 6-Nation Summit meeting was successfully held. Hyuga from the Federation, Tsunade from the Fire Country, Gaara from the Wind Country, Ai from the Thunder Country, Onoki from the Earth Country, and Terumi Mei from the Water Country each occupied their respective A seat, sitting around a round table. The shadow guards from all countries are standing behind them, which is almost the same as the lineup of the 5 shadow talks in the original work. The only ones worthy of Hyuga attention are Jiraiya and Shikaku behind Tsunade. These 6 countries are the most powerful existences in the ninja world, and these 6 people stand at the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. This meeting will determine the future direction of the ninja world. Hyuga coughed lightly, looked at the 5 cage, and said, I believe that everyone has understood the current situation in the ninja world. The losses caused by this disaster to us are extremely huge. So, I hope that in this meeting, we can reach a consensus and jointly deal with the crises we may face in the future. This is the opening remarks of the scene, and then comes the main event. Hyuga has already revealed to the 5 shadows that he has captured important information. Ai was the first to urge, this is not a press conference, don't talk about the situation, come up with the information quickly, so that we can discuss countermeasures. Of course. Hyuga smiled, took out a pile of forged photos and handed them to Kimimaro beside him, let's show it to a few of the shadow casters. Advertisement. Yes. Kimimaro took the photo with both hands, walked around and distributed it to the 5 cage. Everyone took the photo, and their faces became extremely ugly after viewing it. The 2 people above are just as they guessed, the person holding the Zen staff should be Sage of 6 Paths, and the enemy is probably an alien. Lord Mushu, are you sure this is real? Onoki still didn't believe in the existence of aliens and Sage of 6 Paths, so he confirmed to Hyuga. Of course, this is a picture captured by our Federation's most advanced space telescope. Hyuga admitted. We initially judged that the battle on the moon this time is between Sage of 6 Paths and an unknown alien enemy. A screen rose up in front of the 6 people, and the scene of the 2 fighting was played on it. Although the video was short, it was much clearer this time. This was actually faked by Hyuga. He went to space to shoot it himself, otherwise he would not be able to deceive these smart people. In the picture, the Sage of 6 Paths with the Samsara Eye is holding a black Zen staff with 9 truth-seeking balls behind it, and is fighting an enemy with white eyes. When Jiraiya, who was behind Tsunade, saw the Rinnegan in Sage of 6 Paths' eyes, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. That black ball is the truth-seeking ball. Ai frowned, he had seen this thing after Hyuga started. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Raikage Ai. Truth-seeking ball? Hyuga asked in feigned surprise. Ai thought for a moment and decided to tell the information he knew, we once saw the black ball behind Hyuga, the rebel ninja of Konoha. We didn't recognize it at first. 8 Tails told us. You should know that tailed beasts are knowledgeable, and my brother is a perfect Jinkriki, he won't lie to us. When Tsunade heard this, her heart skipped a beat, and she recalled the time when Hyuga collected her own blood. Tsunade slammed the table, I understand, Hyuga must know the inside story. He once collected my blood and absorbed Uchiha's blood successor. He must have known about it earlier than us. Advertisement. Gaara, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke calmly, so Hyuga wants to become the 2nd Sage of 6 Paths. Tsunade, that should be it. The last time he fought, he easily defeated the 5 Tails Jinkriki Han of Uegakuer. Gaara asked again, then why did he join the Akatsuki organization? Ai took the lead to attack, then you should ask Mr. Mushu how you invited Hyuga to take action in the last war with our Kingdom of Thunder. Hyuga didn't panic at all. He had already expected that someone would question him. He said calmly, nothing. I used the blood of the Huayuryuaki clan and the Uzumaki clan as a trade to let him take action for me once. The venue fell into silence for a while, and everyone stared at the screen in front of them, lost in thought. It wasn't until Terumi Mei spoke that the calm was broken. The eyes of Sage of 6 Paths are the Samsara eyes, so why are the eyes of the enemy white eyes? Terumi Mei expressed everyone's doubts. Sage of 6 Paths has the legendary Samsara eye in its eyes. There is nothing wrong with this, I can only say that the legend is true. But why is the enemy's eyes blank? Hyuga continued to guide everyone to think, we also have speculations about this. We have consulted countless ancient books and found some information. There is only one possibility. The Hyuga family is the descendants of aliens. Our scientists speculate that not only the Hyuga clan, but also the Uchiha clan, Senju clan, Uzumaki clan, and Terayuki clan are actually descendants of aliens. Onoki was the first to disagree with Hyuga's point of view. It's impossible. Uchiha and Senju have been enemies for generations during the Warring States period, so they can't have the same ancestor, right? Hyuga's expression remained unchanged and continued to explain, how is it impossible, Hokage, do you know what Uchiha's eyes and Senju's physique are called? Tsunade subconsciously said, Elder Eyes and Immortal Human Body. That's right, it's the immortal eyes and immortal body. In ancient times, the only person who could be called an immortal was Sage of Six Paths. Hyuga's words are well-founded and very convincing. We speculate that a group of aliens invaded the ninja world in ancient times, but due to unknown reasons, they broke out in civil strife and divided into two factions to kill each other. The victorious party did not dare to go back, so they stayed in the ninja world to reproduce. These are the later ones. The blood successor ninja clan. Hyuga's words are adapted from real situations, and few people really can't fault it. Chapter 119 Pain's attack, the meeting will never be held smoothly. Everyone was thinking about the credibility of Hyuga's guess. Jiraiya suddenly asked, no, I once had a disciple who had the Samsara Eye, but he was a Uzumaki clan member. Why is this? Hyuga fell into silence, and after a long time he answered, I don't know this, but Jiraiya Dono is sure that what he has in his eyes is the reincarnation eye. Several people looked at Jiraiya inquiringly. If someone in the ninja world had the Samsara Eye, how could they not know about it? Jiraiya nodded affirmatively, yes, that's the Rinnegan. Those eyes are the same as those in the video. Advertisement. Onoki was the first to ask, then where is he now? If there is such a person, we can also train him into a second Sage of Six Paths, so that we can actually resist those aliens. Jiraiya pondered for a moment and said quietly, he should be dead. Onoki couldn't help but sigh, what a pity, he might become the second Sage of Six Paths. At this time, a sudden change occurred, and screams suddenly sounded outside, followed by the sound of footsteps. A voice sounded from outside the door, Teacher Jiraiya, long time no see. The guards behind the six people immediately assumed a fighting stance, preparing to welcome this uninvited guest. Hyuga showed an imperceptible smile, and the real person that everyone was talking about came. Immediately afterwards, the door of the conference room burst open, and a person slowly walked into the conference room. This man was wearing a red cloud robe, his face was covered with strange black sticks, and a pair of Samsara eyes suddenly appeared in his eyes. Hokage stared at those eyes tightly and said, the Rinnegan Eye, Jiraiya, didn't you say he is dead? Not only that, this guy in this outfit belongs to Akatsuki. Sand poured out of the gourd Gaara placed at his feet, ready to take action at any time. Jiraiya did not answer Hokage's question. He recognized at a glance that the person in front of him was not Nagato, but Yahiko, who aspired to become a god. Are you Yahiko? Why are Nagato's eyes here? Onoki made a guess and muttered in a low voice, so, it's so sad that the eyes were taken away by a companion who coveted the reincarnation eye. Pain replied, Yahiko? That guy has died a long time ago, and now the only one standing in front of you is Pain. Jiraiya quickly thought of the reason. The Yahiko he knew would never snatch the eyes of his companions for power. Advertisement. This is just a puppet, right? The person behind you is Nagato, right? I don't know what happened to turn you into this, but don't be obsessed with it. Jiraiya clenched his fists. As expected of Mr. Jiraiya, I guessed it right at once. As for my purpose, that is to truly achieve peace. Pain told everyone the story without expression. In ancient times, there was a tailed beast named Ten Tails. Its power could destroy a country with one blow. Sage of Six Paths was also afraid of its power and sealed it in his body. Later, when Sage of Six Paths became seriously ill, he divided its chakra into 9 parts, forming the current 9-tailed beasts. And its body is sealed on the moon and is called Gedo statue. Jiraiya continued to ask, so your purpose is to resurrect 10 tails? Yes, by handing over the last 4-tailed beasts, the ninja world can not only use 10 tails as a weapon for the ninja world to resist foreign enemies, but also truly achieve peace. Pain stated his purpose without hesitation. When everyone fears the power of 10 tails and feels the pain of war, there will be no more wars in the ninja world. When hundreds of millions of deaths are placed in front of everyone, people will understand the meaning of pain. Human beings are too stupid and need a god to help them understand the world. But how is this possible? If 10 tails really appears, what is the difference between these big countries and their destruction? The real ruler becomes the owner of 10 tails. Jiraiya's expression became very ugly. He never thought that the disciple he once loved would become like this. This is just your wishful thinking. Chiba Muxiu said, peace maintained through fear is by no means true peace. Ai refused and said, stop dreaming, I will not leave my brother to you. He stood up and planned to take action directly. He could not let Pain continue talking. If he really influenced a few people present, Killer Bee would definitely die. Ai's whole body was wrapped in lightning armor, and he appeared in front of Pain instantly, slashing at Pain's neck with his knife. The next moment he was about to succeed, a powerful repulsive force erupted with Pain as the center, and the ground shattered inch by inch. Ai was actually ejected directly, and Gaara immediately raised a sand cushion to catch Ai. Everyone's eyes widened. Raikage's full blow was so easily received? This guy didn't even move his hand. I can only say that you are worthy of the legendary Samsara Eye. Suddenly no one dared to act rashly. It seems that you have made a decision. Pain glanced around and said calmly. Advertisement. Then we can only do it ourselves. It seems we can only see you on the battlefield. Pain turned his back and was about to leave, but how could the people present let him leave so easily? This was a potential enemy, and now was the best time to kill him. Tsunade shouted, don't hold back, we can't let him leave here easily if we take action together. In an instant, countless ninjutsu hit Pain. Pain still didn't make any move, and just watched quietly as many ninjutsu fell on him. Immediately, a huge plume of smoke exploded from where Pain had just stood. Success. Everyone felt that a person in the smoke quickly lost his life. The smoke gradually dissipated, and only a body without human form appeared inside. There was no fire cloud robe of Akatsuki organization on it, and there was no black stick on the face. Hyuga frowned and said, sure enough, he naturally knows that we are here. It is impossible for the original body to come. This is just a clone. Your Excellency Mushu, what should we do next? Terumi Mei asked, and everyone's eyes were focused on Hyuga. As the host, he is responsible for security work, so he naturally has to come up with a solution. Hyuga said, this time it was indeed our mistake. We will send people to find traces of the Akatsuki organization and give everyone an explanation. But there are some things that are urgent. Let's continue discussing in another place, and also discuss how to defend the Akatsuki organization. Okay. The five shadows nodded one after another, and no one accused Hyuga of dereliction of duty in safety work. After all, the enemy was a strong man with the Samsara Eye. Everyone, please come with me. The matter has come to this, and there is no need for us to hide it anymore. Hyuga walked to the front and led the way for several people. Several people came to the elevator of the heads of state building, pressed a few buttons, and the elevator started running, going deeper underground. A minute later, the elevator door opened again, and several people walked out of the elevator, their mouths wide open in surprise. They originally thought they would see a cave or a tunnel, but what they didn't expect was a neat white corridor with many scholars in white coats walking through it. This is clearly a huge research base. Hyuga reminded everyone, this is the underground world of Otagakur. Everything involves federal secrets. Please don't run around. I have long heard that the Federation's technology is very powerful. When I saw it today, it is indeed well deserved. Terumi Mei praised. Hyuga said modestly, I just pay more attention to it. Hyuga walked to the front to lead the way for several people. When the staff passing by saw it was Hyuga, they all bowed respectfully and did not stop them. Chapter 120 Mysterious Message Beware Kyunyi Muxiu. Jiraiya followed the crowd, his expression a little erratic and thinking about something. He didn't understand why the once kind disciple became like that. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. Jiraiya came to his senses and sighed secretly in his heart. He remembered when he met Naruto before, Naruto's firm belief in becoming a Hokage and his love for the village. Perhaps, this is what Nagato and the others lack. Jiraiya murmured to himself. He decided that he must figure out the reason. His disciples had taken the wrong path, and it was his responsibility to reverse it. Advertisement. So, Jiraiya quickened his pace and walked forward, keeping up with the pace of several people. Just then, a researcher wrapped in a tight protective suit passed by Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt a familiar aura on him, and suddenly felt a little sluggish. He had no time to dodge and the two collided with each other. Sorry. The man quickly bowed and apologized. Jiraiya only felt that there was an extra note in his sleeve, but he didn't say anything and pretended that nothing was wrong. It's okay. Jiraiya quickly followed the team in front and walked to the front of the team to find Hyuga. Sir Kishu, I want to go to the toilet. Tsunade also heard Jiraiya's request and complained impatiently, you are really lazy and pee a lot. Jiraiya didn't explain but scratched his head and said awkwardly, ahahaha, isn't this why people have 3 urgent needs? Of course Hyuga knew what Jiraiya was going to do. The person who just bumped into Jiraiya was arranged by Hyuga. Hyuga nodded and replied with a smile, it's understandable, Kimimaro, please take Jiraiya Dono to the toilet, and take Jiraiya Dono directly to the conference room later. Yes. Kimimaro immediately accepted the order and turned to face Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, please come here with me. Thank you. Jiraiya thanked him aloud. The 5 shadows on the side also have their own thoughts. The Federation is so cautious that even when they go to the toilet, there are people following them. There are definitely secrets hidden here. The monster army that formed in the war between the Federation and the Kingdom of Wind a few years ago should be the product of this place. Jiraiya followed Kimimaro to the toilet and came to the toilet. Kimimaro did not follow him, but just waited outside the toilet. Advertisement. Walking into the toilet cubicle, Jiraiya unfolded the note, which clearly read, Master Orochimaru was Chiba Kishu's puppet 8 years ago. Chiba Kishu has a bigger plan, be careful. Seeing these words, Jiraiya was shocked. First of all, I just couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? 8 years ago, it had already been traced back to before the Konoha collapse plan. If Orochimaru was already Chiba's puppet at that time, then who killed 4th generation Kazekage, and who later bewitched Uchiha Sasuke away? Jiraiya was increasingly confused as to whether the Akatsuki organization could use a divorce plan, but he recalled that the aura of the man just now was indeed somewhat similar to Orochimaru, and that thing couldn't be faked. If you call Orochimaru-sama, it's possible that that person is actually Orochimaru's subordinate. The more he wanted to sink into it, the more doubts kept appearing in his mind, but he had to leave first, otherwise he would be suspected. He immediately tore up the note and flushed it into the sewer, gathered his emotions and walked out of the toilet. Let's go, Kimimaro. Jiraiya said calmly. Kimimaro nodded and returned to the conference room with Jiraiya. Along the way, Jiraiya secretly thought about countermeasures. Regardless of whether the information is true or false, he must deal with it carefully so that no one can discover his abnormality. Returning to the conference room, Jiraiya saw several people intensely discussing how to deal with it. Hyuga summed up the current crisis. Our current enemy is the Akatsuki organization and alien enemies that may come at any time. But the first thing we have to face is the Akatsuki organization. Alien enemies have come to inquire about the history of the ninja world. The 2 times are thousands of years apart. We guess that even aliens will have problems transmitting messages over such a long distance. Otherwise, when there was civil strife among the aliens in the ninja world thousands of years ago, someone should have come to suppress it, instead of just now. So our primary goal is to prevent the Akatsuki organization from collecting tailed beasts. The only tailed beasts in our hands are Konoha's 9 tails, Kumagakure's 8 tails, 2 tails, and Kirigakure's 6 tails. As soon as Jiraiya walked into the conference room, he saw Hyuga speaking with a righteous face, and everything he said was worrying about the future of the ninja world. For a moment, Jiraiya became even more suspicious that it was just a divorce plan by the Akatsuki organization. Terumi Mei's expression was ugly. 6 Tails Jinchuriki has fled and is no longer in Kirigakure village. In fact, since she came to power, there has been no tailed beast in Kirigakure village. 3 Tails disappeared with Yagura's death, and 6 Tails Jinchuriki defected directly. Advertisement. That's why she couldn't wait to capture 3 Tails during the battle for 3 Tails some time ago. Tsunade's face was also extremely ugly. Doesn't that mean 6 Tails has been sent to the Akatsuki organization? Hyuga said, I propose that our 6 major nations must immediately start searching for traces of the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. We must not let the tailed beasts fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization again. And we must protect the remaining tailed beasts from being captured by the Akatsuki organization. I suggest that now, we must put aside our past grudges and concentrate on protecting the remaining tailed beasts. Oniki immediately asked, we agree to the first item, but how can we concentrate our strength? Are we going to let our ninjas enter villages in other countries to assist in defense? When Ai heard this, he was the first to refuse. Impossible, I can't let other countries' armies enter the territory of the Kingdom of Thunder. In this situation, it is impossible for anyone to agree to allow the military forces of other countries to station. Wouldn't that be giving up the lifeblood of one's own country to others? It is absolutely impossible to leave the destiny of your country to the control of others. Oniki sneered, now that I'm still thinking about those national interests, how can I cooperate sincerely and resist foreign enemies? What are you talking about? Do you want us, Kumagakure, to take the tailed beasts to Uriwagakure to escape? Ai shouted, his voice full of anger. The Union and Union families have never dealt with each other, so it is definitely impossible for the two to cooperate now. Hyuga immediately stood up and acted as a peacemaker, then start from other aspects. We can provide our specially made technological ninja tools to various countries to enhance the strength of ninjas. Of course we can't provide it for free, you need to buy it at cost price. That's okay. Everyone nodded. They had long been coveted for the Federation's technological ninja tools. How could they refuse this time when they finally had the opportunity to get genuine products? Hyuga smiled disdainfully in his heart. It was impossible to imitate it with their industrial capabilities. Just when everyone was arguing, there was a knock on the door. If you come to interrupt such a major meeting, it is definitely a major event. Come in. Hyuga asked people to come in. Kabuto Yakushi led a ninja from Kumagakure into the conference room. When the Kumagakure ninja saw 4th Raikage, he immediately knelt down and reported, Raikage-sama, the Akatsuki organization attacked the border outpost half a day ago and kidnapped the second-tailed Jinchuriki. Chapter 121 Dusk Team, Naruko's plea. What? Everyone showed surprised expressions. The second tail has also been acquired by the Akatsuki organization, so the chips in their hands are getting smaller and smaller. The man then told what happened. During the mission, the second-tailed Jinchuriki was attacked and captured by 2 mysterious ninjas. When Hyuga heard this, he knew it was the immortal duo. After the report, the man was led by the pharmacist to rest. The atmosphere in the conference room became more and more solemn. The Akatsuki organization was pressing forward step by step. There were only 3-tailed beasts left that had not yet been obtained. Advertisement. Hyuga took the opportunity to catalyze, perhaps we can establish a mobile special force, composed of personnel from various countries, under unified command, and responsible for handling such incidents. If traces of the Akatsuki organization are found, they will immediately go to support. I agree with Kisha-kun. Gaara, who had been silent until now, was the first to nod. If there is such a team, we can better deal with the threat of the Akatsuki organization. The remaining 4 shadows also nodded one after another and agreed to this suggestion. It is formed by people from various countries, and the team members supervise each other to prevent anyone from doing things that are not conducive to the unity of the ninja world. Then who should give the command of this force to? Raikage asked. Everyone was silent for a while. After all, this involves the interests and power distribution of various countries. I think the 6 of us can serve as commanders together. Hyuga suggested. This can ensure fairness and justice, and at the same time, it can also give full play to the advantages and strength of each country. I agree. Gaara was still the first to express his support. The other 4 Kage also agreed. Then the next step is the issue of personnel selection and training. Tsunade said, we need to select the best ninjas to face the Akatsuki organization. Hyuga continued to suggest, my suggestion is to form a squadron of 15 people, so as to keep the personnel streamlined and maintain combat effectiveness. Considering the running-in period, they also need to undergo joint training. Tsunade agreed, Leader Mushiu's suggestion is good. We usually assign tasks together for training, and when the Akatsuki organization appears, we will attack them together. It's just how to allocate the quotas. There are 15 quotas, but there are 6 countries. Hyuga refused, our federation has been established not long ago and there are not so many elite ninjas yet. We can provide technological ninja tools as help. Of course Hyuga doesn't need to arrange for people to go in and monitor him. As a CO leader, he certainly has the right to know. Besides, Baizetsu is here, so he really doesn't need this quota. Everyone did not embarrass Hyuga, mainly because the technological ninja tool was so fragrant that they had no reason to refuse. Advertisement. Raikage AI asked aloud, then what is the name of this team? Hyuga showed a smile, Dawn is Dawn, then we call it Dusk. Onoki also agreed, okay, the team will be called Dusk. The talks basically came to an end and were all completed under Hyuga plan. The 5 shadows were sent away again, and Hyuga immediately ordered someone to tell the story and publish it in Jainin Kaide. The 6 major countries have finally reached preliminary cooperation. As a turning point in the fight against the terrorist organization Akatsuki, it is certainly worthy of special mention. This news instantly spread to every corner of the ninja world as a hot topic. It has temporarily stabilized public sentiment, and the name of cooperation between the 6 major countries still gives people a sense of security. When Nagato saw the information, he said with disdain, is that all? Faced with such a life and death crisis, is this the same for the 5 major countries? The Akatsuki organization's plan went extremely smoothly. The second-tailed beast had just been captured, and now there were only 6,893 tailed beasts left. The Akatsuki organization has only lost 1 member, and is still extremely powerful. Since 8 tails and 9 tails have been protected, let's capture 6 tails first. Konan, hurry up and collect traces of 6 tails and try to find them before the 5 major countries. Understood. Konan nodded. After 6 tails captures them, they will directly attack Konoha and Cloud Hidden Village to capture the tailed beasts. Although Nagato's voice was weak, it was extremely firm. Konoha Village, inside the Hokage building. Naruto stood in front of Tsunade, his eyes shining with determination, and he kept begging to be included in the Twilight team. He hopes to find Sasuke by hunting down the Akatsuki organization. Grandma Tsunade, please let me join the Twilight team. I found Sasuke last time when I was tracking 3 tails. This time I am confident that if I see Sasuke, I will definitely be able to bring him back. Naruto clasped his hands together, leaned forward, and prayed sincerely. No. Tsunade shook her head resolutely, this is too dangerous. You are Jinchuriki, the target of the Akatsuki organization. We can't include you in the team. Naruto, I can't let you take risks. Advertisement. Naruto wanted to give up this opportunity, but a method suddenly appeared in his mind. He came to the desk next to Tsunade. Tsunade thought that Naruto was still begging, so Tsunade deliberately didn't look at him and just concentrated on handling the official business in front of her. Transformation Jutsu. A cloud of white smoke exploded around Naruto's hand seal, and the girl Uzumaki Naruko wearing a female ninja costume with golden twin tails appeared gorgeously. Naruto hugged Tsunade's arm and begged in a cooing voice, Grandma Tsunade, do you think I can just look like this? When the time comes, I will join the Twilight team like this. The Akatsuki organization won't notice me. It's Jinchuriki's. Shizun's eyes widened at the side. Isn't this change too big? Is this the same Naruto just now? Now that he has hidden his beard and changed his clothes, he is a beautiful blonde girl. Tsunade couldn't help but look back and was very surprised. He immediately refused. Naruto, although the transformation technique can change your appearance, it cannot completely hide your aura. The members of the Akatsuki organization are all shadow-level experts, and they are likely to notice something strange. I can't let you take this risk. Naruto's eyes revealed disappointment, but he did not give up. He decided to persuade Tsunade from another angle. Grandma Tsunade, I know you are worried about my safety, but if I don't try, I will never have a chance to find Sasuke, and I will never settle without trying. I promise you, I will be very careful and will not expose my identity easily. Moreover, with the cover of this transformation technique, I can also perform tasks better. Tsunade frowned, thinking about Naruto's words. She knew Naruto's determination and concern for Sasuke, but she couldn't put him in danger easily. Naruto, I understand how you feel, but I must consider the safety of the entire village. Not only will you be in danger, but you may also pose a threat to the village and even the ninja world. Naruto clenched his fists. He knew that Tsunade's worries were reasonable, but he also believed that he could handle it. Grandma Tsunade, please believe me. I am no longer the Naruto I used to be. I will use my power to protect myself and the village. This opportunity is very important to me. I must find Sasuke. Tsunade looked at Naruto's firm eyes and couldn't help but feel a little shaken. I support Naruto's decision. Jiraiya's voice sounded outside the window. He opened the window with a bleeding nose and jumped out. Let him go, Naruto has been working hard. And as you can see, Tsunade, Naruto's transformation technique is indeed perfect. Jiraiya didn't hesitate to praise him. Naruto was very touched by Jiraiya's support, pervy sage. Tsunade sighed, in that case, it's decided. But Naruto, you have to remember that your first priority is to protect yourself, and you must not be brave. Once you find any danger, retreat immediately. Naruto jumped up excitedly, and the two big lumps on his chest kept shaking. Thank you, Granny Tsunade. I will definitely live up to expectations and find Sasuke. This scene also made Jiraiya's eyes widen. Chapter 122 The Resurrected Deadbeat. After Naruto achieved his goal, he said goodbye to Tsunade Jiraiya and left the Hokage building. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Jiraiya wiped the nosebleed from his face with a solemn expression, I have one thing to tell you. The fact that I stayed in Otagakure village a few days ago was not because I was greedy for the food there. I was exploring important information. Tsunade rolled her eyes when she heard your words, thinking it was Jiraiya who wanted to maintain his image. What information is worth your special trip? Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at Jiraiya with suspicion. Advertisement. Jiraiya looked serious and said in a deep voice, when I was at the Federal Underground Research Institute, someone quietly handed me a note. I went to the toilet to read the words on it. It says, Lord Orochimaru was Chiba Kisu's puppet 8 years ago. Chiba Kisuyu has a bigger conspiracy, be careful. Tsunade didn't even think about it, and immediately rejected Jiraiya's guess, this is impossible, you are not falling into the Akatsuki organization's alienation plan, right? Besides, which leader has no plan? As a Hokage, I still want to lead Konoha going to the top. Jiraiya's expression became extremely solemn, I thought so at first, but that person had the aura of Orochimaru on him, so I stayed in Otagakure village to investigate secretly in the name of fun, and I found many problems. The initial establishment of Otagakure village seems to have traces of Orochimaru, but why did Chiba Kishu become the leader of Otagakure village? Also, Chiba Kishu seemed to appear out of thin air. He suddenly appeared 2 years before the invasion of Konoha. Even the people of Otagakure village did not know his past. Jiraiya pointed out the problems with Kyanba Muxiu. These were flaws deliberately left by Hyuga in order to make Jiraiya suspicious. Tsunade also frowned. She didn't believe there was anything wrong with Chiba Kishu like that. Impossible. Wasn't Orochimaru killed by Sasuke? How could he be Chiba Kishu's puppet? Furthermore, Chiba Kushiro may have been secretly trained by Ta no Kuni. Moreover, Chiba Kushiro himself had a relationship with Orochimaru before the invasion of Konoha. It's not like you don't know these things. Your questions are simply not true. Jiraiya nodded, then shook his head, I'm not sure either. I returned to Konoha this time to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Tsunade sat back on the office chair with a solemn expression, if this is really the case, the problem will be serious. How are you going to verify it? Use Anko's curse seal to resurrect Orochimaru. If Orochimaru is resurrected, it means Chiba Kishu is fine. If Orochimaru is not resurrected, it means that he has indeed become a puppet. It is worth going to the underground of Otagakure village to explore. Tsunade frowned, no, you don't know how dangerous Orochimaru is. If you resurrect him, it will be difficult to kill him. The two Konoha Sunin certainly knew how difficult Orochimaru was. Advertisement. Jiraiya said, if the sealing techniques are arranged in advance, there should be no problem. Even Orochimaru cannot escape the control of the sealing techniques. This matter is worth the risk. If Orochimaru is really controlled by Chiba Kishu, wouldn't it mean that the invasion of Konoha and the induction of Sasuke's defection were all dramas directed and acted by him? Tsunade pondered for a moment, then nodded after weighing the pros and cons, this matter is indeed worth a try, but don't rush to alert others. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Shizuan, go ahead Shikaku, Kakashi, Asuma, Anko is here. Shizuan nodded, understood. Let's go to the basement to arrange the seal. Soon after, all four people arrived, and Jiraiya once again told his guess. Several people looked at each other without any doubts. Okay, Anko, the next process may be a bit painful, you must hold on. Jiraiya looked at Anko. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Anko nodded. Jiraiya summoned two great immortals and temporarily entered Sage mode. First, he activated the evil sealing seal and unlocked the seal. Then he put his hands on Anko's shoulders and injected Sage Jutsu Chakra to activate the curse seal left by Orochimaru. In an instant, everyone was on combat readiness waiting for Orochimaru to appear. At the same time, on the other side, in Union Village, a coffin began to shake violently in the morgue of the deceased who had been reincarnated from the dirty soil. Inside, Orochimaru's spirit awakens, feeling the call of the curse seal and wanting to escape the shackles of the filthy earth reincarnation. Hyuga and Yakushi Kabuto were watching this scene quietly outside, understanding that the plan had been accomplished. Yakushi Kabuto casually took out a sealing talisman and stuck it on it. The next moment, the coffin stopped shaking, and Orochimaru's spirit was annihilated again. In Konoha village, under the gaze of everyone, a white snake grew out of Anko's shoulder, and the white snake spit out a body. The body lay limply on the ground without any movement, and its eyes were dull, like a dead person. Tsunade leaned down and lifted Orochimaru's body, which was held in Tsunade's hand like a piece of snake skin. Advertisement. She felt this body and there was no soul inside it at all. There is no soul, this is just a body. Tsunade dropped Orochimaru's body. Two great immortals, I'm sorry to trouble you. Little Jiraiya, if nothing happens, we will go back first. Jiraiya sent away the two immortals and came to Orochimaru's body to feel his condition. Orochimaru's soul is definitely not in the Pure Land. If it is in the Pure Land, Orochimaru will definitely be resurrected. Jiraiya speculated. Kakashi mentioned a possibility, maybe he has been resurrected a long time ago. Jiraiya concluded, no, this kind of curse requires the cooperation of the caster after using it, otherwise it cannot be activated at all. It can spit out the body but no soul. It only means that Orochimaru wanted to be resurrected but was blocked. Shikaku thought for a moment, that means the credibility of that note is extremely high. Orochimaru is really controlled by someone, most likely Chiba Kishu. Asuma blew out smoke, then what should we do? Do we want to speak out and condemn the Federation? No, we don't have absolute evidence. This will only alert the Federation. Jiraiya was the first to refuse. He didn't want his efforts to be in vain. Tsunade asked, then what are you going to do? Jiraiya showed a confident smile, of course I will sneak into the Federal Underground base and find evidence. For a moment, everyone in the basement stared wide-eyed. Sneaking into the Federal Underground base? It was a real dragon's pit and a tiger's den. Tsunade Shikamaru has a deep understanding of it. On the way to the conference room, they can see the tightness of the defense there. There are 10 posts, 1 post, 5 steps, and 1 sentry, and there are layers of checks. If it hadn't been for the emergency situation last time, Kyunyi Muxio led everyone, they would never have known that the Federation still had such a research base. No, it's not like you haven't seen the defense work there. No, you absolutely can't go. Tsunade immediately refused. I know, but this is the only way at the moment. Jiraiya looked at everyone seriously. Besides, I already have an internal agent under Orochimaru. I have already contacted him. He is now a researcher inside. Absolutely no problem. But... Tsunade wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Jiraiya. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Jiraiya patted Tsunade on the shoulder and gave a thumbs up. You know I'm Toad Sage. Chapter 123 Brothers Decisive Battle. Hyugakai's plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Jiraiya is preparing to go to the Federation to explore the secrets. He keeps walking along the way and doesn't know when he will get to the Federation, while Sasuke is still persistently looking for traces of Itachi. In the Federal Head of State Building, Hyuga stared at the girl with golden twin tails on the roster of the Twilight Team. Could this be the female version of Naruto? After not seeing each other for so many days, did he undergo S*** reassignment surgery? Is this another way to get Sasuke back? A beauty trap? Thinking about that scene, it's really weird. Look at this name again, Namikaze Naruto. Is this going to inherit Minato's surname? No one knows yet that Naruto is Namikaze Minato's son, and no one will recognize him with this name. Naruto in the photo has removed his iconic beard and is really well disguised. Of course, this is also based on the premise that the enemy has never seen Naruto. Advertisement. Then, Hyuga continued to scroll down. Kakashi and Sai from Konoha village, Kuratsuka from Uegakure village, Samui from Kumagakure village and others were all considered to be somewhat famous. Later, Hyuga also had people bring scientific ninja tools over as a support for the fight against the Akatsuki organization. Hyuga's life has returned to calm, and he is calmly waiting for the further development of the plan. Finally, a few days later, Hyuga was still developing the ability of the Samsara Eye. Baizetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. Kai-sama, Sasuke has made an agreement with Itachi to have a decisive battle at the Uchiha stronghold in 3 days. Hyuga smiled slightly. I understand. Where is Sasuke now? In a hotel on the border of the Fire Nation. Take me there. Sasuke sat in the room, constantly wiping the Kusanagi sword in his hand, his eyes a little lost, as if he was thinking about something. At this time, the familiar whirlpool appeared next to him again, and Sasuke knew that it was Hyuga. Senior, are you here to watch Itachi's death? Sasuke's expression did not change at all, and the movement of his hand did not stop, still wiping the Kusanagi sword. Sasuke has always felt that Hyuga's hatred is very similar to his own, so he has always treated him as a senior. Hyuga knew the truth and asked, let me see you. As an Avenger, have you thought clearly? Do you really want to kill Uchiha Itachi? Of course Hyuga's words are to pave the way for Sasuke to escape after killing Itachi. Advertisement. Sasuke didn't know the meaning of Hyuga's question, but he still nodded and said firmly, of course, I must kill him, otherwise, everything I do will be meaningless. Even if doing so will make you bear more pain and hatred. Hyuga continued to ask. Sasuke stopped what he was doing, looked up and looked out the window, a ferocious smile flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen Itachi's death. Sasuke's voice became excited, how could it be? I feel so happy when I think about killing Itachi. It seems that you have made up your mind. Hyuga sighed, however, you have to be careful, Uchiha Itachi is not an easy opponent to deal with. Sasuke nodded slightly to show that he understood. He picked up the Kusanagi sword again and looked at the blade carefully. I'm ready. Sasuke's voice returned to calmness, this time, I will definitely end his life with my own hands. Hyuga seemed to be possessed by the Oscar-winning actor, and his acting was getting better. He sighed softly, alas. This is Uchiha's fate. Sasuke didn't understand the meaning of Hyuga's words, he just thought it was lamenting his destiny of revenge. He has been on the mission of revenge since he was 6 years old. From then on, every minute and every second was born for revenge. Everything was for revenge. Hyuga is just keeping foreshadowing. When Sasuke knows the truth, he will understand the meaning of Hyuga's words. Sasuke continued, when I kill Uchiha Itachi, I will have the same power as my ancestor Uchiha Madara. Then I will fully assist you in obtaining the power of 10 tails. When the time comes, I will ask my senior to resurrect my parents for me. I will wait for that day to come. An imperceptible smile flashed in Hyuga's eyes. Sasuke stood up, holding the Kusanagi sword in his hand and looking into the distance firmly. He couldn't wait to fight Uchiha Itachi to the death. I'm going to do the final training. For the decisive battle in 3 days, I have to prepare a big gift for Itachi. After Sasuke said that, he turned and left the room. Hyuga looked at Sasuke's leaving back and thought to himself, everything is going according to plan. When Sasuke kills Itachi and tells him the truth, he will definitely fall into extreme pain and regret. By then, he will become my most powerful weapon, the executor of my plan. Plan through. 3 days later, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a heavy rain was brewing in the sky. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, which made people feel heavy. Uchiha Itachi was sitting on the main seat in the stronghold hall early, waiting for Sasuke's arrival. Advertisement. He sat there quietly, with a trace of relief in his firm eyes. He had been burdened with too much since the genocide of Uchiha. After this battle, Sasuke will return to Konoha with the crime of killing the traitor Uchiha Itachi of Konoha. He will have the power of eternal Mangeki to protect Konoha and eventually become Hokage. However, he is slightly regretful that he cannot see Sasuke get married. This battle is inevitable. It is not only the fateful battle between him and Sasuke, but also what he must face in order to protect the village and his brother. He recalls the time he spent with Sasuke, feeling conflicted. He devoted all his love to Sasuke, but he had to force him into a desperate situation. He hopes that through this battle, Sasuke will become truly strong and get rid of the shadow of the past. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer, and Itachi's mind was brought back to reality. He knew that it was Sasuke who was coming. When Sasuke stepped into the hall, every step carried a heavy sense of oppression, and a chilling killing intent emanated from his whole body. Sasuke looked at the person in front of him, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, but he couldn't feel any pain. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the man in front of him, Itachi. He stared at Itachi, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, including anger, hatred, and a hint of family affection that was hard to let go. However, Itachi seemed unusually calm. He sat quietly on the chair, raised his head slightly, and met Sasuke's eyes. Itachi raised the corner of his mouth and showed a faint smile. Sasuke, I thought you were afraid of death and didn't dare to come face to face with me. Hearing this, Sasuke's face became darker. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. How is that possible? I always keep my brother's teachings in mind. Itachi said calmly, I just don't know how far your eyes can see. Sasuke said a few words through his teeth. How far can you see? I can already see your death. Before he finished speaking, an extremely sharp sword suddenly stabbed out from behind the seat and pierced Itachi's body. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. At the same time, a black shadow appeared from behind the seat. When I looked closely, I saw that it was another Sasuke. Well done. Faced with this sudden change, Itachi didn't show much surprise on his face. Even though his body was penetrated by a long sword, his expression remained unchanged, as if he was not the one who was injured. Immediately afterwards, Itachi's body began to gradually dissipate, turning into a flock of flying black crows, flying towards the ceiling. Chapter 124 Sharingan's Battle. Hyuga watched the battle between the two with his reincarnation eye in the sky. This was Uchiha Itachi's last battle. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uchiha Itachi. He wanted to see how much less water he could use with his strengthened Sasuke. Crows gathered on the ceiling, and Itachi's figure stood upside down on the ceiling behind Sasuke. He drew out his kunai, jumped down like a ghost, and rushed towards Sasuke below. Itachi arrived behind Sasuke in an instant, but Sasuke did not turn around, but quickly drew out the Kusanagi sword from his waist, just in time to block the blow. Advertisement. Sasuke turned his back and pushed Itachi away with one hand. He formed a seal with one hand, and the long sword in his hand instantly enveloped thunder and lightning. Sasuke pressed forward step by step and pinned Itachi to the wall with one strike of his sword. Stupid brother! Itachi's voice rang in Sasuke's ears. Genjutsu disappeared, and the two opened their eyes again and saw that Uchiha Itachi was still sitting on the chair without moving, and Sasuke was still standing there. The previous confrontation was just between two genjutsu, and Sasuke did not fall behind in the battle of 3 Megatama. But then comes the real drama. Stop playing these useless tricks. Sasuke said impatiently. He couldn't wait to kill Uchiha Itachi. Itachi leaned on the stone seat and said calmly, you don't seem to have listened to me. You have the same eyes as me. Sasuke looked disdainful. Then you will kill me with Mangeki Sharingan, or, you can no longer measure my strength now. What a blind confidence. Itachi slowly stood up and walked down the steps. Mangeki Sharingan, from the moment he awakens, is destined to go into darkness and one day lose his light. So you want me to awaken Mangeki, then take away my Sharingan and fuse it with the legendary Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, right? Now that you know the secret of Eternal Mangeki. Itachi showed a maniacal smile, his eyes and Sharingan's pupil power almost condensed into a demon. Sasuke, you are a new light to me, you just become me part of it. The Uchiha clan is an ugly clan that will kill each other in pursuit of eternal power. They will kill each other with their relatives and friends, and then be proud of this ugly power. Itachi's voice was extremely crazy, like an evil spirit from hell, and his nearly substantial eye power turned into tentacles, curling towards Sasuke like a whip. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi's current appearance, a little dull. He had never seen Itachi like this before, and he couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his gentle brother back then. Advertisement. From the moment you were born, you have been involved in this bloody fate. Come on, brother, I want to kill you, so that you can free yourself from the fate of your clan, break free from your own shackles, and free yourself from your temperament. After saying that, Uchiha Itachi quickly took action, and quickly threw countless ninja tools that shone with cold light in his hand, and shot them at Sasuke like raindrops. Sasuke was not afraid. He drew out the ninja tools from his waist at extremely fast speed and threw them accurately, colliding with Itachi's attack. For a moment, there were crisp jingling sounds in the air, and the ninja tools intertwined and collided with each other in the air, causing sparks to fly, which was dazzling. However, these ninja tools lost their power after colliding with each other, and they still hit the ground with inertia, making a dull sound. Uchiha's throwing technique combined with Sharingan is not only tricky and weird, but also very entertaining. Both of them are also extremely talented in fighting, and their throwing skills have reached the pinnacle. It can be said that Uchiha's ninjas can be called masters of ninja tools as long as they awaken Sharingan. This also resulted in Uchiha's unparalleled brilliant record in single combat. Every confrontation between the two of them with ninja tools was full of thrills and variables. Even though he was suffering from blood disease and could hardly see clearly, Itachi was more experienced after all. Itachi shot more and more ninja tools. As time went by, Sasuke gradually felt a little tired. Not only were these ninja tools numerous in number, but they were also extremely fast, making Sasuke unable to guard against them. A kunai grazed his cheek and left a wound. Sasuke didn't dare to slack off anymore and gave up using ninja tools to fight the enemy. He quickly formed seals with his hands and performed the ninjutsu Chidori style. A dazzling blue current spurted out from his hand and collided fiercely with the flying ninja tools, making a crisp tinkling sound. For a time, the air was filled with sparks caused by the collision of electric current and metal, like a gorgeous fireworks feast. Itachi stood on the ground observing Sasuke's every move, seemingly waiting for the right moment to launch a fatal blow. Sasuke jumped up and avoided the wave of incoming ninja tools. At the same time, a cloud of smoke suddenly exploded from his wrist, and then, a scroll flashing with cold light and full of futuristic technology fell to the ground. Advertisement. The scroll exploded into smoke, and in the blink of an eye, two shadow clones suddenly appeared next to Sasuke like phantoms. They held extremely sharp kusanagi swords and launched fierce attacks at Uchiha Itachi from the left and right sides. I saw the two long swords drawing two arcs of gleaming cold light, heading towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi dodged and jumped upwards, narrowly dodging this fatal blow. However, just as his body was in the air, several kunai flashing with cold light suddenly flew out of his cuffs, hitting the two clones accurately and destroying them instantly. Sasuke seized this fleeting opportunity and quickly formed a seal with his hands, fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. Along with his deep drink, a stream of hot chakra spurted out from his mouth, turning into a huge dragon-shaped flame in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Itachi performed water-style water barrier without hesitation. In an instant, a wall of water spewed out of his mouth appeared in front of him, firmly resisting Sasuke's fire-style ninjutsu. However, Sasuke's offensive did not stop there. He took a deep breath and once again released multiple fire-style Great Dragon Fire techniques in succession. Each flame is more fierce and violent than the previous one. The Sage Jutsu organ in Sasuke's body has begun to function. The Sage Jutsu organ continuously provides Sasuke with the purest Sage Jutsu chakra to strengthen his ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi was also a little surprised. The power and chakra amount of Sasuke fire-style ninjutsu already surpassed his own. Although he was extremely surprised, the movements of Uchiha Itachi's hands showed no intention of stopping at all. He was seen constantly jumping, dodging Sasuke's attacks, and fighting back with the kunai in his hand from time to time. At the same time, the huge fire dragon also broke through the ceiling and galloped towards the sky, leaving only a burnt mark and rubble all over the ground. Sasuke's goal has been achieved, because the appearance of this fire dragon has caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply, which will likely lead to rainfall. This is also preparation for his next ninjutsu. Chapter 125 Sasuke's Ultimate Sage Mode. Suddenly, Itachi's figure disappeared from Sasuke's sight. Sasuke's heart tightened and he quickly looked around, but there was no trace of Itachi. Sasuke turned on the Sharingan and kept looking around, trying to catch Itachi's whereabouts. At this moment, a strong murderous aura struck from behind. Sasuke didn't have time to turn around, so he could only rely on instinct to rush forward. Poof! A kunai stabbed into Sasuke's shoulder, and blood spurted out. Sasuke gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his body, rolled to the side with difficulty, and finally saw Itachi's position clearly. Advertisement. Itachi stood quietly not far away, his eyes as cold as ice, looking at Sasuke without any emotion. It seems that you are not strong enough, brother. Itachi's voice was calm and cold, as if he was stating an obvious fact. Sasuke pulled out the kunai, covered the wound, stared at Itachi with wide eyes. Itachi's 3 Megatama Sharingan activated genjutsu in an instant, Uchiha Sasuke's body instantly stiffened, and every inch of his muscles seemed to be out of his control. He stood there blankly, watching Itachi walk towards him step by step. It's still too weak. Itachi walked up to Sasuke and reached out to touch Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke saw Itachi's hand getting closer and closer, and his heart was filled with fear and anger. However, the moment Itachi's fingers were about to touch Sasuke's eyes, a powerful force surged out of Sasuke's body. The sage jutsu organ in Sasuke's body was like thunder, making a loud noise, and the surrounding natural energy gathered into Sasuke's body like a tide. Hyuga's eyes lit up. In the face of such a crisis, I finally used it, the ultimate sage mode, the power beyond the immortal. The sage jutsu organ was carefully crafted for Sasuke to only enhance ninjutsu's abilities. Hyuga tried his best to get the flesh and blood of the white snake Sennin from Rika Cave, Hashirama cells, and Naruto's blood. Sasuke, don't let me down. Hyuga muttered to himself. Advertisement. Natural energy visible to the naked eye came from all directions and wrapped around Sasuke's body. The wounds just left healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several white snakes made of flesh and blood protruded from his chest, biting Uchiha Itachi like sharp swords. He used Sage Mode to strengthen his eye power and was able to untie Itachi's genjutsu head-on. Itachi immediately moved back, his eyes were extremely painful from the backlash from genjutsu, and the scene he could see became even more blurry. Sasuke reached out and tore off the clothes on his upper body, revealing that his body was gradually covered with tough snake scales, long horns sprouted from his head, and there were a pair of scaly wings on his back. I have already surpassed you, and now I have become an immortal. Itachi looked at Sasuke's snake-like appearance and asked, is this Orochimaru's power? It doesn't matter whose power it is, as long as it can kill you. Sasuke roared angrily, stamped his feet on the ground, spread his wings behind him, and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi like a cannonball. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of Itachi in the blink of an eye. He raised his Kusanagi sword and slashed hard at Itachi's head. Itachi resisted the pain in his eyes, turned sideways to avoid Sasuke's attack, and at the same time quickly formed seals in his hands to perform the fire-style Great Fireball technique. A huge ball of flame spurted out and struck Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke didn't panic. He opened his mouth and blew out a powerful stream of air, blowing the flames directly back. Then, he attacked again, wielding the Kusanagi sword and stabbing Itachi continuously. Itachi fought and retreated. Facing Sasuke's fierce attack, he could only rely on his flexible body skills to dodge. However, as Sasuke gets used to Sage Mode, his attack speed becomes faster and faster. Now Sasuke's speed has surpassed the current Itachi's, even Itachi can't keep up with Sasuke's movements. Sasuke's attack was like a violent storm, with every sword carrying the power of thunder. Even Uchiha Itachi could not avoid it, and scars continued to appear on his body. It seems that you have really grown a lot. But it's not enough. Itachi's eyes flashed with surprise, but then he regained his composure. He saw the right moment, flashed his body, and quickly retreated, no longer facing Sasuke head-on. At the same time, the three Megatama Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate rapidly, and in a moment it connected into a bloody and mysterious Manjiki. Advertisement. Manjiki Sharingan shrank sharply in Itachi's pupils. Itachi hesitated for a moment and activated the pupil technique in Manjiki, Amaterasu. Bloody tears flowed from Itachi's eyes, and in an instant, dark flames spurted out from Sasuke's body. The black flame burned so fiercely that it seemed to swallow everything. Sasuke was caught off guard by this sudden attack. He felt unprecedented pain. The heartbreaking pain made him kneel down involuntarily, desperately trying to extinguish the black inflammation on his body. However, this black flame was like a tarsal maggot, clinging tightly to Sasuke's body. No matter how hard he struggled and tried, he could not extinguish it. Amaterasu's black flames will not disappear until the target is burned out. The black flames grew stronger and stronger. The white phosphorus on Sasuke's skin was burnt black, and his hair curled in the flames, emitting a pungent smell. At this time, Sasuke's mouth opened wider and wider. Suddenly, a ball of sticky liquid spurted out from his mouth, and then a Sasuke covered in mucus slowly crawled out. Only Sasuke's body was left on the spot, being roasted mercilessly by the blazing black flames. The classic Orochi-ryu substitution technique, by consuming a huge amount of chakra, can not only heal one's own serious injuries, but also get rid of various negative states. One of Orochimaru's most signature life-saving tricks is ninjutsu, which Hyuga specially taught to Sasuke to restrain Amaterasu. Very good, but how are you going to deal with the next attack? Itachi's eyes were filled with blood and tears, and he was about to launch Amaterasu again. Sasuke had personally experienced the feeling of life being worse than death before, and he did not dare to neglect it. The huge fleshy wings behind the vibration rose into the air and flew towards the sky. The place where Sasuke was standing just now ignited black flames. Even so, the black flames only chased behind Sasuke. Itachi's Amaterasu kept falling into the air, and black flames kept burning on the walls of the room. Seeing the black flame just following Shizuke, Hyuga shook his head. It's getting more and more unrestrained. Amaterasu can burn everything Sharingan sees, and Shizuke can't escape Sharingan's gaze no matter how fast he is. Itachi is just teaching Shizuke how to use Sharingan's power. He sighed, he was really unwilling to have his proud work be compared to Itachi. But it doesn't matter, the current Shizuke is not the state Hyuga expected. The expected state of Hyuga is that the single samsara eye is transplanted between the eyebrows, and the eyes are eternal Mangeki Sharingan, combined with the ultimate sage mode and wood style. By then, no matter what, Sasuke's combat power should surpass Uchiha Obito. Chapter 126 Lightning Style God's Punishment. The moving space in the room was too small, and Shizuke had just flown to the roof through the hole left in the ceiling by the Great Dragon Fire technique. Itachi also took a few steps on the wall to jump onto the roof to catch up with Shizuke, but Shizuke was already prepared and didn't give Itachi a chance to stand still. Die. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. The moment Itachi landed, Shizuke performed the Fire Style Great Fireball Technique without hesitation. A huge fireball flew straight towards Itachi like a burning meteorite. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Advertisement. Facing the menacing attack, Itachi remained calm and immediately responded with the same ninjutsu. He quickly formed a seal, sprayed out blazing flames from his mouth, and faced off against Sasuke's fireball. Sasuke's flames were actually more intense than Itachi's, suppressing the flames that Itachi breathed out, and kept pressing towards Itachi. Itachi's eyes shed tears of blood again, and he added Amaterasu's black flame into his own flames, and then managed to stop his decline. In this state, Sasuke's power and chakra using ninjutsu have surpassed Itachi's. But Itachi's chakra will eventually run out, while Sasuke's chakra is like the tide, one wave will run out, but it will recover. The sage jutsu organ in Sasuke's body is like a chakra version of the heart. Shizuke continuously supplies physical energy and spiritual energy, and the sage jutsu organ can produce the purest sage jutsu chakra. Sasuke's flames became more and more fierce and were about to engulf Itachi. Itachi showed no sign of weakness, he concentrated on integrating Amaterasu's black flame into his own flames, and struggled to resist Sasuke's attack. The flames collided fiercely in the air, distorting the surrounding air. Both Shizuke and Itachi gritted their teeth and went all out. Shizuke noticed the changes in Itachi, and he realized that Itachi had incorporated the power of Amaterasu into the flames, which made his flames even weirder and more powerful. Shizuke quickly changed his hand seal, lightning-style Chidori. A powerful electric current shot out from his hand, passing straight through the flames and heading towards Itachi. Seeing this, Itachi quickly turned sideways to avoid it. Shizuke seized the opportunity and continued to perform ninjutsu, fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. He spit out a series of fireballs from his mouth and flew towards Itachi like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Advertisement. Itachi flipped in the air, dodging Sasuke's attack. However, Sasuke's offensive became more and more fierce, making Itachi gradually feel difficult. In this tense moment, Itachi finally used his last trick, Susanoo. Itachi's body was wrapped in a red skeleton, easily blocking all Sasuke's attacks. Ha 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 ha, finally used it, Susanoo. Itachi, are you finally at your wit's end? Shizuke laughed, as if he had already seen Itachi's death, as if the victory was determined. At this time, the surrounding air continued to heat up due to the fire-style confrontation between the two, and it started to rain heavily in the sky. Shizuke stretched out a hand to catch the falling rain, feeling the hard-won coolness. In the sky, Hyuga was bathed in water droplets from the clouds, but not a single bit of water vapor came close. Shizuke, let me work harder for you. Hyuga activated chakra, gathering the surrounding clouds, causing the rain above the two of them to fall heavier and heavier. Sasuke's strongest attack is against Yata Mirror's defense. I don't know if it can be broken. Hyuga looked at the scene below with interest. The thunder was deafening, and there was heavy rain in the sky. Countless rays of thunder gathered in the sky, shining with dazzling light. The thunder and lightning in Sasuke's palm continued to vibrate, making a crisp bird song. The wings behind Shizuke vibrated, and he slowly flew into the air. At this moment, Shizuke was like a god descending into the world. His figure looked extremely majestic and solemn against the background of thunder and rain. This ninjutsu is to trigger lightning strikes from the sky, compress and guide the lightning towards you, just like a punishment from heaven, then let God use thunder to wash away all your sins. Sasuke's voice echoed in the air. The sage jutsu chakra on Sasuke's body poured into the clouds continuously, and he raised the Chidori in his hand high, as if talking to the thunder in the sky. The thunder and lightning in the sky immediately converged towards Itachi's head like a torrent. Advertisement. You've really grown up. Shizuke. Itachi also thought in his heart, and my sins really need thunder and lightning to cleanse them away. This strike is worthy of the name of a genius and worthy of my efforts. Hyuga watched this magnificent strike like an old father who saw his son succeed. The precise combination of Sage Jutsu and lightning style is several times more powerful than the Kirin in the original work. Sage art is about stimulating the power of nature, and with the help of lightning style, Sasuke can now be said to have tamed the thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning are compressed in the form of a chakra cannon at high altitude, and then fall at the speed of light. Such an attack has exceeded the scope of S-class ninjutsu. Hyuga looked at the huge thunder and lightning in the distance with relief. Itaka stared quietly at the huge thunder and lightning in the sky, his eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water. On his body, a red chakra skeleton gradually grew into a head and arms, then wrapped in muscles and skin, and finally covered in Karatengu armor. The orange-red half-length Susanna holds a Yata mirror in his left hand and a ten-fist sword in his right hand, capable of both offense and defense. Ten-fist sword, it can bring the person who is stabbed into the dreamlike world of Genjutsu, and it can be permanently sealed in the gourd-shaped hilt. Yata mirror, possess all property changes, can change its own properties according to the properties of the attack, invalidate it, and reflect all physical attacks. The two are paired with each other to form nearly insurmountable attack and defense capabilities. Other attacks may not be able to break through Yata mirror's defense, but this attack is different. This move not only uses natural thunder and lightning, but also uses Sage Jutsu chakra in it. Possessing characteristics that cannot be copied, it is expected to break through Itaka's defense. Hyuga is definitely Tsutsuki Mamashi and the others are here. He has no defense and will return to the west even if he takes this blow from the power of nature. The name of this technique is, Sage Art Lightning Style God's Punishment. Accept this punishment on behalf of God and disappear. Sasuke waved his hand, and the lightning that had been accumulated for a long time instantly turned into a thick lightning beam, which struck down hard towards Itaka with the power of destroying the world. Chapter 127 Death of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke brothers are fighting. At the same time, in the distance, the Dusk team has already received the news that Uchiha Itachi has appeared in the Land of Fire, and is quickly rushing towards the Uchiha stronghold. Naruto was even more excited. Itaka's appearance often meant that Sasuke, whom he had longed for, would also appear. The 15 members of the Dusk team advanced rapidly in the forest. It started to rain heavily in the sky. They looked up and saw countless thunders gathering in the sky in the distance. Naruto was even more worried, very worried about Sasuke's safety. Naruto was walking alone at the front of the team, and he was still accelerating. Advertisement. This guy really has no team spirit at all. I really don't know how to cooperate with such a reckless guy to fight against the Akatsuki organization. Kurotsuka couldn't help complaining. Akato on the side scratched his head honestly, it's understandable to worry about your companions. Didn't you also want to capture Deidara when he defected? The current scene is indeed very similar. Naruto now appears as Naruto, and indeed looks like an admirer of Sasuke. Kurotsuka blushed and said, no road race. Slow down, don't lose touch with the team. Kakashi quickly reminded Naruto. Naruto in front of him acted as if he hadn't heard anything. No need to go, this road is blocked. A voice that was very familiar to Naruto Kakashi sounded in everyone's ears. Hyuga slowly fell from the sky and sat leaning on a branch. Everyone stopped immediately, and they immediately recognized the person in front of them as the legendary Hyuga. The intelligence described a monster that could defeat tailed beasts and kill 1,000 elite ninja troops with just one blow using only physical skills. If they were the ones like them, there would be no way they could be the opponent of this guy. They were told before the operation that if they encountered Hyuga, they could retreat directly. The air around them was almost stagnant at this moment, and Hyuga put great pressure on them just by standing there. Kakashi sighed and stopped Naruto who was about to step forward. Naruto, let me do it. I hope my face is still useful. Kakashi stepped forward alone and came to Hyuga. For the sake of our friends, can you let us go? Hyuga smiled and said, Kakashi, although I really want to sell you this face, I have already received a commission from Itachi and Sasuke. You should not get involved in the battle between their brothers. Just stay here with me and wait for the outcome of the battle. Advertisement. By the way, Kakashi, did you pick up your sword skills while I was gone? Hyuga pointed at the short sword behind Kakashi. It's pretty smooth. Kakashi still had the same dead fish eyes. The two chatted casually, and a group of people were stopped here by Hyuga. Hyuga saw an anxious Naruto from the corner of his eye. Hyuga turned his head and said, don't worry, Itachi is reluctant to kill Sasuke. The final result must be Sasuke's victory. Naruto retorted, impossible, that guy Itachi killed his parents, what else can't he do? Hyuga still had the same smile, if I say no, I won't. The truth will be told to you, and if Lord Third Hokage is here, he will know the truth. The Third Hokage? The Third Hokage who does whatever it takes to gain power and plots to harm the Fourth Hokage? Everyone was helpless in the face of Hyuga. They couldn't beat him again and again, and they couldn't get around him. Even Naruto could only be patient and wait for the outcome of the brothers' decisive battle. Suddenly the thunder in the sky formed a pillar of light and fell down, connecting the ground and the sky. Everyone looked at the magnificent thunder pillar of light. It seems that Sasuke is going to win. Even Susanoo can't resist such an attack. Hyuga put his hands on his eyes to block the bright light. Naruto felt relieved when he heard this, but he thought that Sasuke was already so powerful, but he was still standing still. According to Itachi's plan, the Dusk team should rescue Sasuke after his death and bring him back to Konoha to become the hero who killed the S-class rebellious nin and stay in Konoha. But now they are all blocked here by Hyuga shadow clone. Without further ado, let's get down to business. At the original Uchiha stronghold, Susanoo in the state of the Karatengu armor raised the Yata mirror in his hand high to receive Sasuke's strongest blow. The magnificent thunder beam, like a falling star, fell directly on the Yata mirror. The light instantly drowned Susanoo. The dazzling light and the deafening sound were intertwined. The surrounding air seemed to be twisted into a vortex, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. The surrounding Uchiha stronghold was reduced to rubble by this blow. Sasuke's Sage Jutsu organ had reached its limit and could no longer maintain the ultimate Sage mode. He slowly landed, and the scale wings on his body gradually disappeared. Advertisement. Sasuke leaned against the gravel, breathing heavily. He stared at the position where the beam fell, as if he wanted to see Itachi's death in that light. As the light gradually dissipated, the orange-red Susanoo still stood firmly in place, but it had changed beyond recognition. Its whole body was covered with shocking cracks, and it was as fragile as broken porcelain. The originally indestructible artifact Yata mirror was now like an ordinary mirror, covered in cracks, as if it would break into countless pieces with just a light touch. Itachi was in Susanoo. He was kneeling on his knees, his body was shaking, and he was spitting out large mouthfuls of bright red blood. At this time, Weasel was like a candle in the wind, and the fire of life could be extinguished at any time. However, even so, Susanoo still could not hold on any longer, and only heard a loud noise as it shattered. Itachi endured the severe pain in his body, stood up with difficulty, and then limped towards Sasuke in the distance. Every step he took left a bloody footprint on the spot, but it was quickly washed away by the rain. Sasuke's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief on his face. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "How is this possible? You know, the blow just now was almost devastating, but such a powerful blow was actually blocked by Itachi? How is this possible?" Sasuke really couldn't understand why his all-out attack failed. Is he really invincible? Inexplicable fear surged into Sasuke's heart. Sasuke's eyes widened and he looked at Itachi who was walking slowly in front of him in horror. His body was shaking involuntarily and he staggered back a few steps, as if he had lost the will to resist. He suppressed the fear in his heart and hurriedly took out a ninjutsu scroll from his ninja bag and held it tightly in his hand. Sasuke's hand was shaking so much that he could hardly control it. A cloud of smoke exploded in his hand, and another ninjutsu scroll appeared in his hand. He trembled and threw the scroll in his hand. The scroll quickly burned in the air and turned into a huge fireball that hit Itachi. However, Itachi staggered forward, and the Susanoo skeleton beside him appeared again, blocking the blow easily. In Sasuke's fearful and helpless eyes, Itachi walked up to Sasuke step by step. Itachi stretched out his fingers tremblingly, touched Sasuke's forehead gently, leaving 2 blood marks on Sasuke's forehead, and at the same time injected his last pupil power into Sasuke's eyes. "Forgive me. Sasuke, this is the last time." After saying that, Itachi's body slowly fell down, floating as lightly as a fallen leaf in the water, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Chapter 128 Sage Jutsu Organ Second Stage Potion. Sasuke's eyes were empty, staring straight at Itachi's lifeless body, his heart filled with doubts. Why didn't he take away his eyes? Why didn't he kill him? Sasuke's mind was filled with countless questions, but he had no time to think deeply. In this extremely fierce battle, his body was extremely exhausted. The next moment, Sasuke felt that his legs were weak, his vision turned black, and he fainted next to Itachi. Wonderful, really wonderful. Hyuga slowly landed on the ground and applauded the battle between the two. This battle really lived up to Hyuga's expectations. Advertisement. The final lightning style, Heavenly Punishment is really amazing, which also allows Hyuga to see Sasuke's progress compared to the original work, and his efforts have not been in vain after all. He could already imagine the spectacular scene of Sasuke completely conquering the 5 great kingdoms. Hyuga has suffered from Sasuke's lack of firepower phobia, which is also a helpless move. Sasuke shoulders the important task of launching the 5th ninja war, but his record in the original work is indeed unsatisfactory. In the original work, since awakening Manjiki, Sasuke has almost been beaten by various shadow-level strongmen. He was beaten violently by Killer Bee and brutally tortured by 5 shadows. Of course, except for the 5.5 generation Hokage, Danzo-sama is the real cage-level floor tile. Although this is partly due to Sasuke's arrogance. After years of training from Hyuga, coupled with the lessons from Niji, a peer of his generation, Sasuke has obviously become more humble now. Hyuga opened the Manjiki Sharingan and activated Kamui to collect the bodies of Sasuke and Itachi into the Kamui space. Subsequently, the shadow clone technique in the distance was cancelled, and a shadow clone from Hyuga 1,000 meters away exploded, leaving only the Dusk team standing there staring. They were delayed for so long by a shadow clone. Uzumaki Naruto, who turned into Naruto, saw the shadow clone exploded. He immediately jumped out and wanted to look for traces of Sasuke in the distant fighting place. That's too bad. Kakashi complained about Hyuga's behavior first, and then he quickly picked up the pace to keep up with Naruto, fearing that something might happen to Naruto. The rest of the Dusk team members also hurriedly chased after the two. Advertisement. Hyuga inspired Kamui, returned to Otagakure village in an instant, put Sasuke directly on the operating table, stored Ataka's Manjiki, and then sent someone to find Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto Yakushi came to the door of the operating room, opened the door gently, and saw Sasuke on the hospital bed at a glance. He probably understood what happened. He walked up to Hyuga and bowed respectfully, "Master Kai, you are looking for me." "Well, Itachi is dead, let's inject Sasuke with the second stage medicine." Hyuga pointed at Sasuke on the operating table. Now that Sasuke has perfect control over the Sage Jutsu organ, he can inject the medicine to catalyze the Sage Jutsu organ to enter the second stage. Stage, help Sasuke master wood style. According to Hyuga expectation, Sasuke after waking up should be able to reach Yamato's level. Although it is just a decoration, it can be regarded as a certain improvement. The third stage is the key point, which at least allows Sasuke to use the wooden dragon technique to the extent of Uchiha Madara in the original work. Clear. Kabuto took out tubes of medicine that he had prepared long ago and began to perform the operation. Hyuga sat aside and waited quietly for the operation to end. The operation went very smoothly, and the Sage Jutsu organ successfully entered the second stage. After opening his reincarnation eye, not only did Sasuke's life force become more powerful, but his chakra also doubled. This amount of chakra is considered outstanding even at the shadow level. Leave it to me here. You go first. Pay attention to Jiraiya. If he arrives at Otagakure village, notify me immediately. Hyuga told the pharmacist Kabuto that this matter was of great importance and related to the next plan, so it must be treated with caution. Understood, then I will resign first. Kabuto Yakushi, as the only person familiar with the plan, naturally knew what Hyuga was thinking. Yes. Hyuga nodded and sat aside, waiting for Sasuke to wake up. Hyuga didn't wait long before Sasuke, whose Sage Jutsu organ had entered the second stage, slowly woke up. Advertisement. Sasuke got up and looked at his hands with a dull expression. His eyes were confused, as if he had lost focus. He didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't even notice the person sitting next to him. Hyuga understands Sasuke very well. If lightning style had directly killed Itachi, Sasuke would never have been so confused, but Itachi insisted on tapping his forehead and saying those words at the end. Such a move made Sasuke confused, unsure of Itachi's purpose, and began to doubt whether his revenge was right. If Itachi really wanted my eyes, why didn't he kill me? Sasuke muttered to himself. No, Itachi couldn't kill me because he was exhausted, so why did Itachi say those words at the end? That slight touch seemed to take him back to the scene of his childhood. Hyuga saw Sasuke's lost look and understood that it was time for him, the life mentor, to appear. Hyuga opened his mouth to interrupt Sasuke's thinking. Congratulations, you won. I've had someone treat your wounds, but it's best not to make any big moves. Sasuke did not raise his head, his eyes were full of confusion. After revenge, he was not as happy as he imagined, leaving only confusion and doubt. He said softly, have you ever thought that maybe, your brother has his own ideas, maybe everything he did was to protect you? Sasuke raised his head suddenly and shouted angrily, protect me? What a joke. How is it possible? He obviously killed the entire clan. He also wanted to take away my eyes. But it is what it is, and I will tell you the truth, but what you do with it is up to you. Hyuga's tone was calm as if he was stating a fact. With Uchiha Itachi's strength, if he really wants to take your life, do you think you can survive until now? Sasuke suddenly froze, his mind uncontrollably recalling the scene of last night's battle. Hyuga came forward and turned Sasuke's head aside, gently tapping Sasuke's head to unlock the transcription seal on it. Sasuke's left eye revealed Itachi's Manjiki and shed tears of blood. The wall in front of Sasuke suddenly burned with Amaterasu's black flames. Hyuga broke the last trace of luck in Sasuke's psychology. Do you feel it? This is the power of Amaterasu. As long as the eyes can see it, the enemy has nowhere to escape. Chapter 129 The Truth about Uchiha's Genocide, Dark Konoha. This is also evidence that Itachi wants to protect you. He uses the transfer seal of his Sharingan's power to seal it into your eyes. If you encounter a powerful enemy, it will take effect and activate Amaterasu to protect you. Hyuga walked over to the burning black flame and extinguished it with one hand. Impossible. Why did Itachi do this? Didn't he want to surpass Uchiha Madara's power? Sasuke didn't believe Hyuga-kai's words. I said I didn't believe it, but now it's even more unbelievable. The person he tried his best to kill actually wanted to save himself. This seemed to negate all his efforts. Which brother in the world would want to kill his own brother? Hyuga opened Sharingan and said, "Let me tell you a story, and you can make a choice after listening to it." Advertisement. Hyuga inspires Genjutsu and pulls Sasuke into Genjutsu. 16 years ago, Uchiha Obito used Sharingan to control Nine Tails and launched the Nine Tails Rebellion, killing the 4th Hokage and his wife, and also causing the death of a large number of ninjas and civilians. Haha, I still remember the scene when Itachi held you in the shelter. As Hyuga narrated, the scene of Nine Tails launching tailed beast Jade to destroy Konoha appeared in front of Sasuke's eyes. In the shelter, Itachi held Sasuke who kept crying. Sasuke was stunned and watched this scene quietly. And the Uchiha clan has also been implicated and is believed to be trying to launch a coup. The Uchiha clan has been subject to groundless suspicion. From then on, the Uchiha clan was forced to move to the edge of the village and was also monitored by Anbu. Ejection and suspicion gradually breed dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan. An unhealable rift appeared between Konoha and Uchiha, and suspicion became a reality. The Uchiha clan began to plan a coup and seize power. At the same time, the Uchiha clan also sent a spy to Konoha and asked him to join Konoha's Anbu. The scene in front of Sasuke changed again, and time returned to the moment when Itachi joined Anbu and was made things difficult for him. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi eventually joined Hyuga-kai's team to perform the mission together. The two are of similar age and have a very good relationship. Uchiha Itachi often asks Kai various questions, and Kai always answers them patiently. Hyuga-kai unceremoniously puts gold in his face. In Genjutsu, Hyuga-kai is Itachi's best friend who talks about everything. The top management of Konoha has already noticed the unusual movements of the Uchiha clan, and at the same time successfully persuaded 2 Uchiha clan members to surrender. One of these 2 people is your brother Uchiha Itachi, and the other is Uchiha Shisui. Neither of them wants a war to break out between Konoha and Uchiha. Itachi and Shisui worked hard to deal with it and became double agents. Sasuke's whole body was shaking, and there was a hint of confusion in his voice. Why did they betray Uchiha? Hyuga-kai sighed softly, and the scene in front of Sasuke changed again. The surrounding area instantly turned into a bloody battlefield, and the 2 ninjas were fighting continuously. They grew up during the Third Ninja War and witnessed cruel scenes like hell, which made them grow into peace-loving people. I hope there will be peace in the world, alas. I saw a hell joke on a Taiba forum the other day. If a certain country continues to play like this, I hope someone will rise from hell to heaven. They regard the peace of the village as a top priority because they see the power of Konoha. They believe that Uchiha's civil war is not only destined to fail, but Konoha will also suffer heavy losses. If a foreign enemy invades by then, Konoha will surely fall into a huge crisis, and more people will die. The top management of Konoha recognized this and turned them into tools of Konoha. Well, the question has been answered, let's continue telling the story of Uchiha and Konoha. Hyuga-kai made the appearance of Shisui appear in Sasuke's eyes. You should know this person, Shisui, one of Uchiha's strongest combat forces at the time, and also the one Uchiha relied on to launch a coup. He is also the owner of the Mangeki Sharingan. His eyes house the strongest Genjutsu, distinguished heavenly gods, whose ability is to unknowingly modify the consciousness of the person being cast. This is also the last chance to resolve this crisis peacefully. If the chips are down, he can use Genjutsu to control your father, but Konoha will not give this chance. The hatred accumulated by the Uchiha clan since the founding of Konoha has become irreversible. What they have to do is to eradicate the danger of the Uchiha clan. The scene in front of Sasuke changed again. Danzo invited Shisui to the bank of the Nanga River for a secret conversation, and then launched a surprise attack to take away one of Shisui's eyes. Advertisement. After repelling the pursuers, Shisui found Uchiha Itachi, entrusted his last eye and his faith to Uchiha Itachi, and then committed suicide by jumping into the Nanga River, using his own death to delay Uchiha's coup. It turns out that Konoha no longer trusts any Uchiha at all. They will never allow such a powerful ability to be in the hands of an Uchiha, even if he is loyal. Konoha is bent on annihilating the Uchiha clan. It is impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi as Hokage to know that such a battle is taking place in the village, but he acquiesces to it all. Hyuga-kai incidentally interprets and reveals the darkest side of Konoha for Sasuke. Sasuke's fists were clenched tightly, making a clenching sound, and his teeth were gritting. He couldn't accept that something like this happened to his brother and Shisui. Damn it! Konoha! Sasuke growled, eyes flashing with anger. Hyuga looked at Sasuke's angry look and nodded secretly. Sasuke still had feelings for Itachi and Uchiha. No one can understand Itachi's mood at that time. The death of his best friend, the persecution of his family in the village, and the pain made him awaken the legendary power, Mangekyou Sharingan. He deciphered the contents of the basement of Nanga Temple. The Sharingan fused with blood relatives can turn the eyes into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Hyuga continues to play Itachi's experience, and Sasuke's hatred is aroused little by little. He will continue to mobilize Sasuke's emotions until he activates Mangekyou Sharingan. Although Shisui's death delayed Uchiha's coup, it didn't help that Itachi's awakened Mangekyou Sharingan filled the void. At the same time, Konoha's top brass issued a top-secret mission to Itachi. A cold light flashed in Hyuga's eyes, as if he was the top leader of Konoha at that moment. The content of the mission is to wipe out all the Uchiha clan members. Itachi was forced to make a dilemma. One option is that Uchiha launches a coup and is suppressed, which will lead to the destruction of the Uchiha clan. It will also trigger the invasion and destruction of the Fire Nation, and countless people will be displaced. The other option is to bear the infamy alone and wipe out the Uchiha clan. So, Itachi made the decision to put an end to Uchiha's history with his own hands, and that's what happened that night. Chapter 130 Mouth Escape Success, Sasuke's Mangekyou. It was said to be a choice, but Konoha did not leave Itachi any room for choice. No one could understand Itachi's complicated mood at that time. Hyuga calmly told what happened. He wanted to eradicate all his people, and his own strength alone was not enough. So he found Uchiha Obito and asked him to help eliminate Uchiha's security department, and the price was the Sharingan of Uchiha's security department members. The figure of Red Knight Obito appeared in front of Sasuke. Itachi has completed his mission as well as ever. Now, the only person in the Uchiha clan who has the ability to resist Itachi is your father, Uchiha Fugaku, who is also the owner of Mangekyou Sharingan. Advertisement. But he didn't resist. He recognized Itachi's decision and placed all the hope of Uchiha's glory and revival on you. Uchiha. Sasuke. Hearing these words, Sasuke's eyes widened. He never knew that his father had also awakened Mangekyou Sharingan and died for him. Itachi can kill anyone, even his own parents, but he can't kill his own brother. This is the deal he made with the top management of Konoha. As long as Uchiha Itachi eradicates the Uchiha clan, Sasuke can be the last Uchiha to continue the family's bloodline and become the hope for the family's revival. Itachi destroyed his family with his own hands. Konoha was not willing to give up the last bit of Itachi's value. He received Konoha's last mission and infiltrated the Akatsuki organization to convey information to Konoha. Sasuke's eyes were full of anger and doubt. Why did Konoha have to kill the Uchiha clan? Why? Why? You all know what happened later. As Itachi's best friend, Itachi once asked me to guide you to the right path, and in exchange, you would give me your father's Mangekyou Sharingan. The third Hokage is dead, the person who promised to protect you is dead, and Konoha is no longer safe for you, so I will take you out of Konoha, protect your safety, and teach you ninjutsu. Hyuga took out a pair of glass bottles and handed them to Sasuke. Sasuke immediately took the pair of eyes carefully. He could feel the powerful power in them. It seems that I have not fulfilled this promise, so this should be returned to its original owner. This was half true and half false. Sasuke was guided in the name of Orochimaru, and Itachi thought it was Orochimaru who took Sasuke away from the beginning to the end. And asking Hyuga to guide Sasuke back to Konoha is true. Advertisement. But now that there is no proof, Hyuga just made it up at will. Sasuke carefully placed the pair of Sharingan on the table and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. What is the right path? Hyuga said, just when you are having a decisive battle, the Twilight team from the 5 great nations is coming here, including your friend Naruto. Itachi thinks Naruto can bring you back to Konoha. The right path is to return to Konoha, protect Konoha, and strive to become a new generation of Hokage. Hyuga patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said softly, however, I think you have the right to know the truth and the right to make your own choices, so I forced the Twilight team back and told you all the truth. Now there are 2 ways in front of you. One is to follow Itachi's arrangement and return to Konoha. I will arrange to build momentum for you and return to Konoha as a hero. Before Hyuga could finish speaking, his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness, as if he was about to spit out fire. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly with anger. Go back to Konoha. Sasuke gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words from between his teeth. You want me to go back to the place where the Uchiha clan was slaughtered? Absolutely impossible. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with irrepressible anger. For him, Konoha village is his nightmare, full of his painful memories. He will never forget the tragedy of witnessing the annihilation of his entire clan, and the moment his beloved brother betrayed him. These pains were deeply imprinted in his soul and became an insurmountable gap for him. And all this was caused by that dirty Konoha. Then, you have a second choice, which is to follow me to build a perfect world and take revenge on Konoha. There was a scene in front of Shizuke where his family was happily together. Shizuke wanted to touch his parents and brother in front of him, and Genjutsu burst like a bubble. Hyuga lifted Sharingan's Genjutsu, and the two returned to reality. Now Sasuke's choice is no longer necessary. He will follow Hyuga to create a perfect world and take revenge on Konoha. Hyuga didn't even exert any force, but just told Shizuke the truth about Uchiha's genocide, and Shizuke had already made a decision. How is it possible for a person to return to the arms of a genocide murderer? Advertisement. Shizuke endured the severe pain in his body, walked out of the hospital bed and came to attack his body. He looked at his brother, who seemed to be smiling, and swore, "I will destroy everything in Konoha, and inflict the pain I have endured on Konoha 100 times 1,000 times. Shizuke became more and more excited as he spoke, and his anger reached its peak. Bloody tears flowed from his eyes, and the rotation speed of a pair of 3 Megatama kept accelerating, gradually connecting into a pair of bloody Manjiki. Hyuga looked at the pair of Manjiki Sharingan without any surprise on his face. If Shizuke hasn't awakened Manjiki Sharingan in this situation, then his energy will only end there. The stronger the emotions of the Uchiha clan, the stronger the awakening power. I don't know if Sasuke's 2-eye techniques will change. Manjiki Sharingan, this is Uchiha's fate." Hyuga stood aside and lamented. Shizuke came back to his senses, gently touched his eyes, and said, "I must make Konoha pay the price. Konoha, one day, I will make them repay 100 times." Hyuga shook his head and sighed, "Have you really thought about it? Decided to take revenge on Konoha, follow me to build a perfect world, and resurrect your relatives. This road will be full of dangers, and this is not in line with Itachi's last wish." Hyuga's words seemed to be sincerely considering Shizuke, and they were well-intentioned. If an outsider seems to be a good person who thinks about Shizuke wholeheartedly, he will not peek at the power of Sharingan and returns a pair of Manjiki Sharingan to Shizuke. How could Shizuke doubt whether Hyuga's purpose was impure? "If you return to Konoha, you will." Hearing Hyuga's persuasion, Sasuke's cold heart warmed slightly. But his tone was still firm, and he interrupted Hyuga's words without any hesitation, "Senior, please don't persuade me anymore. I have already made up my mind and there will never be any change." Hyuga wanted to look up to the sky and sigh, but suddenly realized that he was still in the room at this time. He could only turn his head silently, staring at Itachi's body, and let out a sigh full of endless sorrow and regret. Everyone says that the Uchiha clan is evil, and the Sharingan they possess can only be awakened after experiencing the death of a loved one. However, the fact is exactly the opposite. The Uchiha clan is the clan that knows how to love best. Itachi miscalculated your determination to take revenge on the Leaf Village, and at the same time seriously underestimated your love for him. After hearing these words, Shizuke clenched his fist tightly, fell into silence, and did not speak for a long time. Chapter 131 Burying Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's Trust. Now that you have made such a choice, you must be fully prepared for it. Judging from your current strength, you are still far from your goal. Hyuga's voice sounded again, with a hint of seriousness and concern. "I understand, Senior, please train me. I must have stronger power." Shizuke nodded heavily. Shizuke knew that his current strength was still far behind. If he hadn't relied on his brother's indulgence and pampering in that battle, he would never have been able to win. It's good that you have such a consciousness, but the most important thing right now is to bury Itachi's body properly. Advertisement. Hyuga slowly took a few steps forward and came to attack his body. His movements were gentle and solemn, as if he were afraid of waking up the sleeping Itachi. He gently stroked Itachi's eyes and took off the pair of Manjiki Sharingan. "After you fully master the power of Manjiki, I will help you fuse these 2 pairs of eyes. Let your father and brother use these eyes to witness the Uchiha clan's road to revenge." Hyuga's voice was calm and full of majesty, and Shizuke couldn't help but be moved by it. "I will never let down the power of my father and brother." On a mountain peak outside Otagakure, Shizuke kept digging at the soil with his hands until his nails broke and blood continued to flow out. Hyuga quickly held Sasuke's hand and said, "I know you are in pain, but your brother doesn't want you to torture yourself, so I'll do it." Only then did Shizuke stop, and Hyuga activated Earth Style with both hands to instantly carve out a tomb. Shizuke came to the side, carried the coffin alone, and gently placed the coffin containing Itachi's body into the grave. Hyuga then activated Earth Style to bury the coffin. Shizuke picked up the slate on the ground, took out the kunao and started carving the tombstone one stroke at a time. Hyuga told Shizuke about Itachi's past, which continued to deepen Sasuke's hatred for Konoha. "Shizuke, you don't have to be too sad. Itachi often told me that you are his pride. Every time I hear news about you, he will be very happy to share it with us. When he heard that you became a ninja and completed a B-level mission, he would laugh even if he doesn't like to laugh." Advertisement. Sasuke listened to Hyugakai's words with tears in his eyes. It's all forced by those in the Leaf Village, otherwise. Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Hyuga sighed pretending to be sad. Yes, Itachi has endured too much pain and infamy in order to protect the village. But in the end, he didn't get the respect and reward he deserved. The kunao in Sasuke's hand was carved harder and harder, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. Sasuke, that's why you want revenge and make those who enjoy the peace Itachi created with his life pay the price. Sasuke's eyes became fierce, and he held the slate in his hand tightly. I will definitely make Konoha village pay the price for what they have done. Not long after, a tombstone was erected in front of the grave, this time looking at the land of fire thousands of miles away. Nissan, watch and I will avenge you. Sasuke knelt in front of the tomb and kowtowed heavily. Hyuga looked at the tombstone in front of him and said in memory, I'm sorry, Itachi, I went against your wishes. I can't see Sasuke becoming a tool of the Leaf Village. It's my fault that Sasuke has now gone down a dangerous path. Hyugakai's words seemed to have truly become Itachi's best friend. If Itachi could hear these words, he would definitely fight to the death with Hyuga. Sasuke was very moved when he heard Hyuga's words. He stood up and came to Hyuga's side. Senior, there is no need to blame yourself. This is my own choice. If my brother knew, he would understand. After burying Itachi, Sasuke and Hyuga returned to Otagakure village. Standing on the rooftop of the heads of state building, the two of them looked up at the stars, each with their own thoughts. Sasuke thinks about how to take revenge, and Hyuga thinks about how to continue to guide Sasuke. What are your plans next? Hyuga asked. I want to practice and become stronger. Sasuke said firmly. I can guide you in your practice, but don't take revenge too hastily. Hyuga reminded. Sasuke nodded slightly, knowing that he needed time to grow. Advertisement. Hyuga patted Sasuke on the shoulder, a smile of success flashed in his eyes. Remember, hatred can be your motivation to move forward, but don't let it blind your mind. We have a greater goal. Sasuke nodded heavily, with immense trust in his voice. Yes, Kai-senpai. In Sasuke's eyes, Hyuga Kimoto is his senior and a like-minded person. But now, there is another layer of identity as his brother's best friend, and Itachi entrusted himself to Hyuga to take care of him before he died. Due to Hyuga's made-up identity, Sasuke had transferred part of his trust to Itachi. At this moment, Sasuke is completely obedient to Hyuga. Hyuga suppressed the grief in his heart and forced a smile on his face. Then you should go and have a good rest first. Even if you are practicing, you must ensure sufficient rest time. And Sasuke's sharp eyes immediately caught the sadness in Hyuga's eyes. He thought to himself that his best friend had passed away, and his senior must also be feeling very uncomfortable. I understand, senior, you should also take care of yourself. Sasuke bowed slightly, then turned and left the rooftop. Looking at Sasuke's retreating back, until he completely disappeared from sight, Hyuga slowly withdrew his gaze and murmured to himself in a low voice. Itachi, don't blame me. Sasuke had already walked very far, but he could still vaguely hear Hyuga's words, and suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his heart like a knife. How could seniors not feel sad and painful about Itachi's passing? But he is so ignorant. If he could have discovered the darkness of Konoha earlier, maybe those things wouldn't have happened. This is of course Sasuke's association, and Sasuke would never have thought that Hyuga was thinking about who to go to tonight at this moment, Uchiha Hikari or Kaso. Feeling that Sasuke was completely far away, Hyuga put away the sadness in his eyes and exited the actor mode. It's done. Sasuke can be easily guided. After all, with Fugaku's eyes as evidence, Sasuke has no choice but to believe it. Thanks to Itachi. Hyuga still feels a little guilty in his heart. Sasuke trusted him so much, but he deceived him. But this trace of guilt soon disappeared. This was just part of the deal. It would be nice to resurrect Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi in the future. Chapter 132 The Power Sasuke Desires Most. On the rooftop, Kabuto came to Hyuga and asked, Do you need me to take out Itachi's body? Hyuga thought for a moment and shook his head, Forget it, it would be bad if Sasuke finds out. Let's get it when he persuades Sasuke in the future. Kabuto Yakushi nodded respectfully, Understood. He has great respect for Hyuga. In his eyes, Hyuga has no plans left. Only he who has been following Hyuga knows that the person in front of him really has the ninja world at his fingertips. Hyuga reminded, but we can't let others find Itachi's body and use it, especially Black Zetsu. Advertisement. Understood, I'm going to use yin-yang style to arrange the seal. After Kabuto said goodbye, he went to Itachi's graveyard in person to arrange the sealing techniques. Hyuga had clearly arranged the affairs of the Uchiha brothers. As soon as they died, he was already thinking about how to use the dead people. This really doesn't even spare the dead. Early the next morning, Hyuga took Sasuke to the secret training ground. "Senior, what are we going to train for?" Sasuke asked respectfully. "You have awakened Mangekyou Sharingan. The top priority is to help you master the pupil technique and Susanoo in both eyes," Hyuga explained. Itachi's two eyes are Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu respectively. When his eyes are put together, he can use the third power of Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo. You should have felt their power. Genjutsu Tsukuyomi can make people fall into Genjutsu and spend several days in Genjutsu, but only 1 second has passed in reality. Amaterasu can make the place in front of you ignite eternal black flames. Then there is the strongest defensive Susanoo. You should have also seen it on Itachi. The Susanoo is divided into various forms such as skeleton, human form, and Karas Tengu. And every time the power of Mangekyou Sharingan is used, the user's vision will decrease until he is permanently blind. Advertisement. When Sasuke heard what Hyuga said, he felt a little disappointed at first, but then he became a little excited when he thought that he could also control those powers and avenge Itachi. Then can I also master these abilities? Like a patient elder, Hyuga explained patiently to Sasuke, of course you can, but everyone's awakened eye skills are different. Sharingan's full name is the Eye of Spiritual Reflection, and it will awaken according to your heart ability. But don't have too high expectations, and don't rely too much on Sharingan's power. As if to prove his words, Hyuga opened the seal and cast a shadow clone. The shadow clone automatically opened the Sharingan and used Susanoo's most basic form, the skeleton. Under Sasuke's gaze, Hyuga stretched out a hand, easily crushed the skeleton, and then released the shadow clone technique. Hyuga warned, your own strength is the foundation. Having Mangekyou Sharingan does not mean that you can give up developing and learning ninjutsu. The reason why Itachi's Susanoo can withstand your lightning-style heavenly punishment is because of the power of the artifact, so you can't relax on the development of ninjutsu. Sasuke nodded in awe, I understand. Seeing Sasuke nod, Hyuga regained his smile, I have already asked people to take out the 2 artifacts. Someone is already repairing and strengthening these 2 artifacts. They will be given to you when they are completed. Sasuke became more and more moved and thanked him seriously, thank you. It's okay, Itachi entrusted you to me, so I will naturally take good care of you. Hyuga smiled and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, generally speaking, if you want to awaken the pupil technique of your eyes, you need external stimulation or a long time. Exploration. It's just that you don't have that much time anymore. I will use Sharingan's pupil power to help you awaken the pupil technique in your eyes and help you master the pupil technique in your eyes faster. Although this will not have any side effects, the process will be very painful. You have to be mentally prepared. If you want to give up, I can understand. What Hyuga is talking about is similar to the method of awakening the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, forcibly using the pupil power of the external Sharingan to catalyze its awakening. Sasuke didn't hesitate at all, I can bear it. My pain is nothing compared to the pain my brother once suffered. Hyuga gave Sasuke a deep look, okay, sit cross-legged and I will awaken the pupil technique in one eye for you first. Advertisement. Sasuke sat down in front of Hyuga very obediently. Hyuga opened his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, put his hand on Sasuke's head, and slowly injected his pupil power into Sasuke's eyes. Ah! In an instant, Sasuke shouted in pain, his voice echoing in the empty training ground. He tightly covered his right eye with his hand, and the piercing pain instantly spread through his body like a tide, making him almost unbearable. The pain in his right eye reached the extreme, as if millions of ants were eating his eyeball, and as if a ball of flame was burning. He felt as if his right eye might explode at any time. Sasuke gritted his teeth and endured the inhuman pain. Big beads of sweat continued to fall from his forehead, soaking his clothes. He knew that if he could not survive this level, he would forever lose the opportunity to use this power. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but the severe pain made his body tremble involuntarily. At this moment, Hyuga's voice reached Sasuke's ears. Concentrate, Sasuke. Imagine the power you desire most and let it flow through you. The pain reached the extreme, and his consciousness began to blur. When he was dying, he thought of his brother Uchiha Itachi, his father Uchiha Fugaku, and his mother Uchiha Mikoto, as well as their voices and looks. He saw his family enjoying themselves happily. Deep in his heart, a strong desire gradually emerged, he wanted to turn these into reality. Sasuke tried his best to feel that desire and integrate it into his soul. Gradually, he felt that the pain in his right eye began to lessen, and the originally surging power gradually became calmer. He slowly opened his eyes and found a strange light shining in his right eye, which was a powerful force he had never seen before. Congratulations, you have successfully activated your first ability in Mangekyou. Hyuga said. This is definitely not Amaterasu or flame control. As expected, due to the intervention of Hyuga, Sasuke awakened a different pupil technique from the original one. Chapter 133 Distorted Reality and Genjutsu's Barrier. Sasuke knelt on his knees and leaned forward, breathing heavily in the air. The sweat on his forehead fell like broken pearls, soaking his back and forming a wet patch with the ground. Sasuke felt the pain in his body lessen, and the surging pain gradually receded like an ebbing tide. He stretched out his fingers tremblingly and gently touched his eye sockets, feeling the hot and stinging feeling. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke's laughter echoed in the air, full of madness and obsession. His eyes flashed with enthusiasm, as if he had seen the future. Advertisement. Having such power, will definitely allow me to destroy Konoha. He murmured to himself, his voice revealing endless determination and hatred. Hyuga stood aside and watched Sasuke's excitement at this moment. He was very aware of Sasuke's current state, because he himself often fell into extreme excitement due to the sudden increase in strength. After a long time, Sasuke regained his composure. He stood up and looked at Hyuga. Senior, I lost my temper. Hyuga smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. I once fell into madness because of my power. Can you tell me what kind of pupil technique you have awakened? Sasuke now has great trust in Hyuga and spoke of his abilities without reservation. Of course, the pupil technique in my right eye is called Engaging. It can distort the boundary between reality and Genjutsu and turn Genjutsu into reality. Is this the reverse version of Izanagi? Izanagi turned reality into Genjutsu, but this one is just the opposite, turning Genjutsu into reality. Hyuga asked doubtfully, even if you kill people in Genjutsu, you can kill people in reality by activating this ability, is that right? Sasuke nodded, that's right. This ability is actually pretty good. Most people can't resist Sharingan's Genjutsu, so this ability is almost unbreakable. Of course, this is under the most ideal situation. The real situation is that weak people will waste their pupil power when using it, and strong people may not be able to succeed. As for why Sasuke awakened this ability, Hyuga can also guess a rough guess. It is probably because of the scene in his Genjutsu. Advertisement. The scene where Genjutsu commander helped a family of 4 enjoy themselves yesterday touched him and made him awaken Manjiki Sharingan. Now Sasuke's dream of turning Genjutsu into reality has created his pupil technique. Hyuga thought for a while and said, let's experiment and see where the limits of this ability are to avoid problems when using it in the future. Hyuga casually summoned a white Zetsu. Just use your powers on him. Okay. Sasuke nodded, activated Sharingan Genjutsu, and pulled the white Zetsu into the Genjutsu. In Genjutsu, Sasuke twists off Baizetsu's head, and then Sasuke activates his own pupil technique, Engaging. An illusory mirror appeared in front of Baiju, and the head of Baiju in the mirror had been twisted off. The next moment, the mirror in front of Baizetsu shattered, and the scene of Genjutsu was brought into reality. Hyuga saw the neck of Baizetsu in front of him break instantly. Hyuga couldn't help but applaud, this ability is indeed powerful, as long as it hits your Genjutsu, it will be severely damaged. Sasuke's eyes flashed with excitement, if combined with my other ninjutsu, the lethality will be even greater. Hyuga nodded in agreement, thinking that if used properly, this technique would become a weapon to defeat the enemy in battle. However, this move may have limited effect against powerful opponents. You still need to use it carefully. Hyuga reminded. Yes. Sasuke nodded seriously. The reality of Genjutsu's arrival was somewhat reduced. If the enemy was not White Zetsu who would not resist, but those powerful shadows, the scene would have been different. At this time, the signaling device in the training room rang, and Yakushi Kabuto's voice came from inside, the Dusk team has arrived outside Otagakure village and wants to come to get supplies of ninja tools. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi are also accompanying them. I understand, this time I'm going to meet the Dusk team in person. Hyuga replied, you take them to get supplies first, and after getting the supplies, take them directly to the living room. Yes, Master Chi. Advertisement. Hyuga turned to look at Sasuke and said, do you want to see Naruto? He was very scared when you were fighting Itachi, for fear that something would go wrong with you. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain and said a little arrogantly, let's go and see. We've been apart for so long, but I don't know what his strength is like. Hyuga laughed and said, in that case, from now on, you can no longer appear in front of everyone like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuga gently placed his hand on Sasuke's face. The outline of Sasuke's face began to change noticeably. The originally flat chest and buttocks suddenly bulged, and the hair quickly grew long, falling down on the shoulders like a waterfall. Not only that, his face became more soft and delicate, and his clothes turned into a skirt under Hyuga operation. The reason why I did this was entirely because I was worried that Naruto would recognize Sasuke. There is no way, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, Hyuga can only carry out a complete transformation of Sasuke. In the blink of an eye, the once cold and handsome Sasuke disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful and moving lady. Only then did Hyuga slowly retract his hand with satisfaction. The look like this now seemed familiar to Naruto at best, and it was impossible to recognize him. Sasuke, on the other hand, carefully looked at his current appearance, his face flushed and shy. He wanted Hyuga to help him restore his original appearance. But at this moment, he heard a sigh inspired by Hyuga. Itaki often mentioned to me that he always hoped to have a sister. Now that you have become like this, if you let Itaki see it, it will be considered as completing him. It's a wish. After hearing this, Sasuke quickly swallowed his words and followed Hyuga silently. Hyuga smiled secretly. Sure enough, Itaki's name is still very useful. I really look forward to meeting him soon. Satsuki meets Naruto. It's such a familiar yet unfamiliar meeting. It's really exciting. On the way over, Hyuga told Sasuke, Naruto wants to join the Twilight team to search for your traces, but he cannot use his identity. He is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and it is impossible to join the team searching for the Akatsuki organization. Hyuga taught Sasuke how to identify him. When you see the blonde twin tails in the Twilight team, it's him. Sasuke felt hot for a moment, knowing that Naruto did this for him, but only for a moment. Naruto was a ninja of Konoha village, not really in the same camp as him. If Naruto really wants to be his enemy in the future, then he will have no choice but to kill him. Chapter 134 How to Meet the New Mingzuo. The two walked into the living room, where everyone from the Dusk team had been waiting for a long time. Hyuga saw the sisters Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi in the crowd at a glance. The Hyuga sisters were very excited when they saw Shiba Muxio, but due to the occasion, they could only suppress their longing. Although they often exchange letters using puppet carrier pigeons, opportunities to meet like this are still rare. This time they took over the task of assisting in the investigation and got this rare opportunity. Hyuga smiled slightly at the two of them, telling them to rest assured that they would have some time alone. Advertisement. The last time he appeared as Hyuga, I didn't have time to take a closer look. Now it seems that the two of them have indeed grown up a lot. It's just that the author forgot to add it now. How could there be no description of the heroine's appearance? After Hinata entered puberty, her hair had fallen to her shoulders, exuding a mature charm. Her figure became more and more plump, and the white hoodie was almost unable to restrain the graceful body curves, but her eyes were still as gentle as water, but a little more firm than before. Hinata's round face and big eyes make her look so cute and charming. And Hanabi has gradually grown into a tall and graceful girl. Her long black hair is tied into a ponytail, and her whole person is full of youthful vitality and capable aura. Her facial features became more refined, and her skin exuded a charming luster like white jade. The slightly raised eyebrows give people a lively and sunny look. Hanabi is wearing a loose kimono, and her temperament is completely different from that of her sister Hinata. If Hinata is a quietly blooming lily, then Hanabi is a blazing bouquet of sunflowers. They are a pair of sisters that set off each other, forming a beautiful landscape. At this time, Naruto, who transformed into a woman, was immediately attracted by the tall beauty behind Hyuga. He couldn't help but admired, so beautiful. Sasuke felt secretly unhappy when he saw Naruto's piggy appearance and couldn't help but cough twice. Naruto then noticed that Sasuke was glaring at him fiercely, and he felt a little embarrassed. In fact, he was not lustful, he just felt that this person gave him a familiar feeling. Advertisement. Seeing this, Hyuga introduced, this is a ninja from our federation, named Fuzoki Satsuki. She just finished reporting the mission and heard that the Dusk team was coming. She wanted to see the beauty of the 5 major countries, so she followed her. He pointed at Naruto and said, this is the ninja of Konoha village, Namikaze Naruto. When he heard the names Naruto and Sasuke, something strange flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and he cursed secretly, how disgusting. Naruto immediately extended his hand enthusiastically and introduced himself, hello, I am Naruto Namikaze, nice to meet you. Sasuke had no choice but to reluctantly extend his hand out of need for acting and said calmly, I am Fuzoki Sasuke. At this time, the Captain Kakashi on the side also stepped forward and negotiated with Hyuga. Your Excellency Mushu, thank you for the help provided by the Federation in supplying ninja tools. These ninja tools have saved our team members from danger many times. Facing Kyunyi Muxio, he remained absolutely vigilant, but his words were definitely sincere. Hyuga waved his hand and asked knowingly, it is our federal responsibility to destroy the terrorist organization Akatsuki and contribute to the security of the ninja world. Kakashi, I heard that you have wiped out a lot of Akatsuki organization's strongholds and intelligence networks recently. Did you catch any big fish? Of course Hyuga knew the situation of the Twilight team. They did not find important members of the Akatsuki organization, but only destroyed some Akatsuki organization strongholds. Nothing was found. All we killed were small minions, but we obtained reliable information. Uchiha Sasuke killed Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi knew that Hyuga might have his own plan, so he remained vigilant and told the information that was about to be known to everyone. But this sentence is somewhat inappropriate, because the rightful owner is standing aside at this time. Sasuke on the side heard this, his face was cold, he gritted his teeth and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart, his chest heaved violently. Why I want to kill Itaki is not a gift from you Konoha. If you Konoha hadn't forced each other hard, how could our family have ended up like this? It's just that he has to continue to pretend now. Sasuke secretly reminded himself in his heart that he must not drag his senior down, so he had to suppress his anger with all his strength. Naruto on the side saw Sasuke's chest rising and falling violently, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you sick?" Advertisement. Naruto's voice was extremely gentle, which calmed some of the anger in Sasuke's heart, and Sasuke finally came out of his angry state. "It's okay." Sasuke took a deep breath and tried to calm down his emotions. Except for Naruto, no one noticed anything strange about Sasuke. Naruto looked at Sasuke, with a bit of curiosity in his eyes, and asked, "Fuzuki Sasuke, you look so familiar to me, have we met somewhere?" Sasuke was shocked, fearing that Naruto would see the flaw, but fortunately he reacted quickly enough, sneered and said, "Why, a guy like you wants to get close to me? Humph, you're really asking for trouble." Sasuke turned away and ignored Naruto. When Hyuga saw this, he smoothed things over and said, "Maybe it's because pretty people are more alike, haha." "That's right." Naruto also laughed and scratched his head, seemingly not taking Sasuke's indifference to heart. "Okay, everyone, please sit down. Don't stand and talk." Hyuga asked everyone to sit down. He looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, "Captain Kakashi, what other discoveries have you made about Uchiha Itachi?" Kakashi shook his head, "We only know this at the moment, but why Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization is still a mystery." Sasuke's suppressed anger was aroused again, and the hands hidden in his sleeves clenched into fists, and his nails dug deeply into his flesh. Why did Itachi join Akatsuki? It was not ordered by Konoha, but now he is still pretending to be White Lotus. Hyuga glanced at Sasuke out of the corner of his eye. Sasuke was angry but didn't show it. Itachi's death did make him grow a lot. Maybe he has his own difficulties. Naruto interjected, "Just like the scorpions, they are also a group of miserable people." Sasuke's heart moved and he glanced at Naruto. He didn't expect Naruto to defend Itachi. Hey, just these words could save his life when Konoha is destroyed. Hyuga was amazed in his heart. This is indeed Naruto. Even if he doesn't know the identity of the person next to him, he can continue to increase his favorability. No matter what, this is a major loss for the Akatsuki organization. Hyuga said, "We must act quickly and not give the Akatsuki organization a chance to breathe." "That's right." Kakashi nodded in agreement, "We will continue to trace the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization and we must eliminate them completely. Then it's up to you." Hyuga said, "If you need any help, just ask." Chapter 135 Hinata Hanabi's Kiss, You Are All My Wings. This meeting itself was a spur-of-the-moment idea for Hyuga, and there was nothing much to talk about. The content of the discussion was basically finalized in 10 minutes. Just as several people were discussing and enjoying themselves, a federal liaison officer opened the door of the living room and quickly came to Hyuga and handed a piece of paper to Hyuga. "Wait a moment." Hyuga said to Kakashi, took the paper and read it carefully. "This is a telegram sent from Konoha. The content is that members of the Akatsuki organization appeared in the Land of Fire and found traces of suspected Six Tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization's target this time is obviously the Six Tails Jinchuriki. The Dusk team is urgently recruited to stop the Akatsuki organization and protect Six Tails Jinchuriki. Konoha will also send ninjas to assist in the completion." Advertisement. Hyuga knows this, and what should happen will still happen. Hyuga still has some impressions of the Six Tails chapter in the original work. The content of the story is nothing more than the story of a sad boy and an eccentric girl, two miserable people who redeem each other and have a teacher-student love story. The only thing worthy of Hyuga's attention is the secret technique sealed by the Earth Spider clan on the girl named Hotaru, Angry Sky. It is said that if enough time is given to accumulate natural energy, it can destroy a radius of more than hundreds of kilometers. During the Third Ninja World War, the ninjas of the Earth Spider clan relied on this secret technique to destroy a small ninja village. Deidara heard this and said he wanted an ability. The principle of its operation is very simple. It uses the modified body of the practitioner as a container, continuously absorbs natural energy, and then bursts out in an instant. Hyuga calmly handed the information to Kakashi, Hokage's order, "You are busy again." Kakashi received the information with some confusion, and stood up immediately the next moment. This time the Akatsuki organization showed up and they had to act quickly. They were already lagging behind, and Six Tails could be captured by the Akatsuki organization at any time. Everyone in the Dusk team also stood up because of Kakashi. Kakashi said solemnly, "Your Excellency Mushu, we must set off quickly. We must not let the Akatsuki organization succeed. Hyuga casually said, I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Advertisement. Thank you, Mr. Mushu. Everyone bowed and saluted. Although they were from a foreign country, they still admired the legendary figure in front of them. There are even rumors from the outside that Chiba Kisho will be the second changemaker since Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara ended the troubled times. Hyuga bid farewell to everyone in the Twilight team, and asked Sasuke to go to Kabuto Yakushi to learn wood-style ninjutsu. Now there are only 3 people left in the living room, Hyuga, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi. Hyuga simply locked the door of the living room tightly to avoid being disturbed. Now is a good time to complete the last step of the strategy plan. Hinata Sparks didn't even realize that she was already in trouble. Seeing that no one was interrupting their reminiscing about old times, Hanabi took the initiative and immediately fell on Hyuga. Hyuga only felt the fragrant wind blowing against his face, and then he felt a heavy weight on his body. Hanabi was already hanging on Hyuga's body. Hanabi misses you so much. Hanabi buried her face in Hyuga's clothes, and wrapped her legs around Hyuga like a koala. Hyuga held Hanabi with one hand to prevent it from sliding down, then patted her back gently and said with a smile, I miss you too, little Hanabi. Hearing this, Hanabi raised his head happily, with a happy smile on his face. She looked at Hyuga with love in her eyes. At this time, Hinata also walked to Hyuga. Seeing her sister's behavior, she did not show jealousy, but looked at Hyuga affectionately from the side. After a long time, Hanabi jumped out of Hyuga's arms. Looking at Hyuga's sister who was staring blankly at the side, she pushed Hinata's back, with a hint of slyness in her eyes, I'm ready, it's time for you, sister. Hinata's face immediately turned red, and when her sister said this, her heart beat faster involuntarily. She lowered her head, clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with her little hands, and walked to Hyuga in a panic. When she raised her head, her eyes were full of shyness, and she did not dare to look at Hyuga. Hyuga looked at the shy Hinata in front of him. Hyuga directly stretched out his hand, pulled Hinata into his arms, and hugged her delicate body tightly. Hyuga felt the warmth of Hinata in his arms and said softly, Hinata, I miss you too. When Hinata heard Hyuga's words, she felt moved in her heart. She put her arms around Hyuga's waist and rested her head on his chest. Advertisement. The two hugged each other quietly, while Hanabi looked on with a relieved smile on his face. After a while, Hyuga released Hinata, put his hands on Hinata's shoulders, and suddenly kissed Hinata's sweet lips. Hinata was startled by Hyuga's sudden move. Her eyes widened and her body trembled. But soon, she reacted, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the sweetness of this moment. Hyuga's kiss was very passionate, as if he wanted to integrate Hinata into his body, and Hinata responded to his kiss awkwardly, gradually immersing herself in it. The breathing of the two gradually became rapid, and Hyuga's hands began to move restlessly on Hinata's body. Hinata's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, her eyes became blurred, as if she had lost herself. It took a long time for Hyuga to let go of Hinata. Hinata gasped, a blush appeared on her face, and her eyes were full of shyness. At this time, Hanabi's dissatisfied voice came from the side, this is not fair, my sister is so cunning, and I haven't even been kissed by my brother. Hyuga patted Hanabi on the head, let's wait until you grow up. Essentially, the official didn't allow me to write it, so I changed it, so you can fantasize about it for yourself. Hanabi's cute face suddenly bulged, brother, I hate it. P.S. The kiss scene and the two-dimensional different world should not be censored. Every time I brush up against each other, I feel like I am a dancer on the tip of a knife. There is also a plot about the tongue, but I didn't dare to write it. It's probably about tongues prying teeth, intertwining or something. As soon as I entered the online literature industry, I realized how abominable the 3 ghosts of the Huang family are. I need to be careful when giving back to readers. I can only strictly abide by the principle of from the neck up to the calf. Chapter 136 Hyuga's script, 6 Tales Hyuga's story. Under the tacit understanding between the two, Hyuga pinched Hinata's cheek and said, I will be gentler. Well. Hinata's voice was still shy. Indulging during the day. A few hours later, the two went back to rest, while he stayed to clean up the room. He put the red-stained sofa directly into the kamui space, used several water-style techniques to clean the scene, and then called the cleaning staff to clean and replace the items. In this case, everything must be replaced. I was really a little impatient just now. It was so troublesome that I might as well go back to my room. Advertisement. In the next few days, Hyuga patiently took them to visit Otagakure village. This kind of life continues until the two girls leave. They are still nominally members of the Leaf Village and cannot stay in the Federation forever, and Hyuga's plan will continue. Outside the Otagakure village, Hyuga and Hinata Hanabi said goodbye. Hyuga touched Hinata and Hanabi's hair and comforted them, "When I finish my work, I will go to Konoha to find you, and I will marry you home openly." Hinata and Hanabi nodded, their eyes full of reluctance. "Brother Mushiu must hurry up, otherwise. I will ignore you." Hanabi's eyes were full of tears. "I promise, okay, it will get dark if you don't leave." Hyuga gave them a gentle push. Hinata and Hanabi left with 3 turns, and Hyuga looked at their backs thoughtfully. After getting along with each other for many days, Hyuga kept telling them lies and learned that the two of them had endured the hatred of genocide. After all, there was an insurmountable gap in strength. Especially after knowing the strength of Hyuga, it became even more desperate. Both Hinata and Hanabi put their focus back on continuing the family. And how could Hyuga let the two of them go? What he had to do was to use the two of them to fake death or clear their name, temporarily withdraw from the screen or join the positive camp, and wait for the last opportunity. Advertisement. Hyuga puts himself in the position of a god and arranges his own script for everyone. Now Hyuga has to focus on dealing with the Six Tails side. Ensuring the successful capture of the tailed beasts and downsizing the Akatsuki organization are also part of the plan. In the eastern part of the Fire Country, Katsuragi Mountain is where the descendants of the Earth Spider clan live. Mount Katsuragi is surrounded by steep cliffs, like an isolated city in the sky. At a corner of Mount Katsuragi, sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of Madara-modeled light and shadow. The handsome man was leaning against a huge tree, with a hint of exhaustion on his face, squinting his eyes, enjoying the moment of tranquility. Not far from him, a yellow-haired woman was concentrating on continuously forming seals, as if she was trying hard to release some kind of ninjutsu. Occasionally, the man would open his eyes slightly and his eyes would fall on the woman gently. He quietly observed her movements, and then gave some suggestions and guidance at the right time. The woman listened carefully to Yujo's words, adjusted her gestures and rhythm, and continued to focus on the use of ninjutsu. Time passed minute by minute, and the surroundings were quiet. Only the rustling of the leaves by the breeze and the sound of yingja seals were intertwined. The whole scene looks particularly peaceful and harmonious. Pure love is so beautiful. In the sky, Hyuga looked at all this quietly and couldn't help but sigh. He discovered the traces of Six Tails earlier than the Akatsuki organization and the Dusk team, and arrived here early. That man was Six Tails Jinkriki Yugao, who was originally a ninja from the Kirigakure village. Like most Jinkriki, he had a tragic experience and was discriminated against and hated by the whole village. This made him sensitive and suspicious, but like Naruto, he had a master who treated him like a son. His master couldn't bear to see Yugao suffer, so he went against Kirigakure's wishes and activated a secret technique that might endanger his own life, hoping to safely extract the tailed beast from Yugao's body. However, this was misunderstood by Yugao as wanting to seize the power of Six Tails. He went berserk and killed his master and fled the hidden Kiri village. Advertisement. He evaded pursuit all the way and ended up in this isolated Gasan village, where he was taken in by Ying, a blonde girl next to him. Ying allowed him to live in the village, but only if he taught her how to practice ninjutsu. The current plot is almost the same as the original work. Someone should soon break the tranquility here, not only because of the power of the tailed beast, but also those who covet the secret skill of the Earth Spider clan behind Ying Wrath of Heaven. Hyuga has no plan for this Six Tails battle. He just needs to be a promoter and finally clean up the mess. That night, 4 ninjas approached Mount Katsuragi quietly with mysterious whereabouts. At this time, Hyuga appeared quietly next to them. Several people suddenly turned around and saw one person suspended in midair. At that time, one person was so frightened that his feet were unsteady and he fell to the ground. "Who are you?" the leader asked in horror, suddenly appearing behind him, whether it was a human or a ghost. Hyuga did not respond, but simply said, "With this level of strength, you are not qualified to enter." He wanted to make a big noise and attract both dawn and dusk, but these 4 people couldn't do it. Hyuga waved casually, and the 3 people in front of him instantly fell unconscious on the ground, leaving only the leader. The leader was stunned with fear. Hyuga put his hand directly on his head, sucked out the soul, and began to read his memory. The thief ninja wants to use the power of the angry sky to seize the country. In this way, forces that cannot be on the stage should not appear in such a big drama. After reading the memory, Hyuga freely released his soul. He no longer needs to increase his strength through such low-level methods as devouring souls. Hyuga thought for a moment, used his reincarnation eye to condense 4 spirit balls and put them into the heads of the 4 people, taking control of their bodies. Hyuga took out the Federation's composite hero water from the Kamui space and ordered the 4 of them to drink it. This potion strengthened the chakra, strength, and speed of the 4 of them 3 times in a short period of time. Hyuga controls the 4 people to continue the mission. This time Hyuga will force Yugao to use the power of the tailed beast. The noise created in this way is big enough to attract more actors to the show, right? Chapter 137 Traces of Six Tails appear. Capturing the story of Six Tails is a transitional chapter, and the audience's response is relatively weak. You can skip to chapter 147 without affecting the viewing. Under the cover of night, Hyuga silently unlocked the ceiling formation on Katsuragi Mountain, controlled 4 thieves to climb up the mountain, and sneaked into the courtyard on the top of Katsuragi Mountain. There are only 3 people living here, Hyuga, Ying and an old servant named Dun Bingwei. Hyuga controls 4 thief clones, divides them into 3 waves, and explores 3 rooms respectively. Hyuga has been hunted for a long time and has a strong sense of safety. Even though he has lived here for a long time, he still has many traps set up around his room. Advertisement. Under the control of Hyuga, the leader of the thieves deliberately stepped into the trap set by Hyuga in the corridor. In an instant, countless kunai shot from all directions, but were easily blocked by the clones. Hyuga woke up instantly, picked up the blowpipe beside his pillow and blew out countless soap bubbles. Soap bubbles came from all directions and fell around the clone. They all exploded instantly and the water vapor instantly filled the entire courtyard. The leader immediately rushed out of the mist and kept retreating. The previous attack did not cause damage to the leader. When the leader was about to exit the courtyard, he suddenly found that his body became heavy. It turned out that Hyuga had mixed a special sticky substance into his soap bubbles, and as long as it stuck, it would slow down the enemy's movements. At the same time, Hyuga quickly stood up and used ninjutsu to hide himself in the shadows. He quietly approached the thieves' leader, preparing to launch a fatal blow. Sensing the danger, Hyuga concentrated on controlling the thief leader to dodge left and right, dodge the incoming kunai, and jumped onto the roof. The leader of the thieves asked in surprise, "I didn't expect there was a ninja here." Hyuga did not pursue him. He looked at the person on the roof and said, "Who are you? When did Anbu from Kirigakure village become like this?" The leader of the thieves showed disdain, "Our target is not you. If you are sensible, just get out of the way. Don't disturb me from carrying out Master Obito's mission, otherwise we will have to kill you together." Hyuga continues to put the blame on Obito. Uchiha Obito. Hyuga said this name silently in his heart. He naturally knew this name. Uchiha Obito was the rebel ninja of Konoha who controlled Mizukage, and he was also famous in the ninja world. Since it's not for him, it's for Chongying. It can't be that old servant Dun Bingwei. At this time, the sound of fighting came to the ears of the 2 people, and the sound was fleeting, which confirmed Hyuga's thoughts. Advertisement. Being indifferent by nature, he instinctively wanted to avoid this unnecessary disaster. He listened to this person's words, blew out a huge soap bubble, sat in it, and prepared to leave this place. At this time, 3 other thieves also appeared on the roof, standing on both sides of the thieves' leader. There were 2 thieves carrying 1 person on each shoulder, it was Ying and Dun Bingwei. "It's none of your business, get out." The bandit leader waved his hand, signaling Hyuga to leave quickly. However, when Hyuga saw this scene, his body froze involuntarily. Reason told him that these people came with bad intentions and should leave quickly, but for some reason, he could never make up his mind to leave. "Expose their backs." The bandit leader ignored Hyuga and gave the order directly. The 2 thieves took the order and quickly took off the clothes on their backs. I saw a hideous scar on the back of the girl named Ying, with a jet black gem embedded in it. The leader of the thieves saw Ying's back and laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha, that's it, the secret technique is furious. It is said that it can destroy the secret technique within 100 miles. This will become Obito-sama's most powerful killing weapon." This sentence is obviously meant for Hyuga. The word weapon is very familiar to every Jinchuriki. Every ninja village regards Jinchuriki as a weapon. This is undoubtedly intended to arouse Hyuga's feelings. Sympathy. Hyuga clenched the blowpipe in his hand, and for some reason he was extremely angry now. He actually developed a crush on this girl as they got along day by day, but he was indifferent by nature and didn't realize it. The thief on the side looked at the girl and licked her lips. "This beauty is going to be presented to Master Obito, but can you please let us have a good time before giving it away?" "Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong with it, as long as you don't get killed. I, Yuan Chengdu, never like to waste. When the time comes, we'll line up together at the back." The leader of the thieves laughed. "Thank you, Chief Yuan." The 3 thieves immediately thanked him. The old servant Dun Bingwei was thrown to the ground by several people. He was dying and opened his eyes. He lay on the ground and looked at Hyuga in the distance. He said in a pleading voice, "Please, take Ying with you. Leave here and go find the ninjas of Konoha village. The Earth Spider clan is an ally of Konoha, and the Konoha Ninja Manual contains rules for protecting the Earth Spider clan's ninjas." But no man could tolerate this situation, and Hyuga could no longer suppress his anger. With a flash of his body, he came to the thief who was carrying Ying, raised his leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. Advertisement. The thief was caught off guard and was kicked out. The girl on his shoulders was also caught by Hyuga. Yu Gao carefully caught her and put her into the bubbles that had just been blown out to protect her behind her. Seeing this, the other two thieves took action to attack Yu Gao with physical skills. Yujao nimbly dodged the attack while blowing out a large amount of soap bubbles with his blowpipe. When these soap bubbles hit the thieves, they exploded immediately, creating a strong impact and knocking them back. The three thieves were about to step forward, but were stopped by the leader of the thieves. He licked his lips and said, "Are you in such a hurry? That girl won't be your favorite. She's quite pretty. I don't want you to leave now. I want you to watch us play with her." "That's right, that's right." The other three thieves immediately echoed some dirty words and laughed, which made Yu Gao feel even more angry. Hyuga controls the four people to constantly anger Yu Gao, so that he can't bear the anger and transform into a tailed beast. In the original work, Yujao has already been able to master part of the power of the tailed beast and enter the state of the tailed beast's coat. Hyuga wants to catalyze this process and make some big noise to attract actors to the show. Yu Gao's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Being naturally cold, he didn't understand why he was so angry. He took a deep breath, and the chakra in his body began to surge. "It seems that you will be punished with a toast instead of a toast." The bandit leader gave the order, and the three thieves rushed towards Yujao together. Yujao's body flashed, avoiding attacks nimbly, and at the same time, the soap bubbles blown out by the blowpipe were shot at the enemy like cannonballs. The thieves easily dealt with Yujao's attack. They were strengthened by the compound hero water, and such an attack could not hurt them at all. The thieves formed a formation under Hyuga's order and activated the ninjutsu lightning stone fire. In an instant, violent lightning surrounded Yujao, and thunder and lightning ravaged every inch of his skin. "Ah!" Yujao let out a painful cry. If he didn't use the power of the tailed beast, he would have no power to fight back against the four people who had become elite Jainin. At this time, Ying, whose back was wrapped in soap bubbles, woke up from a coma. She kept BG on the wall of the bubbles to go out and rescue Yu Gao. She shouted loudly, "Let me out and let me help you." Hyuga looked at the two of them now, looking like a pair of distressed mandarin ducks, and felt quite guilty. Chapter 137 Tailed Beast Coat. The four thieves teamed up. Ninjutsu's thunder and lightning gradually dispersed, and Yujao was already lying on the ground, his whole body scorched black. He raised his last bit of energy, suppressed the pain all over his body, and urged the bubbles surrounding Ying to fly into the distance. "Ha ha ha, it's not that easy to let her escape like this." The leader of the thieves shot out a kunao and burst the soap bubble wrapping Ying. "Ah!" Ying felt her vision go dark, then she lost the protection of the soap bubbles, and her body hit the ground uncontrollably. Advertisement. When Yu Gao on the side witnessed this scene, he was even more heartbroken and his eyes were splitting. He was so anxious that he wanted to rush over and save Xia Ying immediately, but he had already exhausted all his strength in the fierce battle just now, and now it was extremely difficult to even stand up, let alone save others. "I asked you to leave but you didn't leave. Now you have no chance to leave even if you want to." The leader of the thieves looked at Yu Gao who was lying on the ground unable to move indifferently, with a cruel smile on his face. He stretched his muscles, then took out a sharp kunao from his waist and slowly walked towards Yujao, obviously preparing to give him a fatal blow. Ying's eyes widened and she watched all this happen. Her heart was filled with despair and helplessness. She struggled desperately to get up and stop it, but her body refused to obey her orders. Tears fell down her cheeks, and she shouted to the bandit leader with a trembling voice, "I'm going with you, please let him go. If you dare to hurt him, I will use my secret skills to die with you even if I try my best. You should know how powerful the secret technique is." Upon hearing Ying's threat, the thieves' leader just licked his lips lightly, without showing the slightest fear in his eyes. However, he seemed to realize that he could not take risks easily, so he did not continue to get closer to Yu Gao. Suddenly, the leader of the thieves seemed to have remembered something, with a look of realization on his face. "Oh. So that's it, I understand, you two are not a couple, are you? No wonder you are so inseparable. Ha 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 ha, it's so interesting. This kind of game is exciting enough. I like to play tricks like this the most. Take her away. I'm going to go inside first and enjoy this little beauty. When I'm satisfied, it's your turn." The leader of the thieves smiled obscenely, and then waved his hand to signal his men to take action. Advertisement. He, thank you for the reward, boss. The two thieves, who were like wolves and tigers, rushed forward immediately. One of them grabbed Ying's arm and dragged her away effortlessly. Ying struggled desperately, tears sliding down her cheeks. She kept looking back at Yu Gao, her eyes filled with endless despair and reluctance. Yu Gao's eyes widened, and he watched helplessly as his beloved was forcibly taken away, and his heart was as sharp as a knife. An uncontrollable anger surged into his heart, but he was powerless at this moment. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to get up from the ground to stop this, but his body seemed to no longer belong to him and he was completely out of control. "Let her go. Yu Gao shouted these 3 words in a trembling voice, each word full of pain and unwillingness. However, his efforts were only rewarded with ruthless ridicule from the thieves. I told you to let her go. Yu Gao unlocked part of the seal on himself and released the power of the tailed beast. At this moment, Yu Gao's body began to change, and a powerful breath surged out of his body. Tailed beast outerwear. Hyuga felt happy, the moment he had been waiting for finally arrived. Yujao's skin was gradually wrapped in blood-red chakra, and 4 red chakra tails were drawn out from his back. The thief leader showed surprise, but then turned greedy. This guy has become more interesting. Capture him and take him back to Master Obito. However, they underestimated Yu Gao's strength at this time. Yu Gao roared angrily and swiped his tail, knocking all 4 thieves away. His figure jumped to Ying's side like lightning, protecting her closely. At the same time, the 4 tails on his back instantly turned into sharp blades, stabbing directly at the 4 thieves with lightning speed. In an instant, except for the leader of the thieves, the other 3 people were pierced through the abdomen by the sudden tail, and blood splattered everywhere. The leader narrowly avoided this fatal blow. However, before he could take a breath, Yu Gao's tail struck again like a ghost, tightly wrapping around his body and hanging him high in the air. Advertisement. At this moment, the yin and yang attribute chakra in Yujao's mouth began to gather continuously, forming a powerful energy wave. This is obviously a sign that the tailed beast jade is about to be activated. Seeing death approaching, the frightened bandit leader screamed in despair, "No! No! Please let me go!" Facing the thieves' leader's pleading, Yu Gao remained indifferent. His bloodshot scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the evil man in front of him, with raging anger burning in his heart. Finally, without hesitation, he fired the condensed tailed beast jade towards the thief leader. The thief leader's body was submerged by the tailed beast Tama's attack. Before he could scream in pain, he was drowned in the attack and turned into ashes of the tailed beast Tama. After releasing this blow, Yu Gao exited the state of the tailed beast coat, and the blood-red chakra on his body gradually faded, and he fell directly into a coma. After being severely injured, using the tailed beast coat also caused a huge burden on his body. "Teacher!" Ying exclaimed and forced herself to stand up. He squatted beside Yu Gao and was at a loss. He didn't know how to help Yu Gao. The old servant Dun Bingui on the side recovered some of his strength. He stood up and came to Ying's side. "Miss, let's carry Yu Gao into the house first, and I'll get the medicine for his injuries." "Good." Both of them were seriously injured, so they could only drag Yu Gao into the room, put him on the bed and apply wound medicine on him. Dunbei took out a letter asking for help again and asked the messenger bird to send it to Konoha village. Someone covets the power of Wrathful Sky. This kind of thing must be told to Konoha. Konoha, as an ally of the Earth Spider clan, will send people to protect them. But Ying stayed beside the unconscious Yu Gao, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She held Yu Gao's hand tightly and said softly, "You must get better soon." In the sky, Hyuga stretched himself. "It's done." In such a big battle, the Twilight Team Akatsuki organization must have discovered it anyway. The drama just now was carefully prepared for Yu Gao, forcing Yu Gao to use the power of the tailed beast to attract actors to the scene. Tisk, 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 this kind of drama of beating Mandarin ducks really makes me feel guilty. I'd better try a different approach next time. Chapter 139 Dusk Team, Nariko's Charm. 100 miles away, the Dusk Team was camping and resting, discussing the next goal around the campfire. "I've been searching everywhere every day for so long, but I haven't found any clues at all," Karui from Union Village said impatiently. Samui from the same village took the lead in scolding, "Even so, we must keep looking, otherwise the entire ninja world will become Akatsuki's bag." "Stop saying such depressing words, let's eat." Kito from Union Village took the initiative to serve everyone a meal. "Thank you." The two thanked them and took the wooden bowl. Advertisement. Karui smelled the food in his hand, the aroma was fragrant, and he couldn't help but admired, this federal marching meal is not tired of eating. It is not only rich in variety, but also easy to make. It is not much more troublesome than military food pills. If the Federation provides supplies for 15 people, they will naturally have the best food and weapons. Hyuga will not deduct their supplies. Indeed. Samui also agreed, if this kind of food can be popularized, ninjas will not have to worry about food problems when performing missions. Kito said with a smile, it is also thanks to the federal technological support that this easy-to-carry food has been developed. While enjoying the delicious food, I can't help but feel a sense of urgency. The Federation's technology has outperformed the 5 major countries. Although this situation has been discovered now, and the 5 major countries have begun to focus on scientific and technological development, the Federation has already gone ahead for 10 years and recruited countless scholars. Can they catch up? After such a long period of running in, the 15-person team members are all familiar with each other, can cooperate with each other, and they all get along well. On the other side, Naruto disguised himself as a woman and ate the rice in his bowl. Kojiro from Kirigakure village took the initiative to come over and gave Naruto the food in his bowl with a blushing face. Kojiro said timidly, "Naruto, I'm not hungry, you eat more, eat more." "Thank you." Naruto spoke fluently, thinking it was the kindness of his teammates, and felt that Kirigakure's ninjas were really enthusiastic. "You're welcome, we are teammates." After speaking, he turned his head and Changjiro's face instantly turned red, like a ripe big apple. Advertisement. He murmured to himself, "Well, Miss Naruto actually said thank you to me. As long as I find more opportunities to talk to Naruto, I will definitely be able to shorten the distance between us and get to know Naruto better." Miss Z's. He was secretly delighted. In fact, from the day he joined the Twilight team, Kojiro was deeply attracted to Naruto. Whether it was her fiery personality, her smile as bright as the sun, her beautiful and charming appearance, or her outstanding strength, Kojiro fell in love with her. These useless shining points were like invisible magic ropes, tightly trapping Kojiro's heart, making him unable to help but want to get closer to this charming girl. But he won't know that Miss Naruto, whom he has been obsessed with, is actually a man. And Naruto has always been slow and does not understand Kojiro's emotions at all. He only thinks it is friendship, otherwise he would definitely shudder if he knew Kojiro's love. Sai on the side looked at Kojiro and Naruto beside him, muttering to himself. While carefully observing their every move, he compared their behavior with the thick book he held in his hand. "Is this love or friendship?" Sai murmured to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. He frowned, thinking hard about this question that confused him. The book clearly states that when a person has special feelings for another person, he or she will unconsciously reveal certain behavioral characteristics. According to the description in the book, Kojiro's attitude and way of treating Naruto at the moment seems to be in line with the kind of expression of liking someone. However, the problem is that Naruto is a real man, and books are written about love between men and women. This surprised Sai very much, and he couldn't help but fall into deeper thinking. Can love also occur between men? This is so unbelievable. Sai shook his head, trying to expel this ridiculous idea from his mind. But no matter what, he could not deny the fact that he saw before him, Chongjiro did have unusual attention and concern for Naruto. But if this is not love, then what is it? Sai murmured in his heart. In terms of friendship, why did Kojiro show such a weird expression and behavior? Just when Sai was distressed, Kakashi came from the side, took out a book from his arms and handed it to Sai. Advertisement. Read this book. You will have a new feeling. It is much better than the one you have. Kakashi continued, love does not distinguish between genders, what matters is each other's feelings. Maybe Kojiro just hasn't realized his feelings yet. The two of them automatically ignored the fact that Kojiro might not know that Naruto was actually a man. Sai nodded, seeming to understand something. He looked at Kojiro and Naruto, blessing them silently in his heart. He solemnly picked up the book handed over by Kakashi-senpai and read it carefully. After reading only the first chapter, he suddenly realized that the transformation technique could allow them to transcend gender and form a relationship that transcended the relationship between men and women. This book is also Jiraiya's latest publication, Intimate Paradise. Jiraiya was inspired by Naruto's seduction technique to write this masterpiece. The plot inside is bolder and the gameplay is bolder. People who have watched it say that they have gained a lot of experience and that ninjas can still play like this. In the Federation, Hyuga directly set this book as a banned book on the grounds that it would poison people's minds, because this was the book that Jiraiya had written to Hyuga recently to plead for mercy. Also because of this book, he has been collecting materials and slowed down his pace to the Federation. Sai slowly raised his head, with an extremely solemn expression on his face. He stared at Kakashi with sincere eyes and bowed deeply to him, expressing his sincere gratitude. I finally understand what's going on. Deep meaning. Thank you very much, Kakashi-senpai, for your careful guidance and teachings. Upon seeing this, Kakashi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He patted Sai's shoulder gently, as if praising the young man for his high understanding and worth cultivating, and said, well, not bad Sai, continue to study hard. Well, after all, you are still young and there are still many things to explore and understand. After you finish reading this book, you can come to me at any time to exchange for other reading materials, but you must keep them properly. After hearing this, Sai vowed, please rest assured, Kakashi-senpai, I will definitely treat these precious books as treasures and take good care of them. Kakashi was very pleased that Sai cherished books so much, and secretly lamented that people who cherish books like this are really rare. Okay, don't rush to read the book now, let's come over and enjoy dinner together, and we will read later. It's okay. Just as everyone began to enjoy their dinner, a dazzling red light suddenly shone in the distant sky, as eye-catching and spectacular as a torch reaching into the sky. This strange light instantly broke the tranquil atmosphere of the night, causing everyone present to stare sideways at it. Chapter 140 Akatsuki Organization's Reaction, Asuma Cannot Escape Death. The members of the Dusk team had no time to enjoy the delicious food. They all stopped what they were doing and cast their eyes towards the distant sky. There, a dazzling red light pillar shot straight into the sky and tore the entire sky apart. Naruto stared at the red light beam with wide eyes, a look of astonishment on his face. Because he is very familiar with that powerful chakra, it is clearly the power of the tailed beast. That's the tailed beast chakra. It's absolutely right, 6 tails must have appeared. Naruto shouted loudly, his voice full of anxiety and worry. Everyone's hearts were shaken, and they looked at each other, wondering in their hearts, what happened? Who could make Jinchuriki use such a majestic tailed beast chakra? Advertisement. Could it be that the Akatsuki organization has already taken the lead and found the 6 tails Jinchuriki? At this moment, the red light beam gradually dimmed, but then there was an earth-shaking loud noise. A huge tailed beast jade rushed straight into the sky like a cannonball, tearing the thick dark clouds above into pieces in an instant and dissipating without a trace. Kakashi's face was solemn and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He knew that the situation was serious and shouted to all the team members without hesitation, that is indeed the tailed beast chakra. It seems that the Akatsuki organization may have captured 6 before us. Tails Jinchuriki. Everyone listen to the order and move forward at full speed. The target is the direction of the chakra explosion. We must not let them succeed. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, with a firm and decisive tone. Before he finished speaking, the group of people flashed and galloped away into the distance like a gust of wind. On the other side, the Akatsuki organization attaches great importance to 6 tails. The immortal combination of Kakuzu and Haiden, as well as the divine angel combination of Pain and Konan, have all targeted 6 tails. The 2 groups of people split up to look for traces of 6 tails, but they were far away from the place where the 6 tails chakra erupted, and they couldn't even see the chakra soaring into the sky. An hour has passed since the 6 tails chakra erupted. In a hotel in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, Konan received information from an informant, which stated that the tailed beast chakra appeared in Mount Katsuragi. Advertisement. After estimating the distance, she said to Nagato, who was resting his whole body on the machine next to him, the tailed beast appeared in Mount Katsuragi, but it is far beyond the chakra transmission range. We have to move our position. Nagato's ability to control pain is limited in range. The black rod chakra is no longer useful after it reaches a certain distance, and the location where the chakra erupts is beyond the black rod's transmission range. Inform Kakuzu and Haiden and ask them to delay the opponent's move of 6 tails. Don't be reluctant to fight. Pain will go to support immediately. Nagato gave the order. He knew that the overall strength of the Twilight team was at the Ninja Jonin level. Even the immortal duo would have a hard time dealing with this situation. Pain had to take action personally to have a chance to escape from the Twilight team. Take 6 tails from your hand. Understood. Konan wrote the order on the paper, turned into a paper eagle along with many pieces of paper, and quickly flew away into the distance. In the money exchange, Kakuzu had just completed a bounty and was counting the bounties he received. They had just intercepted and captured a Konoha ninja team that was going to reinforce the Dusk team. Because of this, Asuma still did not escape the tragic fate of being killed by Kakuzu, and eventually became the victim of Kakuzu in exchange for a high bounty. Haiden standing aside looked extremely restless. He wiped the extremely sharp scythe in his hand carelessly while mumbling some vague words. Damn it! We should have taken action to deal with them quickly, but we actually let those 3 guys escape. It's really unpleasant. Recalling the protracted battle just now, Haiden couldn't help but feel a trace of annoyance and resentment in his heart. Originally, they were fully capable of wiping out each other, but because of the difficult bearded man who slowed down the pace, they missed the opportunity. This result made him extremely unhappy. After all, for a person who enjoys killing, not being able to enjoy the pleasure of slaughter is undoubtedly a kind of torture. I am afraid that Lord Evil God will be dissatisfied with this. At this moment, the boss of the gold exchange came out of the back room and chatted with Kakuzu excitedly. Hey, man, we just got an extremely important piece of information related to the tailed beast. Haven't your Akatsuki organization been committed to collecting tailed beasts? Are you interested in this news? I'll give you a friendly price, you can get it for only 5 million taels. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes when he heard this, as if he was thinking about whether to buy it. In fact, he was considering the possibility of directly killing the boss of the money exchange to seize the information. But after hesitating for a long time and thinking carefully, he still didn't make a move. He had to painfully count out 5 million taels and handed it to the boss of the money exchange. Kakuzu's tone contained murderous intent. Tell me, if the information is not worth the price, you'd better weigh your own head. Advertisement. The bosses of the money exchange were not scared by Kakuzu. They traded with these desperados every day and experienced this situation countless times. Of course, I never deceive customers. This information is just one sentence. Traces of the tailed beast chakra appear in Katsuragi Mountain. How about this information? It's worth the price. Kakuzu nodded. Such a precise location was indeed worth the price, but he still had to confirm whether the information was true or false. The boss of the money exchange received the 5 million with great satisfaction. He tapped the amount and said casually, the chakra light beam soaring into the sky over Mount Katsuragi was visible for hundreds of miles, and the boss of the money exchange there sent a telegram. With such a big battle just now, the news would spread throughout the ninja world immediately, but what he earned was an intelligence gap. Relying on telegraph transmission, things in the south of the ninja world would be spread to the north in a short time. I just heard this information, so I told you immediately. It was almost an hour ago. Kakuzu nodded and put the box of money on the table. If you save the money, I will leave it here for you first. I will come back to get it. Okay. The boss of the money exchange nodded, as this was a small request for such a big customer. Hiden, Six Tails has appeared. The enemy this time is Dusk. You can definitely kill him. Kakuzu said to Hiden expressionlessly, but in fact he was very excited inside. Kakuzu has always been full of expectations for the members of the Twilight team, because each of them is the object of a high bounty. Onaki's granddaughter, the clone ninja Kakashi, these are all mouth-watering high-value prey. I heard that those people are all Jainin level. If you can get such a powerful sacrifice to the evil god, he will definitely be very happy. Hearing this, Hiden's eyes suddenly lit up and he was very excited. Stand up. Just as the two stepped out of the gold exchange door, a flying eagle made of folded paper fell from the sky like lightning. The paper eagle quickly disintegrated after reaching the ground and turned into countless fragments scattered on the ground. Only a message full of handwriting remained intact. Kakuzu picked up the message, glanced at the words on it, and then without hesitation held it close to the blazing flames in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the message turned into ashes and scattered in the air. Kakuzu snorted with displeasure and complained, do we still need to be careful when dealing with those gangsters? He prides himself that with his rich experience and penultimate strength accumulated over a long period of time, it is no problem to deal with a few juniors. Hiden shouted with enthusiasm, yes. There is no need for Boss Pain to take action personally, we can just kill them all by killing them. After that, the two of them quickly moved towards Mount Katsuragi. Chapter 141 The Revenge of Pig Deer Die. Advertisement. Staying in a cave far away from the gold exchange, the Zuladi team, who had successfully escaped the enemy's pursuit, sat together. The atmosphere around them was extremely heavy and depressing, and there was a dead silence. The three of them were like sculptures, staring dreamily at the dancing bonfire in front of them, the good times they spent with Asma flashing through their minds. Chiji and Ino had already burst into tears, with tears flowing down like a flood from a dam, and their bodies were shaking from excessive grief. But Shikamaru's eyes that always shone with wisdom were now filled with endless confusion, and his eyes were filled with hot tears. But he gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress the sobs that were about to escape his lips. Because he knows very well that as the think tank of the team, he must maintain absolute calmness and rationality at all times. Just now, their beloved teacher Asma unfortunately died at the hands of the enemy. In order to ensure that the students escaped safely, Asma resolutely chose to stay and stop the enemy. Even her own body was not spared and was taken away by the two men. Shikamaru gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling slightly with anger. Our first priority at the moment is to recover Asuma-sensei's body, and we must not let his body be desecrated by the enemy. Chiji and Ino looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. We must avenge Asuma-sensei. Chiji clenched his fists. Yes, even if it costs your life. Ino said firmly. Shikamaru took a deep breath and said calmly, we need to formulate a plan. We cannot act rashly in revenge, otherwise we will only play into the enemy's hands. The top priority is to regain the teacher's body first. The enemy said they would send teacher Asma's body to a gold exchange. We will wait for them to leave and then go to the nearest gold exchange to retrieve teacher Asma's body. This is exactly what happened. The immortal duo had already exchanged the bounty and left the money exchange. Advertisement. The trio of pigs, deer, and butterflies did what they said. The three of them soon arrived at the nearest gold exchange. They watched the gold exchange from a distance. It is not easy to snatch the body of a person with a bounty from the money exchange. Being able to stand in the ninja world for decades naturally has its own support, and behind it is the funding and tacit approval of high-level officials from various countries. Konoha village can manage a money exchange, but it is impossible to want all gold exchanges to disappear. And as Konoha ninjas, they couldn't directly ask him to hand over Asuma's body in the name of Konoha without high-level instructions. In that case, they could only use force to speak. Shikamaru observed the defense of the money exchange inside. There were two ninjas standing guard at the door. Their level was unknown, and they should probably be around Shinin. Nighttime is now the time when defenses are at their weakest, perfect for lurking, and the 2 guards at the door said they were on guard but had already dozed off. And 80% of the people inside were asleep. Shikamaru thought for a while and came up with a countermeasure. He first used the shadow binding technique to get rid of the guard at the door, and then used the transformation technique to sneak in. Let's get rid of these 2 guards first, and then Ino and I will use the transformation technique to sneak in. Shikamaru revealed his plan. Chiji Ino immediately nodded in agreement with the plan. Under the cover of night, 3 figures moved forward quietly like ghosts, approaching the 2 guards. They understand each other without verbal communication. I saw Shikamaru using his signature ninjutsu shadow binding technique. The black shadow stretched extremely long in the night like a smart snake, trapping the 2 guards with ease. At the same time, Ino instantly activated the heart turn technique and successfully controlled one of the guards. Upon seeing this, Shikamaru immediately let go of the guard's body controlled by Ino, and Ino controlled the guard through telepathy to quickly walk towards another companion and cover his mouth. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, there was only a slight crisp sound, and the guard's neck was easily broken. Ino carefully placed the body on the ground. However, at this moment, Ino made a decisive decision to withdraw her mental power from the guard's body, because she knew that time was running out and she had to race against time. Before the guard could regain control of his body, Chiji was already at his side. His expansion jutsu enlarged palm pinched the guard's head hard, ending his life instantly. The whole process went smoothly without making a single sound. After getting rid of the guards at the door, Shikamaru and Ino used the transformation technique to take on the appearance of the 2 guards and sneaked into the money exchange, while Chiji was waiting outside to pick them up. When they walked into the money exchange, they felt the cold air hitting their faces. They saw that the room was full of large drawers where corpses were stored, and both walls were covered with such drawers. Ino saw a flash of despair in her eyes when she saw the drawers all over the wall. Which of these drawers is Asuma-sensei's body? Shikamaru made a reassuring gesture to Ino to put her on guard. She quietly came to the front desk of the bookkeeping and carefully looked at the records left on it. Sure enough, I found the record just now, Asuma, cabinet number 325, with a reward of 35 million taels. A trace of anger and pain flashed in Shikamaru's eyes. Anger was that his enemy was selling his teacher like an item. The pain is due to my own stupidity that led to the teacher's death. If I could have noticed the enemy's battle earlier, I could have saved the teacher. Shikamaru quietly walked to cabinet number 325. Ino looked at Shikamaru nervously. Shikamaru took a deep breath and opened the cabinet. Inside was Asuma's body, with scars from the battle still on his face. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said softly, "Teacher, I will take you away right now." He carefully lifted Asuma's body, trying to avoid making any noise. However, at this moment, something strange happened. There was a sound of pushing the door open in the distance, and a man yawned and walked out. It was the owner of the money exchange. Chapter 142 Important Information. He saw the scene in front of him at a glance. You. As soon as he finished speaking, Ino used the technique of turning around to control his body. The control of his body was also taken away, and Ino's body fell down. The boss of the money exchange was just an ordinary person. He couldn't resist Ino's ninjutsu and was immediately controlled. Ino continued what the money exchange boss said, "If you don't do your duty well, what are you doing in the house?" Shikamaru didn't dare to respond and quickly carried Asuma's body on his back. Advertisement. At this time, Chiji also heard the noise and broke into the money exchange. As soon as he came in, he understood the current situation, because Shikamaru had already told him what to do in this situation. Chiji tiptoed towards the money exchange boss who was controlled by Ino, and the money exchange boss also walked towards him under Ino's control. With the cooperation of the two, they captured the owner of the money exchange. The 3 of them successfully took out Asuma's body, and also got a hostage along the way. The 3 of them, Zhu Ludi, took Asuma's body and ran with the owner of the money exchange for a long time. They dared to stop only when they saw no one pursuing them. Several people put down Asuma's body and the captured gold exchange owner. Chiji and Ino knelt beside the teacher's body with tears on their faces, their hearts filled with pain, but Shikamaru knew that this moment was not the time to be immersed in sadness. Because now is the perfect opportunity to track down the Akatsuki organization, and it is also the perfect opportunity to avenge Asuma. So, he walked up to the unconscious money exchange owner, took out a water bag from his arms, and poured the water on the other person's head without hesitation. The owner of the money exchange was currently tied tightly to a big tree, and the sudden coolness gradually made him wake up. But when he realized his situation, fear instantly took over his heart, and he was trembling all over. He widened his eyes and stared at the solemn and murderous Shikamaru in front of him, begging hoarsely, "Please don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I will give it to you no matter how much money you have. Please give it to me. Leave a way to survive." While shouting for mercy, the owner of the money exchange did not forget to look around and carefully assess the current situation. Advertisement. When he saw the Konoha forehead protectors worn by the three people and the cold corpse lying not far away, his face became paler and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. You want your teammate's body, right? Take it away. It's useless for us to ask for that thing. We are just confirming his death. Even if you don't come, we will send his body back to Konoha. Please don't kill me. The boss of the money exchange loudly begged for mercy. He knew very well that even if the three Konoha ninjas killed themselves to get back the bodies of their teammates, they would not be punished by Konoha, and his life would really be lost. Shikamaru stared at the trembling man in front of him with cold eyes, and said calmly, "Next, I will ask the question, and you will answer it." After that, he waved his hand, a cold light flashed, and a kunao flew straight towards the money exchange boss. There was only a muffled sound of puff, and the kunao was accurately inserted into the ground only 1 centimeter away from the crotch of the money exchange boss. This thrilling scene made the owner of the money exchange so frightened that his face instantly turned pale and his body began to tremble involuntarily. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I can promise not to kill you. The boss of the money exchange office was already frightened out of his wits. He nodded quickly and said that he would cooperate to the end. I want to know the details of the two people who just traded with you. Tell me everything you know, including their names, origins, abilities, etc. Shikamaru held the kunao in his hand tightly, with a strong murderous intent on his face. However, this murderous intention was not directed at the timid money exchange owner in front of him, but at the two mysterious Akatsuki organization members from afar. But even so, the boss of the money exchange was still frightened enough. He looked at the person in front of him in horror, and did not dare to hesitate at all. He quickly and tremblingly replied, "Those two people are indeed members of the Xiao organization. Called Haiden, the other was called Kakuzu. As for the one named Haiden, I don't know much about him. I only heard that he is Kakuzu's new partner and a follower of the evil god." Shikamaru keenly captured the key details in the question and asked further, "According to what you said, is that Kakuzu a person who frequently changes teammates?" "Yes, that's right." The boss nodded quickly. "Kakuzu often kills his companions and then uses their lives to collect the bounty. Moreover, he is a frequent visitor to our money exchange. According to intelligence reports, as early as 50 years ago, he often took over various bounty tasks. Our headquarters estimates that his age should be over 70 years old." Hearing this, Shikamaru's eyes suddenly turned cold. He picked up a kunao and lightly swiped the boss's arm. In an instant, blood seeped out from the wound and stained his sleeves red. Advertisement. Ah! The boss let out a horrifying scream, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Shikamaru stared at the boss and asked sternly, "How dare you deceive us? How does he look like a 70-year-old man?" "I'm telling the truth." The boss cried, "Maybe he has some special ninjutsu that can keep him young." Shikamaru's expression remained unchanged, but he was more certain of his guess in his heart. His actions just now were just to test the person in front of him. It seems that he did not hide this situation, continue talking. "Kakuzu likes money very much. He takes bounties all for money." The money exchange boss muttered a lot of irrelevant information. Seeing that the person in front of him still had murderous intent on his face, the boss of the money exchange gritted his teeth and said, "I know two important pieces of information. If I tell you, can you let me live? Otherwise, you will never find it." Them. He wanted to use the last bargaining chip he had to buy himself a glimmer of hope. "Say it." Shikamaru took out a kunao and cut the rope to show his sincerity. He was not worried about the money exchange boss escaping. He had 3 ninjas here. How could he let an ordinary person escape? The corpses sent by Kakuzu often do not have hearts. The headquarters speculates that the medium for him to extend his life is the heart. What else? Shikamaru looked at him with burning eyes. Also, I just sold them a piece of information. There is a tailed beast appearing in the area of Mount Katsuragi, and they are rushing there. After the boss of the money exchange finished speaking, he trembled. Look at Shikamaru. Shikamaru was shocked. 6 tails had appeared, which meant that the Twilight team might confront the Akatsuki organization at any time, and he had to send the information he had guessed. "Okay, you can go." The owner of the money exchange seemed to have received an amnesty, fearing that the person in front of him would regret it, so he fled away without looking back. Shikamaru got the information he wanted, turned to Chiji and Ino and said, "We must tell Naruto and the others this information as soon as possible." Chiji and Ino nodded, understanding the urgency of the matter. Chapter 143 Six Tails Jinchuriki. Shikamaru said with a solemn expression, "Ino, Chiji, you immediately escort Mr. Asuma back to Konoha village. You cannot let the teacher's body continue to be exposed. I was responsible for going to Mount Katsuragi to find the Twilight team and deliver the information." Chiji refused on the spot without hesitation, "No, I should complete the task of delivering the information, and you are responsible for returning the teacher safely to the village." Everyone knows very well that performing this mission means that they may encounter the Akatsuki organization. If they encounter the Akatsuki organization, unfortunately, the chance of survival is almost slim, which can be said to be a narrow escape. You must obey orders. Shikamaru looked solemn and scolded Chi severely. These key information must be delivered successfully before the confrontation between the Twilight Team and the Akatsuki organization. Only in this way can the teacher's sacrifice be valuable. Advertisement. But Chi seemed to want to argue a few words, but as soon as he spoke, he was forcibly interrupted by Shikamaru. There is no room for negotiation. I am now the new monitor, and this is an unquestionable order. Shikamaru said without doubt, act quickly, I will avenge the teacher. Upon seeing this, Chi could only nod silently in agreement, and then he and Ino protected Asuma's body and rushed towards the Leaf Village. Shikamaru looked at their retreating figures and prayed silently in his heart. Then, he turned around and ran towards Mount Katsuragi. As he said, he must find the Twilight Team before the Immortal Duo. So he wanted to try to take a small path and cross the mountains to find the Dusk Team faster. The three of them walked further and further away in two directions. Where the Zuladi team was resting just now, a figure slowly walked from the shadows. This person is Hyuga, and next to him is the boss of the money exchange. The boss of the money exchange at this moment has a dull face and empty eyes, as if he has lost his soul. He has obviously become a puppet controlled by Hyuga. The reason why Hyuga plans this action is very clear, to use the hands of Nara Shikamaru to get rid of the Immortal Duo, thereby weakening the Akatsuki organization's strength. Naturally, he would not let the slightest mistake occur in his plan. Shikamaru knew the abilities of the Immortal Duo. Coupled with his extraordinary resourcefulness and the help of the 15 powerful Jainin in the Twilight Team, this mission will be successfully completed. Advertisement. And this is just one of his many clones monitoring the progress of the plan. The next mission of this clone is to guide Shikamaru to the Dusk Team. Before leaving, he waved his hand and used Sage Jutsu to summon a beast from a distance. The beast pounced directly on the money exchange boss, then pinned him down and dragged him away. Since this person has become Hyuga's puppet, he must know many secrets that he shouldn't know. At the same time, the other person is not worth Hyuga spending too much energy to control for a long time. Therefore, for Hyuga, the safest way is to silence him. After doing this, Hyuga did not forget to decorate the scene to look like a scene after being attacked by a wild beast. In this way, even if Konoha village becomes aware of it and launches an investigation in the future, there will never be any clues. The Dusk Team is the closest to Gushan City among the three teams, and the first to discover Six Tails' traces. They quickly arrived at Mount Katsuragi. Everyone was shocked when they looked at the sealed barriers with a hole torn open. This was obviously a sign of the Akatsuki organization's visit. Are we still a step too late? Moi, the pessimist, first lamented, now there are only 8 tails and 9 tails left. The Akatsuki organization already has 7-tailed beasts. Is the world really going to be destroyed? Everyone felt heavy after hearing this, and the morale of the team was greatly affected. Karui, who is also a ninja in Hidden Cloud Village, quickly scolded, "Shut up, we are ninjas. Even at the last moment, we should never give up." Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, and he pulled out the short sword from behind. "You're right, get ready for battle and go up the mountain." As a senior ninja in Konoha, he naturally knew that this was the residence of the Earth Spider clan and the secret technique that could destroy Bailey. He is now worried that the Akatsuki organization has not only captured Six Tails, but also taken away the heir of the Earth Spider clan, which would really make matters worse. Yes. Kakashi passed through the seal barriers, stepped onto the cliff and ran to the top of the mountain, followed immediately by the rest of the Dusk Team. There was no ambush as expected, and they successfully arrived at the courtyard on the top of the mountain. At a glance, they saw 3 corpses on the ground and pieces of meat everywhere. Advertisement. This is not someone from the Akatsuki organization. The clothes and the number of people don't match up. Someone immediately analyzed. That's right, Six Tails should not have been caught yet, and there are still people inside. A Tsunagaku detective ninja analyzed. Hearing the noise, the old servant Dunbei peeked out of the window and saw the 15 ninjas in the yard. He subconsciously thought that they were the accomplices of the thief just now, because it was impossible to get here from Konoha village in just a few hours. Arrive. When Dunbei was about to pull down the trap, Kakashi quickly said, "I am a ninja from Konoha village, don't be afraid." At this time, Konoha's name is easier to use than the 5 major countries. After all, Konoha is an ally of the Earth Spider clan. This time Dunbei stopped and saw clearly the forehead protectors of several people. They were all ninjas from the 5 major countries. He breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they were not those thieves. Dunbei walked out of the room with relief and greeted several people, "Come in quickly. You guys came in time. We still have wounded people inside. Please help with treatment." "Okay." Kakashi immediately nodded and ordered a medical ninja to treat him. After entering the room, everyone saw a person lying in the back room, and the girl beside him looked worriedly, and the medical ninja was treating him. Everyone in the Twilight team has seen Yujao's portrait, and they are extremely sure that this is Six Tails Jinchuriki. Several battle-experienced ninjas reacted and seemed to be resting casually in the room, but in fact they secretly surrounded him. Of course, our Naruto is still sitting next to Yujao in a straight line and watching the medical ninja treat Yujao. Is he going to be okay? Naruto asked the medical ninja about Hyuga. As a Jinchuriki, he had a crush on every companion. Kojuro silently watched Naruto's back and said in his heart, Miss Naruto is not only beautiful, but she is also so kind-hearted. My body suffered a large area of electric shock, and I used tailed beast chakra. I am now unconscious, but it is not life-threatening. After treatment, I will get better soon after taking some healing medicine. Of course, Hyuga controls the intensity. As long as he undergoes medical ninjutsu treatment and takes the federal medicine, he will wake up in a short time. Ying on the side still asked uneasily, is it really okay? Do you want to check and see if you don't miss anything? The medical ninja glanced sideways at Ying, don't question my expertise. Our hydrotherapy skills in Kirigakure village are not in vain. Okay, please. Chapter 144 Yugao's Resistance and Difficult Cooperation. Kakashi asked what happened. Dunbei sighed and told Kakashi and others exactly what happened before. 4 ninjas claiming to be Obito's men invaded here, intending to take away the secret skills of the Earth Spider clan, but they were stopped by Hyuga, who transformed into a tailed beast. Kakashi confirmed with an ugly expression, are you sure those people claim to be Obito's subordinates? If this is the case, Obito must be planning something too. It's absolutely true, I heard it clearly. They called him Master Obito, and the leader was named Yuan Chengdu, who was the pile of minced meat on the ground. Advertisement. At least they are all Jainin. If Lord Yujao hadn't shown his power, the young lady would have been captured. Listening to what he said, Kakashi was thoughtful. It seemed that he was going to be in big trouble recently. He turned to look at the blonde girl and asked, who is this? She is the young master of our Earth Spider clan and the inheritor of this generation's secret techniques. Dun Bingwei replied. At this time, Ying I bowed and met her. The medical ninja had already finished treating Yugao on the hospital bed and walked back to the team. The medical ninja secretly gestured to Kakashi, indicating that the person on the hospital bed was Six Tails Jinchuriki Yujao. Kakashi thought in his mind, it seems that this place is not suitable for staying for a long time. Six Tails Jinchuriki and the successor of the secret technique must be moved to a safe place as soon as possible. The Akatsuki organization must have also noticed the appearance of Six Tails, and may have already rushed here. It has been delayed a lot of time on the way here, and it cannot be delayed any longer. Let's get out of here right now. Kakashi made a quick decision. He turned to Dunbei and said, the Akatsuki organization and Obito should have their eyes on this place. It's no longer safe here. You must leave with us. Dun Bingwei was not a pedantic person, and he immediately agreed to the proposal. Yes, we can go to the territory of the Earth Spider clan, and the people there will protect us. Kakashi rejected the proposal without hesitation, it's useless. The strength of the Akatsuki organization cannot be stopped by a dozen ninjas from one clan. It is a force that only big countries can resist. We can only rush to the nearest Konoha village now, otherwise we really have no chance. Dunbei's eyes widened, was it serious? But out of trust in Konoha, he still agreed to the proposal. Advertisement. Without further delay, we will set off immediately. Kakashi waved to everyone, Naruto, you are responsible for taking Yugao, Kuratsuki, you are responsible for taking good care of Miss Ying. Kakashi almost said Naruto's real name smoothly, forgetting that Naruto was still a girl and was not suitable for such a thing. Understood. Naruto never paid attention to these details, and immediately stepped forward to carry Yugao on his back. Kojuro on the side couldn't stand immediately when he saw this, and immediately came over to take on the task of carrying Yugao. Miss Naruto, let me do it. It's okay, I'm fine. Naruto patted his plump chest to show that he was competent. Kojuro's face turned red instantly. Yujao is our companion in Kirigakure village, so it is my duty to take care of him. When Naruto heard this, he immediately thought of the situation between himself and Sasuke, and immediately stopped insisting. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Hearing Miss Naruto's praise, Kojuro suddenly felt as if he had been given a shot of blood. He felt full of strength and naturally took over the task of carrying Yugao. He handed his twin swords to Kirigakure's partner, and then carried Yujao on his back. Naruto didn't know that his usually kind actions would actually play with poor Kojuro like a top-notch green tea after he turned into a beautiful woman. Seeing that everyone was ready, Kakashi said, the enemy is likely to set up an ambush halfway, so everyone should stay vigilant. The group of people took Yugao, who was still in a coma, and quickly headed towards the direction of Konoha village. The atmosphere in the team was dull, and everyone headed towards Konoha village. The direction they were heading in was exactly opposite to the immortal duo. As long as they continued in this direction, they would inevitably meet those two people. During the journey, Hyuga was carried on Kojuro's back and woke up leisurely. The first thing he saw was a Kirigakure ninja carrying him on his back. As a Kirigakure rebel ninja, Yujo's first reaction was naturally that he had been captured by Kirigakure Enbu. So, he immediately wanted to take out his weapon and give Kojuro a fatal blow. However, Kakashi had already anticipated this situation and had people take away all the weapons on Yujo's body in advance. Then, Yujo wanted to take out Kojuro's ninja bag. But there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the team, and his big move has already been noticed by others as abnormal. Advertisement. A taijutsu ninja named Ziluo from Sand Hidden Village had been following the team. He immediately noticed Yujo's strange movement and pinched Yujo's wrist. Sand Shinobi Village's talented taijutsu ninja Purple, like Konoha's Xiaoli, is only good at taijutsu and cannot use ninjutsu and genjutsu. Therefore, he was often bullied by his peers when he was a child. Therefore, the young Ziluo worked hard to specialize in physical skills, and created the secret of physical skills, the 7-day calling technique, which uses the body's breathing to achieve a short-term increase in strength, which is comparable to the power of 8 gates Dunjia. What are you up to? This shout caused everyone walking forward to stop and look back. Everyone saw that Six Tails Jinkriki Yujo, who was originally unconscious, came to life and reached into Kojuro's ninja tool bag. Especially Kojuro, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If Ziluo hadn't stopped him in time, he might have been a dead body. Kojuro quickly put down Yujo, turned his head, and glared at Yujo. He was almost killed by this man. Hyuga struggled violently, but could not break free from Ziluo's restraint no matter what. He stared at Chongjuro fiercely, his eyes full of hostility and anger. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Seeing this scene, Dunbei quickly explained, these people are here to save us. They are from the joint team of the 6 major countries, Dusk. Ying hurried forward to support Yugao's shaky body, and softly comforted him, Teacher, you are right, they are indeed good people who lead us to avoid the enemy's pursuit. Kakashi also stepped forward at this time, and said to Yugao calmly, Yujo, you just woke up, and your mood may not have completely stabilized yet. We are here specifically to help you get out of trouble, so there is no need for you to be so nervous. Yugao was still out of breath after hearing this, but at least he had slowly regained some sense. He turned to stare at Kakashi, who was obviously the leader of this team, and responded firmly, don't bother helping me, just give me the weapons that belong to me, and I will find a way to leave here. Because he knew very well that he could never follow the people from these 5 major countries. If he did, what awaited him would be an endless life of imprisonment. Teacher, I'll leave with you too. Ying said immediately. No, miss, you can't make fun of your own life. Dun Bingwei said with great anxiety when he heard his miss's words. If the miss died, he would be ashamed to meet his former master. Chapter 145 The Truth Behind Master Killer. Kakashi felt a headache. The importance of the 2 people in front of him was self-evident. They were crucial to the overall situation. He would never let them go easily no matter what. But in such an urgent situation at this moment, he could only try every means to persuade them to stay. I can return your weapons to you, or I can let you go. Kakashi stared at Yujo with his sharp eyes, but, the situation you are currently in is extremely dangerous, follow we are the safest and wisest choice. However, Hyuga refused without hesitation and categorically said, I will not take Ying away, but I don't need your sympathy, let alone your so-called goodwill. Why? At this time, Ying had completely fallen into the whirlpool of love and could not extricate herself. She wanted to leave with Hyuga no matter what, and her heart was full of persistence. Advertisement. Master Hyuga. Ying had tears in her eyes, and her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her. She looked at Hyuga longingly, her eyes full of prayer. Hyuga looked at her and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. In fact, he was not willing to give up, but he had to consider it for her. Facing Ying's affectionate gaze, although Hyuga was touched, he still gritted his teeth and turned around. He would never let Ying be involved in this endless dispute and danger. He thought silently in his heart, Ying, forgive me, I can't let you get hurt. This is the only thing I can do for you. He tried hard to hide the emotions in his eyes, leaving only indifference and determination in his eyes. I taught you ninjutsu as an exchange, hoping to gain your protection. I'm not your real teacher at all, so you don't have to expect too much from me. After hearing Yugao's words, Ying's face instantly turned pale as paper. She couldn't accept this cruel fact, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Master Yujo, how can you say that? Could it be that your previous concern for me was all fake? Ying's voice was crying, full of despair and sadness. Hyuga gritted his teeth, his heart filled with pain and helplessness. He could not let Ying fall into this trap any longer. I was just using you. Now that my purpose has been achieved, you have no value to me anymore. Yu Gao turned away, not daring to look at Ying's sad look. He was afraid that he would become soft-hearted. Advertisement. Kakashi saw this and knew Yu Gao's inner concerns, so he decided to find another way to persuade Yu Gao. Yujao, I understand your doubts about us. But the current situation is very critical, and it is difficult to escape the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization on your own. We have enough strength to protect you and Ying's safety. Moreover, we are also looking for ways to fight against the Akatsuki organization. If you are willing to join us, we can discuss countermeasures together. Even if you want to leave later, we won't stop you. When Kakashi said this, he was also thinking that if there was a problem, he might have to take Yu Gao away for the sake of the overall situation. And he has long had the consciousness of sacrifice. The biggest reason why he did not commit suicide is that he has not completed his mission of protecting Konoha. Yu Gao was silent for a moment. He knew that what Kakashi said was true. It was indeed difficult for him alone to compete with the Akatsuki organization. If there was a choice to survive, he did not want to die. However, the obsession in his heart could never be let go, and the prejudice against the ninja village was still deeply rooted in his heart. Captain Kakashi, it's up to me to persuade him. Just as Yujao was in confusion, the medical ninja from Kirigakure village slowly walked out of the team. His appearance also instantly aroused Yu Gao's alertness. You still remember me, Yu Gao? The voice was not loud, but it struck Yu Gao's heart like a heavy hammer. Yu Gao widened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him carefully. A familiar feeling came to his heart, but for a while it was difficult to determine the identity of the other person. Countless pictures flashed through his mind, and Yu Gao tried hard to recall every bit of the past. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and he finally recognized the person in front of him. Yes, the man standing in front of him turned out to be the son of his master. And his father was the teacher who was killed by Yu Gao. Yu Gao's eyes became complicated, showing shock, anger, and a little guilt. I know your concerns. You don't trust us, you don't trust the 5 great ninja villages, and you are afraid of being imprisoned again, right? Advertisement. The man's words were calm and gentle, as if he had already seen through Yu Gao's inner struggles and conflicts, as well as the hatred between himself and Yu Gao. My father died in your hands. I want to kill you directly now, but neither the ninja's ethics nor my father's last wish allow me to do so. The man's voice trembled slightly, trying hard to suppress the grief and anger in his heart. My father used to love and protect you so much. My father's love for you even makes me, my own son, jealous. Yu Gao seemed to have been stepped on in the tail. He roared angrily, speaking of love and protection, he just wants the power of the tailed beast in me. Yu Gao's heart was full of contradictions and pain. He didn't want to admit his mistakes, but he was also full of doubts about what happened back then. Lies will not hurt people, the truth is the sharp knife that hurts people. After thinking about it for such a long time, Yu Gao also noticed the problem in that matter. It's just that he never dared to face reality and admit that he killed the only master who loved and protected him. The man sighed softly and saw through the flaw in Yu Gao's heart at a glance. That's just a secret technique. It's the only way to safely remove the tailed beast from your body. My father doesn't want to see you suffer pain, and he doesn't hesitate to violate Kirigakure village. I will also take away the tailed beast for you. Yu Gao tightly grasped the last flaw in the man's words, then why don't you tell me directly, but use that method instead of coveting the power of the tailed beast. Yu Gao's heart was still full of doubt and resistance. The man's eyes were so calm that it was terrifying, as if there were no waves in a pool of stagnant water, but he stated a cruel fact in the calmest tone. That secret technique requires absolute speed. If the person who is being casted shows the slightest abnormal behavior, then the entire secret technique will completely fail. At that time, my father will be killed by the powerful counterattack force of the secret technique. However, my father still left a suicide note before performing the secret technique. If the secret technique really failed this time and led to his unfortunate death, he hoped that I would not hold any grudge against you. When the man said this, there was a sarcastic smile on his face, as if he was laughing at his father's innocence and stupidity, but he never imagined that he did not die from the horrible backlash of the secret technique in the end, but fell into your excessive suspicion. Among Chapter 146 Shikamaru arrives, life-saving information. Yu Gao stood there as dumbfounded as a chicken, listening to every word of the man. At this moment, he could no longer utter a single word of rebuttal. The cruel reality hit his heart like a heavy hammer, forcing him to accept this incredible truth. Suddenly, Yujao's legs went weak and he fell to his knees weakly. He stretched out his trembling hands and covered his head tightly, tears pouring out of his eyes like a flood. His voice was hoarse and he murmured to himself, I killed Master, it was all because of my suspicion. Advertisement. Yu Gao's body kept trembling, and his heart was full of regret and self-blame. The man looked at the person in front of him silently, with a trace of imperceptible pleasure flashing in his eyes. Now is not the time for you to cry. The ninja world is facing a life and death crisis, but you are still obsessed with your obsession. The man said in a condescending manner. Yu Gao faced the man, kowtowed loudly 3 times on the ground, and kept repeating, I'm sorry. The man shook his head slightly, I have long since given up my hatred. I originally did not plan to see you again in this life, but since I have been entrusted by Master Mizukage, I still hope that you can return to Kirigakure village. The man knew Yujao's inner worries well, so he went on to explain, under the management of Master Mizukage, the Kirigakure village today is no longer the bloody mist full of blood and killing. As long as you go back, you will being well protected will never imprison you. Thank you, I am willing to return to Kirigakure village. Yujao couldn't find any reason to refuse, so he agreed immediately. The man took out a Kirigakure forehead protector from his sleeve and threw it in front of Yu Gao. Yu Gao looked at the forehead protector in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he still subconsciously reached out to catch it and put it on his forehead. Dusk's teammates on the side were silent at this time, quietly listening to Yu Gao's story. Among these people, 2 people felt the deepest feelings. They could sympathize with Yujao's experience. Advertisement. Naruto couldn't help but sympathize with it, his eyes gradually became moist, and finally tears flowed down uncontrollably. The master's love reminded him of his own pervy sage. He couldn't imagine that if he accidentally killed his teacher, he would really go crazy. Killing a master is really a fine tradition in the Hokage world. Kojuro on the side also temporarily forgot the thrilling scene of almost being killed, and hurriedly took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. Kakashi listened to this story and felt a strong sense of familiarity in his heart. He once personally killed the most important person in his life, and also led his best friend astray. However, the mission must continue. Kakashi took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, then took the opportunity to step forward, stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on Yujao's shoulder, comforting, Yujao, the past cannot be changed, we should focus more on the present. And the future. Yujao raised his head, his face full of tears, and said firmly, I understand, I am willing to fight against the Akatsuki organization with you. Very good. Kakashi smiled happily, then let us fight for the ninja world. Yu Gao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and stood up with firm eyes, I will use my strength to make up for the mistakes I have made. Ying then grabbed Yu Gao's sleeve and said, Teacher, don't abandon me. Yu Gao's expression was very complicated, I'm sorry, what I just said were all angry words. I feel that I can't live without you. Ying immediately burst into tears and smiled, it doesn't matter, I will forgive the teacher this time, there won't be another time. Just when everyone was happy, there was a rustling sound in the trees behind. Who is it? For a moment, as if time had frozen, everyone was on alert as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and their eyes were all looking towards the dense bushes in the distance. I saw a man slowly walking out of the bushes. His body was covered with dust and leaves, like a soldier who had just returned from the battlefield. The body was still bandaged, giving off an air of exhaustion. It was obvious that he had experienced a fierce battle and traveled a long distance. Advertisement. When he walked out of the woods and saw that everyone had not been baptized by the war, the stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. He held on to the trees beside him and gasped for air, as if he wanted to exhale all the air in his lungs. Finally arrived. At this moment, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the embarrassed person in front of him turned out to be Nara Shikamaru, his good friend who skipped class together when he was a child. Naruto quickly rushed forward without hesitation and supported Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Why are you here? Naruto asked excitedly. Kakashi saw that there was no one else following Shikamaru, and his heart beat faster involuntarily, as if he had guessed something. At this time, Nara Shikamaru took a deep breath and said solemnly, we were attacked by the Akatsuki organization. Asuma-sensei, he was unfortunately killed. Kakashi also fell into silence. This is the fate of most ninjas. He may die in the battle at any time, today or tomorrow. The only thing he can do for Asuma's death is to avenge him. After Naruto heard the news, his eyes immediately widened with disbelief on his face. He couldn't believe what he heard. Uncle Asuma was so powerful, how could he die so easily? Moreover, Uncle Asuma has always been his mentor and once personally taught him how to master the changes of the wind attribute chakra. Thinking of this, Naruto's mood became heavier. The other members of the Dusk team also had solemn expressions. Although they did not know Asuma, it also showed that the Akatsuki organization was very close to them and was powerful. Naruto asked anxiously, what about Chiji, Ino? Shikamaru's expression was already a little numb, and he said like a machine, I asked them to send Asuma-sensei's body back to Konoha village, and I took a shortcut to come to you and pass on the information. Those 2 members of the Akatsuki organization are extremely sophisticated. Weird. Teacher Asma discovered some of their abilities before he died. Later, I asked a money exchange owner and got some information. The two confirmed each other, allowing me to guess part of their abilities. Ability? What ability? Kakashi asked hurriedly. As a senior ninja, he certainly knew the importance of intelligence, especially when facing enemies with strange methods. Chapter 147 Revenge Plan. Shikamaru was silent for a while, then collected his thoughts, and then said, among them, the one who is extremely noisy and wears a necklace around his neck is called Hyuga. He will use a red sickle to collect blood. His ability is immortality. Even if his head is chopped off by the enemy, he can still survive. Teacher Asma once chopped off his head, but when his head fell to the ground, he was still able to speak. Later, his teammates sewed his head back together and he was able to fight again. Everyone was in an uproar. They knew that the people of the Akatsuki organization were very powerful, but they were not unkillable, right? But now someone told them that this was true and they were truly immortal. What? Are you sure this isn't genjutsu? Someone shouted, such an ability is really unbelievable. Advertisement. Shikamaru nodded vigorously and said in a particularly affirmative tone, it's definitely not genjutsu, and he seems to be in control of some kind of cult ritual. He can cause damage to his opponents by licking the blood of his enemies, drawing the symbols of the evil cult on the ground, and then mutilating himself. This is how Teacher Asma died. So, when you are against him, you must not let him collect blood. If you are accidentally scratched, you can try to quickly use water style to clean it, or force him out of the ritual, but never try to kill him directly. Not only did Shikamaru figure out the enemy's abilities, he had even planned a countermeasure. He was thinking about how to deal with the enemy all the way, how could he not gain anything? Kakashi frowned tightly, with a trace of worry and vigilance in his eyes. He sighed slightly and said softly, it seems that we have really encountered a difficult opponent this time. What about the other person? Shikamaru continued, the other person showed two abilities. One is to use an ability suspected of being earth style to harden his body, and the other is to separate thin threads from his arms to wrap around the enemy. Shikamaru's expression was extremely serious, and the air around him seemed to condense slightly, but I learned an important piece of information by questioning the boss of the money exchange. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen carefully to this important information. Kakuzu is an immortal. He has lived from the end of the Warring States period to the early days of the ninja village. He is estimated to be 70 years old, but he shows no signs of aging. After hearing Shikamaru's words, the look of surprise on everyone's faces could not fade away for a long time. Is the enemy they face really human? The undead and the immortal have strange and unpredictable abilities, which are simply not like humans. Kakashi's eyes were full of shock and solemnity, his brows were knitted together and his teeth were clenched unconsciously. Advertisement. He was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, this is really unbelievable, immortal. This means that we are not only facing powerful enemies, but also mysteries and unknowns accumulated over time. His hand unconsciously touched his forehead protector, as if he was thinking about how to use his wisdom and experience to deal with such a challenge. Naruto had a look of anger and unwillingness on his face, his eyes turned red and his fists clenched. Damn! They are actually immortals. No wonder they are so difficult to deal with. But I will never be afraid of them. I must avenge Teacher Asuma. His body trembled slightly, and the fighting spirit in his heart burned like a flame. He looked at Shikamaru, his eyes full of determination, seeming to tell Shikamaru that he was ready to fight. Others were also whispering to each other, looking worried. Pessimist, Amwa continued to sigh, what can we do? How can we fight against the immortals and the undead? Some people gritted their teeth and said, hey, we have to do it no matter how difficult it is. We can't let them continue to be rampant. Hyuga also said solemnly, no matter how powerful the enemy is, I will fight with all my strength. This is not only his battle of atonement, but also to protect himself. Even if it is for himself, he must go all out. Shikamaru took a deep breath and spoke again, don't panic, everyone, now that I know the enemy's situation, I have already formulated a targeted plan. If we unite and give full play to the strengths of each of us, there will be a way to defeat them. Shikamaru first aroused everyone's fear just for this moment to persuade everyone to obey his command and avenge his teacher. After listening to Shikamaru's words, everyone gradually calmed down and began to listen carefully to the details of his plan. Kakashi's eyes were deep, and while listening, he quickly analyzed the feasibility of each step in his mind, nodding slightly from time to time to express his agreement. After hearing Shikamaru's plan, everyone's eyes lit up. The plan was very complete. The plan has assumed all possible situations, and the division of labor is also very clear, giving full play to the characteristics of the ninjas in each village to cooperate with each other. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit again, and the dejection in the team just now was swept away. Advertisement. Okay, just do as you say. Someone shouted, and others also agreed. Kakashi looked at the momentum in the team and he nodded secretly. He could only say that Shikamaru was worthy of being Shikaku's son, but he still reminded him, everyone must be cautious and don't take it lightly. The enemy we face this time is different from the past, and a slight mistake may bring irreparable consequences. Naruto nodded vigorously and said loudly, don't worry, Mr. Kakashi, I will definitely be careful. I will make those guys pay the price for Mr. Asuma. Kojiro glanced sideways at his own Miss Nariko, only thinking that she was a rare good girl who valued love and justice, and followed suit and said, I will work hard to complete the task. Shikamaru looked at everyone and then said, then let's start taking action now, get into position according to the plan, and prepare for this difficult battle. The enemy should be coming here according to predictions, and we have already slowed down the time. After saying that, he took the lead in walking towards the position he was responsible for, and everyone else also acted quickly. For a moment, a tense atmosphere filled the air. And everyone is holding back their strength, vowing to fight against these two terrible enemies of the Akatsuki organization. Hyuga in the sky was also listening to Nara Shikamaru's plan at the same time, nodding from time to time. Yes, yes, as expected of you. Nara Shikamaru, you have lived up to the information I prepared for you. The immortal duo is not an invincible opponent. They are fighting an information gap. Now the emergence of Shikamaru not only makes up for this information gap, but also equips the team with top-notch brains. The immortal duo will definitely never come back. Chapter 148 Gods and Angels Arrive. At dusk, the team camped on the roadside. According to Shikamaru's plan, they only left 10 people and used Hyuga as bait, while the remaining people were led by Kakashi and hid aside to act as an ambush. Not long after, two figures appeared on the edge of the sky. Kakuzu and Hyden were walking recklessly on the road. It's right in front. Kakuzu sensed that the group of people were ninjas from the 5 major countries, and they had prepared a trap for themselves. But Kakuzu didn't make any move, and walked calmly towards the camp in the distance, with the air of not changing his face even if the mountain collapsed before his eyes. Kill them! Hyden yelled crazily and rushed towards the camp in front of him with a flying sickle in hand. He couldn't wait to start a killing spree. Advertisement. Kakuzu did not stop him. In his opinion, Hyden had an immortal body, and even if his head was missing, he could help him sew it up, so he could go get some information at that moment. Hyden brandished his flying scythe and rushed into the camp like a madman, shouting continuously. Upon seeing this, Shikamaru immediately began to act according to the plan, loudly mocking the faith of the flying section. Haha, your ridiculous evil god doesn't deserve to be called a god at all, it's just a kid, and you're just a stupid believer. As he spoke, Shikamaru also threw the newly carved statue of the evil god into the fire. The bonfire continued to beat, and the wooden statue also ignited flames. When Hyden saw this scene, he became furious, his eyes turned red, and he rushed towards Shikamaru crazily. How dare you insult Lord Evil God, I will make you pay the price. Hyden roared. Shikamaru flexibly avoided Hyden's attacks while directing others to act according to the plan. Just as Hyden was lured away from Kakuzu, Kakashi and others appeared from the darkness and quickly surrounded Kakuzu. Kakashi, Naruto, Kojiro, Akatsuki and Amwa surrounded Kakuzu tightly in the circle. Kakuzu's face darkened, realizing that he had been ambushed, but he remained very calm. He said calmly, the plan is good. That guy should be a boy from the Nara family, right? You must have guessed Hyden's abilities based on the intelligence. Kakuzu has experienced many battles and has seen a lot, and he guessed Shikamaru's intention at a glance. Advertisement. Do you want to make Hyden lose his fighting ability first, and then focus on dealing with me? This is really too naive. Kakuzu danced his hands quickly, performing various ninjutsu in an attempt to break through the encirclement. His arms turned into black lines, stretching out around like tentacles, trying to catch Kakashi and others. However, Kakashi and others were well prepared. They flexibly avoided Kakuzu's attack and launched a counterattack. Naruto used the shadow clone technique to create multiple clones and attack Kakuzu from different directions. Kojiro brandished his 2 swords and engaged in close combat with Kakuzu. Akatsuki and Amwa also used ninjutsu to assist Kakashi and others. Kakuzu saw that the situation was not good and immediately changed his tactics. He uses black threads to harden his body and enhance his defense. At the same time, he manipulates the black threads to form various shapes for attack and defense. The two sides fell into a fierce battle, and it was difficult to determine the outcome for a while. Elsewhere, Hyden is in trouble after being lured away from Kakuzu by Shikamaru and others. Shikamaru used the shadow imitation technique to control Hyden's movements and prevent him from casting spells. Other ninjas took the opportunity to attack, trying to subdue Hyden. Although Hyden has immortality, it is difficult to escape with the exquisite cooperation of Shikamaru and others. He kept struggling, trying to get rid of Shikamaru's control, but he never succeeded. Just when Hyden was gradually losing his strength, Shikamaru suddenly launched the final blow. He used the shadow binding technique to tightly bind Haiden, making him unable to move. It's over, Haiden. Shikamaru said coldly. The other ninjas immediately stepped forward and tore Haiden into pieces. The only thing Haiden could move was his head, but he still shouted out those words that the evil god would not let you go. Shikamaru picked up the firewood on the ground and piled it next to Haiden, then poured fuel on it. Haiden already knew Shikamaru's intention and shouted, "The evil god will not let you go. I will crawl out of hell and kill you. The evil god is omnipotent." Shikamaru took out a lighter, which was Mr. Asuma's relic, and sneered, "Look at what you are like now, your evil god can't save you." Shikamaru threw a lighter and ignited the firewood. The fire quickly turned Haiden's body into ashes, and Haiden's noisy voice completely disappeared. The immortal Haiden died completely like this. Advertisement. The great revenge was avenged. Shikamaru stood there a little dull. "Teacher Asuma, I avenged you." Others didn't have time to sigh. The angle on the side had already entered a state of explosion, and the 4 black monsters separated put great pressure on the 5 people surrounded. Moreover, there were already injured people, and they had to rush to support Kakashi and the others. Shikamaru came back to his senses, observed the scene on the battlefield, and quickly formulated a new plan. He has guessed Kakuzu's ability. A mask represents a heart and a life. To completely defeat him, all masks need to be broken. Shikamaru asked everyone to wrap around the masked monsters, each representing a heart. Several people were separated to seal Kakuzu in barriers, and after crushing the heart in his body, it was difficult for other hearts to return to the body. In the end, the goal of separation was achieved, and the plan went very smoothly. Kakuzu, who lost the last heart among the barriers, died completely. The 4 hearts that wanted to return to Kakuzu's body were also blocked and defeated. Even if Kakuzu discovered their plan in the end, it would be of no use as the gap in numbers would be difficult to make up. The immortal duo ushered in their final chapter in an extremely funny way, but they also completed their mission and bought time for Nagato and Konan. Just when everyone thought they could rest, a person slowly fell from the sky. Looking at the familiar fire cloud robe, everyone's eyes flashed with panic, but they all reluctantly pulled up their tired bodies and prepared to face the enemy. The battle is different now, they are no longer in the best condition, and they no longer have detailed intelligence to help them. It's still careless, Kakuzu. Pain looked at Kakuzu's body on the ground, and he was not surprised. The undead duo's personalities create their deaths. But his mission has been completed, and Pain has arrived, so the next battle is no longer suspenseful. "Leave 6 tails to me, I don't want to kill too many people," Pain said slowly, with an unquestionable meaning in his voice. "Are you kidding? I won't let you succeed," Naruto shouted angrily. "I have to say that as the strongest boss in the early stage, Nagato is 3 points more domineering than me." In the sky, Hyuga held popcorn in his hand and watched the battle below with relish, as if he was watching a new huge drama. Chapter 149 Hyugakai's Transaction, 6 tails obtained. Pain's extremely cold eyes scanned everyone coldly, and his body continuously exuded an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Even though the members of the Dusk team were extremely exhausted, they still held their weapons tightly and prepared for the final tenacious resistance. "Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." Pain's voice seemed to come from the gloomy hell. "Let's stop him, you go quickly." Kakashi shouted towards Yugao and Ying. After all, they are the key to this mission, and they must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Yugao naturally refused to leave so easily. "It's impossible, I have to atone for myself." Advertisement. Take Ying and leave quickly. This is a mission. His target is you. The mission is not over until you escape. Kakashi shouted eagerly. Yugao gritted his teeth and blew out a huge bubble, which enveloped Yugao and Ying and flew away into the distance. Pain was not in a hurry to catch up, but slowly raised his hand, and the powerful chakra began to surge violently, causing the stones on the ground to beat uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, a powerful shock wave shot straight towards everyone. The members of the Twilight team tried their best to resist, but in the face of Pain's absolute power, their defense seemed so fragile. One by one, they were knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. Naruto roared and rushed forward, using various ninjutsu, but Pain easily deflected Naruto's attack with just a wave of his hand. "Give up, you are no match for me," Pain said coldly. Everyone in the Dusk team got up with difficulty one by one, continued to stand in front of Pain, and fought with him. Seeing that their sense of resistance was so strong, Pain also channeled the other 5 Pain. These are puppets controlled by the people behind them. Please be careful to avoid attacks. Kakashi revealed the only bit of information he knew. Pain started a fierce battle with the Dusk squad, and the team members tried their best to stop Pain at all costs. Their bodies were covered in scars, but their eyes still showed determination, just to buy Yugao and Ying duo even just a second to escape. Advertisement. In the huge soap bubble that kept flying away, Yu Gao and Ying looked at the fierce battle in the distance. Suddenly, their soap bubbles stopped flying and stopped in place. Hyuga appeared strangely in front of the two of them. He was also wearing the fire cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization. Yujao immediately took out his blowpipe and was ready for battle at any time. Hyuga waved his hand. I don't like fighting, how about we make a deal? I can guarantee that you leave safely. How about handing over Six Tails and Angry Sky? Yu Gao protected Ying tightly, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Don't even think about it. We will never leave it to someone like you. Ying stood firmly beside Yu Gao, shaking her head and saying, we won't believe you, you must have some conspiracy. Hyuga frowned, do you think you have any other choice? Pain will catch up soon, and you will all die by then. Six Tails and the Angry Genius are the source of the trouble. Give them to me, then we can be an ordinary couple for the rest of our lives. Yu Gao gritted his teeth, his heart full of tangles. He knew that they had almost no chance of winning against Pain, but it was really difficult for him to hand over Six Tails and Angry Sky. At this moment, the screams of teammates came from the distance, and the strong sense of oppression struck again. Yujao's face became even more ugly. He looked at Ying and then at Hyuga. What are you thinking about? As long as you hand over Six Tails and Angry Sky, your teammates will be safe. We will leave after getting what we want. Yu Gao took a deep breath and said, okay, I can hand over Six Tails and Ongfu to you, but you must ensure the safety of me, Ying, and my teammates. Hyuga showed a smile of success, nodded and said, don't worry, I keep my word. Ying suddenly grabbed his hand and shouted, no, Yu Gao, we can't just leave it to them, this is our mission. Yu Gao stopped and looked at Ying, his eyes full of pain and struggle. You have no chance to bargain. Hyuga directly pricked the blister, pinched their necks and began to pull away the tailed beast and the secret technique, Angry Sky. Not long after, Six Tails was pulled away by Hyuga into a sealed box. Six Tails frantically hit the seal and tried to escape, but was held down by Hyuga. Ongfu was also pulled out of Ying's body by Hyuga, and a black gem was held in Hyuga's hand. Advertisement. I keep my promise, you are all alive. Hyuga said these words to the two people who were unconscious, and used gravity to send them to the ground. Hyuga returned to the place where Pain fought with the Dusk team. In just a few minutes, many people in the Dusk team were seriously injured. Six Paths Pain only had the human realm and the hell realm and was defeated by the Twilight team. Hyuga appeared next to Tendo Pain with Six Tails in his hand. We've got it, let's go. Although he didn't know why Hyuga suddenly appeared here, Tendo Pain didn't need to ask any more questions. He nodded lightly. Immediately afterwards, Hyuga and Tendo Pain exerted their strength at the same time, and a powerful repulsive force suddenly broke out, causing everyone in the Dusk team to be knocked away again. After doing these things, the two of them walked away, followed by the other five Pain, and the group gradually disappeared into the horizon. The members of the Dusk team collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. They watched the direction Pain left, and their hearts were filled with unwillingness. Kakashi endured the pain, walked to Yujao and Ying, and woke them up. After Yu Gao woke up, he looked at the mess around him, his eyes full of pain and self-blame. It's all my fault, I hurt everyone. Yu Gao muttered to himself. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder and comforted, it's not your fault. Everyone understood Yujao's choice very well. If he had not handed over Six Tails, then they would all die, and Hyuga would not give Yujao a chance to refuse. After resting in place for a while and recovering some physical strength, he began to discuss the next countermeasures. We can't just let it go, we must find a way to stop the Akatsuki organization. One of the team members said firmly. But the Akatsuki organization is too powerful, and our current strength simply cannot compete with it. Another team member said worriedly. Kakashi knew that this important operation had completely damaged the team's self-confidence. We will now return to Konoha village to report the mission and convey the information we know through telegrams. Next, the Akatsuki organization's targets are only Konoha and Kumagakure, so we must be prepared. Clear. Everyone in the Dusk team nodded in agreement with the proposal. Chapter 150 Jiraiya's Visit. Chief, I need to leave first. I have some matters that need to be dealt with urgently. I will not participate in the sealing of the tailed beasts. Hyuga handed the sealing box with Six Tails sealed to Tiendao Pain. Pain took the sealed box, nodded and asked, do you need the Akatsuki organization to assist you? No need, my own strength is enough to deal with it. Hyuga said in his heart, good guy. You must know that when Yakushi Kabuto's message fell into his hands just now, it only contained 5 words, Jiraiya's visit. At this time, Nagato asked if he needed help. Did he want to kill his master like in the original work? Thinking of this, Hyuga turned around and left quickly, and his figure quickly disappeared from Pain's sight. Pain looked at the direction he left, frowning slightly, seeming to be thinking about something in his heart. Then, he turned his attention back to sealing the tailed beast. Advertisement. On the other side, Hyuga activated Kamui directly after leaving Pain, disappeared in an instant, and returned to his base camp the next moment. Hyuga arrived at the monitoring room of Otagakure village, where Yakushi Kabuto was already waiting. Master Kai, you are here. Kabuto Yakushi greeted him respectfully. Hyuga nodded lightly. Well, where is Jiraiya now, and when will he meet the puppet? Jiraiya just arrived at Otagakure village. He used a fake identity. I followed your instructions and let him in smoothly. Yakushi Kabuto tapped the keyboard a few times and sent the surveillance screen directly to Jiraiya's phone. Face. In the picture, Jiraiya turned into a wandering ninja who looked like a white-haired boy, walking on the streets of Otagakure village wearing a cloak. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to see any flaws, but they cannot escape the endless surveillance of Otagakure. He was walking towards the meeting point. That person was the spy that Hyuga had found for Jiraiya, and his identity was Orochimaru's loyal subordinate. The reason is to use Jiraiya's power to rescue Orochimaru, but now they have long been Hyuga's puppets. Hyuga stretched and said, I'll go meet him right now. Hyuga is going to have a rivalry with Jiraiya. Only in this way can Jiraiya willingly go deep into the Federation to explore the unknown secrets. Jiraiya walked silently on the familiar street of Otagakure village. This time he came with a different identity than any other time. He came in the name of diplomacy before, but this time he came in through the black market outside. Came in under a false identity. Of course, the black market boss was also the one arranged by Hyuga. Advertisement. He must remain extremely cautious and activate his ninjutsu to the maximum range to ensure that he does not fall into the enemy's trap. Following the predetermined code, he came to a hotel, which was the meeting point of Orochimaru's men as the man said. He came to the front desk, tapped the counter gently, and said the strange code taught to him by Orochimaru's men. Potato potato, I am sweet potato. Jiraiya said this code word very shamefully. The counter nodded secretly and responded in a low voice, I got the potato. The counter took out the key to a room. Room number was 1027, which was in the corner of the second floor of the hotel. Jiraiya took a serious look at the numbers above. He suddenly thought of Orochimaru's birthday, October 27th, and became more convinced that these people were indeed Orochimaru's men. Orochimaru is still as cruel as before, but he can still make a group of people serve him loyally. Jiraiya moved into room 1027. Soon after, Hyuga controlled the researcher who delivered the message to Jiraiya to appear outside the room and knocked on the door of room 1027. Dong dong dong. Jiraiya quickly came to the door and looked out through the peephole. A mature and beautiful woman was standing outside. Jiraiya's voice whispered through the crack of the door, Who are you? The beautiful woman also said, Sesame gate of opening, I am watermelon. Sesame gate of opening, I am winter melon. Jiraiya continued to say shamefully, and at the same time, he was madly complaining about the taste of this group of people in his heart. It would be great if there was a great writer like me among them, otherwise how could they choose such a Earth's-coded catchphrase? Of course, these codes were also thought up by Hyuga to play tricks on Jiraiya. Jiraiya thought about opening the door and inviting the beautiful woman in. The beautiful woman walked into the room. Jiraiya closed the door and made sure no one was following him around. He frowned and asked, Where's Kei Morikawa? Didn't you say he came in person? Although beautiful women are eye-catching, the mission is the most important now. The beautiful woman smiled strangely and said in a gentle voice, I am Kei Morikawa. Advertisement. As she spoke, the beautiful woman's mouth opened wide, and a man crawled out of the beautiful woman's mouth. The man stood in front of Jiraiya covered in mucus. The beautiful woman then stood there blankly as if she had lost her soul. Jiraiya smelled the sour smell on the tip of his nose and couldn't help but frown. These disgusting ninjutsu were indeed Orochimaru's tricks. Every movement of the puppet controlled by Hyuga reminds Jiraiya that this is Orochimaru's subordinate. A cold man named Morikawa explained, Jiraiya-sama, there are all Chiba Kisha's subordinates outside, so naturally I have to take some protective measures. Jiraiya nodded slightly to express understanding, then looked at Kei Morikawa and said, Now tell me your plan, how can I rescue Orochimaru? A hint of cunning flashed in Kei Morikawa's eyes, and he lowered his voice and said, According to the original plan I mentioned, we have already obtained part of the information. Lord Orochimaru has been reincarnated by the dirt and has taken control of his body and consciousness. Jiraiya frowned, then how do I rescue Orochimaru? The moment I see him, I will be exposed, so how do I rescue him? Kei Morikawa stretched out his tongue and licked the mucus off his face, Jiraiya-sama, don't worry, people who are reincarnated and resurrected from the dirty soil will be sealed in the coffin. Normally, the caster does not have any consciousness when not casting the spell. You only need to follow the map of the laboratory below that I marked, find the room where Orochimaru-sama is sealed, and send this spell into Orochimaru-sama's body to restore Orochimaru-sama's consciousness. Kei Morikawa spit out a charm from his mouth and was about to hand it to Jiraiya, which also caused Jiraiya to wave his hands repeatedly. You can just put it on the table. Jiraiya-sama is really cautious. Kei Morikawa praised. This made Jiraiya roll his eyes. Is this because he was cautious? You are really disgusting. What about the map? Jiraiya asked, how do I sneak in? Kei Morikawa knocked on his head, the maps are all inside. I will draw them for you now, and you can enter using my identity. Kei Morikawa took out a pen and paper from the bookcase in the room, skillfully drew a map, marked the functions and names of each room, and drew a question mark on a room. This room is the room where we guess Orochimaru-sama is sealed. You just need to sneak in here, but you also need to solve the sealing techniques above. Chapter 151 The Story of Two Men. Thank you for your blessings, there are still 3 updates today. Jiraiya stared at the map intently. Well, I understand, but this journey will not be smooth sailing. On the other hand, Kei Morikawa raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sinister smile. That's natural, but Lord Jiraiya, your strength is so extraordinary, you will definitely be able to deal with all kinds of dangers safely and turn danger into safety. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside, and then a group of people suddenly broke into the hotel. An unknown person sneaked into Otoyan village, and the police department is conducting a routine inspection. Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed. No, are we discovered? Advertisement. Morikawa Kii's expression became nervous, and he was quickly thinking of countermeasures. No, maybe we were discovered. Afterwards, Kei Morikawa quickly got into the body of the beautiful woman and transformed back into a beautiful woman. Before Jiraiya could react, Morikawa Kei eagerly pulled Jiraiya to the sofa and let him lie down. Kei Morikawa immediately moved and sat in front of Jiraiya, making a sullen sound. Jiraiya's eyes widened instantly, and he was filled with astonishment. He had seen Kei Morikawa's true form before, and he was a real rough man. And it's the kind that's covered in mucus, ugly, and disgusting. But at this moment, he put on a female body and sat in front of her and acted like this at the same time. How could this not make people feel extremely disgusting? Jiraiya felt his stomach churn and just wanted to vomit, but when he heard the footsteps approaching outside the door, he had no choice but to endure the discomfort. Sure enough, there were footsteps outside the door, and then the door was pushed open heavily. The visitor saw this unspeakable scene at a glance. Then he slammed the door shut, turned around and said to his teammates behind him, "Let's go, there's no problem here." After all, who would have thought that someone would go to great lengths to sneak into Otagakure village just for such a romantic affair? Advertisement. When the sounds outside stopped, Morikawa Kei got off Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately stood up and rushed to the toilet. His stomach convulsed and he vomited. He wanted to vomit out all the food he had eaten the night before. Kei Morikawa used the skin of a beautiful woman to come to Jiraiya, and then patted his back. "Jiraiya-sama, are you okay?" This delicate sentence almost made Jiraiya so disgusted that he couldn't hold back his breath. I'm fine, please stay away from me first," Jiraiya said with a trembling voice, full of disgust for Kei Morikawa. Jiraiya finally regained his composure. Looking at Kei Morikawa's appearance, he felt a chill. He felt as if he was going to be scared out of his mind. He secretly vowed to complete the mission as soon as possible and leave this ghost place. "Okay, let's get down to business." Jiraiya suppressed his discomfort. "I've already seen the map, what are you going to do next?" Kei Morikawa smiled and said, "It's very simple, Lord Jiraiya, you just need to follow the instructions on the map. Sneak into the underground laboratory, find the room where Master Orochimaru is sealed, break the seal, and then put the talisman into his body to release the control of the reincarnation." Jiraiya nodded. "Then how do I sneak into the institute?" "The defense outside must be very tight." Kei Morikawa said confidently, "You don't have to worry about this, I have arranged everything. You just need to follow my plan, and you will be able to enter the institute smoothly." Saying that, Kei Morikawa took out a card and a set of researcher clothes from his pocket and handed them to Jiraiya. "This is the pass to enter the institute and the researcher clothes. As long as you show this, you can pass the inspection at the door smoothly. I will also cooperate." Jiraiya took the note, read the content on it, and asked with some confusion, "This pass looks very ordinary, is it really valid?" Kei Morikawa seemed to see Jiraiya's doubts and explained, "Jiraiya-sama, don't worry. This pass was carefully crafted by me, and there will definitely be no problems." After hearing this, Jiraiya finally felt a little more at ease. "Okay, I have been discovered, so as to avoid a long night and many dreams, let's set off now." Morikawa Kei nodded and left the hotel first. When Jiraiya saw the patrolman walking away, he also put on the researcher clothes prepared by Morikawa Kei. He carefully avoided the patrolling ninjas and followed the instructions on the map. Heading towards the Underground Research Institute. Advertisement. In the monitoring room, Hyuga smiled. such a nasty game was perfect for punishing Jiraiya's quirks. Kei Morikawa's actions just now were all the result of Hyuga control. On the side, Yakushi Kabuto felt a chill rush straight down his back. Those who were tricked by Lord Kai would never end well. It was Orochimaru Uchiha Obito before, and now it's Jiraiya. Along the way, Jiraiya maintained a high degree of vigilance, his ninjutsu was fully activated, and he was always paying attention to the movements around him. Finally, they arrived at the door of the Federal Research Institute. This is one of the entrances and exits to the Federal Underworld. Jiraiya took a deep breath, praying that nothing would go wrong, then showed his pass and passed the inspection smoothly. After entering the Research Institute, they followed the map's instructions and arrived at the elevator door in the basement. There were 2 guards at the door of the basement. They saw Jiraiya's unfamiliar face and said, "Who are you? This is a forbidden area." At this time, Kei Morikawa appeared in his true form in the distance. He stepped forward, showed a smile, and said, "Let it go. This is my new researcher who is assisting me in my research. This is the first time. Come for the interview." Jiraiya handed over the pass in time. The guard looked at the pass and then at Kei Morikawa. Although he was still a little doubtful, he still said, "The procedures are complete, please come in." The 2 walked into the elevator, Kei Morikawa pressed a series of numbers, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness came again, and the elevator continued to go deeper into the ground. The elevator door opened again, and the pungent smell of potion greeted them. Countless researchers came in and out, busy with their own research. The 2 of them had arrived at the underground research institute that represented the deepest secrets of the Federation. "The people here are mixed, remember to pretend to be a senior researcher, I can only help you so far," Kei Morikawa whispered, and then walked out of the elevator first and walked towards his research room. Jiraiya also slowly walked out of the elevator, trying to recall the map of the underground research institute in his mind. Jiraiya was observing the surrounding environment as he walked. The last time he followed Kyanba Muxio, his movements were restricted. This time, he could just take this opportunity to collect information. He found that the research rooms here were very large, divided into countless laboratories and research areas, and filled with all kinds of strange instruments and experiments. Chapter 152 Trapped Orochimaru, The Blood and Tears of 10 Years of Imprisonment. Jiraiya stepped into a laboratory and immediately saw a group of busy researchers, each carrying out different research work. The laboratory is filled with a variety of experimental instruments and samples. In the center of the room, you can see a huge culture tank containing a strange creature. The body of the creature showed a strange black color, and there were some tentacles growing on it, which looked extremely strange. Just one look at it made people shudder. Jiraiya stood quietly in the laboratory, his eyes were curious at first, and then gradually turned into shock. His eyes were firmly fixed on the huge culture tank containing the strange creatures, and his body leaned back slightly, as if he wanted to stay away from this strange scene. His mouth was slightly open, a hint of cool air came out of his mouth, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead at some point. His hands clenched into fists subconsciously, and his palms were filled with sweat. Advertisement. The researchers were all focused on their experiments, and no one paid any attention to Jiraiya, allowing him to stare at their latest experimental results like this. At this time, someone walked into the laboratory and asked Jiraiya, "What are you doing here? I don't remember that there is someone like you in the laboratory." Jiraiya hurriedly said vaguely, "Ah, I was attracted by your experiment, I was just curious." The man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he began to explain his research to Jiraiya, "We are studying the transformation of dark chakra entities into war weapons." After finishing speaking, he sincerely invited Jiraiya to join his laboratory. "How about, would you consider joining our laboratory?" No wonder this man was so excited. Their laboratory was really short of people. There were very few people who liked research in this area. Naturally, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Jiraiya waved his hand in refusal and hurried out of the laboratory. After all, this was a latent operation, so he definitely couldn't agree to it. If this person asked about his major, wouldn't it reveal his secret? No, I have to speed up. These studies by the Federation are too shocking and must be passed back to Konoha village. The Federation definitely has unknown secrets, and Orochimaru is probably really controlled by Chiba Kishu. He once thought that Orochimaru and Danzo were crazy enough, but when he saw these people, he knew what madness meant. They have the best conditions, more comprehensive resources, and more research topics, which are difficult for the 5 major countries to satisfy. The superior conditions also stimulated this place to become a breeding ground for mad scientists. Advertisement. Jiraiya followed the route he had memorized and soon found the outside of the room where Orochimaru was sealed. Sure enough, there were complicated sealing techniques on it. It would take him a long time to crack it. Fortunately, it was next to the institute's warehouse and few people came, so he had enough time to complete the work. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya carefully opened the door, walked in, and closed the door behind his back. At a glance, Jiraiya saw a white coffin standing in the empty room with the word snake written on it. Jiraiya knew that he had found Orochimaru's sealing chamber. He carefully stepped forward and lowered the coffin door, and saw Orochimaru standing in the coffin. At this time, he closed his eyes quietly and no longer had the arrogance of the past. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Orochimaru had really been controlled by Chiba Kishu. Doesn't that mean that Konoha's collapse plan and the deception of Uchiha Sasuke were all the work of Hyuga? Jiraiya didn't care whether Orochimaru would bite him back after regaining his consciousness. The situation was urgent and he couldn't care so much. He decisively took out the charm from his pocket and stuffed it into Orochimaru's head. In an instant, the control charm left by Yakushi Kabuto was suppressed by that charm, and Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. Orochimaru is so smart. Combined with the resurrection technique he used some time ago, he understood what happened in just a moment. I didn't expect you to save me. Jiraiya looked serious. Stop talking nonsense, tell me what you have experienced. Who is Kyanba Muxiu? Orochimaru sneered. Chiba Kishu, are you talking about Hyuga? Orochimaru also saw many things that Hyuga had done when he was first controlled, so he naturally knew Chiba Kishu and Hyuga. What? Jiraiya was a little confused by this sentence, and said why Chiba Muxiu got involved with Hyuga again. These two people are incomparable. Jiraiya, you are still so stupid. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. Chiba Kishu is Hyuga. Chiba Kishu is just a mask identity of him. Advertisement. Jiraiya's mind was in chaos, with all kinds of thoughts flooding in. He stood there blankly, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't say a word. He could never connect the tall and majestic Chiba Kishu in his mind, who fought for peace and justice, with the cruel and evil Hyuga, who was burdened with countless sins. He thought of Chiba Muxiu's impassioned speeches on various occasions, and those figures who ran for the welfare of the people, but now they overlapped with Hyuga's cruel methods. Then he criticized the Akatsuki organization for promoting the Six Nations Cooperation Organization Twilight Squad. What is the purpose of this? Jiraiya took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He looked at Orochimaru and said in a low voice, Orochimaru, tell me everything you know in detail. Orochimaru did not hesitate and began to tell what he had experienced. From the initial battle with Hyuga, to being controlled by Hyuga, to the unknown conspiracies and plans he witnessed, and finally to the reincarnation and resurrection of his soul imprisoned here, it has been sealed here. He has been secretly manipulating everything, using various identities and means to achieve his own goals. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with resentment. His ambitions are much greater than you think. Orochimaru and Hyuga have a sworn hatred, and Hyuga has controlled him for almost 10 years. This time he had the opportunity to expose Hyuga's secret and regain his freedom, and he naturally did not intend to let it go. Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with anger and worry. He knew that Konoha village and even the entire ninja world might be facing a huge crisis. Hyuga has concocted so many scams to deceive the Akatsuki organization in the 5 major countries, and he definitely has more unknown purposes. We must send this news back to Konoha as soon as possible so that they can be prepared. Jiraiya said firmly. But Orochimaru shook his head solemnly. It's not that easy. Since Hyuga dares to do this, he must be fully prepared. Moreover, our current situation is also very dangerous. That's right. A voice sounded from outside the door, followed by rapid footsteps. Chapter 153 Split Personality. Hyuga, Chiba Muxiu. At this moment, a long voice came from outside the door. Jiraiya-senpai, it is not a good habit to come uninvited. Immediately afterwards, there was only a bang sound, and a Federation ninja suddenly opened the door of the sealing room. Then more than a dozen ninjas poured into the sealing room like a tide, and quickly surrounded Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They did not take action immediately, but just surrounded the two people in the center. Be careful and don't hurt our distinguished guests. Hyuga said as he walked into the sealing room unhurriedly, with a faint smile on his face and his hands leisurely behind his back. Yes. Many ninjas responded in unison. Advertisement. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, are you Chiba Kishu or Hyuga? And how did you discover me? Orochimaru put on a fighting stance with a solemn face and reminded, he is Hyuga. A strange smile appeared on Hyuga's face, and he said casually, haha, I can be either Hyuga or Chiba Muxiu. These two identities can actually represent me. Of course, you can also say that these two not quite the real me. As he spoke, Hyuga's face kept changing between his original face and Chiba Kishu's face. As for how I discovered you. Haha, every move in this federation cannot escape my eyes. I was already aware of you when you stepped into Union Village. At this time, another federal ninja slowly walked in from the outside and walked to Hyuga. He held 3 bloody heads in his hand and placed them respectfully in front of Hyuga. Your Majesty, the traitor has been killed. Hyuga nodded slightly, raising the corners of his mouth, revealing an elusive smile. Jiraiya took a closer look and saw that those heads were the same people who helped him get here. Although they said they were just using each other, but this still made Jiraiya extremely angry. He frowned tightly, his eyes full of anger, and asked again, "What conspiracy do you have? What are you doing all this for?" Hyuga raised his head slightly, with an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, folded his hands on his chest, and responded leisurely, "My purpose? Haha, that is not what you can understand at the moment. You only need to know this world just one regime is enough." Advertisement. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, "You madman! Do you know how much disaster you will bring to the ninja world?" Hyuga shrugged disapprovingly and said with a chuckle, "Disaster? Maybe, but it is also a way to promote change, and I am the one who leads the change." Jiraiya felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He once trusted Chiba Muxiu so much and regarded him as the hope for peace in the ninja world, but now everything has shattered like a dream. Chiba Kishu's former figure and those passionate words kept flashing through his mind, intertwined with the evil Hyuga in front of him, making him feel extremely painful and confused. In the midst of pain, Jiraiya suddenly understood something. "I understand, those two are your personalities, Hyuga. You have swallowed up Chiba Muxiu's personality, right?" Jiraiya's eyes widened, his voice was full of disbelief and grief, and when he stretched his hand forward and pointed at Hyuga tremblingly. "Chiba Muxiu, he was once so full of ideals and ambitions, how could he become such an evil being like you?" Hyuga didn't expect that Jiraiya's inner drama would be so rich, but Jiraiya guessed that this setting was indeed perfect for whitewashing, so he just made the mistake and acted it out. Hyuga showed a ferocious smile and said sarcastically, "Haha, Jiraiya, you are so naive. Ideals? Ambition? In this cruel world, those are just illusory things. Only by mastering the absolute only strength can dominate everything." As he spoke, he waved his arm vigorously. "You really don't understand, Chiba Muxiu, his dream is to change the world, but his method has proven to be a failure. And I am a combination of two consciousnesses, and I have inherited the dreams of two consciousnesses. I am destined to exist to change the world. Anyone who stands in my way will be crushed under the wheels of history." At the end of the sentence, Hyuga's voice was almost crazy and his body was trembling slightly. Anger burned in Jiraiya's heart. He hated his own stupidity for not realizing Chiba Muxiu's true face. He regretted that he had not seen through all this earlier and allowed Hyuga's conspiracy to develop to such an extent. Advertisement. Self-blame and regret overwhelmed him like a tide. He didn't know how to face the people in Konoha village and tell them this cruel fact. However, in this complicated emotion, Jiraiya's eyes gradually became firm. He knew that now was not the time to indulge in emotions. He had to cheer up and fight against Hyuga for the sake of Konoha village and the ninja world. "No, you are wrong." Jiraiya roared angrily, clenching one hand tightly and raising it high. "Chiba Muxiu was never pursuing such a path. It was you who led him astray. Got it? Hey, biased. Jiraiya, you don't understand his heart at all. His ambition has always been there, but it was just hidden. And I just let him release his true self." Hyuga sneered, folding his hands on his chest, his eyes full of disdain. Jiraiya looked at Hyuga firmly and said loudly, "No, you can't even try to deceive me. Chiba Muxiu is definitely not what you say, his kindness and justice are real." Hyuga laughed secretly in his heart. He was really stupid. He still believed in the long-lost Chiba Muxiu, but that was fine. Let him continue to have meaningless fantasies. Hyuga raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a hint of disdain, "Hey, so what? I am the leader now, Chiba Muxiu no longer exists. Jiraiya, no matter how hard you struggle, you can't change this fact." Jiraiya clenched his fists and his body trembled slightly. "I won't let you succeed, Hyuga. I will definitely stop you, even if it costs me my life." Hyuga looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, just you? Jiraiya, you are too naive, do you think you can stop me? I will create a brand new world, and you will only become the dust of history." Jiraiya took a deep breath and calmed down. "Hyuga, everything you do will be retributive, and you will pay the price for what you have done." Orochimaru watched quietly from the side and suddenly said, "Hyuga, no one can control everything, not even you. Jiraiya, it seems that this time we will join forces for the first time in a long time." Orochimaru said, slowly raising his hands in a battle-ready posture. Jiraiya nodded solemnly, "Of course, it's been a long time since we joined forces, so don't hold me back." Chapter 154 Jiraiya's Death. The protagonist deliberately reveals his identity in order to prepare for his false innocence, which will be explained in this chapter. It seems that Jiraiya and Orochimaru have already prepared for a decisive battle, but in fact, the two of them are already planning how to escape. In this situation, it is impossible to kill Hyuga, but this information must be passed on, so that it is possible to stop Hyuga. And Jiraiya will definitely not be as desperate as in the original work. After all, Hyuga is not his apprentice, and he does not need to set up himself to clean up the family. Hyuga narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Humph, do you really think you are the righteous party?" Advertisement. Konoha Ninja Jiraiya broke into the research base without authorization, killed federal researchers, and stole research information. Is this crime enough? Senior Jiraiya, please cherish your last life. After you die, I will send your body back to Konoha. Even the Konoha village can't say anything about such a crime, right? After that, he waved his hand, and the surrounding Federation ninjas immediately rushed forward like a tide. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other and formed seals with their hands at the same time. It must be said that they were indeed comrades for many years, and they understood each other just by looking at each other. Fire style fire bullet. Wind escape great breakthrough. The blazing flames and the strong wind intertwined to form a hot and powerful force that swept towards the rising Federation ninjas. Those ninjas had to avoid the sharp edge temporarily and retreated one after another. Seeing this, Hyuga snorted coldly, and the repulsive force directly annihilated the raging flames. If that's all you have? Then stay here forever. Hyuga mocked. Jiraiya and Orochimaru took advantage of this gap to look at each other again, understanding each other. In a flash, they rushed out of the sealing room and rushed towards the elevator. Want to run? It's not that easy. Hyuga noticed their intentions and immediately led the federal ninjas to chase them. Jiraiya and Orochimaru ran away desperately in front, using ninjutsu as they ran to block the pursuers behind them. Hyuga was not in a hurry and followed behind. After all, his goal was not to kill these two people. The two came to the elevator, and just as they were about to open the elevator door slowly opened, and a group of Federation ninjas stood in the elevator room. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's hearts sank, but they reacted instantly. Earth-style earth flow wall. Jiraiya quickly used ninjutsu, and a thick earth wall rose from the ground, temporarily blocking the group of Federation ninjas behind him. Advertisement. Orochimaru took the opportunity to spit out a large number of snakes from his mouth and attacked the Federation ninjas in the elevator in front of him. The swarm of snakes instantly swallowed up the ninjas in the elevator. The two walked into the elevator, but found that they could not start the elevator. However, Hyuga behind him sneered and punched out, destroying the earth wall in front of him from the air. Stop struggling, you can't escape. The elevator needs permission to start. Hyuga said jokingly. Orochimaru spit out a huge white snake and transformed himself into a snake shape. The white snake swallowed Jiraiya in one gulp, broke through the ceiling of the elevator room, and crawled overhead. Hyuga walked into the elevator at this time and looked at the two people who were gradually climbing away. He did not rush to chase them. Otagakure village was his property, and it would not be good if he was injured in the fight. You don't have to chase me. Leave the rest to me. Yes. All the ninjas responded in unison. Hyuga flashed and chased in the direction where Orochimaru and Jiraiya left. Orochimaru and Jiraiya kept climbing up. But soon, they felt a powerful aura approaching from behind. Damn it, he's catching up. Jiraiya shouted from within the snake's belly. Orochimaru's heart also sank, but he could only speed up the moment they saw the light above them. Hyuga had already caught up to him. He raised his hand and waved, and a strong repulsive force directly knocked the white snake away. Orochimaru flew into the sky, crashed through the ceiling of the laboratory, and landed on the street outside. Orochimaru was overwhelmed and could only spit out Jiraiya. Hyuga slowly flew out of the research institute, stood in the sky, and looked down at the two people. Jiraiya lay on the ground and slapped the ground with one hand. In an instant, huge smoke exploded all around, covering everyone's sight. The next moment, a huge toad jumped out of it and fled towards the outside of Otagakure village. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood on top of the giant toad. Hyuga was not in a hurry and flew behind the two of them at a leisurely pace, like a cat and mouse game. Not only was he not in a hurry, but he also wanted to let the two of them leave, because only when they left could he release his information. Prepare for the next attack on Konoha and to be cleared by the mouth escape. After all, even the mastermind Nagato was escaped by Naruto, so why can't he? A villain who can be whitewashed must of course be resurrected, beautiful, strong and miserable, and must have a great goal. Advertisement. Only when Jiraiya returns to Konoha and tells his story can he continue his plan. He wants to establish his image in everyone's mind so that he can be easily evaded. Hyuga just followed the two of them. It wasn't until Bunta jumped out of Otagakure village and came to the jungle outside that Hyuga sped up a little. Looking at Hyuga who was approaching behind him, Orochimaru whispered, "This is not the way to go. You have the strongest ability to save life, and you are the reincarnated body of the dirty soil. You are the most likely to escape. I will hold them back, and you can find an opportunity to rush out." Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, "Go and pass this information back to Konoha." Jiraiya can only do this. There will definitely be no chance for the two of them to escape together. Someone must stop Hyuga. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, "I will. This is the only way to deal with this situation, otherwise no one can escape." Besides, Orochimaru doesn't have that strong sense of moral integrity, so he has no intention of staying behind. Hyuga casually punched Gamabunta in the air, hitting Buntai right in the body. Bunta couldn't bear the pressure for a moment and was sent back to Mount Maiboku. Orochimaru and Jiraiya fell straight to the ground, and they landed firmly. Orochimaru extended his hand to Jiraiya and shouted, "Give me a detonating charm quickly." Although he didn't know what it was for, Jiraiya took out a few detonating charms from his ninja bag and handed them to Orochimaru. Several small snakes sprang out of Orochimaru's sleeves and bit the detonating charms. Orochimaru formed seals with his hands and immediately aimed at Hyuga in the sky to throw out the small snakes. Hyuga recognized this ninjutsu at a glance. It was the forbidden technique tandem paper bombs developed by second Hokage. He didn't expect Orochimaru to know it, but it's not surprising. Hyuga quickly summoned several truth-seeking balls to form a shield. The little snakes carrying detonating talismans hit the shield, immediately triggering a series of violent explosions. The detonating symbols constantly communicate with each other and emit continuous explosions. The explosion lasted for nearly a minute before the smoke gradually dissipated. Hyuga was suspended in the air unscathed. He looked at the ground with cold eyes. Orochimaru had turned into a pile of dust. Something even Hyuga didn't expect happened. Orochimaru actually successfully lifted the art of reincarnation? He couldn't just give up the opportunity to escape from Hyuga's control. If he went back, he would not be returning to the Pure Land. He would only be resurrected and controlled by Hyuga again, and Jiraiya would not come to save him next time. Is this resurrection? Whose body can be used? Hyuga quickly opened his reincarnation eye to see what had just happened. Chapter 155 Uchiha Obito suddenly appears. Hyuga activated the reincarnation eye to look back in time and saw the scene just now. Jiraiya took out an Orochimaru corpse to help him reincarnate quickly, and Orochimaru had now turned into a white snake and escaped into the ground. Jiraiya felt Orochimaru's chakra gradually disappearing, and although he felt a little helpless in his heart, he also knew that this might be the best result at the moment. Hyuga slowly landed in front of Jiraiya, with a trace of teasing in his eyes. "Oh, you are the only one left, do you think you can still escape?" Jiraiya took a deep breath, straightened his body, and said, "I will not give up easily, Jiraiya. If you want to fight, then fight." Hyuga sneered, raised his hand and attacked Jiraiya with a repulsive force. Jiraiya hurriedly dodged sideways and quickly formed seals with his hands. Advertisement. Fire Style Fire Dragon Fire Bomb. A huge fire dragon roared and rushed towards Hyuga. Hyuga took his time and controlled the truth-seeking ball to easily disperse the fire dragon. Seeing this, Jiraiya used various ninjutsu one after another, but they were all resolved one by Hyuga. As the battle continued, Jiraiya's physical strength gradually became exhausted and his movements slowly slowed down. Hyuga saw the right moment and threw out a punch. The powerful force directly knocked Jiraiya away. Jiraiya fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, but found that he didn't have much strength anymore. He was seriously injured and exhausted. Hyuga's punch was so powerful that Jiraiya fell heavily to the ground. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. His throat felt sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. He struggled to stand up, but all the bones in his body seemed to be broken and he couldn't use any strength. Hyuga walked towards Jiraiya step by step, with a winner's smile on his face. Hyuga approached and looked at him condescendingly. "Give up, you have no chance anymore." Jiraiya gritted his teeth, a hint of stubbornness flashed in his eyes. "Have you ever heard of a hero who surrendered?" Hyuga nodded. "Very good, then I'll give you a good time too." A truth-seeking ball shot out from Hyuga's back and hit Jiraiya directly on the forehead. Jiraiya slowly closed his eyes. Jiraiya's heroic story seems to be coming to an end today. Jiraiya lay quietly on the ground, blood slowly flowing from the corners of his mouth. All my life, although I am always laughing and joking, I have never regretted my choice." Advertisement. I have traveled around the world, witnessed countless stories, and trained excellent disciples. Naruto, you must carry on with my faith. And Tsunade, that stubborn old woman, I wonder if she will shed tears for me. Haha. Jiraiya's voice became weaker and weaker, as if it would disappear with the wind at any time. I know that there will be more challenges in the future, but Konoha's will of fire will not be extinguished, it will burn in the hearts of every ninja and be passed down forever. Jiraiya thought to himself, it turns out that death is not painful, it doesn't even feel like anything. At this moment, a familiar voice came to his ear, why don't you open your eyes yet? Only then did Jiraiya realize that he was not dead. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the familiar masked man beside him. Jiraiya said in disbelief, "Obito, why did you save me?" He once led a team to hunt down Uchiha Obito, but now he wants to save himself. What is going on? What is his purpose? Can't you? Obito glanced sideways at Jiraiya. Hyugakai's eyes were gloomy. It's you again, Obito, you want to ruin my good deeds again. Obito said with a smile, you can use Konoha, but I can't. Then you are too domineering. Haha, I regret not being able to kill you that day. Hyuga's voice was filled with murderous intent. Obito seemed happy to see Hyuga defeated. Then I'm afraid you won't have this chance in the future, traitor. Jiraiya listened to the conversation between the two, which was full of information, and analyzed the meaning behind it word by word. Using Konoha should refer to the fact that the Federation gave Konoha intelligence and forced Konoha to send a team to hunt down Uchiha Obito, eventually causing Obito to be seriously injured. Moreover, the two were once allies, but Hyuga also tried to kill Uchiha Obito but failed, and the two became enemies. Hyuga became what Uchiha Obito called a betrayer. But this also made Jiraiya understand one thing. The reason why Uchiha Obito saved him should be to use Konoha to fight back against Hyuga. Goodbye, Hyuga. Obito said and sucked Jiraiya into the Kamui space. Advertisement. Hyuga suddenly shot a truth-seeking ball, but it only passed through Obito's body. The next moment, Obito's figure disappeared. Not bad, the acting is quite perfect. Hyuga praised when he saw that the two of them had completely disappeared. Of course he couldn't let Jiraiya die, otherwise it would really be impossible to clean up. To whiten yourself, you also need to have fewer black spots on your body. Like Obito in the original work, who wears all black, even if he whitewashes his face, he will be criticized. Although Hyuga's cleansing is temporary, a villain still needs to have professional ethics. Within Kamui space, Jiraiya and Obito appeared on a stone pillar. Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked first, "Why did you save me?" Obito shrugged, "Why else? As you heard, I want to use you to deal with Hyuga. Hyuga and I don't have any dealings with each other. He once used you to trick me and almost killed me. Now of course he has to pay it back. Of course, Jiraiya-sama can also put it in a nicer way, that is, cooperation." Obito's childlike words made Jiraiya shudder. Only then did Jiraiya realize that they thought they were their own choices before, but they were just chess pieces and chips on their chessboard. It is suddenly spread in the ninja world that Obito's identity is probably the result of the game between Hyuga and Obito. If you want us to kill Hyuga, then you have to give us his information, right? Otherwise, how will we defeat him? Jiraiya knew that this was a conspiracy. In this situation, they must become enemies with Hyuga. Now all he can do is to get more information. Of course, I also hope that you will get rid of Hyuga for me. Obito slowly recounted, Hyuga's eyes are called the Tensagen. He is the ultimate blood successor who only awakened after swallowing the Byakugan of the clan. The black ball behind it is called the Truth-Seeking Ball, and it has the ability to crack all ninjutsu in the world. Jiraiya immediately asked in disbelief, then Hyuga is invincible, and any ninjutsu is ineffective. How are we going to attack him? Chapter 156 The shocking truth about the ninja world is revealed. Obito smiled softly, Jiraiya, you call yourself a sage in vain. Ninjutsu is ineffective. Isn't there sage jutsu, taijutsu? It's just that in these Hyuga cities, you may not be able to attack him. You should know that Hyuga's current strength is absolutely superior to that of this world. Jiraiya frowned and asked, you also know his strength, so how can we defeat him? Obito's face hidden under the mask smiled strangely, that's why I want to join forces with you, isn't it? Next, I plan to take you to persuade Nagato and kill Hyuga together. His reincarnation I can only be the same. The level of reincarnation I can compete. Advertisement. Nagato. Jiraiya recalled the young man, how sure are you? Less than 10%, Nagato and I have already broken up. Obito paused for a moment and continued, but with you Jiraiya, there is still a 30% certainty. Jiraiya also understood his disciples well and decisively raised his doubts. Hyuga is a member of the Akatsuki organization, and his dream is the same as Nagato Yahiko's dream, which is to use power to achieve the goal of peace. Why do you think Nagato will agree to the request for alliance? Because of Ten Tails, Hyuga is also using the power of the Akatsuki organization. He wants to unify the ninja world, and he cannot do without the power of Ten Tails. Obito revealed this secret. I personally invited Hyuga to join the Akatsuki organization. Rather than telling him about Ten Tails' plan, the greed in his eyes at that moment could not be hidden. Why do you think information about my true identity suddenly appeared in the ninja world? That was what Hyuga did. In order to break my relationship with Nagato, he kicked me out of the Akatsuki organization and supervised the Ten Tails project on his own. Obito's words were all taught to him by Hyuga. It's just ridiculous to say that Obito didn't understand these things until the moment he died. It's no wonder that Obito is too stupid. He has vaguely guessed that someone is targeting him, and Black Zetsu can't be trusted, but he didn't expect that the power-hungry Hyuga is just a disguise. What he wants is the entire ninja world. As a time traveler, Hyuga knows all the secrets of the ninja world, so he is naturally beyond the chessboard of the ninja world, and there is no one who can play against it. This is Hyuga's chessboard. When Hyuga was weak, he could only watch the chess pieces jump by themselves. Advertisement. When Hyuga becomes powerful, he is a toy at his mercy. Jiraiya lowered his head and fell into deep thought while listening to the information provided by Obito. He was thinking about the authenticity of the information. He suddenly sneered, "You are talking about Hyuga's calculations. Don't you have any means?" Jiraiya looked at Obito and stared closely at the blood-red eyes under Obito's mask. He was afraid that Obito would not cooperate if he didn't tell some useful information. Hyuga's dual personality did deceive me, but what are you hiding? From Jiraiya's perspective, Obito adjusted the mask on his face, as if he was thinking, and after pondering for a long time, he finally made a decision. In fact, it was Hyuga who asked Obito to tell Jiraiya the truth about the ninja world. These things have passed, and it doesn't matter if I tell you that although I am not Uchiha Madara, I am indeed Uchiha Madara's successor. Jiraiya was surprised at first. Uchiha was a legendary ninja in the early days of Konoha. How could he suddenly choose Obito to continue an unknown plan after so many years? But I thought that this situation would not be as shocking as the fact that Chiba Muxio and Hyuga were actually the same person. I saw too many things, heard too many incredible things, and was shocked all day long, and Jiraiya's mentality improved. Successor. Jiraiya frowned and guessed, so the reason why you didn't die on Mount Kikyo is because you were saved by Uchiha Madara and selected to be his successor. Obito nodded and admitted this conjecture, yes, I inherited Uchiha Madara's will and continued the Ten Tails plan. Jiraiya raised several questions in succession. Shouldn't Uchiha Madara have died after the Battle of the Valley of the End? Are you sure you didn't meet a fake Madara? If Madara chose you as his successor, why is he now the long-term leader? Are you continuing this plan? Do you really think that a member of the Uzumaki clan will awaken the Samsara Eye? Obito teleported to sit on a stone pillar, propped up his chin with his hand, and looked down at Jiraiya with a disdainful smile. You are so naive. Uchiha Madara relied on a move called Izanaga's ninjutsu to survive the battle in the Valley of the End, and the pair of Samsara Eyes are actually Uchiha Madara's battle trophies. Advertisement. Jiraiya didn't ask any more questions. He listened quietly to Obito's story and constantly refreshed his three views. Relying on Senju Hashirama's flesh and blood and his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he awakened the Samsara Eye before he died. He was no longer able to carry out his plan. So Uchiha Madara found Nagato, the descendant of the Uzumaki with strong vitality and chakra, and temporarily stored his Samsara Eye in him, not only to allow him to complete the task of collecting tailed beasts, but also to resurrect himself at a critical moment. Obito's words revealed important information, the Samsara Eye can resurrect the dead. And I am the executor of this plan, responsible for guiding Nagato to this path. Jiraiya finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. It turned out that the reason why his disciple became like that was that the person in front of him had an unshirkable responsibility. So you're the one who made Nagato become like this, right? Jiraiya-senpai, don't talk nonsense, I just guided him a little. Obito waved his hands repeatedly with a joking smile in his voice. As for the mastermind, Konoha village takes most of the credit. It's also thanks to Master Danzo of Konoha village. If he hadn't peeked at the power of the Rinnegan, I wouldn't have been so relaxed. Jiraiya looked ugly. Although Danzo died early, he could still uncover new dirty information. Even if he died, it would not stop people. You are really derelict in your duties as a teacher. Let me tell you the truth. Obito's words penetrated Jiraiya's heart like a sharp blade. Jiraiya also blamed himself very much. He didn't provide enough guidance to the three of them. Maybe if he had left later, the tragedy would not have happened. When the Akatsuki organization was founded, it was not a terrorist organization like it is now. It was truly an organization that wanted to lead the ninja world towards peace. And it has gained Hanzo's attention. He also intends to bring this organization that has the same ideals as himself under his command. Things are progressing in a good direction. Chapter 157 Confession Bureau. However, just when the situation seems to be good, your Danzo of Konoha is doing something behind the scenes. He is wary of the power of the Rinnegan. He is worried that Nagato and his organization will threaten Konoha's status, and he even covets it. The power of the Samsara Eye. So, he began to sow discord between Hanzo and the Akatsuki organization, making Hanzo suspicious and afraid of Nagato and the others. Obito paused for a moment and then continued, in order to protect his status and power, Hanzo actually set a trap. He invited Nagato and the others to negotiate, pretending to provide support and cooperation, and Nagato and the others naively believed it. But what awaited them was a bloody massacre. Hanzo united with Danzo's forces and launched a surprise attack on the Akatsuki organization. Nagato and the others were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. In that battle, Yahiko unfortunately died in order to protect Nagato. Nagato witnessed the death of his best friend with his own eyes, and the pain and anger in his heart reached its peak. Advertisement. And I just helped him see the truth of this world clearly and let him understand that only absolute power can bring peace. In the end, he established Akatsuki. By manipulating Obito, Hyuga blamed all the faults on Konoha, and Konoha was the culprit that caused Nagato to go astray. Jiraiya fell into a long silence after hearing this. Konoha had indeed caused great harm to Nagato, first taking away his parents, and now killing his best friend. Although these are all personal actions, Konoha cannot escape the blame. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said seriously, I didn't expect that there would be such intricate entanglements. That guy Danzo always does whatever it takes to pursue his own selfish desires. Obito snorted coldly, Hey, Konoha has always been like this. On the surface, it is sanctimonious, but behind the scenes there are countless shameful deeds. Jiraiya frowned and retorted, You cannot deny the entire Konoha because of the actions of a few individuals. There are many people in Konoha who uphold justice and they have been working hard for peace. Obito smiled disdainfully, Ha ha ha, I have no interest in wasting my words here. I have shown enough sincerity. Now it is your turn to make a choice. Should I send you to die now, or should I cooperate with me? Jiraiya could hear the anger in Obito's tone, but he still said calmly, You are telling other people's stories, but what about your own story? What made Uchiha Obito look like what he is now? This has nothing to do with you. Obito's voice was low and gloomy. This topic reminded him of the girl he once had. I also yearned for the light, but this ninja world pushed me to the opposite side of the world. Let me ask you one last time, Lord Jiraiya, have you thought about it? Hearing Obito's words, Jiraiya smiled with relief. In fact, these enemies now are all working hard to change this wrong world. Nagato, Hyuga and Uchiha Obito in front of me. Advertisement. Okay, let's cooperate. The conditions you proposed are indeed very tempting. Let's go see Nagato. I really want to have a good talk with him and try to bring him back to the right path. Jiraiya stood up and patted the dust on his body, and the crisis that the ninja world is about to face requires everyone in the ninja world to fight together. The enemy in Jiraiya's words is not Hyuga or Uchiha Madara, but the unknown enemy from outside. Wise choice. Then Obito activated Kamui and took Jiraiya on the streets of the Land of Rain. What are we doing in the Land of Rain? How should we go to see Nagato? Jiraiya asked. Obito took Jiraiya to a shop on the street to avoid the rain. This is the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato will find it himself. Jiraiya sighed softly. He had already guessed part of the reason. Is that really the case? From the other corner of Kamui's space, Hyuga smiled as he watched the two leave. The script was progressing perfectly. Although his identity was exposed, he was fully prepared to clear his name by constantly stacking up his armor. The villain's whitewash formula, tragic past plus personality charm plus great goal plus being outed by the protagonist equals whitewash. He meets these conditions perfectly. If he doesn't clear his name, who will? And Jiraiya prepared a perfect reason for what he did before, split personality. Hyuga's encounter with the Hyuga clan in his childhood deeply traumatized him and split him into the personality of Chiba Kishu. Because of the dual personality characteristics, two completely different behavioral patterns appeared later. And as long as Jiraiya is allowed to return safely, the news will inevitably reach Konoha. This also provides Hyuga with a new path to clear his name. If Hyuga is good at acting, there is no need to fake his death to escape. He may directly clear his name and hide in the lawful camp to wait for the final battle. The next moment the two appeared in Yuyan village, they were noticed by Pain. Jiraiya-sensei, Uchiha Obito, how did they get together? Nagato, who was imprisoned in the receiver of the Black Rod in the deep secret room of Omegakure village, was full of confusion. Advertisement. How did these two completely incompatible people get together and appear in Yuyan village at the same time? What on earth was going on? Could it be that Obito leaked the secrets of the Akatsuki organization to Jiraiya-sensei and wanted to use Jiraiya-sensei's hand to kill me? Of course it's to persuade you to become my enemy. A voice came from outside the door, and Hyuga opened the door of the secret room and walked slowly into it. This time, Hyuga's original appearance is used. Hyuga, what are you doing here? Nagato was not surprised at how Hyuga came here. With Hyuga's eyes, these secrets cannot be hidden. Seeking cooperation. Hyuga revealed the purpose of his trip. Nagato controlled Pain 6 paths to stay outside the secret room to prevent Hyuga from attacking suddenly, we have a cooperative relationship, so why should we talk about cooperation? Hyuga plans to tell Nagato what Jiraiya guessed. Jiraiya and Obito outside are coming for me. They want to persuade you to kill me together. Nagato didn't hesitate at all. If it's just for this matter, you don't have to worry. It's impossible for me and them to cooperate. Although Jiraiya and Nagato have a master-disciple relationship, they have different camps and there is no possibility of cooperation. And Obito has broken up a long time ago, and it is impossible for them to cooperate. No, I know about this. I actually say that attacking Kumagaku or Konoha to capture the last two-tailed beasts is a matter of course. And my other identity. Hyuga put his hand on his face and completely transformed into Chiba Kishu. Even Nagato did not expect such a change. Hyuga suddenly transformed into Chiba Kishu. Nagato was 100% sure that this was Chiba Kishu. It was not a special transformation technique, because that temperament cannot be disguised. I am both Hyuga and Chiba Kishu. Hyuga took out 2 Akatsuki organization rings and showed them in front of Nagato. Nagato frowned, so you disguised your identity just to tease me. He recalled that the conditions for joining the Zyuha organization as Kyanba Muxio were to let Hyuga help repel the army of Kumo Hidden Village. But now it seems that it is indeed Hyuga one-man show, and he has turned the Akatsuki organization around. Chapter 158 The meeting between Jiraiya and Nagato. Hyuga shook his head, his face full of sincerity and sincerity. That's absolutely not the case. I was really in a helpless situation at the time. The anger on Nagato's face grew stronger. Are you kidding me? Are you unable to even control your own body? This was originally a question made by Nagato in anger, but Hyuga nodded slowly and solemnly said, what the leader thought was true, I really couldn't control my body at that time. When Nagato heard this, he suddenly felt as if he had been fooled. However, Hyuga's next words made him finally understand the reason. Hyuga slowly told his past experiences, starting from the extremely tragic encounter in his childhood. Advertisement. At that time, a brand new personality was born in his heart, which was Chiba Kishu's personality. This personality imagined that he could become the master of the country and lead the entire world forward. At that time, this personality was not yet mature, and its biggest role was to help Hyuga share the pain caused by bullying and exclusion. Nagato listened quietly to Hyuga's story, and the expression on his face gradually changed from anger to contemplation. Hyuga continued, later, I successfully completed my revenge and left Konoha village. As time passed, Chiba Konoha's personality gradually became stronger and even began to dominate my actions at some point. Hyuga continued to tell the story he had just made up. The prototype came from Jiraiya, but it had been adapted by Hyuga. Later, these two spirits sometimes cooperated with each other, and sometimes were hostile to each other, which is why Hyuga did the contradictory things. Not long ago, Hyuga finally digested and fused his second personality and completely took control of his body. My purpose of coming here has not changed. I hope that after the plan is completed, I can use the power of 10 tails to unify the ninja world and achieve my ideal. Hyuga impassionedly said the same words as when he was talking to Jiraiya, as long as you and I join hands, with the reincarnation eye and the reincarnation eye, no enemy can ever become our opponent. We will surely set off an unprecedented and huge war. Change. Just like the Federation, even if I return the rights to the people, I can still advance steadily. We can use the powerful power of 10 tails to implement this policy throughout the ninja world. By then, a perfect world will be born. At that time there will be no more oppression, and everyone will be able to live a life of plenty of food and clothing. Advertisement. Hyuga's inflammatory words completely fell on Nagato's ears. After hearing this, Nagato fell into deep thought for a long time. He was thinking about the feasibility of Hyuga's plan, but in any case, it was more perfect than his own plan to use the power of 10 tails to make the world feel pain. After a long silence, Nagato took a deep breath and said slowly, okay, Hyuga, I believe you for the time being and I agree to your invitation. So, in your opinion, what should we do next? Hyuga seemed to have already known that Nagato would ask this question, and he showed an extremely confident smile. The plan to merge 10 tails is only the final 8 tails and 9 tails. And our remaining Akatsuki members include Kisame, Deidara, Konan, you and me. These are all quite powerful. And I still have a chess piece in my hand. He can completely replace the dead Uchiha Itachi. He has also awakened Mangeki training and has abilities that are not inferior to him. Nagato also thought of the younger brother Uchiha Itachi had been asking about. You mean Uchiha Sasuke? That's right. Hyuga nodded. With this kind of combat power, it is enough to directly attack Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha Village. Uchiha Sasuke, Inagaki Kisame, and Deidara attack Kumagaku to capture 8 tails. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan's Genjutsu can control the tailed beasts, so it's enough to cooperate with these two. Hyuga praised Captain's assistant's ability without any scruples, but Nagato couldn't find anything strange about it. After all, Uchiha Itachi has a strong impression of his wisdom, so Sasuke who can kill Itachi must be good, right? Konan, you and I are attacking Konoha village to seize 9 tails. There are 2 reasons for this. Obito and Jiraiya have reached a cooperation and we must stay vigilant. They are the biggest variable in this plan. Nagato nodded slowly, agreeing with the proposal. Nagato made a decisive decision and said, okay, let's do as you said. The plan will be ready for a while and we will start directly. Okay, then please deal with the 2 people outside. It would be bad if they continue to probe for information. Hyuga clapped lightly to celebrate the cooperation between the 2. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. I have already asked Konan to find them. Advertisement. After Nagato finished talking, Hyuga heard Jiraiya's voice from a distance. Konan, long time no see. You are getting more and more beautiful, but your temperament is a bit colder. Jiraiya talked about Konan's changes like an elder he knew well but hadn't seen for a long time. Hyuga raised his lips and said, it's inconvenient for me to show up for the next thing, so I'll prepare for the next thing first. Hyuga disappeared from the spot in an instant. It seemed that he had left, but in fact he was still standing in the clouds and watching this place from a distance with his reincarnation eye. Konan pushed open the door to the secret room and led Jiraiya and Uchiha Obito into the secret room, followed by Pain 6 Paths. Of course they must come to such an occasion, otherwise the 2 of them would suddenly get into trouble, and Nagato would not be able to withstand the situation he was in now. The moment Jiraiya walked into the secret room, he saw Nagato who looked like he was crucified on a cross, his eyes full of guilt. Long time no see, Nagato. Long time no see, Mr. Jiraiya. Jiraiya took a deep breath, and then bowed suddenly, I'm sorry Nagato, I already know about you, and I hope you can forgive Konoha for the mistakes he has made. Nagato smiled disdainfully, the person was already dead, and he wanted to apologize when things got to this point. This is the arrogance of a big country. He, I have forgiven Konoha a long time ago, how can a god be as knowledgeable as a mortal? Nagato's words were full of ridicule, and Jiraiya straightened up, with a look of pain on his face. Nagato, no matter what you think of Konoha, I am here today to advise you to stop your current actions and not to let more innocent people be harmed. Jiraiya said sincerely. Nagato laughed loudly, innocent? There are so many innocent people in the world, who will help them? Chapter 159 The 2 people broke up on bad terms. Advertisement. Nagato's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Jiraiya with a frosty face, Teacher Jiraiya, you are too naive. This world is dominated by the weak and the strong. Only with absolute power can this world be changed. Everything. What I am doing now is to create a new world order. Jiraiya shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness, Nagato, you have embarked on a wrong path. This approach will only bring more pain and disaster. Jiraiya looked at Nagato firmly and said slowly, Nagato, you have been taken advantage of. Haven't you seen it yet? Nagato coughed violently out of anger, ahem, cough, cough, who dares to take advantage of me? You are the disadvantaged party now, right? 9-tailed beasts. I have gathered 7-tailed beasts. I only need the last 8 tails and 9 tails. My plan is about to be completed. Don't you think it's ridiculous to persuade me to give up now? Jiraiya took a step forward, staring closely at Nagato's samsara eyes, I am here to tell you the truth of the matter. Nagato, you have been exploited by Hyuga. You are immersed in the lies he concocted, can't you see? He is just using you to realize his ambitions. At this time, Jiraiya thought it was Hyuga who had bewitched Nagato and asked him to carry out the goal of unifying the world. Nagato, you may not know yet, Hyuga is actually Chiba Kishu. These 2 people are the same person. Chiba Kishu is Hyuga's second personality. And now, the 2 of them have merged, which has made his ambition even more inflated. He now wants to rule the entire ninja world. What he pursues is the power of 10 tails, and he is basically using you. Jiraiya originally thought that Nagato would show surprise or astonishment when he heard these words, but Nagato's expression remained calm. Nagato said calmly, Jiraiya, I already know what you said, and we have reached a cooperation. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank him for pointing out the shortcomings in my plan. The federal model is indeed very perfect. Hearing this, Jiraiya said even more anxiously, Nagato, think about it carefully, everything Hyuga said is too far-fetched. There are too many loopholes in his so-called ideal world. We can't let him continue controlling you. Advertisement. Jiraiya looked at Nagato in front of him, his heart filled with disappointment and worry. He originally thought that Nagato would listen to his words, but now it seems that Nagato has been completely confused by Hyuga and cannot extricate himself. Nagato, you have lost yourself and been swallowed up by Hyuga's ambition. Have you forgotten your own and Yahiko's ideals? Jiraiya's voice contained a hint of pleading. Nagato raised his head slightly and glanced at Jiraiya, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, which was then replaced by a look of determination. Even the teacher could not stop him. Jiraiya-sensei, I have not forgotten our ideals, but I think Hyuga's plan is more likely to achieve our goals. You are wrong, Nagato. Jiraiya shouted, Hyuga's plan will only bring more war and pain, and his ambition will ultimately destroy everything that people hold dear. Nagato was silent for a moment, and then said slowly, these are necessary sacrifices to lead to a more perfect world. Our power can repair this wrong world. Teacher, didn't you once say that my eyes are the same as the Sage of Six Paths' eyes of reincarnation? Then I will use the power of these eyes to change the world. Jiraiya looked at Nagato's firm expression and felt helpless in his heart. He knew that nothing he could say now would change Nagato's mind. Do you really think that pair is already yours? It was just stored by Uchiha Madara at your place. Obito stepped forward and said. Nagato shook his head disdainfully, do you really think I didn't think about it? So what if it's Uchiha Madara? If you are just here to sow discord, then you can leave. Teacher Jiraiya, I can stop attacking you because of our past friendship, but if you still want to stop me next time, then we can only meet each other in arms. Okay, Nagato. Now that you have made your decision, I have nothing to say. If you find that you are wrong, you must turn back in time. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, Mr. Jiraiya. Nagato suddenly stopped him, I hope you can leave here and stop interfering in our affairs. Jiraiya stopped, looked back at Nagato, and then sighed deeply. You have something you want to protect, and I have something I want to protect. Since neither of us is willing to give in, we have no choice but to fight against each other. Advertisement. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Nagato, do you know? War can never bring true peace. Only through love and understanding can the harmony of the world be achieved. Nagato sneered, love and understanding? Teacher, you are too naive. In this world, only the strong can survive. We must use strength to establish order. Jiraiya shook his head, Nagato, you are wrong. Strength is not the only way to solve problems. If we only pursue power and dominance, we will only end up in endless war and pain. Nagato was silent for a while, and then said, Teacher, I was once as naive as you. However, reality made me understand the truth, only by mastering absolute power can we protect ourselves and everything we cherish. Jiraiya sighed, okay, Nagato. Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing to say. Jiraiya walked out of the secret room, and Obito on the side saw the two separated unhappy and knew that he had completed his mission. He activated Kamui to suck Jiraiya into the Kamui space and disappeared. The plan went well. After Hyuga listened to the conversation between the two, Nagato decisively rejected Jiraiya's proposal. Hyuga's early confession also played a role. The next step is to prepare for the attack on Konoha village and Cloud Hidden village. Hyuga took out a black gem, which was the same gem he obtained in the battle for Six Tails. At the same time, it is also the medium for activating the secret technique of Wrathful Heaven. Its accumulated power can catalyze a radius of 100 kilometers. And now Hyuga is going to give this gem to Deidara along with the secret technique of Angry Sky. He will be an important combat force in this attack on Cloud Hidden village. But his clay bomb is countered by lightning style, which can make up for part of his shortcomings. This gem has been modified to have some abilities similar to those of the Sage Jutsu organ. It can not only help Deidara condense Sage Jutsu chakra, but also help him accumulate natural energy to explode into the strongest self-destruction. Chapter 160 Excited Deidara. With his reincarnation, Hyuga easily found Deidara, an artist who was experimenting with his new art in the wild. When Hyuga found Deidara, Deidara was concentrating on playing with his clay. Seeing Hyuga's arrival, Deidara raised his head excitedly. Well, Hyuga, why are you looking for me? You want to see my newly developed ninjutsu, right? Deidara grinned. Nothing, I just finished catching Six Tails and stopped by to see you. Hyuga stood next to Deidara and put aside a plate of octopus balls he had just bought. Hyuga smiled, come on, eat the octopus balls you just bought while they are hot. Advertisement. Deidara touched his stomach and felt a little hungry, so he sat next to Hyuga and enjoyed the food. This time Six Tails Jinchuriki is not ordinary. She is accompanied by an apprentice who comes from the Earth Spider clan and is the inheritor of the Earth Spider clan's secret skills. She is following Six Tails Jinchuriki. I don't dare to kill her for fear that she will follow me. In the end, it was me who threatened his master's life to get Six Tails and the secret technique. Hyuga picked up a bunch of octopus balls and said as he ate them, talking about interesting things he experienced like an old friend chatting. It's just that this information was also adapted by Hyuga. The secret technique can't hurt him at all. Ongfation can only be said to be a fish harvester. Although Hyuga wanted to give this secret technique to Deidara, if he proposed it himself, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. It would be more perfect to play hard to get and wait for Deidara to ask for it himself. As expected by Hyuga, Deidara suddenly became very interested when he heard about the secret technique that could hurt Hyuga. He has seen Hyuga's beautiful art. The secret technique that can hurt Hyuga must be a more powerful art. Deidara quickly asked, what kind of secret technique is that can make you so afraid? Hyuga shook his head slightly, of course, I am not invincible. There are still people in this world who can hurt me. Hyuga is talking about those Tsutsuki clan outside the world. Perhaps only the strong ones among them can hurt Hyuga. The Earth Spider clan inherits a powerful secret technique. Its name is Ongfation, and it is very powerful. The caster can use himself as a container to absorb the surrounding natural energy, and then erupt from the center outward, with a radius of several everything over 100 kilometers was destroyed. Advertisement. Just during the Third Ninja War, the leader of the Earth Spider used this ninjutsu and destroyed the entire village in an instant. Deidara's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. This is impossible, are you lying to me? This kind of art has completely surpassed the strongest blow he expected. Hyuga curled his lips and said, why am I lying to you? Because this ninjutsu is too powerful and dangerous, Sarutobi Hiruzen once requested that the Earth Spider clan seal it and list it as a forbidden technique. He also promised that when the Earth Spider clan is in danger, Konoha village will do its best to help them solve the danger. As a former Konoha ninja, this information is written into the ninja code. Maybe I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Hyuga took out the black gem and waved it in front of Deidara's eyes, smiling mysteriously. This is the medium for using that secret technique. I have already studied it. This gem can really help the user gather natural energy. But the method is extremely crude. Now after my transformation, it not only retains the original ability, but can also help condense the Sage Jutsu Chakra and enhance the power of ninjutsu. After hearing Hyuga's words, Deidara couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning in his heart. He has always pursued the ultimate art, and this angry secret technique sounds like a perfect work of art. One blow can destroy 100 kilometers in radius. This is simply the most perfect art created by God. Not only that, but according to what Hyuga said, the power of ninjutsu can also be increased, so doesn't it also increase the power of one's explosion style? Brother Chi, can you teach me that secret technique? Deidara asked with a flattering look on his face. I feel that this ninjutsu is very suitable for me. Hyuga explained, this. I still want to study the secret technique. Seeing this, Deidara quickly said, Brother Chi, just promise me. I promise to make good use of this secret technique and create greater art. Seeing Deidara like this, Hyuga smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface he still looked hesitant, but, this secret technique is too dangerous, I'm afraid you won't be able to control its power. Deidara clasped his hands and said eagerly, no, Brother Chi. My pursuit of art is endless, and I will definitely control the power of this secret technique. Advertisement. Hyuga looked at Deidara's firm eyes and knew that he had taken the bait. He pretended to think for a while, and then pretended to be helpless and said, okay, no matter who asks you to call me big brother. Deidara jumped up excitedly, great. Thank you, Brother Chi. I will definitely make this secret technique shine more brilliantly in my hands. Well, you turn your back and expose your back, and I will transplant this gem for you. Hyuga said. Deidara turned his back excitedly, sat cross-legged obediently, and took off his upper body clothes. Hyuga attached the gem to Deidara's back, condensed the Sage Jutsu Chakra, and activated Sage Jutsu to fuse the black gem for Deidara. I saw the flesh and blood surging behind Deidara, and in an instant he sucked the gem into his body and connected it to the meridians throughout his body. Under the control of Hyuga, it was easy to fuse the black gem for Deidara. Deidara felt the power surging in his body and said excitedly, Brother Chi, I feel that I am full of power now. Hyuga nodded and said, well, the medium of Ongfation has been successfully transplanted into your body. However, you still need more practice to truly master this secret technique. Later, Hyuga explained to Deidara many ways to use natural energy and wrathful sky. And Deidara is always clear. He is a once-in-a-century genius, a genius ninja who joined Akatsuki at the age of 12. I feel like I can develop more art. After listening to Hyuga's explanation, Deidara felt that his thoughts had been opened up. This new power opened up a new world for him. Hyuga patted Deidara on the shoulder, come on, don't live up to my efforts, I'm going to rest first. Don't worry, Brother Chi, I can definitely develop the most beautiful art. Deidara promised, patting his chest. I believe you. Hyuga smiled, turned, and left. He knew that the plan had been completed and Deidara had become part of his plan. Although Hyuga feels guilty for taking advantage of such a silly and sweet Deidara, Can't you see how happy Deidara is? This is a win-win situation. Chapter 161 Sasuke joins Akatsuki, Chaos in Konoha village. Hyuga bid farewell to the excited Deidara, returned to Otoyan village, and found Sasuke who was still practicing wood-style ninjutsu hard. Senior, you are looking for me. Seeing Hyuga coming, Sasuke walked forward quickly. Hyuga said, well, your strength has reached a bottleneck, and you need to fight to make progress. I plan to introduce you to join Akatsuki to take Ataka's place. As soon as Sasuke heard that he was going to take Ataka's place, his eyes widened and he was very excited. Does this mean that his senior has recognized him? Very good. Advertisement. Hyuga said sternly, as long as you join Akatsuki, there will be Ataka's former colleagues. You represent Ataka's face. You must not be easily influenced by your own emotions like this. When Sasuke heard Hyuga's warning, he felt warm in his heart and nodded seriously, I will not let Nissan be embarrassed. Well, remember your words. Hyuga took out Ataka's Suzaku ring and handed it to Sasuke. This is Ataka's relic. I'm giving it to you now. Don't let Ataka's reputation fall. Sasuke took the Suzaku ring solemnly and put it on his finger, his eyes revealing firmness and determination. Hyuga looked at Sasuke, nodded slightly, and then said, the members in the Akatsuki organization are not simple. You must be prepared to deal with various situations. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, I know, I will let them recognize me. Hyuga took Sasuke to the secret base of Akatsuki organization. When the other members saw Sasuke, they all had different looks in their eyes. This is Ataka's younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. He will take Ataka's place and follow everyone to continue the mission. Kisame was the first to come forward, looked Sasuke up and down, and sneered, haha, this is Ataka's younger brother, he doesn't look very good either. Kisame didn't have a good impression of Sasuke who killed his teammate. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, but remembered Hyuga's warning and suppressed the anger in his heart. And Deidara didn't care much about Sasuke's joining, but was still thinking about his new understanding. Pain looked at Sasuke and said calmly, since you are here, you must abide by Akatsuki's rules. I hope you can play your due role. Sasuke took a deep breath and responded, I will. Advertisement. Hyuga secretly nodded to Pain and signaled that Sasuke would be handed over to him temporarily, but nothing happened to Sasuke. He could keep it for himself but it would be of great use. In Konoha village, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was extremely solemn. Tsunade frowned, and Shizune put down the official documents in her hands. It's not because of anything else. Just now, bad news came one after another. First, the Katsuragi Mountain Spider clan was attacked by Obito, and the Six Tails Jinchuriki appeared. Later, Asema's class encountered the Akatsuki organization, Asema died in the battle, and his body was just returned. According to Chiji and Ino's description, the enemy's methods this time were even more bizarre. It would be unimaginable if Six Tails and Angry Sky fell into the hands of the Akatsuki organization or Obito. Report. At this time, an Anbyo quickly came to the Hokage office to report, the Dusk team is just outside Konoha village, and among the entourage are Six Tails Jinchuriki Yugao, and the successor of the Earth Spider clan, Ying. What? Say it again. Tsunade stood up excitedly and asked loudly in disbelief. The Anbyo repeated what he saw. Tsunade's hanging heart finally fell. The Six Tails Jinchuriki and the Angry Sky were all back. Then this matter was completely over. As long as they protected the three Jinchuriki now and counterattacked the Akatsuki organization bit by bit, the next question is self-explanatory. Bring them here quickly, I want to hear their story about the mission. Yes. Soon after, a group of 18 people arrived in the Hokage office. Tsunade was suddenly stunned. She did not feel the excitement that she should have after completing the task, but was extremely dull. Even the extremely noisy Naruto just followed Kakashi silently. Tsunade quickly asked, Kakashi, please report the whole story of this mission. Yes. Kakashi told what happened in detail. Starting from receiving Yujao and Ying, the Kirigakure ninja persuaded the two, to Shikamaru's arrival, and cooperated to kill the undead duo, and finally, Pain and Hyuga appeared and took Six Tails and Angry Sky away. Tsunade's mood took a turn for the worse. The mission she thought she had completed perfectly had actually failed. After hearing this, Tsunade's face became extremely gloomy, the damn Akatsuki organization is so unscrupulous. Advertisement. Shizune said worriedly on the side, the situation has become more difficult now, Six Tails Jinchuriki has also fallen into their hands. Tsunade punched the table, we can't let them continue to do whatever they want, we must find a way to deal with it. Hearing this, the mood of everyone in front of Tsunade became even lower. Upon discovering this situation, Tsunade knew that she had lost her composure, and quickly comforted everyone, you have done a good job. You have killed 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, which has greatly reduced their combat effectiveness. You are the heroes of the ninja world, please go down and rest first. Just when everyone was about to leave, another enbu came to report. The situation was so urgent that he couldn't care less about the current situation. The enbu said quickly, Orochimaru is outside the gate. He wants to see Master Hokage. He said he has important information to tell. Everyone who heard this was stunned for a moment. Orochimaru? Wasn't he already killed by the descendant of Uchiha, Uchiha Sasuke? Tsunade and Kakashi reacted quickly. They were present when Orochimaru's life and death were verified that day, and they also knew Jiraiya's plan. And Orochimaru came, but Jiraiya didn't come back, which explains a lot of things. Tsunade's eyes widened and she couldn't believe the things she had guessed. Kakashi also looked extremely solemn. Naruto was also very excited when he heard the news. Sasuke was abducted by Orochimaru. Does that mean that he can know what happened by asking Orochimaru? Naruto, who still looked like Naruto, stood still and did not leave with the others. Naruto looked at Tsunade with his extremely longing eyes. Grandma Tsunade, can I stay? I want to ask Orochimaru something. Tsunade forced a smile. Naruto, go down and rest first. If there is any news about Sasuke, I will tell you immediately. Tsunade is also extremely sad now. She did not receive any good news today. Naruto begged and said, Grandma Tsunade, you should let me stay. Kakashi sighed, Tsunade-sama, let Naruto stay. He also has the right to know the following things. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay, Naruto, you will stand behind me in a moment. Yes. Naruto obviously hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and is still excited to know the news about Sasuke. The rest of the Dusk team all went down to rest. Chapter 162 Orochimaru's Deal, Naruto's Anger. Soon after, several enbu escorted Orochimaru, who was covered in sealing techniques, into the Hokage office. The moment he saw Orochimaru appear, Naruto immediately took a step forward and eagerly began to question the person in front of him, where is Sasuke now? Orochimaru ignored the boy in front of him, licked his lips, and said directly past him, Tsunade, long time no see. It took a lot of trouble for him to escape here this time. Although Hyuga was restrained by Jiraiya, the Federation ninja chased him to the border of the Land of Fire. Tsunade had no time to chat with Orochimaru at this time. She suddenly slapped the table and asked angrily, where is Jiraiya? He went to save you, why didn't he come back with you? What happened to you in the Federation? Advertisement. Orochimaru sneered and said, that idiot fought against Hyuga to help me pass on the information. I'm afraid he is already dead. Tsunade's face instantly turned pale and her body swayed a few times. Shizun quickly stepped forward to support her. What Federation? What Hyuga? What happened? Impossible. Mr. Jiraiya won't let it be so easy. Naruto's eyes widened and his voice was filled with tears. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, frowned, and said in a deep voice, Orochimaru, you'd better tell the truth clearly. Orochimaru smiled and turned a deaf ear to the two's anger. I promised Jiraiya to bring information to you, so I'm here. Tsunade's eyes were sharp, then tell me quickly. Orochimaru realized that he had the upper hand and said calmly, I have a condition that counts as part of the deal. Tsunade suppressed the grief and anger in her heart, gritted her teeth and said, Orochimaru, what qualifications do villains like you have to negotiate a deal with me? Orochimaru smiled disapprovingly, don't be so heartless, Tsunade. The information I bring is related to the fate of the entire ninja world and the survival of Konoha. Kakashi took a step forward and stared at Orochimaru warily, tell me your conditions first. Orochimaru glanced at everyone and said slowly, I want you to lift the pursuit of me and provide me with a safe haven. In exchange, I will tell you all the secrets I know about the Federation. Not only that, I will also help you jointly defend against the enemies behind you. This condition is not too harsh, after all, Hyuga is also chasing me. In the world, only Konoha is the safest. Naruto burst into tears and couldn't help shouting, no. That's the information Mr. Jiraiya paid for with his life, don't even think about it. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, Orochimaru, it's unclear whether your words are credible or not. If you deceive us, Konoha will surely fall into a more dangerous situation. Advertisement. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, Tsunade, you should know that the current situation is extremely unfavorable to you. If you miss this opportunity, you may never know the truth. You know, this is the information that Jiraiya paid for with his life. At this time, Shizun, who had been silent all this time, said, Master Hokage, maybe we can listen to what he has to say first, but we must not let down our guard. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and finally nodded, okay, Orochimaru, tell me everything you know first. If the information is true, I will consider your conditions. Orochimaru smiled strangely, his goal had been achieved. He slowly recounted his experience, from meeting Hyuga to being controlled by him, to being manipulated by his second personality Chiba Kishu to implement the Konoha collapse plan, and then being reincarnated by the dirt to control his soul. Until the end, Jiraiya showed up to rescue him, as well as the conversation between Jiraiya and Hyuga, and Jiraiya's speculation about Hyuga's dual personality. In the end, Orochimaru said exactly what Hyuga had said about his self-destruction. After Orochimaru finished speaking, everyone present fell into deep shock and contemplation. Naruto rushed forward to catch Orochimaru. How dare you say that Brother Kishu is a member of the Akatsuki organization? Granny Tsunade, we can't believe him. Orochimaru sneered, believe it or not, it's up to you. But this is the truth, and this is the message Jiraiya asked me to convey. Hearing the teacher's name, Naruto felt a little confident, and he clenched his fists tightly. That big brother Mushu who helped him turned out to be the villain of the Akatsuki organization who took away Six Tails and bewitched Sasuke? Now that the two have merged into one, has brother Mushu disappeared? Or has he already merged? And now, it is this person who has taken away his teacher's life. Why on earth is this happening? Why can't everyone get along, sit down to eat, chat, and finally reach a reconciliation? Naruto stood there blankly, with many images constantly emerging in his mind. Every detail of getting along with Mr. Jiraiya, the teacher teaches ninjutsu, buys clothes for himself, travels together, etc. There is also the past with brother Mushu. He encouraged himself to step out of the shadows and tell his parents the truth. He really couldn't accept that the brother Mushu who had given him encouragement and help was actually one of the masterminds behind this series of tragedies. Advertisement. Moreover, it was he who killed his most beloved teacher. Moreover, Konoha was indeed in the wrong in this matter. As a ninja, he broke into other countries' forbidden areas without permission. Even if he was killed, Konoha would have nothing to say. His tears were like water from a bursting dam, flowing continuously, and his heart was full of pain and confusion. Why is this happening? Why can't everyone coexist peacefully? Naruto murmured to himself, his voice filled with endless sadness and despair. He recalled brother Mushu's warm smile, and those words of encouragement still seemed to echo in his ears. But now, all this has turned into the cruelest lie. Naruto clenched his fists, his body shaking slightly with anger and sadness. He didn't understand why there were so many fights and hatreds between people. He has always believed that as long as he works hard and everyone has good intentions, peace will be achieved. But now, the death of teacher Jiraiya, Sasuke's loss, and the change of brother Mushu, all of these have shaken his faith. What on earth am I going to do? What am I going to do to change this? Tsunade said, Naruto, that's what happened. I'm sorry, but I supported him in carrying out this mission. Tsunade was worried that Naruto would not think about it and went to Hyuga to fight for his life, so she had to take the responsibility on herself. Naruto's tears rolled down like broken beads. Pervy Sage will never let Grandma Tsunade take risks. Why would you let him carry out such a dangerous mission? After saying that, Naruto slammed the door and walked out. Kakashi looked at Naruto's leaving figure and said to Tsunade, you don't have to do this. I have to be like this. Tsunade seemed strong, but in fact she couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes, and I am Hokage, I must hold on. Let's get down to business, Kakashi. You are the person who is most familiar with Hyuga in the village. Tell us your opinion. Is what Orochimaru said credible? Kakashi carefully analyzed. The causes of split personality usually stem from childhood trauma, psychological stress, and the environment in which they were raised. Hyuga has been burdened with hatred since childhood and has been oppressed by the clan's children. This situation is very likely to occur. Furthermore, there are obvious differences in the behavior and personality characteristics between Hyuga and Chiba Kishu, so this information is very likely to be true. Tsunade nodded slightly to express her agreement. She also believed that no one should be able to interpret such a completely different second personality. Chapter 163 Jiraiya returns, Master and Disciple meet again. After Naruto rushed out the door, he ran desperately through the village like an out-of-control beast. His tears drifted away in the strong wind, but the pain in his heart was like a heavy boulder, weighing him down so much that he could hardly breathe. He ran to the Ichiraku ramen shop and looked at the extremely familiar sign. The happy scenes of eating noodles here with Mr. Jiraiya in the past flooded into his mind. Those scenes full of laughter and warmth were now like sharp blades, piercing his heart. Tears blurred his eyes uncontrollably again, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He choked and muttered to himself, Teacher, why is this happening? Why? Advertisement. He continued to move forward in despair and reached a quiet corner of the village. There is an ancient tree there, like a silent witness. Naruto slowly squatted down against the big tree and buried his head deeply between his arms, his body trembling slightly. Naruto, you can't become a Hokage like you are now. Just as Naruto was immersed in endless sadness, a familiar voice that made his heart beat faster sounded softly from behind him. When Naruto heard this familiar voice, his body shook violently, as if he had been struck by lightning. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief, and slowly turned around. I saw Jiraiya standing there quietly with a warm smile on his face, that familiar face and kind eyes, as if nothing had changed. Jiraiya-sensei, pervy sage, are you still alive? Naruto's voice trembled violently, and tears surged out again like a torrent that broke a bank. Jiraiya walked to Naruto with steady steps, knelt down, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder gently, saying in a gentle but firm tone, I won't die that easily, kid. The world is still waiting. Let me continue to explore and watch you grow into a real Hokage. Naruto suddenly threw himself into Jiraiya's arms and cried loudly, as if he wanted to vent all his pain and grievances, pervy sage, I thought I would never see you again. I'm so scared, really good. Fear. Jiraiya was hugged by Naruto in Naruto's state, and he could see all the scenery from above, and his nosebleed flowed unconsciously. Naruto, don't cry like a child, I'm not doing well. I'm back. Naruto let go of Jiraiya, wiped his tears with his sleeves, tried to calm down a little, and said, Teacher, what happened? Orochimaru said you. Jiraiya stood up, looked up into the distance, and said solemnly, I was rescued by Obito. He plans to join forces with us to fight against Hyuga and the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, that guy Obito must be planning something again. Last time he tried to obtain the secret skills of the Earth Spider clan. Jiraiya shook his head slightly and said, Naruto, don't let hatred blind your mind. At the moment, we need to think calmly about how to deal with the next situation. Also, please release your transformation technique as soon as possible. There is no need to use this in Konoha village. It's not that Jiraiya doesn't like the welfare in front of him, but he is worried that he will suffer from nosebleeds and excessive blood loss. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to calm down his emotions, then released the transformation technique and said, I know, pervy sage. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with relief, that's what you're talking about, Naruto. Let's go back to the Hokage office first and explain the situation to Tsunade and the others. At this moment, Tsunade and others received the news and hurried over. Seeing that Jiraiya was safe and sound, Tsunade's heart, which had been high, finally dropped. You old guy has made everyone worried. Tsunade said with a long sigh of relief. Feeling Tsunade's concern, Jiraiya immediately put on an exaggerated pose and said with a smile, Haha, I'm Toad Sage, I can't be killed so easily. However, this large movement pulled the wounds on his body, and blood oozed from Jiraiya's cuffs again. Idiot. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, her palm glowed with green light, and she put her hand on Jiraiya's arm to heal his injury. Shizuan, take Jiraiya to the hospital. No, just a simple treatment. We are pressed for time. The Akatsuki organization may attack Konoha village at any time. We must make a plan immediately. Jiraiya frowned in pain. Everyone returned to the Hokage office. In order to analyze the latest information, Tsunade also called Narashikaku over. Jiraiya was sitting on a chair, and everyone else was sitting around. Advertisement. Kakashi stepped forward first and said, Since you are safe and sound, we need to reconsider the information provided by Orochimaru. When Jiraiya heard this, his expression became serious. What Orochimaru told you, compare it with what I know. Kakashi relayed Orochimaru's information. After listening, Jiraiya nodded and approved Orochimaru's analysis and the information. There is no problem with this information. Hyuga did personally admit that he merged with the second personality Chiba Kishu. Then, Jiraiya added many details after Orochimaru left, until Obito appeared and rescued him. Shikaku, who had been deep in thought, was the first to speak. According to your description, I suspect that Hyuga does not actually have complete control over his second personality. Chiba Kisu's thinking may still exist in his subconscious. Because according to the records of Hyuga's attacks that we have, and from the analysis of his fighting style and strength, he always ends the battle quickly with absolute strength, or does not take action, but once he does, he will definitely solve it as quickly as possible. Fighting. We may start from this aspect and try to awaken his second personality and let Chiba Muxiu's consciousness return to his body. We can ask the Yamanaka family for help in this regard. They are experts in the field of souls. Also, starting from Chiba Kishu's previous bond, the Hyuga sisters recently applied for marriage after returning from Otagakure village. From this, we can know that the two personalities of Chiba Kishu and Hyuga merged not long ago. If anyone can convince Hyuga, it must be Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. After listening to Shikaku's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Facing Hyuga's otherworldly strength and being unable to defeat him, being able to outsmart him is naturally the best choice. Jiraiya added, we must also prepare for the worst. The Akatsuki organization may attack Konoha village at any time, and we must be fully prepared. Tsunade crossed her arms, nodded and said, I know this. We have already sent people to do defense work. Not only that, facing a powerful enemy like Hyuga, the attacks of ordinary ninjas cannot produce any effect at all. Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto who was standing aside. Naruto saw the teacher's eyes turning to him, and quickly shook his head and said, I will not run away, I will fight against the enemy with everyone. Pervy Sage, my latest trick has been developed, there is absolutely no problem. Chapter 164 What is an enemy and what is a friend? Jiraiya knew Naruto's temper and would definitely reject his proposal. No, according to reliable information, Hyuga has a ninjutsu called Truth-Seeking Ball, which can be immune to all ninjutsu. Only Sage Jutsu and Taijutsu can cause some damages. Naruto, I hope you can go to Mount Maiboku to learn Sage Jutsu. Only by learning Sage Jutsu can it be possible to defeat Hyuga. Jiraiya certainly had two ideas when he said this. One was to let Naruto learn Sage Art to defeat Hyuga as he said, and the other was to let Naruto practice at Mount Maiboku to avoid Akatsuki's pursuit. Naruto knew the heavy responsibility he had upon hearing this. He clenched his fists and nodded without hesitation, don't worry, I will definitely learn Sage Jutsu. On the side, Tsunade asked the question she wanted to know most, then what happened next? Advertisement. It was Obito who saved me. Jiraiya pondered for a moment and said slowly. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. What is his purpose? Tsunade frowned, she really couldn't figure out the problem behind it. Although it is a good thing that Jiraiya survived, Konoha and Obito are enemies, so why would Obito save his enemy? I can't figure this out no matter how hard I think about it. Jiraiya saw everyone's confused look and immediately answered, according to what he said, it was to retaliate against Hyuga. They used to be a cooperative relationship. Hyuga also joined Akatsuki because of Obito's invitation. But later Hyuga and Chiba Kisha reached a cooperation, and the two also wanted the power of 10 tails, so they secretly became Obito's enemy. A few years ago, Obito's identity was exposed, and Nagato took action to drive Obito away from the Akatsuki organization. Later, the Federation asked for information and asked us to encircle and suppress Obito. This time Hyuga showed up and almost killed Obito. Behind these two things was the joint plan of the two personalities of Hyuga and Chiba Kishu. And Obito is no longer Hyuga's opponent, so he wants to save me, an insider who has seen the truth behind it, to cooperate with us. We fell into Hyuga's trick of killing people with a borrowed knife. Anger rose in Tsunade's eyes, and it would be uncomfortable for anyone to be used like this. Advertisement. Jiraiya smiled bitterly and said, yes, this time I discovered these secrets as a blessing in disguise. Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes, this. Hyuga has tricked us into a fool, no. He has tricked the entire ninja world into a trick. Ryuju continued to make the most rational analysis, then it can be inferred that although his two personalities are independent, they can also cooperate in many aspects. Naruto was silent for a long time, thoughts swirling in his heart. Once, he was full of hatred for Obito, who was the murderer of his father and mother. But now, Obito has saved teacher Jiraiya and has become an ally who wants to cooperate with Konoha to fight against the enemy. He also thought of Hyuga, a former friend who had now become his most terrifying enemy. These things made Naruto feel extremely confused. In this chaotic thought, Naruto felt that his faith had been greatly impacted. He doesn't know what to believe or how to face all this. When Jiraiya saw Naruto's reaction, he didn't know how to comfort him. He sighed and continued, I will continue to talk about what happened next. Everyone held their breath and listened carefully to what was going to happen next. Actually, there is another most important mastermind behind Obito and Nagato, and this person is Uchiha Madara. Everyone was surprised when they heard the name Uchiha Madara. Tsunade frowned and said, Uchiha Madara? Isn't he already dead? Didn't we also prove that it was Uchiha Obito pretending to be? Jiraiya looked solemn and said slowly, it is true that Uchiha Madara is dead, but he has prepared everything long ago. Obito and Nagato are just his pawns. The various plans of Hyuga and Chiba Muxio, maybe it was what he expected. Uchiha Madara did not die in the Battle of the Valley of the End. Instead, he stole the flesh and blood of the first Hokage, combined with his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and fused the Samsara Eye before his death. Shikaku couldn't help but swallowed. Listening to these legendary ninjas, he felt like he was playing against Uchiha Madara, this makes everything make sense. The bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths in ancient times was divided into the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. Uchiha sensed this history and restored the power of the Sage of Six Paths. But his life has come to an end, so he entrusted his eyes and dreams to Nagato and Uchiha Obito to continue completing it. Tsunade was the first to shake her head and deny Shikaku's guess, no, he definitely has a bigger plan. 10 Tails may be part of his plan. Nagato's rough plan cannot be proposed by Uchiha Madara. It can be compared with how could Uchiha Madara, who founded the shinobi village system with my uncle, come up with such a crude plan? Kakashi looked serious and interjected, then what is his purpose? Jiraiya took a deep breath, no matter what his purpose is, our enemies are not only Nagato and Hyuga in front of us, but also Uchiha Madara behind us. And Obito told me these inside stories in the hope that I can persuade Nagato to join us in the fight against Hyuga. But I failed. Nagato has already cooperated with Hyuga. They are determined to use the power of 10 tails to change the ninja world. After that, I was brought back to Konoha by Obito. He should be at the memorial monument in Konoha village now. After everyone listened to Jiraiya's narration, they only felt a deep sense of powerlessness that seemed to be able to swallow their souls, like a raging tide, flooding their hearts unstoppably. Everyone in Jiraiya's words is an extremely powerful enemy if taken alone. But now, these frightening existences not only appear in turns in a will battle, but they are also united together. This doesn't even take into account the Uchiha Obito who was temporarily united with Konoha. After listening to this shocking information, they were able to get a glimpse of the entire situation at this moment. However, when they saw the truth behind this, there was only endless despair in their hearts. Because what they saw were countless pairs of powerful hands, manipulating the intricate chessboard of the ninja world unscrupulously. In the past, they had always thought that they were important figures in the ninja world, but they never expected that they were actually just one of the relatively larger pieces among the countless chess pieces on this big game. It's like a cultivator who has gone through thousands of years of arduous training. After finally ascending through all kinds of hardships, he happily jumped out of the world he was originally in, only to find it extremely despairing. The so-called ascension turned out to be a well-designed scam, and these ascensioners, who were fully expecting to achieve a higher realm, in the end were just pitiful nourishment for foreigners to gain strength. Ryuju thought for a moment and said, if this is the case, then the situation we face is more serious than imagined. Chapter 165 Tsunade's Order, Kakashi's Conversation with Obito. The atmosphere in the office felt a little gloomy for a while. How could one not feel desperate in the face of such a predicament? But at this time, Naruto didn't know what he had figured out, and he recovered from his depression, replaced by endless determination. He raised his head, no matter what, no matter who the enemy is, I will not let them succeed. Naruto's words seemed to have a kind of magic power, which invisibly brought everyone back from their lowest mood. Tsunade was the first to cheer up, and she quickly issued an order, yes, no matter what, we as ninjas have to fight until the last moment, and we cannot leave the ninja world to those people. I am giving an order now. Jiraiya, you should go to the hospital for treatment immediately. You must regain your fighting strength within 3 days. Advertisement. Yes. Jiraiya knew that Tsunade was caring about him, so he happily agreed to this order. Kakashi, go to the memorial monument to look for Uchiha Obito and try to get as much information from him as possible. I understand. Kakashi also accepted this task. He really wanted to have a good chat with Obito. Naruto, now go to Mount Maiboku to learn Sage Jutsu to prepare yourself against Hyuga. Naruto nodded heavily, Grandma Tsunade, I will definitely learn Sage Jutsu. Well, the communication with Nine Tails must not be broken. You tell him that the 10 Tails plan is to capture it. If it does not want to become a part of 10 Tails, it will cooperate with Konoha. This is part of the speculation in the Leaf Village. When the Akatsuki organization captured 3 Tails, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han reached a cooperation with the tailed beast at the last moment and became the perfect Jinchuriki. Konoha's think tank analyzed that the tailed beasts did not want to be captured by the Akatsuki organization and eventually became part of 10 Tails, so they had to cooperate with Jinchuriki to exert their greatest power. Naruto patted his chest and promised, don't worry, Zaiju has promised me that if the Akatsuki organization attacks, we will work together to defeat them. I trust it. Nine Tails in Naruto's body heard Naruto's name and Tsunade's threat, and shouted angrily, these guys from the Senju clan are still so annoying, Senju Hashirama is, and so is his granddaughter. And you guys, don't call me Zaiju. I understand, Zaiju. Naruto touched his belly, then activated the reverse psychic technique and disappeared. Advertisement. Seeing Naruto leaving, Tsunade nodded with relief, Shizuan, now go and recall all the ninjas who are on missions, and notify the Hidden Cloud Village to tell them that 6 Tails has been captured by Akatsuki and prepare for defense. The remaining mantises are 8 Tails and 9 Tails. And we asked Tsunagakure Village for help, and Kirigakure Village also notified us. In exchange, we can share the important information we obtained this time. I understand. Shizuan nodded seriously. Among these ninja villages, Konoha has the best relationship with Tsunagakure, and the first person who comes to mind when asking for help is Gaara. I'm going to discuss the terms with that old fox Oniki. Tsunade really didn't want to go to Oniki for support. She didn't even think about it, and the old fox would definitely speak loudly regardless of the safety of the ninja world. But there is nothing that can be done about it, the ninja world is in danger, and it is necessary to seek help from the outside. When Kakashi came to Konoha Memorial Monument, he saw the figure staring blankly at the tombstone in front of him, with the words no Hararin written on it. Obito, long time no see. Kakashi stepped forward and stood beside Obito with his hands in his pockets. We meet often. You were the one who cut me in the chest. There was sarcasm in Obito's voice, and his words were somewhat filled with resentment. After all, if it hadn't been for Kakashi's sword, he might not have been killed by Hyuga. And his plan will go smoothly. When the time comes, he can build a replacement for Hyuga, implement his plan, become Ten Tails Jinchuriki, resurrect Lin, and build a perfect world. Instead of what he is now, he has become a pawn that Hyuga can use at his convenience. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's suppressed emotions gradually became uncontrollable. He didn't understand what Obito did. One knife? I can't wait to kill you with my own hands. In this way, Obito, who told me before that people who don't cherish their companions are worse than trash, will always stay in everyone's heart. Advertisement. Kakashi felt angry like never before, and at this moment Obito only felt strange. If Lin knew what you did, she would never forgive you. Obito's body trembled slightly, and the face under the mask showed a look of pain, and he shouted, "What shame do you have to mention Lin? Lin is already dead. You killed her with your own hands. There is no place for her in this world long ago. It's the right place." Everything he had done before was based on the Eye of the Moon plan, but Hyuga had told him that the Eye of the Moon plan was nothing more than a scam. Then everything he did before became wrong, and he became an out-and-out sinner. Kakashi also gradually regained his composure. After I complete my mission, I will leave this world by myself to seek Lin's forgiveness. And everything you do will be nailed to the pillar of shame, and you will never be forgiven by Linear. Obito's eyes widened and he glared at Kakashi, "You're talking nonsense. Everything I do is for Lin, to create a world with her." Kakashi responded coldly, "But your method is wrong, and it will only bring more pain and death. If Lin was still here, she would never want to see you like this." Kakashi took a deep breath and continued, "Obito, it's still too late to turn back now. Fight with us against the real enemy. Maybe there is a chance to make up for your mistakes." Obito was silent for a long time and regained his composure. He slowly raised his head and said, "You finally showed your true colors. You just want to get information from me after saying so much, right? What about atonement? This is all your boring tricks. That's all." In fact, he now wants to listen to Kakashi's words and make up for his mistakes, but he has no way. If he does any abnormal behavior, he will only be noticed by Hyuga. If the peace of Lin's soul would really be disturbed, then he would really be unforgivable. At this moment, a gust of wind roared past, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Kakashi didn't say anything else, he just looked at Obito in front of him, waiting for his final answer. Obito placed a handful of bluebells in front of the grave, stood up again and passed Kakashi. Chapter 166, The Union of Ninja Villages. With their backs to each other, Obito said slowly, "I will hand over Pain's information to Konoha. Of course it's not because of you, Kakashi. It's just because you want to deal with those traitors for me. This is what Hyuga wants to tell them." In the original work, it was the information that Jiraiya used his life to detect. In order to prevent Konoha village from overturning, Hyuga can only pass it to Konoha in this way. A trace of complicated emotions flashed across Kakashi's eyes. He turned his head and said in a low and firm voice, "Obito, I hope you can do what you say. Konoha needs this information to deal with the crisis, not only for the village, but also for the entire ninja world. You were once a member of Konoha, and I firmly believe that deep in your heart, you still have a trace of concern for the village." Advertisement. Obito's footsteps paused slightly, but he did not look back. He responded coldly, "Kakashi, don't think of me as noble. I only do this to achieve my own goals. As for the survival of Konoha and the ninja world, what does it have to do with me? However, since I agreed, I will give you the information. But don't expect me to side with you on this." Kakashi took a deep breath and said, "No matter what your original intention is, as long as you can bring useful information to Konoha, it is a good thing. But I still hope that you can truly see your own heart and don't make the same mistake again and again. Go wrong." Obito snorted coldly, stopped talking, and moved away, leaving Kakashi standing alone in front of the commemorative monument, lost in thought. Kakashi looked at Obito's leaving figure with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that Obito's heart was still full of contradictions and struggles, but at least there was now a glimmer of hope for obtaining information. Returning to Konoha village, Kakashi informed Tsunade about the meeting with Obito. Tsunade frowned, thinking about the next response. At the same time, Naruto began the arduous training of Sage Jutsu at Mount Maiboku. Under the guidance of Fukasaku Sennin, Naruto continued to try to absorb natural energy. The repeated failures did not discourage him, but made him strengthen his belief. Jiraiya is receiving treatment in the hospital. Although his injuries are serious, with his strong will and excellent medical ninjutsu, the recovery progress is quite satisfactory. On the other side, Shizuan successfully recalled the ninjas on the mission and sent a request for help to Kirigakuer, Tsunagakuer, and Uegakuer villages. After Union Village learned that Six Tails had been captured by Xiao, they immediately stepped up their guard. After receiving the request for help, Gaara from Tsunagakuer village did not hesitate to express his full support for Konoha. Terumi Mei of Kirigakuer also subsequently agreed to Konoha's request for help. Only Oniki of Uegakuer village agreed to the request after Konoha paid a small price. Soon, teams from various ninja villages gathered in the Hokage office in Konoha village. Advertisement. Oniki was the first to ask, "Tell me, the information Konoha has can help us prepare to face the enemy, right?" Tsunade took out the information about 6 paths pain sent by Obito, as well as several records of Hyugakai's attacks. "This is the powerful enemy we are about to face." Everyone took the 2 pieces of information and circulated them to each other, and their expressions became extremely ugly. When Terumi Mei saw the name Hyuga, she shuddered unconsciously. Just looking at this name brought a great psychological shadow to her. In the battle for 3 Tails, his strange methods and tyrannical strength made her feel unprecedented pressure. The enemies this time are 2 people with the strongest eye skills in the ninja world, Hyuga and Nagato, the Samsara Eye and the Tsang Shengan. Oniki frowned and said, "This is a really tough enemy. Both the Samsara Eye and the Tsansei Eye have powerful pupil techniques that have never been seen before." Gaara's expression was serious, "But we can't retreat, we must come up with countermeasures. If we retreat, the ninja world will really be over." Terumi Mei also echoed, "Yes, if our 5 major ninja villages unite, we may not be incapable of fighting." Tsunade clenched her hands into fists and placed them on the table. "You should calmly analyze their abilities and weaknesses before formulating a battle plan." Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. Based on this information, Hyuga and Nagato's pupil technique is extremely powerful, but it must also have its limitations and weaknesses. Also, we must allocate our troops reasonably and not be defeated one by them. Discussions were heard one after another in the office, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Gaara raised his hand at this time and asked, "Why haven't I seen anyone from the Federation? Mr. Mushu is an extremely powerful ninja." Gaara's great trust in Chiba Kishu stems from those experiences in the battle for Kazekage. Terumi Mei nodded, "Yes, with the Federation joining us, our chances of winning will be much greater." Tsunade said with an ugly face, "In a sense, our enemy this time is Chiba Kishu and the Federation." Advertisement. Everyone suddenly became a little sluggish. What did this mean? That was the main supporter who advocated fighting against the Akatsuki organization and establishing an alliance. What is the reason for Tsunade to say this now? Gaara's face became a little ugly. "Hokage, what do you mean by this? This is not the time to joke." "Yes, it's better to explain some things clearly." Terumi Mei frowned. She didn't think Tsunade would talk nonsense. She must have a reason for saying so. Temari, who was Kazekage's guard on the side, also had an angry look on her face. How could this woman say such a thing? "Don't you know that every time you fight against the Akatsuki organization, Mr. Kishu is at the forefront? Chiba Kishu is actually Hyugake's second personality." Tsunade revealed this shocking secret. Then he told everything about what Jiraiya saw in Otogakuer and what Hyugake said. Of course, Tsunade also has reservations, such as the information about Uchiha Madara. Although according to Hyugake himself, the 2 personalities have been completely integrated, we suspect that this is just his bluff. In the plan, we can try to awaken his second personality first, and maybe we can immediately weaken a powerful person. Combat strength, and let Hyuga join our side. After hearing the news, everyone looked solemn. Gaara frowned even more. His friend had become like this, and it was his responsibility to wake him up. Temari's face turned pale. The person he admired had changed beyond recognition. What could he do? After a moment, she stepped forward and came to the crowd. "I hope I can join the team that awakens his second personality." Gaara instantly saw through his sister's thoughts, and when he saw Temari's determined eyes, he immediately expressed his support. Temari has a relationship with Chiba Kishu, maybe it can be done. The few people present at the scene were all experienced people, and they could see through Temari's thoughts at a glance. It was nothing more than a girl in love with her. But having one more person counts as more certainty, maybe she can really succeed? Tsunade and others also nodded and agreed that Temari would join the team to awaken Chiba Kishu's personality. Chapter 167 The Determination of the Hyuga Sisters. Nara Shikamaru was walking slowly on the streets of Konoha village, with one hand seemingly casually behind his head. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. His thoughts were like wild horses that had escaped the reins, drifting to unknown corners. "I never expected that Hyuga and Chiba Muxiu could be the same person," he murmured softly to himself, his brows furrowed tightly, and his face was full of confusion and entanglement. "But Dad, How could you leave such a difficult matter to me? You said people of the same age are easy to talk to, but you really gave me a big problem. Early this morning, Shikaku gave him the arduous task of telling the Hyuga sisters the facts with a solemn expression, and plausibly stated that communication between peers would always be smoother. Shikamaru had a sad face and heavy steps along the way, and finally arrived at the door of Sister Hyuga's room. He took a deep breath and thought about his words. Then he raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. Advertisement. Hinata, who was concentrating on practicing in the house, heard a knock on the door, stopped, quickly came over to open the door, and then welcomed Shikamaru in with a smile. Please sit down, I'll get you some fruit. Hinata still said gently, turning around to prepare. At this time, the lively Hanabi saw a guest coming to the house and jumped over. No, I actually want to tell you something important when I come here this time, that. Shikamaru scratched his hair with a look of embarrassment on his face. This kind of thing was really unspeakable for him. It's just. Shikamaru hesitated, the expression on his face was so complex that it was difficult to fathom, seeming entangled and helpless. Seeing Shikamaru being so hesitant, Hanabi felt anxious like an ant on a hot pot. She couldn't help but urged loudly, "Oh, you should hurry up and don't always blame the mother-in-law." Okay. Shikamaru took a deep breath, as if he had made great determination, and then spoke very quickly and dropped this bombshell-like news. Chiba Kishu is actually the second personality of Hyuga. And now the two personalities have merged. Now Hyuga may invade Konoha at any time. We suspect that even if the personalities are merged, his feelings for you may still be there, so I hope you can persuade Hyuga when he appears. Shikamaru finished speaking in one breath, and then nervously observed the reactions of the two sisters. When Hinata and Hanabi heard the news, their bodies felt as if they were struck by lightning, and their whole bodies shook violently. Hinata's originally gentle eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Her face instantly turned pale and bloodless, and her lips trembled like fallen leaves blowing in the wind. It was as if her soul had been sucked out of her whole body, and she stood there blankly, muttering to herself, "How could this happen? How could this be possible? This must not be true, it can't be." Advertisement. Her voice was weak and trembling, and her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning pale from excessive exertion. Hanabi's eyes widened, and the anger in her eyes seemed to burst out. She shouted hysterically, "This is impossible. Shikamaru, you must be lying to us. This is definitely not true." Her voice was sharp and angry, her breathing was as rapid as leaves in the wind, her chest was heaving violently, and her little face was flushed with anger and shock, like a ripe apple. "I don't believe it. I never believe it." They couldn't believe that their beloved brother Mushiu was actually their murderous enemy, the person they had vowed to kill. Although these are two different personalities, it is really difficult to accept and believe. Shikamaru understood very well how the two of them felt at the moment. He shook his head helplessly and said with a grimace, "This is true, and I don't want to believe it. But this is for the safety of the village, and we really hope you can come forward to persuade us. This matter is not completely irreversible. Maybe you can use your love to awaken his second personality." Shikamaru's eyes were full of expectation and hope. Shikamaru then went on to detail many of Konohagakure's speculations and analyses of Hyuga's dual personality. Hinata and Hanabi were silent for a long time while listening to Shikamaru's information. Their hearts felt like being thrown into a lake of boulders, with layers of turbulent waves rising up. They couldn't help but recall Hyuga's story. Hinata was once subjected to genjutsu by Hyuga. In genjutsu, she seemed to have personally experienced Hyuga's tragic past, and every detail deeply hurt her heart. She could not imagine that a childhood that should have been full of joy and hope was instead shrouded in endless persecution and darkness. The persecution Hyuga suffered from the Hyuga clan when he was a child was so cruel that it cannot be described in words. He was discriminated against and bullied by his tribe, and was regarded as a victim of the power struggle within the family. Growing up in that extremely depressive and desperate environment, Hyuga's heart has long been twisted. The anger in his heart burned to the extreme, eventually leading to the bloody massacre. The current situation of Hyuga is a monster created by the Hyuga clan. The initiators of all this are still his parents and his own tribe. Since everything started because of the Hyuga family, they are also obliged to end it, no matter what the final result is. The light in Hinata's eyes gradually turned from the initial shock to determination. She said softly but firmly, "If this is true, then we are willing to try it." Advertisement. Hanabi clenched her fists and said with determination, "Yes, I want to bring back the Chiba Muxiu I once was." Shikamaru finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. He had been worried that the two of them would do impulsive and stupid things because of these things. But it's okay now, he has completed his mission. Shikamaru put forward some guiding opinions. "You should prepare what you want to say. If Hyuga comes, we will protect your safety and create an environment suitable for communication for you. When the time comes, you try to talk about some good memories that can awaken Chiba Muxio, or those unforgettable experiences. Understood. The two women nodded at the same time. Shikamaru nodded, there is another person who will persuade you this time. I will take you to the Hokage office to meet her. You may have some common ground and we can discuss it together. Yet. Hinata responded. The two women felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in their hearts at the same time. They also knew that Kyunyi Muxio had many confidants. The two followed Shikamaru to the Hokage office, pushed the gate of opening, and immediately saw a yellow-haired girl standing inside. The three of them looked at each other, and they all roughly guessed the identity of the other person. The beauty spoke first, her voice clear and sweet, "You are Hinata and Hanabi, my name is Temari." Hinata and Hanabi nodded slightly, sizing each other up secretly. Temari continued with a look of pain on his face, "I have also interacted with Kyanba Muxio, and this time I came here to wake him up." Hanabi couldn't help but said, "Humph, who knows if you have ulterior motives." Temari's expression did not change, and he just said calmly, "At this moment, our goals are the same, and nothing else is important." Hinata gently pulled Hanabi and said, "Don't be like this, Hanabi, let's listen to Temari's thoughts first." As a result, the three people began to exchange various information about Kyanba Muxio. Temari told stories about her time with him, Hinata also shared her experiences in Genjutsu, and Hanabi occasionally chimed in to add. Chapter 168 Those Trash Talks Before the War, The Ultimate Actor Hyuga. On the high tower of a Megakure village, the wind was howling. Pain looked around solemnly at the people around him who represented the final fighting strength of the Akatsuki organization, Hyuga, Deidara, Inagaki Kisame, Konan, and Suzuki. The night was like ink, heavy on everyone's heads, and the occasional flash of lightning illuminated their gloomy faces. The Akatsuki organization has reached this point, many people have died, and many things have happened, but it is all worth it, they will build a perfect world. Just do what Hyuga said just now, attack Konoha and Kumigakure at the same time, and capture the last two-tailed beasts. Pain walked up to everyone and gave the final order to the Akatsuki organization. His voice seemed a little ethereal in the strong wind, but it also carried unquestionable majesty. Advertisement. Then let's make a big fuss. Hyuga has completely entered the movie king state. He smiled and his eyes flashed with enthusiasm, as if he could tear apart the dark night. Deidara rubbed his palms excitedly, "I can't wait." His laughter echoed in the wind, with a bit of madness. He became extremely excited at the thought of blowing up the entire Union village. Kisame Kisaki smiled strangely, and that smile looked particularly ferocious under the light of lightning. He also couldn't wait to see the moment when the Eye of the Moon plan was completed. Everyone walked towards the outside of the tower and set out to complete their tasks. Suzuki came to Hyuga and asked in a low voice, "Senior, I want to attack Konoha village." Konoha village had a big grudge against him, and his voice trembled slightly, full of hatred and eagerness. Hyuga glanced sideways at Suzuki, "Just execute the order. Personal feelings should give way to this great plan. You will have many opportunities for revenge in the future. This time Konoha village has assembled the highest combat power of the 4 ninja villages. You have not awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This kind of battle is not suitable for you to participate." "I understand." Suzuki nodded respectfully. When Hyuga said this, he realized how selfish his speech was and felt secretly ashamed in his heart. He is still not as mature as Nissan and is always influenced by his emotions. In this mission, Konoha village will not be destroyed and he will have many opportunities for revenge. Advertisement. Deidara pinched out 3 clay birds and threw them into the sky. Kisame and Suzuki jumped on them. Deidara waved to Hyuga, "Brother Chi, I'll leave first. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to see my art." The strong wind swept his words and disappeared into the night. "I'll watch." After saying that, Hyuga created a shadow clone and followed several people to jump onto the clay bird. Deidara cheered, "Great, I'll show you my new art in a moment." When Deidara took away Hyuga gem, he promised Hyuga to develop a stronger secret technique. Of course, he must fulfill his promise. Hyuga smiled and said, "Then let me see your changes, Suzuki too." Suzuki looked solemn and nodded seriously, "I will not let you down, senior." His eyes were firm, shining like cold stars in the darkness. Seeing several people leaving, Hyuga and Konan took Nagato with them to Konoha. Hyuga quickly brought Nagato not far outside Konoha village by relying on gravity control. Konan also made paper trees to disguise Nagato's body. Nagato then made several seals, and the spirit came to 6 paths pain. "Konan, keep my body and let the plan begin." Nagato coughed twice, his thin face flushed with excitement. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet suburbs. Tendo Pain took the lead and walked towards the outskirts of Konoha village. Hyuga smiled and waved to Konan, "Then I'll leave first." Yet. Konan's eyes seemed cold, but there was also concern hidden in them. Hyuga and Six Paths Pain walked towards Konoha village in a swaggering manner, and the Konoha ninjas who dared to intercept a few people along the way were easily dealt with. Nagato didn't have any attack plan at all. In Nagato's understanding, the two of them attacked together, and they really didn't expect to lose. Doing this also gives Konoha village enough time to guide civilians to evacuate as much as possible. Advertisement. Soon, Tsunade in the Hokage office received a message that Pain Six Paths and Hyuga were walking towards the Leaf Village. Tsunade took a deep breath and immediately issued an order. According to the original plan, all ordinary ninjas will organize civilian evacuation, and the elite ninjas selected according to the plan will follow us for the final battle. In an instant, all the dozen Anbu in the room went to deliver the message. Konoha village was like a huge machine turning in an orderly manner. Soon after, all the high-level combat forces who were going to participate in the war were gathered outside the gate of Konoha village, and every one of them was Chunin. At the front are the four shadows, Tsunade, Terumi-Mei, Gaara and Onaki, and behind them are the high-end combat forces gathered from each village, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Metkai and others. Their mission is to fight Hyuga, the strongest ninja in the world today. The strong wind howled around them, making their clothes rustle. Then there are hundreds of ninjas from 4 ninja villages, all 6 troops of Jainin. Their mission is to stop Six Paths Pain. Because Obito leaked part of Pain's information, they were relatively confident in using it to stop Pain. At the very back are the remaining 13 members of the Twilight team. Behind them are Temari, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi. Their goal is to protect the 3 girls and find a timely plan to bring them to Hyuga. Talk to it. Countless people stood outside the gate of Konoha village, waiting for the enemy to appear. Everyone looked solemn, and their figures were like firm sculptures, preparing to face the coming storm. Several figures gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Hyuga and Tendo Pain were walking at the front, while 5 Ways Pain followed behind them. Several people gradually approached the gate of Konoha village. When their figures clearly appeared in the sight of everyone in Konoha, the tense atmosphere instantly solidified in the air. Hyuga and Six Paths Pain slowly came to the coalition team. Hyuga still had that spring breeze-like smile on his face, but his words were full of murderous intent. Everyone, are all the huge formations here to greet me? Gaara looked troubled. Lord Mushu, I know you are still here, have you forgotten your dream? Maintain the peace of the ninja world so that the people will no longer be oppressed, instead of starting a war like this. Chapter 169 A Gift for You, The Art of Reincarnation from Dirty Soil. Hyuga accepted the title without hesitation. Of course I can't forget it, but you just misinterpreted my dream. My dream is to create a perfect world. Hyuga put away his smile and replaced it with endless coldness, but this world has disappointed me deeply. Even if the huge external threat is close at hand and the crisis of destruction is imminent, it cannot stop your endless internal fighting. In this case, we can only correct the world. Although what Hyuga said is somewhat unreasonable, after all, even if aliens attack, it will be a problem in the future. It is simply a fantasy to ask these people to give up the interests in their hands. But the 4 shadows still looked quite ugly under Hyuga's words. Faced with possible threats, the 5 major countries did not even have the courage to abandon their hatred and unite. Advertisement. Hyuga, there is no need to talk nonsense anymore, their ignorance must be corrected by us. Tendo Pain spoke straightforwardly. Gate of opening asked straight to the point, where is Uzumaki Naruto? Hand it over. Tsunade took a step forward and glared angrily. Naruto is our partner in Konoha village. You can't get involved in Nine Tails easily. Konoha's ninjas will never back down. Ho ho ho. The coalition forces behind him also roared, as if responding to Tsunade's words and expressing their determination. Hyuga sneered, you alone are trying to stop our progress? This is just a futile struggle. Terumi-Mei frowned, don't be too arrogant, Hyuga, we are ninjas who bear the name of Shadow. Hyuga looked around at everyone and said contemptuously, then give it a try and see how long your so-called joint power can last. Hyuga stretched out his hand towards the ground, and a huge gap opened in the ground instantly, and 4 white coffins slowly rose from the ground. The 4 coffins are respectively engraved with the 4 characters fire, wind, water, and earth. The coalition forces all showed horrified expressions. Some of them recognized this ninjutsu. This is the legendary reincarnation of the dead who can summon the dead, and there were 4 of them at once. Hyuga showed a ferocious smile, look at the gift I have prepared for you. Tsunade stared angrily and shouted angrily, Hyuga, how dare you use such evil ninjutsu? Hyuga smiled nonchalantly and said, this is just a means to achieve the goal. This ninjutsu originally originated from your Konoha, I just made good use of it. And Tsunade could only secretly complain about her second grandfather, why he developed such a ninjutsu. Gaara frowned, this kind of unethical ninjutsu will never let you succeed. Advertisement. He looked at the words on the coffin and seemed to have guessed something. Hyuga snorted, then let's give it a try. At this moment, the lid of the coffin slowly opened, and 4 figures walked out. That's, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato-sama, 2nd Mizukage Kito Genzuki-sama, 4th generation Kazekage Raza-sama and 2nd Tsuchikage Mu-sama. Someone in the crowd shouted in horror. When the figures in the 4 coffins slowly appeared, the hearts of everyone in the coalition seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. Screams and gasps of cold air came and went, and fear and shock spread rapidly among the crowd like a plague. How could this be happening? It's actually the 4th Hokage and several other powerful shadows. Can we really compete with these former legends? The voices of many ninjas were full of despair and helplessness. There were also some experienced genin with solemn faces, exchanging worried looks with each other. They knew that the situation in front of them was extremely serious. Terumi Mei in the 4 shadows bit her lips tightly, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. No matter what, we must not retreat. Master Wu. Onaki muttered to himself, frowning, deep in thought, seeming to be thinking about a countermeasure. Gaara clenched his fists tightly, and the sand surged restlessly around him. Father, I will protect the village no matter what. And those ninjas who were reincarnated by the dirty soil had different reactions. Namikaze Minato looked at the people around him, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his clarity and understood what was going on almost instantly. Hyuga was indeed going to attack the 5 major countries as he said. He turned around to persuade Hyuga, but the next moment he received a spiritual message from Hyuga, do what you should do, and if the news leaks out, be careful about your son. Listening to Hyuga's words, Minato's face turned extremely ugly. He turned to look at Jiraiya. Teacher, please stop me. Jiraiya knew that Minato couldn't help himself at this moment, so he nodded heavily, I will. 2nd Mizukage Ghost Light Genzuki looked at the coalition forces in front of him, and then at the teammates beside him, the art of reincarnation in the dirty soil, and the ninjutsu of that guy from Senju Tobirama. Advertisement. 4th generation Kazekage Luosha was silent for a moment. Gold sand continued to ooze out from his side, and Gaara's sand was tit for tat. He looked at Gaara in front of him and said coldly, Gaara, you have become Kazekage. 2nd Tsuchikage's whole body is hidden under the bandage. Onoki, you are old, are you still worthy of the name Tsuchikage? Namikaze Minato's heart was full of helplessness and pain. He knew that his controlled body was about to do something that went against his will, but he was unable to resist. Hyuga covered half of his face with one hand, made an extremely exaggerated pose, and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha, come on. Enjoy this desperate battle. Many people in the Ninja Alliance looked pale. They had never expected such a change, which was completely different from the situation in the drill. Their only advantage was wiped out by Hyuga's move. Tsunade shouted angrily, don't be afraid, everyone. As long as we work together, we will definitely defeat this evil technique. Kakashi held the kunao in his hand tightly, his eyes unwavering, no matter what, we will fight until the last moment. The 2 men's words slightly boosted their morale. At this time, 4th generation Kazekage Raza's eyes were firmly locked on Gaara again, and his voice was low and full of oppression, Gaara, let me see if you are qualified to protect the village. Gaara did not flinch, his eyes were as firm as steel, and he responded resolutely, I will prove it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gaara was seen quickly forming seals with his hands, controlling the surrounding sand like a huge surging wave, and attacking towards Luo sand with great force. Those sands seemed to have life, sweeping in overwhelmingly with an extremely fierce momentum. Seeing this, Luo Sa snorted coldly, waved his hands, and countless golden sands poured out from his body, turning into sharp spikes, facing Gaara's waves of sand. The golden sand and sand waves collided with each other, making a deafening roar and splashing dust all over the sky. On the other side, Namikaze Minato had no choice but to attack the coalition forces. I saw him throwing several kunao, and his body disappeared like a ghost, instantly appearing in the coalition camp. The kunao in his hand flashed with cold light, and he harvested the lives of countless people in an instant. At this critical moment, Jiraiya stepped forward. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, fire style fire bullet. A huge flame swept towards Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato avoided it with his astonishing speed and started dealing with Jiraiya. The 2 of them went back and forth, and ninjutsu's light continued to shine, making it dizzying. Chapter 178 Gates Armor Formation. In another fierce battlefield, 2nd Mizukage Ghost Light's Hangetsu formed a seal with his hands, and the powerful chakra burst out instantly. He spat out turbulent waves and rolled towards the enemy with overwhelming force. The scene was extremely shocking. Terumi Mei did not show any weakness, she shouted, clasped her hands together, and then pushed forward fiercely, water-style multiple water dragon bullet technique. Several huge water dragons jumped out from in front of her and collided with the water waves of the ghostly lantern and the moon. The countless splashes of water sparkled in the sunlight. Second, Tsuchikage Mu and Onaki also had a fierce battle. The two used the light and heavy rock jutsu to fly into the air at the same time. They opened their hands at the same time, and surging chakra gathered from their hands. The shouts of dust-style original stripping technique sounded almost at the same time, and the ninjutsu blasted together. Many surrounding ninjas who had no time to dodge were all turned into dust by this blow, which was extremely tragic. Advertisement. Tsunade, Kakashi, Metkai and others knew that if they did not defeat Hyuga and Six Paths Pain, there would be no chance of winning this battle. Taking advantage of the five people's opportunity to contain the reincarnated people of the Dirty Land, they quickly summoned most of the ninjas and planned to surround Six Paths Pain and Hyuga according to the original plan. Tsunade stood in front of the team and said loudly, "Everyone, in order to protect our world, you must do your best today." The ninjas responded in unison, with high morale. Kakashi's eyes were firm and he rushed towards Hyuga first. The kunao in his hand shimmered with cold light, and the raikiri was ready to go in his palm. Hyuga was not in a hurry, nor was he in a hurry to end the battle. He turned slightly sideways to avoid the blow, held down Kakashi's hand, and threw Kakashi away with a sudden swing. Metkai entered the seven-door state without hesitation, and gave Hyuga enough respect that he jumped into the air. Both fists kept throwing out countless flames, hitting Hyuga at the peacock. Hyuga flicked his sleeves, and the invisible wind swept across his face and blew away all the flames in front of him. Metkai was also blown to the ground by the strong wind, and Kakashi jumped up to catch him. "Is this the only way?" Hyuga looked at the two people in front of him with an indifferent expression. "Maybe, why not let me see your final skill, maybe you can defeat me." Hyuga really wants to feel the power of Yakai who can distort space. Metkai took a deep breath and saw that there were still dead and wounded companions around him, and gradually stretched his hands towards his chest. Advertisement. Kakashi grabbed Metkai's wrist. "It's not that time yet." Seeing the serious face of his best friend next to him, Metkai also put down his hand. "Understood." At the same time, Tsunade used her strange power to attack Six Paths Pain. Pain's samsara eye flashed with mysterious light, easily dodging Tsunade's attack. The next Tsunade suddenly stepped back, and the other ninjas also used their ninjutsu. For a moment, fire, water, and storms intertwined and bombarded Hyuga and Six Paths Pain. Hyuga still had that indifference on his face, and he and Tendo Pain took a step forward. The powerful repulsive force exploded instantly, crushing all attacks in front of them. At the moment when the repulsion between the two people was reduced, the huge Katsuya fell from the sky and landed on Hyuga head, and Six Paths Pain jumped around at the same time. Hyuga calmly punched upwards, and the huge fist of Shenkong fell on Katsuya, directly blasting the huge Katsuya back to the wet bone forest. And Six Paths Pain has scattered, Tsunade's goal has been achieved, and the six combat teams from behind swarmed forward. They all used different tactics to target Six Paths Pain's different abilities, dividing the battlefield so that Six Paths Pain could not join forces again. The information about Tiandao's 5-second Shinra Tianzhang had been leaked, and they used a regular attack rhythm to pester Tiandao Pain. Use ninjutsu to fight against the giant beasts channeled from the beast path, and use sealing techniques to entangle the most difficult hellhound. Other different pens also have different tactics. In just an instant, the two weakest individual combatants, the human realm and the hell realm, were defeated. But they didn't expect that the two Pains were defeated, but this also freed up a lot of chakra for Tiandao. Tiandao Pain suddenly opened his hands, tried his best to condense a bottomless black gravity ball, and then threw it into the sky. The ninjas looked at the sky in horror, an ominous premonition running wildly in their hearts like a cold lion majesty. What the hell is this ninjutsu? Advertisement. At this moment, the gravitational ball exploded without warning, and a powerful attraction that destroyed the world swept over instantly, like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth, frantically tearing up all the surrounding objects. The ninjas tried their best to display various ninjutsu in an attempt to resist this force that could crush almost everything, but many people were still like fragile fallen leaves, being ruthlessly sucked into the air and buried under rocks and soil. A rock ball in the air keeps getting bigger. Tsunade gritted her teeth, veins popped out, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone, hold on." Kakashi's eyes were sharp, he understood the situation, and said loudly, "Concentrate your strength and attack the core of this ninjutsu." When the ninjas heard the sound, they gathered their ninjutsu in one place and shot towards the core of the gravity ball like a raging torrent. However, these attacks were like nothing, and did not have much effect at all. The terrifying power of the gravity ball was still unstoppable. The other ninjas who were able to muster effective attacks were all blocked by the reincarnated person, unable to escape at all, so that no one could defeat this terrifying planetary devastation. There are constantly people being madly attracted by the hopelessly powerful gravity, being rolled up mercilessly, and finally being buried deep under the rolling boulders. "No, no. Help me." Miserable cries and desperate calls for help came one after another, and the surroundings were filled with blood-curdling screams and wails. Pieces of coalition forces were sucked into it, suffering heavy casualties, as if they were in a bloody hell. Metkai watched helplessly as his companions died one after another, and his father's words before his death echoed in his mind. Now is the time to protect the most important person. Metkai put his thumb on his chest solemnly and took a deep breath. His eyes burned with endless fighting spirit that could burn everything. 8 gates armor formation, 8th gates, gate of death, open. Metkai let out a deafening roar. In an instant, his body was tightly surrounded by hot red steam, and a frightening aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, leaving everyone present dumbfounded and shocked. Chapter 171 Hyuga is injured. Hyuga felt this majestic power, and a solemn look finally appeared on his face. Metkai's figure flashed, like a red lightning bolt rushing towards the ninjutsu in the sky who was constantly devouring the lives of his companions. But how could Hyuga let him succeed? He instantly entered the reincarnated eye chakra mode and stood in front of Metkai. The 9 truth-seeking balls were fully activated and turned into an indestructible ball shield, lying in front of Metkai. Metkai roared angrily, concentrating all his strength on his fists and feet, and smashed the truth-seeking ball hard. Advertisement. Bang. The huge impact caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, but there were only a few cracks in the truth-seeking ball. Hyuga sneered, "Is this your limit?" Metkai did not respond, his eyes became more determined, and he launched another more ferocious attack. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Hyuga, the rakery in his hand shining with dazzling light. "Don't even think about stopping Kai." Hyuga had to divert his energy to deal with Kakashi's surprise attack, and Metkai took the opportunity to step on the void and bypass Hyuga. He flashed and rushed towards the core of the gravitational ball that was constantly exuding terrifying attraction. Zixiang Yaisu. The huge air cannon was punched out by Metkai, and the powerful force caused significant cracks in the core of the gravity ball. Tiandao Pain's expression suddenly changed as he tried to increase the power of the gravity ball. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Metkai. "Kai, we must succeed." Under Metkai's hard blow, the core of the gravity ball couldn't bear the pressure and burst apart. A powerful impact swept through the entire audience instantly, and both Hyuga and Tendo Pain were knocked back by this force. The coalition ninjas cheered. Just when everyone thought victory was in sight, Hyuga pinched Kakashi's neck. "Do you think it's over? Give up, you can't stop me." Advertisement. Kakashi breathed hard and said with difficulty, "Chi, stop it. Your ambition will never be achieved. Even if you kill us all, there will be countless people against you." "Really? But I'm afraid you won't be able to see it." After saying that, Hyuga pierced Kakashi's heart with his palm. After letting go, Kakashi's body fell weakly to the ground. When Tsunade and others witnessed this scene, their eyes were about to burst. "Kakashi!" Tsunade shouted sadly. "Don't you understand? You can't protect anything." Hyuga stood in the sky, his whole body wrapped in golden chakra, and the morning sun behind him merged with him. At this moment, Hyuga is like a god descending into the world. Seeing the death of his best friend, Metkai was furious and rushed towards Hyuga again. Burning with life, he burst out with unprecedented power at this moment. "I want you to pay with your life for Kakashi." Metkai roared loudly. Metkai punched out, Xi Xiang 2 speed. Hyuga still looked calm in the face of Metkai's angry attack. 9 truth-seeking balls rolled up a silver storm and collided with the air cannon. Metkai's attack tried to tear apart the layer of storm, but only half of it was broken by the continuous attacks. Seeing this scene, Tsunade was anxious and wanted to support Metkai, but Six Paths Pain had been fully resurrected and blocked her way again. "Don't even think about it," Tiandao Pain said coldly. Tsunade glared angrily, and the strange power in her hands was concentrated to the extreme, and she started a fierce battle with Tendo Pain. Xi Xiang 3 speeds. Metkai aimed at the gap in Hyuga attack and punched again. This punch was faster and more powerful, breaking through all obstacles and rushing towards Hyuga. Hyuga felt that the air around him had condensed, restricting his body shape. "Don't let me leave? I don't want to leave at all." Hyuga had already expected the current situation. His reincarnation eye had already seen the future, and the golden chakra on his fists was like boiling water, breaking through the restrictions around him. "You know, this is the power that can restrain Uchiha Madara in the Ten-Tails state in the original work, but it was broken by Hyuga with brute force." 80 God Air Strike. Hyuga instantly blasted out countless golden fist shadows, which violently collided with Metkai's Evening Elephant 3 speeds, instantly erupting into a wave of energy that destroyed the world. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. The Ninja Alliance was forced back by this powerful force, and some weaker ninjas were even knocked unconscious. Advertisement. Metkai gritted his teeth and persisted, the red steam on his body getting stronger and stronger, his eyes unwavering, vowing to decide the winner with Hyuga. Zixiang 4 speed. After all, Hyuga could not resist this punch. The air cannon broke through Hyuga Kai's golden fist shadow and landed on Hyuga Kai. Hyuga flew out upside down and landed on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Come again. Zixiang Wuzu. Before Hyuga Kai could gain a firm foothold, Metkai took advantage of the victory and punched again. Hyuga Kai only had time to turn all the truth-seeking balls into round shields in front of him, and used all his repulsion to block the fatal blow, but Metkai Kai's speed and strength are simply too great. It takes time for the truth-seeking ball to turn into a shield. Zixiang directly breaks through all the truth-seeking ball's defenses. Hyuga Kai cannot use Kamui's ability at this moment, otherwise it will easily reveal that Obito is dead, so he can only bear it now. Boom! This punch hit Hyuga Kai for real. The ground sank instantly and dust flew up. It's over, Hyuga Kai. Metkai breathed heavily, holding his right arm with his left hand. The attack just now caused a lot of cracks in the bones of his right arm. Just when everyone thought Hyuga Kai was defeated, the smoke gradually dissipated in the pit, and a burst of laughter came from inside. Hyuga Kai struggled to stand up and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, it's so enjoyable. I haven't met an opponent who can hurt me in a long time. I saw that in Hyuga's eyes, the bloody eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the golden reincarnation eye appeared at the same time, orbiting each other like two planets. The wounds on Hyuga Kai healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, his aura became stronger again, and even the torn clothes on his body were repaired. Hyuga uses his Mangeki Sharingan ability to control time on his body, going back to before he was injured. However, in front of my eyes, all your attacks are in vain. Hyuga Kai said, his powerful momentum made the surrounding ninjas feel suffocated. Metkai's eyes widened with anger. Although his body was scarred, his fighting spirit did not diminish at all, even if it is in vain, I will fight until the last moment. Hyuga laughed and responded to Metkai's words, you have a good will, so let me see your strongest attack. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 172 Fight against Yekai, Uchiha Light Brand Power Bank. Hyuga sneered, quickly formed seals with his hands, and bright golden light burst out from his eyes, then I will let you experience real despair. 9 truth-seeking balls wrapped in golden chakras slowly rise into the sky, orbit each other, rotate at high speed, and finally transform into a dazzling golden sun. The dazzling golden sun burst out with dazzling light, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield like daylight. The intense light forced the ninjas to narrow their eyes. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The golden sun shoots countless fine golden chakra beams in all directions, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Advertisement. Some ninjas had their heads cut off instantly and died on the spot, while others had their legs cut off and lay on the ground wailing in pain. In the blink of an eye, countless ninjas died tragically from this sharp blow. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to turn into Shura purgatory. Metkai's eyes were about to burst, and he crouched down. The red chakra on his body was steaming and surging, constantly accumulating strength. And Hyuga Kai also recognized this move. This is the most powerful attack of the 8 Gates Dungeon Formation Gate of Death. Yekai! Metkai roared angrily, turning into a red dragon-shaped airflow and rushing towards Hyuga Kai with an indomitable and risk-taking momentum. Seeing this, Hyuga Kai's face became solemn. He focused the countless fine golden chakra beams into one point, forming an extremely powerful and dazzling energy beam to compete head-on with Metkai's Yekai. And Metkai's attack was unstoppable, and it actually tore open the powerful laser. The dragon-shaped airflow formed by Yekai carries the majestic power of destroying everything and rushes straight towards Hyuga Kai. Hyuga Kai's eyes widened. He didn't feel anything when reading the original work. He deeply felt the terror of this power. It was a shocking blow that transcended the boundaries of life and death and broke through the limits. However, he has no way to avoid it at this moment, and he doesn't want to use his Kamui to avoid it. After all, this is also the moment to verify his strength. Hyuga was very curious as to whether he was strong enough to withstand this blow. Boom! Huge energies collided with each other, and the entire space seemed to collapse and shatter. The intense light made it impossible to look directly at it, and the huge aftermath of the impact spread crazily around. This kick hit Hyuga Kai in the stomach, carrying an indomitable momentum and unparalleled power. The remaining power it generated showed no sign of decay, and Hyuga Kai was shot out at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement. They were so powerful that they smashed through thick and tall trees one after another. Under the huge impact, the trunks of those trees broke instantly, making a crisp cracking sound, and the branches and leaves were scattered in all directions as if swept by a strong wind. Immediately afterwards, they rode across the steep rocks. The sharp rocks were broken open, and dazzling sparks shot out, leaving a deep ravine. Everyone on the battlefield stopped their movements in unison, including Pain Six Paths because Nagato's attention was diverted. Everyone in the Ninja Alliance opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Their mouths were slightly open, but they were too shocked to make any sound. The power displayed by Metkai's life-burning final blow shocked everyone. Is this the power of Senior Kai? The young ninjas were filled with awe, their eyes shining with surprise and joy. I didn't expect that Metkai could actually explode with such terrifying strength. An experienced Jainin muttered to himself, with an incredible look on his face. As for Hyugakai's life and death, everyone is full of speculation. A strong man like Hyuga shouldn't die so easily, right? Someone whispered, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. It's hard to say, Senior Kai's attack was so amazing. Maybe Hyuga. Another ninja was mid-sentence, not daring to continue thinking, would such a terrifying enemy really die just like that? At this moment, the smoke began to slowly dissipate, and everyone's hearts were in their throats, nervously waiting for the final result. When the light and smoke gradually dissipated, a huge pit appeared on the battlefield. Metkai fell at the bottom of the pit, his life or death uncertain. The light on Hyugakai's body had all disappeared. He knelt on one knee, his body dripping with blood, and a huge blood hole that could transmit light was opened in his stomach. His breath was extremely weak. Hyuga spit out a mouthful of blood and took 2 deep breaths. It's really difficult. The blood hole in Hyugakai's stomach is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is no longer the time backtracking of the Eye of Time. Just now, the backtracking quota of the Eye of Time has been completely exhausted. Now Hyuga relies on his perverted immortal body and medical ninjutsu to forcefully treat him. In order to block that blow, Hyuga had already used most of his methods, such as Kinrin Tensei Blast, Truth-Seeking Ball, Susanoo, and the Eye of Time, and spent a lot of chakra to block the blow. Advertisement. Now Hyuga is a little regretful of his decision. If he had known better, he would not have let go. But it doesn't matter, he still has a backup plan. Hyuga took out a kunao with the word guard written on it and stuck it on the ground. A beautiful woman with long black hair and a straight face, full of the look of a royal sister, appeared next to Hyuga almost instantly. This is Hikaru Uchiha, who has not appeared for a long time. Hyuga hasn't used her for a long time, and has always kept her in Hyuga's harem as a vase, and now it comes in handy. For such a long time, Hyuga had already asked Uchiha to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. And she has also grown from a young girl to a mature beauty, more like a girly Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Guang stretched out his hand to hold Hyuga arm, his eyes full of worry. Master Kai, why are you injured like this? Hyuga shook his head slightly. Transmit chakra for me. Okay. Uchiha Hikaru activated the eye technique 8000 spears, instantly linking all the ninjas in the Otagakure village, and restored most of Hyuga chakra in an instant. Federation ninjas thousands of miles away devoutly dedicated their share of chakra. Countless chakra gathered into Uchiha's light body and passed on to Hyuga. With more chakra, Hyuga recovered from his injuries faster. Within a moment, Hyuga had recovered about 30% of his strength. Although there was still a long way to go before he was in full strength, he could continue to deal with these people. It's enough to continue the play. Hyuga patted Uchiha Hikari on the shoulder. After all, he asked her to come mainly to act as a power bank. If she continued to stay, it would affect his acting. You go back first, you have nothing to do here. All right. Uchiha glanced at Hyuga with some resentment, and called her when she was using it, and let her go when she wasn't using it. However, the order still had to be carried out, and then she activated the Flying Thunder God and left. Hyuga reached out and tore up his tattered shirt, stood up again, and looked at Metkai, who had fallen into a coma and was feeling hot all over. It's over, I'll give you a blow of dignity. For some reason, Hyuga felt like he had seen this scene before, but he couldn't care less at this moment. He shot a truth-seeking ball at Metkai, who had fallen into a coma not far away. Chapter 173 Kurama Mode Fairy Fox Naruto. At this moment, a cloud of smoke suddenly exploded in front of Metkai's eyes, and a toad from Mount Maiboku activated a psychic technique in the distance, summoning Naruto. As soon as Naruto appeared in sage robes, he used Frog Kumite without hesitation. Without touching it with his hands, the invisible force diverted the truth-seeking ball that was aimed at Metkai. Make it fly far away. Naruto, you didn't come in time. Hyuga recalled that this scene was very similar to the original Ninja War. Naruto once again made a handsome appearance and rescued Metkai. It's just that Naruto at this time did not have the power of Yang to save Metkai, who used Gate of Death. Naruto opened his eyes wide. Although he was a ninja, he had never experienced a war or seen such a scene. It was like a hellish scene, with wreckage and pools of blood all over the ground. Advertisement. He also saw people still fighting in the distance, and also saw his father. Minato sensed the arrival of his son through the yin nine tails in his body. He turned his head and shouted loudly, Naruto, try to establish contact with Nine Tails, try to understand it and resolve the hatred in its heart. Only you can stop them, I believe in you because you are my son. Father. Naruto murmured, turned his head in pain, glared at Hyuga, and scolded loudly, Brother Mushu, what on earth are you doing? Hyuga heard this title and responded expressionlessly, Naruto, this is a necessary step to change the world. Naruto's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, what kind of change is this? This is clearly destruction. Hyuga narrowed his eyes slightly and said, it's just a different method, but this wrong world needs us to change. Naruto, hand over the 9 tails in your body. I can help you realize your dream. I can make you the Hokage of Konoha village. Isn't this exactly your dream? Naruto opened his hands, unable to imagine that the person in front of him was his former friend. He covered his heart in pain, my dreams and your dreams are not realized in this way. You have gone crazy, brother Mushu. I want to become a Hokage, but not in the way you said. I still remember what you once said to me. It is not those who become Hokage who will be loved by others, but those who are loved by others will become Hokage. Now do you want to deny this sentence? And I will not hand over Zaiju. It was a gift from my father. Even if it has brought me endless pain, I will still protect it. Advertisement. Naruto's eyes became extremely determined, staring closely into Hyuga eyes, and what I have to do now, is to stop you. The 9 tails in Naruto fell into silence listening to the words of Naruto and Minato, and Naruto was fighting to protect it. It was obvious that he could hand it over in exchange for benefits, but Naruto refused. Perhaps this boy was really different from other humans. Even after such a long time of getting along, it didn't feel any hatred from Naruto's emotions. Even when faced with a murderer and an enemy, it felt more angry. 9 tails seemed to have thought of something, grinned and said in Naruto's inner world, boy, let go of the seal. Facing such an enemy, we must join forces, and. My the name is Kurama. In his inner world, Naruto turned around happily, okay. Kurama. Without hesitation, Naruto unlocked the seal left by Minato on his body and fist bumped with Kurama. Hearing this, Hyuga showed a hint of disdain on his face, Naruto, you are too naive. The rules of this world are not as simple as you think, and your persistence is meaningless. After Naruto broke the seal and joined forces with Kurama, the powerful chakra exploded instantly, and his body underwent amazing changes. The original immortal robe was gradually shrouded in golden light, until it completely turned into a golden robe, shining with a mysterious and powerful aura. At the collar, Megatama emerged one after another, emitting a deep light. His hair stood up like burning flames, and his eyes became sharper. The golden pupils appeared like fox pupils, which combined with the fairy eyes formed a plus sign. Naruto clasped his hands into fists, his golden windbreaker flying, and roared, then give it a try, I will definitely make you wake up. Hyuga thought to himself, is it true? Faced with such pressure, has Naruto reached a settlement with 9 tails and directly entered the fairy fox state? This is also Naruto's strongest state before gaining the power of Sage of 6 Paths in the original work, and he has already touched the threshold of the 6 Paths level. Advertisement. While the two were arguing, the battle between the 4 reincarnated people on the other side was basically over. Gaara was the first to complete the seal on his father, and the dialogue between the two father and son was truly touching. Raza's title as the weakest Kazekage was indeed well deserved. Later, with the addition of Gaara, the other 3 shadows were also sealed one after another. Hyuga was successfully predicted by Onoki's next move with the help of Gaara, destroying most of his body with one blow, and was sealed before he could recover. The weakness of Ghost Lantern Moon was known to Terumi Mei, the Mizukage of Kirigakure village, and was defeated with the cooperation of the 3 shadows. Namikaze Minato was also defeated by Jiraiya and Gaara who entered the immortal state. The sand submerged every kunai marking the flying thunder god. Namikaze Minato was no longer able to move and was successfully sealed. The battle between Tsunade and the Shikoku ninja team against 6 Paths Pain was extremely unsatisfactory. In order to delay 6 Paths Pain, Tsunade made a mistake and was restrained by Kid, who sucked away most of the chakra in the yin seal. Lost most of its combat effectiveness. The ninja team of the 4 countries also made mistakes again and suffered heavy casualties. Under the baptism of the 2 skills of Planetary Devastation and Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, which were like trash harvesters, their morale was close to collapse. Hyuga and Nagato told them through bloody lessons that this level of battle is not something ordinary ninjas can participate in. As for the Akatsuki organization side, 6 Paths Pain came to Hyuga's side. Opposite, behind Naruto stood 5 people, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Gaara, Onoki, and Terumi Mei. Hyuga also did not hesitate to praise several people, you are worthy of being a ninja who bears the name of Kage. You have surpassed your seniors by ending the battle so quickly. Naruto, you really surprised me. You controlled it perfectly. The power of 9 tails. However, the game of house has to end here. Hyuga still smiled in the face of an obvious disadvantage. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Now it's time for father and son to face off. Chapter 174 The Battle Between Father and Son. Hyuga snapped his fingers, and the sealing chains that originally sealed Namikaze Minato in the distance were all broken in an instant. Namikaze Minato broke through the seal again, and his whole body was in the same state as Naruto, and he also entered the Kurama connection mode. The ninja who was responsible for taking care of the seal tried to step forward, but was violently thrown away by the 9 golden tails that suddenly appeared. Namikaze Minato said the last 3 words in pain, "Stop me." Hyuga said with a smile, "Now it's a father-son duel." Advertisement. After that, Hyuga completely sealed his sanity. Hyuga had already used the goal difference to control the Yin 9 tails. Now Minato Namikaze is already a man-made perfect Jinchuriki. Then, under the control of Hyuga, Namikaze Minato rushed towards Naruto like a ghost. His eyes no longer had the tenderness and kindness of the past, but were replaced by coldness and ruthlessness. Naruto looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of his father, with mixed feelings in his heart, and shouted with red eyes, "Father, it's me, Naruto." However, Namikaze Minato didn't pause at all. A huge raised nan condensed in his hand and stabbed straight at Naruto. At this critical moment, Jiraiya stepped forward and pulled out a huge raised nan to block in front of Naruto, shouting loudly, "Minato's mind has disappeared, do it quickly." Namikaze Minato's offensive continued unabated, and the 2 raised nan collided. Although Jiraiya resisted vigorously, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Tsunade's eyes widened with anger, and she shouted, "Damn it!" She used her strange strength to attack Namikaze Minato. Gaara controlled the sand and assisted from the side, trying to limit Namikaze Minato's movements. Onoki and Terumi May also displayed their respective ninjutsu, and for a time, various powerful forces were intertwined. The 4 Hokage's joint attacks were only scattered by Namikaze Minato's golden chakra tail. Hyuga stood aside, looking at the chaotic situation with a sneer, thinking about the next plan in his mind. Advertisement. Under the siege of everyone, Namikaze Minato still attacked fiercely and was not affected at all. Every move he made was full of killing intent, as if he wanted to kill everyone in front of him. Naruto looked at his father who was in a frenzied attack and was anxious. He tried to awaken his father's consciousness, "Dad, I know you must still be in there, wake up." At this time, Namikaze Minato paused slightly, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference, and he continued to launch more violent attacks. A golden translucent fox head condensed on Minato's body, and a black-tailed beast jade condensed in its mouth, ready to attack. With tears in his eyes, Naruto had no choice but to fight back in the same way, condensing the tailed beast jade. The 2 tailed beast jades were shot out quickly, colliding together and causing a huge explosion. The destructive energy destroyed everything around them. Hyuga activated gravity to control 6 Paths Pain and himself to successfully leave the explosion range, and the coalition forces also escaped from the explosion range with no risk due to the support of Gaara's sand. Naruto looked at his father who had been manipulated and lost his mind. He felt extremely painful in his heart, but he knew that he must cheer up and deal with it at this moment. He took a deep breath, held back tears, and his eyes became firm. "Father, I'm sorry." Naruto roared angrily, forming a huge raised nan in his hand. Minato flashed and appeared in front of Naruto in an instant, stabbing Naruto's throat with the kunao in his hand. Naruto dodged sideways and hit Minato's chest with the raised nan in his hand. Minato reacted extremely quickly and avoided Rasengan's attack with a backflip. He rushed forward again, as fast as lightning, and started a fierce close combat with Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth and struggled to resist Minato's attack. Every collision made him feel a sharp pain. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Naruto saw the right moment and used the powerful ninjutsu. The spiral shuriken formed by the wind attribute chakra rotated at high speed and flew towards Minato. Minato formed a seal with his hands, flying thunder god technique. He instantly disappeared from the spot, appeared behind Naruto, and kicked Naruto. Naruto was kicked and staggered forward a few steps, but he quickly stabilized his body, turned around and rushed towards Minato again. "Father, I will not give up." Naruto concentrated chakra again, preparing to launch a new round of attack. Advertisement. At this time, there seemed to be a trace of struggle in Minato's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by indifference. "Kurama, lend me your power." Naruto roared angrily. In an instant, Naruto entered a state of complete tailed beast transformation, transforming into a huge golden chakra fox, with 9 tails behind it waving wildly. The Minato he grabbed dragged him towards the distance, because the current battle could easily injure the surrounding ninjas. Namikaze Minato also immediately entered the form of a complete tailed beast driven by his fighting instinct. A huge golden 9 tails fox that was exactly the same as Naruto's transformed escaped from Naruto's control and fought fiercely with him. 2 giant 9 tails foxes had a fierce battle in the open space. Every attack and every claw strike they made carried the power of destroying the heaven and earth. The surrounding land was lifted up, sand and rocks were flying, and smoke and dust filled the air. Naruto controlled 9 tails, sprayed out a huge tailed beast jade from his mouth, and blasted it towards the 9 tails that Minato had transformed into. Minato nimbly dodged sideways, and the tailed beast jade exploded in the distance, causing a huge shock wave. Minato took advantage of the situation and ran forward with his sharp claws across the body of Naruto's 9 tails, leaving several deep marks. Naruto felt pain and swiped his tail violently, knocking Minato back. "Father, wake up!" Naruto shouted in his heart, trying to establish a spiritual connection through yin and yang 9 tails to wake up Minato. However, the manipulated Minato did not respond at all and launched another ferocious attack. The two 9 tails bit and entangled each other, and the battle entered a fierce stage. The golden chakra light on them flickers, as if telling the difficulty and cruelty of this battle. A trace of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes, and he decided to use all his strength, hoping to break through Hyuga's control with powerful power and restore his father's consciousness. "Kurama, let's go together!" Naruto shouted. 9 tails responded to Naruto, injecting more power into Naruto's body. The 9 tails transformed by Naruto shone brightly, and a powerful aura burst out, pressing towards Minato. Under this momentum, Minato's 9 tails movements showed a slight sluggishness. Naruto took the opportunity to rush forward and hugged Minato tightly. "Father, I believe you can defeat this evil force." Naruto kept calling. At this moment, the glimmer of struggle gradually became stronger in the eyes of Minato's 9 tails. Chapter 175 Persuasion and Betrayal. Watching the battle between the two giant beasts Minato and Naruto, Hyuga smiled. Fortunately, he kept his hand. No matter how they pretended, the plan would still go smoothly. Hyuga said to Pain on the side, "Pain, the battle here is left to you. My injuries have not fully recovered yet, and 9 tails should lose its combat effectiveness soon." What Hyuga said is true. The consumption just now was indeed a bit high. Hyuga has been forced to restrain the double pupil mode. "I know, leave this to me." The 6 puppets of Pain 6 Paths took a step forward at the same time, walking towards Jiraiya, Gaara, and others who had just experienced a battle. Tsunade has been taken offline by the evil kid, and Pain's enemies are only Jiraiya, Gaara, Onoki, and Terumi Mei. Advertisement. Moreover, they had all experienced a big battle and were in a relatively weak period. On the contrary, Pain, because Hyuga shared the firepower, did not consume much chakra. Pain 6 Paths is completely handleable. Pain 6 Paths 6 puppets were approaching Jiraiya and the 4 at the same time. Jiraiya took a deep breath, resisted the fatigue in his body, and looked at Pain firmly. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Fire-style big flame bullet." Huge flames shot towards Pain. However, Pain's Tiendeo waved his arm easily, and a powerful repulsive force dispersed the flames. Gaara manipulated the sand to form solid sand walls, trying to block Pain's attack. Shuradeo leaned down, and there was a mechanical sound, and countless rocket shells instantly exploded, shattering the sand wall in front of him. Upon seeing this, Onoki formed a seal with his hands, dust-style the art of original realm peeling, and fired a powerful attack towards Pain. Hungry Kid instantly came to the front and opened his hand, absorbing Onoki's ninjutsu. The super aggressiveness of Dust Style was useless in front of Hungry Kid's ability. Not to be outdone, Terumi Mei performed Lava Style, spraying corrosive liquid from her mouth. Zhu Shendeo slapped the ground, and a panda fell from the sky and easily received the blow. Advertisement. The battle was extremely tense for a while, and 6 Paths Pain's near-perfect coordination made everyone breathless. And Hyuga also walked slowly towards the place where Naruto and Minato were fighting in the distance. He was not going to help Namikaze Minato, but to give Hinata, Hanabi and the others a chance to be alone, so that his own drama would come to an end soon. The Dusk team at the rear also seized this opportunity and targeted Hyuga. "We can't let him help the 4th Hokage, let's delay him," Shikamaru said. "Now is when he is at his weakest, and it is also our most likely chance to wake up Kyunyi Muxiu." The remaining members of the Dusk team nodded and quickly ran towards Hyuga. Hyuga started walking very slowly, as if he was taking a walk, and he was also waiting for everyone in the Twilight team. Hyuga stopped suddenly and smiled, "Shikamaru, you underestimate me. Do you really think you can stop me? This ambush is too simple." There was a rustling sound in the surrounding trees, and a dozen people came out, which were the remaining members of the Dusk team. Each of them put on a fighting posture, as if they were ready to fight at any time. "You think you can defeat me just because I'm injured? You can't stop me, so just leave here. The new world is right in front of you. You just have to wait." Hyuga used the tone of an acquaintance to persuade, "This is war, and if you insist on stopping me, I will have to kill you all." Shikamaru looked solemn, "We are protecting our country, and Naruto is our friend, so it is impossible for us to let you pass." The plan he made was to test whether the feelings Hyuga had for the former Chiba Kishu were still there. "That's right." Everyone in the Dusk team stepped forward and pressed towards Hyuga. Among them, only Kojuro's expression was extremely complicated. He once had a good impression of Naruto who used Naruto's appearance. But the object of my admiration suddenly turned into a man, which was really hard to accept. Advertisement. This was like a bolt from the blue to him, and he might never be able to face love again in this life. I'm not going to kill Naruto. I took Hyuga away. Isn't Jinchuriki still alive and well? Why do you say it's so just? It's not an excuse. This is war, and there is no justice. Hyuga moved his shoulders, but since you are helping me with my plan, I will knock you all out first. After all, you are not a threat to me. But Shikamaru's heart moved, and what he wanted was this sentence. As expected, Hyuga had not given up on his emotions. Hyuga's words are enough, and the next battle is no longer important. 5 minutes later, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground, but Hyuga still stood there. This battle was like playing house with a child. Hyuga used his strength to knock them all out. But at this moment, there was another noise nearby, and the 3 women came out. Hyuga's expression became extremely ugly, as if he had been greatly betrayed. Hinata, Hanabi, Temari, are you also here to stop me? Or if you still have the idea of awakening the second personality, just stop talking. Chiba Muxiu is me, I haven't changed, I just see some things clearly. Before the Hyuga sisters could speak, Temari stepped forward and said, no. Mushiu-kun, they may be here to persuade you, but I think your plan is perfect. I like Mushiu-kun, and I am here to join your plan. I also want to see that perfect world. Temari's words were very reasonable, but the details betrayed her purpose, and Hyuga was also willing to accompany her to continue acting. Hyuga seemed very happy to hear Temari's words, and said with a smile, as long as you say this, a new world is in front of you. Get behind me first, and I will deal with these 2 traitors. Hinata's eyes widened and she stared at Temari angrily. Her voice trembled and she said, Sister Temari, how could you do this? Have you forgotten your beliefs? Hanabi also looked in disbelief, her eyes were red, and she shouted at Temari, Sister, you are helping the villain. How can you betray everyone? Temari turned her head slightly, avoiding the eyes of the 2 sisters, bit her lip and said, Hinata, Hanabi, you don't understand. Hyuga's plan will bring a new world without disputes. After saying that, Temari ignored the 2 women and walked towards Hyuga. Very good, come to me, I will give you all my love. Hyuga opened his arms as if he wanted to take Temari into his arms, but at this time Hyuga seemed like a scumbag who bewitched girls. As soon as Temari walked up to Hyuga, he suddenly became angry and attacked Hyuga at a tricky angle with the fan in his hand. Chapter 176 Mouth Escape Hyuga, the plan was successful. Faced with this sudden change, Hyuga raised his hand suddenly and took the blow with one hand. Just as Temari was about to make a move, Hyuga slapped her on the chest. In an instant, a large amount of electricity knocked her out. You are all going to betray me. Hyuga shook his hand vigorously, the expression on his face was like frost, cold and ferocious. That's right, we are sworn enemies. In this absurd and wrong world, there is only endless hatred and burning anger. Can be continued. You are here to kill me, right? Just like when I mercilessly killed your relatives? Isn't the anger in your hearts already burning? Advertisement. The Hyuga clan once brutally killed my relatives, and I repaid blood with blood and slaughtered all the Hyuga clan. I left you remnants here just to continue this cycle of hatred. Hyuga wildly transformed his face into Chiba Kishu, his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted hoarsely, try to kill me now. Continue this endless cycle, everything is not over yet. This wrong world, the wrong story continues. It will never stop. Hyuga's voice was almost crazy, as if he had lost his mind and fell into the abyss of hatred and could not extricate himself. Hyuga Hinata looked at the crazy Hyuga, her eyes were red, her voice was trembling, but she said with great determination, we are not enemies, we are relatives. The hatred in the past has caused too many people to bleed, breaking too many families apart. But we don't want to be blinded by hatred anymore, and we don't want to reincarnate in this endless pain. We are willing to let go of our hatred, and we hope you can let it go. Hanabi also stepped forward, biting her lips, her eyes full of sincerity, brother, we are a family. The past cannot be changed, but the future is still in our hands. Believe in this world, believe in the feelings between us, it can resolve everything. Hyuga's eyes widened, a look of extreme disbelief appeared on his face, and he shouted hoarsely, give it up? I've given it up a long time ago. Now is your time for revenge, come and kill me, I won't resist. Come on. Go ahead. Come on boldly. Continue this cycle of blood and hatred. Hyuga seems to be really shocked by the tolerance of the 2 women because of the cold worldview he has always believed in, and feels extremely unbelievable. His trembling body seemed to be telling the turmoil in his heart. Hinata shook her head gently, tears falling down her cheeks, we may not be able to fully understand your pain, but we know that continuing to hate will only make more people hurt. We don't want to lose you, and we don't want to lose anyone. Dear, Chi, try to let it go. Hanabi continued, brother, this world has its beauty and its hope. We have seen the cherry blossoms in spring together and counted the stars on summer nights. Aren't those warm times enough to make you believe in the future? Hyuga knew that he had lost his composure. He took a deep breath and gradually calmed down his emotions. He snorted coldly, world? Beauty? Future? I can't imagine how these three words are related together. Those people don't want to make the world a better place. I tried so hard to change the world through peaceful means, but all I got was despair. Advertisement. Hinata took a step forward, as if she wanted to grab his arm, and said eagerly, K, beauty may be short-lived, but you can create more. As long as you are willing to let go of hatred, we can find more beauty together. Hanabi also echoed, yes, brother. And look at now, we are already in so much pain because of hatred. Do you still want this pain to continue? Shikamaru on the side struggled to get up from the ground and coughed twice. Now that the 5 major countries have united, we have abandoned hatred. As long as we continue, we will surely create a beautiful world. Hyuga was silent, his eyes full of struggle and hesitation. Hinata's tears kept falling, and her voice became more and more sad. Chi, even if this world has disappointed you, we can work together to change it. As long as we don't give up, there will always be hope. Hanabi clenched his fists tightly and looked at Hyuga with firm eyes. Brother, you are not fighting alone. We will always be with you and face all difficulties together. There was a trace of hesitation in Hyuga's eyes, as if he was about to be persuaded. Seeing the hesitation in Hyuga's eyes, Shikamaru immediately stepped forward, looked directly at him and said, Hyuga, we all know that your past is full of pain, but this is not a reason for you to go to extremes. No matter what other countries are like, Konoha village we have always pursued peace and justice, and we are willing to work with you to find real solutions. This is the last move Shikamaru can think of. He can only persuade enemies like Hyuga who cannot defeat him. If Hyuga is still unmoved, then he really has nothing to do. After a long time, Hyuga slowly raised his head. The madness and indifference in his eyes seemed to be reduced, but there was still deep doubt. You make it simple, but how can I believe that this is not another scam? Shikamaru said quickly, we can prove it with actions, as long as you are willing to give us a chance and give the world a chance. Hinata wiped away her tears, her eyes full of expectation. Chi, we can do it step by step, starting from now. Hanabi also stepped forward and grabbed Hyuga's clothes. Brother, let's give it a try. Hyuga sighed and finally nodded. Okay, I will believe you for now, but if this is another empty joy, I will never show mercy again. When everyone heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Shikamaru said, you don't have to participate in the next battle. I will solve the subsequent problems and prove that we have the determination and strength to change the world. It's not that Shikamaru doesn't want Hyuga to end the battle, he is really afraid that Hyuga will be persuaded by pain and counterattack again, then they really won't have a second chance. At this moment, Hyuga's control over Minato was also broken free, and Hyuga and everyone looked up into the distance at the same time. Advertisement. Under his son's constant calling, the glimmer of struggle in Minato's eyes gradually grew stronger and finally took over. The evil aura on his body began to dissipate, the violent power gradually subsided, and Minato slowly regained his consciousness. Naruto, my child. Minato's voice was a little weak. Naruto and Minato's 9 tails forms gradually disappeared, and he looked at his father with tears in his eyes, and the two hugged. Father, you are finally awake. Minato smiled and gently stroked Naruto's head. Naruto, you have grown up and become stronger. Before the two of them could say anything more, Minato's body was reincarnated out of the filthy land, and he knew that his soul was about to return to the pure land. Minato spoke very quickly, try to persuade Hyuga and Nagato to take the right path. They are also created by this wrong world. Naruto, don't be sad. You must continue to protect the village and everything we cherish. I feel relieved when I see you like this. Naruto is already a ninja who can stand on his own. If you tell your mother this, she will also feel relieved. Upon hearing his father's instructions, Naruto burst into tears, nodded vigorously, and held his father's illusory hand in the air. Father, I will, and I will never let you down. Dad, Mom, I eat well, don't worry. I'm not picky about food, I eat everything, especially tonkatsu, miso and soy sauce. Of course, not just ramen. I also take a shower every day, and occasionally I will go to the hot springs in Konoha, although everyone says my hot springs are called dragonfly water. I have made many friends, and they are all very nice people. Although my academic performance is at the bottom, I firmly believe that I will never be discouraged. This confidence is stronger than anyone else. I learned a lot while following Pervy Sage. Although he was a mess in the 3 bands, Pervy Sage, one of the Sunin, is very handsome and he is the one I respect the most. My mother wants me to find a woman like her, but, well, in short, although I haven't fulfilled all of my mother's requests, I'm working hard. I also have a dream, I want to be a better Hokage than my father. I can definitely do it. Go over there and tell my mother, don't worry about me at all. I will live well. Listening to his son's constant talk, Minato's figure became fainter and fainter, eventually turning into a speck of light and disappearing into the air. Chapter 177 Obito takes action, don't laugh at Nagato. Naruto ignored his sadness and rushed towards the battlefield against Six Paths Pain. The 5 people there could no longer hold up. Six Paths Pain's continuous attacks have defeated Jiraiya and others. Naruto rushed towards the battlefield where he was fighting fiercely with Six Paths Pain. At this time, Jiraiya and others all fell to the ground exhausted, their breath was weak and they were dying. Naruto's eyes narrowed, Kurama mode was activated instantly, and the surging chakra surged through his body like a surging tide. When Pain saw Naruto coming, without saying a word, Six Paths acted at the same time, launching a violent attack like a storm. Naruto was calm and composed, relying on the super perception given by Sage Mode to easily avoid the waves of attacks. Advertisement. With the powerful help of Kurama Mode, Naruto successfully defeated Six Paths Pain. Without hesitation, Naruto picked up the black rod on the ground and inserted it into his body, instantly sensing Nagato's position. Then he was about to run there. At this time, Jiraiya got up with difficulty and took 2 long breaths. Naruto, I'll go with you. Teacher, I can handle it by myself. You should go to the back and rest. Naruto said with some worry. Jiraiya shook his head, no, Nagato and the others are my disciples. I am also responsible for them getting to this point. Naruto looked at Jiraiya's firm eyes and knew he couldn't refuse, so he nodded, okay, teacher, let's go together. On the other side, Konan saw the situation outside, turned his head and said, let's go, we will catch 9 tails next time. Nagato shook his head stubbornly, I want to see my little junior brother. So the 2 of them rushed towards where Nagato was. Along the way, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Finally, they broke through the paper tree Konan used as a disguise and came to Nagato. Nagato's body looked extremely weak at this moment. Nagato closed his eyes, unwilling to look at the 2 people in front of him. Jiraiya-sensei, we meet again. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, his eyes full of complex emotions. Nagato, there is really no need to go to this step. Nagato sneered, teacher, don't you understand the reality of this world? The so-called peace is just a dream. Naruto couldn't help but said, Nagato, what you did is wrong, it will only bring more pain. Advertisement. Nagato opened his eyes and looked at Naruto, what do you know? You have never experienced the despair that I have experienced. Jiraiya sighed, Nagato, this is not your original intention. Do you still remember the dream we once shared? Nagato was silent for a moment and said slowly, dream? In this cruel world, dreams have long been broken. This world is full of pain and injustice. Only by making everyone feel pain can peace be brought about. Jiraiya stepped forward, with a hint of regret in his voice, Nagato, you were once a child with a dream, why did you choose such an extreme method? Nagato was silent for a while, and then said, teacher, the peace you firmly believe in cannot be realized at all. Naruto frowned and said loudly, no, as long as we don't give up, there will always be a way. I have experienced many difficulties and obstacles, but I always firmly believe that one day, everyone will understand each other and there will be no more wars. At this moment, Jiraiya said slowly, Nagato, turn back, let's explore the true way to peace together. Naruto stepped forward and said in a sincere tone, Nagato, I understand your pain. Naruto slowly told his story, his childhood experiences, his parents being killed, and being used by Hiruzen Sarutobi, etc. Then he took out the copy of Jiraiya's debut novel, The Story of the Strong and Perseverant Ninja. Pervy Sage, the inspiration for this book comes from Nagato, and my name comes from the protagonist in it, Nagato, please believe me. After Nagato received Naruto's affirmative answer, he saw the shadow of Yahiko and himself in Naruto. He determined that Naruto was the person Jiraiya said could bring true peace to the ninja world. Nagato opened his eyes, maybe you can really find a way to peace. I am looking forward to this new world, but before that I have to make up for what I have done. After Nagato finished speaking, he began to form seals with his hands, and used his last strength to perform the heretic and reincarnation technique. The light shines, and those who died in the battle slowly open their eyes and regain their lives. After Nagato finished the technique, his life force was drained instantly, and his body leaned forward involuntarily. Naruto hurried forward to support him, sensing the resurgent life outside, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Senior brother Nagato, thank you. Naruto's voice trembled slightly. Konan walked to Nagato silently, tears welling up in his eyes. Nagato. Konan's voice was choked. Nagato smiled weakly and looked at Naruto. Naruto, I hope you can achieve true peace and don't let my sacrifice be in vain. Hyuga hopes you can convince him. Advertisement. Naruto nodded heavily, I will definitely do it. Just when everyone was still immersed in the complex emotions brought about by Nagato's sacrifice, the space suddenly distorted, and Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared. The expression behind his mask was difficult to predict, but there was a hint of cunningness in his eyes. Humph, this scene is really exciting. Obito said sarcastically. Before anyone could react, Obito struck with lightning speed, and in an instant, Nagato's body was in his pocket. Obito, you guy! Naruto roared angrily. Obito laughed wildly, this is the consequence of betraying me. Nagato's Rinnegan is a rare power, how can we not use it? And thanks to your help, I can take back the Samsara Eye so easily. Naruto stepped forward angrily, you are not allowed to laugh at Nagato. Jiraiya frowned, Obito, what conspiracy are you planning? Obito snorted contemptuously, you idiots can't understand the new world I'm pursuing. After saying that, Obito flashed and wanted to escape. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Konan reacted quickly, and the three of them joined forces to attack, trying to prevent Obito from leaving. However, Obito relied on his Kamui's penetration ability to enter the underground, and was still able to escape safely and disappear under the siege of the three people. After Obito disappeared, Naruto's whole body trembled with rage, and his eyes seemed to burst out with flames. Obito, this BD, I will never let him go. Naruto roared, his voice echoing in the air. Jiraiya's expression was solemn, and he knew that Obito's move meant that a greater crisis was coming. Naruto, calm down, anger can't solve the problem now, we have to find a way to deal with it. Jiraiya tried to comfort Naruto. But Naruto couldn't calm down at all at this moment, Obito's arrogant appearance kept appearing in his mind. Chapter 178 Hyuga speculation. Teacher, I must make him pay for what he has done. Naruto said through gritted teeth, his eyes almost ready to burst into flames. Konan's eyes were also filled with anger, and there was unwavering determination in his eyes. I must find him as soon as possible. The Samsara Eye is the power of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato's body, I must take it back. Jiraiya was confused at the moment, wondering whether to tell Konan about Uchiha Madara's plan. Those eyes were actually Uchiha Madara's. In desperation, Jiraiya had no choice but to change the topic and quickly reminded everyone, the war is not over yet. I don't know what the situation of the other members of the Twilight team is. Advertisement. Naruto slapped his head suddenly and suddenly remembered, let's go, let's stop Hyuga first. No need, I'm already here. Hyuga, Shikamaru, and the Hyuga sisters slowly walked into the paper tree. In an instant, both Naruto and Jiraiya put on alert postures, as if they were ready to attack the enemy at any time. Shikamaru hurried forward and explained anxiously to several people, for fear of offending Hyuga and causing him to change his mind. Shikamaru hurriedly stood between Naruto and Hyuga. Hyuga has promised us and is willing to give the ninja world a chance to try to create a new world in a peaceful way, so now we are no longer enemies, but comrades fighting side by side. Naruto looked at Hyuga and finally let go of his hatred, and his heart was full of joy. He strode forward, patted Hyuga's shoulder heavily, grinned and said, Brother Mushu, let's fight for peace together in the future. Hyuga nodded slightly, but his eyes did not show much high-spirited fighting spirit. Apparently, he still did not fully trust the 5 major countries. At this time, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, it's great that we don't have to be enemies with Hyuga anymore. Next, let's unite as one and plan how to deal with the future. Challenge. Hyuga looked grim and said slowly, we already have a plan. First, resolve the unstable factors within Uchiha Obito, end feudal rule, establish a parliamentary meeting, develop technology and counterattack the alien race. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. In such a short time, Hyuga had already figured out the way forward. Konan took a step forward, came to Hyuga, and said with a slightly sad expression, Nagato said a long time ago that you will inherit the Akatsuki organization after his death. Now, you are the new leader. Hyuga nodded, I understand, but it is probably too late to recall Deidara, Kisame and the others now, and Obito has already obtained the Rinnegan Eye, and his Kamui moves very fast, and may have arrived at Kumagakure village. Advertisement. Konan asked in disbelief, don't you even know? Didn't you leave them a shadow clone before leaving? Hyuga spread his hands helplessly, the battle just now was too fierce and it was called off long ago. I only know that they have begun to attack Yunli Gorge. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he asked with confusion, Cloud Hidden Village? Could it be that Eight Tails has been captured? Hyuga looked calm and continued, we are divided into 2 groups. One group is me, Nagato and Konan attacking Konoha, and the other group is Deidara, Kisame and Sasuke attacking together. As soon as Naruto heard his best friend's name, he immediately stepped forward excitedly and grabbed Hyuga's arm. Brother Mushu, you took Sasuke away, so you must be able to persuade him to return to Konoha, right? Hyuga took away Naruto's arm, took out the script he had prepared and explained, it is better to say that I took Sasuke away, it is better to say that Uchiha Itachi took Sasuke away. After hearing Hyuga's words, everyone looked at a loss. Itachi and I are close friends. When we were in the Akatsuki organization, Itachi asked me to do him a favor. The person who promised to protect Itachi was Hiruzen Sarutobi. After Hiruzen Sarutobi passed away, Konoha was no longer safe. He hoped I can take Sasuke and teach him to be strong. In exchange, he would give me a few pairs of 3 Megatama Sharingan, and I agreed, so I took Sasuke away in the name of Orochimaru and left him in Otogakure to teach him ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, how is this possible? Uchiha Itachi cares about Sasuke. Naruto seemed to have heard something extremely incredible. After all, he had witnessed how Itachi tortured Sasuke, and Itachi was the murderer of the Uchiha clan. How could he care about his brother's safety? But the fact is that this matter is extremely complicated and involves many things. Before Hyuga could finish speaking, Naruto couldn't wait to interrupt him, I want to know. Just as Hyuga was about to speak, Jiraiya grabbed his arm, Kisha-kun, this is Konoha's secret. When Hyuga heard this, he seemed to have heard a big joke, and smiled disdainfully, have you done many scandals in Konoha? Why, the parties involved are gone and you are not allowed to talk about it. He pulled Jiraiya's hand away and told the story to Sasuke in detail. Advertisement. Upon hearing the last word, Naruto clenched his fists angrily, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. He knew that there were many dark places in Konoha, so he always wanted to change it, but he did not expect it to be so dark. A ninja clan who jointly established Konoha eventually became a victim of politics. 2 outstanding ninjas who could have become Hokage sacrificed their lives for Konoha. And Sasuke is just a small victim in this political struggle. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's appearance at this moment with some worry. He was afraid that Naruto would not be able to accept these things and would become depressed. But if Naruto wants to become a Hokage, he must accept these things. This is the truth of the world. Konan watched this scene silently. She had already seen through this dark ninja world. If Naruto couldn't bear these problems, it only meant that Nagato had seen the wrong person. Hyuga ignored Naruto's current state and continued, you will know what happened next. Sasuke killed him according to Itachi's wishes. According to Itachi's vision, Naruto, you will persuade him to return to Konoha, become the hero who kills the rebellious ninja of Konoha, and becomes the new Hokage. I stopped you not because I wanted to take advantage of him, but because I felt Sasuke should have the right to know the truth. Just like you, I told him the truth about your parents and the truth about the Uchiha genocide. The angry Sasuke decided to take revenge on Konoha and awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Hyuga paused for a moment, giving everyone time to digest the information, and now, Sasuke will definitely not return to Konoha because of my joining. At this moment, Sasuke may very well become our enemy, and Uchiha Obito may also take advantage of this. Also, I have a partner in my plan, and that is Kabuto Yakushi. Jiraiya asked in confusion. Orochimaru said that he was his former subordinate and now your assistant, the caster of the earth reincarnation. Hyuga nodded and shook his head, we are a cooperative relationship. I promise to use the power of 10 tails to resurrect his relatives who were killed by Danzo. Now even if I deviate from my previous plan, he will definitely not give up. It is very likely that he will become our enemy. We have collected the DNA information of many powerful people, and it is all in his hands. He can use the dirt to reincarnate and resurrect those people at any time. Chapter 179 Invasion of Union Village, reissued and revised. Jiraiya's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment, what? Kabuto Yakushi? That guy who used to be so inconspicuous can actually cause such a huge storm. And there are such dangerous techniques as filth reincarnation, this is really too much, it's tricky. He frowned and kept pacing back and forth, and then said, this is simply a blatant challenge to the bottom line of the entire ninja world. If he can really resurrect those strong men at will, then the threat we face is simply incalculable. Hyuga looked at the anxious Jiraiya and said solemnly, and these people may unite at any time, which will gather into an extremely terrifying force. Jiraiya also put forward his own idea, then can you lure him out and then secretly ambush him, first get rid of this most difficult nut to deal with. Impossible, the 4th Hokage who just reincarnated through the dirt should already know what happened. I just took control of them from him. Advertisement. As if in response to Hyuga's words, the souls of several reincarnated ninjas from the outside world who had been sealed were all liberated. Hyuga saw this scene and said, this is because he took the initiative to remove the ninjutsu. He must be recasting ninjutsu elsewhere. Naruto's eyes widened, then my father's soul will still be invaded by him. Hyuga comforted, the fourth Hokage has already escaped from ninjutsu who was reincarnated in the dirty soil once. He dare not resurrect him, at least not yet. What we need to do now is to go to Kumo Hidden Village as soon as possible, hoping it is not too late. Hyuga turned his head and looked at Konan. Konan, take Pain's body back to the Kingdom of Rain first. Obito is probably hiding. I will notify you if I find any trace of him. If Sasuke and the others have returned to Omegakure village, just try to stabilize them and send me a message at the same time. Konan was concerned about Nagato's body, but he also understood that this was a helpless move, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Hinata, Hanabi, just stay here. I will come back to you after I finish handling the matter. Then everyone did not dare to delay at all and immediately set off for Union Village. Hyuga used the puppet flying eagle to fly into the sky with Jiraiya, Shikamaru, and Naruto, and everyone felt extremely heavy. Shikamaru frowned, his brain working rapidly, thinking about various possible situations and countermeasures. Naruto gritted his teeth and secretly vowed in his heart to rescue Sasuke and prevent him from falling into deeper darkness. Hyuga always pays attention to the movements around him in case there is a sudden attack by the enemy. Advertisement. As Hyuga continued to accelerate, when they finally arrived at Cloud Hidden Village, they found that all the original buildings, mountains, and hills here had been destroyed, leaving only a huge circular hole and only a few clouds. Hidden ninjas walked around on it. This is indeed Cloud Hidden Village. Why has it turned into a big pit? Shikamaru repeatedly compared the scene on the map with what he saw in front of him. What happened? Naruto opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw. Hyuga looked around and didn't show much surprise. Through the information sent back by Shadow Clone, he had been mentally prepared for this scene. Hyuga rose into the sky alone, opened his reincarnation eye and began to see what happened here a few hours ago. The clay bird carried Hyuga's shadow clone, Uchiha Sasuke, Kisame, and Deidara and flew quickly towards the direction of Kumegakure village. When they approached Union village, several people easily caught a ninja with the cooperation. Sasuke immediately tortured him with Sharingan, and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, where is Killer Bee?" The ninja, under Sharingan's genjutsu, blankly stated the possible location of Killer Bee. Killer Bee-sama should be in Union village. Hyuga's shadow clone didn't quite believe this information. He opened his reincarnation eye to search for the huge chakra group hundreds of kilometers around. He discovered that Killer Bee had been hidden in Yunli Gorge 100 miles away, and that there was no one in Union village but hundreds of elite ninjas and countless mechanisms were hidden. At the same time, he also noticed that all the civilians in Kumegakure village had been transferred, leaving only a few elite ninjas and Hokage. Cloud Hidden Village deliberately made the illusion that Killer Bee was hiding in Cloud Hidden Village, apparently as a bait waiting for them to take the bait. Hyuga revealed the problem, and he immediately commanded, "Deidara, you and I attack Kumegakure to attract attention. Sasuke, Kisame, you go capture Killer Bee." Everyone responded in unison and then split up. Advertisement. The clay bird carried Deidara and Hyuga and broke into the Cloud Hidden Village. Deidara was the first to attack. He laughed wildly and shouted, "Try my evolved version of Sage Jutsu C1 Earth Spider." As his words fell, countless spider bombs fell like raindrops, and the entire Union village instantly fell into a sea of fire. The enemy appears, release lightning arrows. As Hokage's secretary, Mabi is in charge of the command, and she instantly orders everyone to attack. The elite ninjas of Union village quickly rushed to intercept them. They were obviously prepared to shoot countless arrows wrapped with thunder and lightning at the two people in the air from all directions. When Deidara was secretly frightened, Hyuga's golden reincarnation eye shone slightly, and instantly all attacks were sent back along the original path, killing several people in an instant. Hokage AI roared, "You villains, don't even think about running wild in Union village." His whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and he rushed towards the two people in the air like the thunder god coming to the world. Hyuga was unmoved and sneered and said, "Hokage, long time no see." "It's you, Hyuga." Hokage shouted and recognized at a glance that this was the inconspicuous Konoha Anbu. Although Hyuga is only a clone with average strength and cannot activate powerful ninjutsu, he can still use taijutsu to suppress Hokage. Hyuga jumped down and the clay bird fist wind enveloped the flames and strong winds and punched the fourth Hokage, knocking it back with just one punch. Hokage was shocked. He didn't expect Hyuga's physical skills to be so powerful. But as a Hokage, how could he give up easily and charged forward with an angry roar again? Every attack of Hokage carries the power of violent thunder and lightning, trying to break through Hyuga's defense. However, Hyuga's movements were as quick as lightning and he easily avoided Hokage's punches. Hyuga saw the right moment, turned sideways, and punched again. The flames on his fist intertwined with the strong wind, forming a powerful force that directly hit Hokage's abdomen. Hokage groaned in pain, flew backwards, and hit a house hard, causing the house to collapse instantly. Hokage, you are no match for me. Hyuga stood in the air and said condescendingly. Hokage slowly stood up from the ruins, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained firm. Even if you die in battle, I won't let you do whatever you want in Union Village. Chapter 180 Deidara's Self-Destruction. P.S. I really feel that it's not good to skim over it, so I've rewritten it in detail. The plot at the end of yesterday's chapter has also been changed, so you can take a look. Hokage used all his strength again, and the power of lightning formed a huge thunder ball around him. He rushed towards Hyuga like a cannonball. Hyuga was not afraid at all, he put his hands together, and the powerful chakra gathered in his palms, forming a golden energy ball. As Hokage approaches, he violently pushes the energy ball out. The two collided, making an earth-shattering noise, and the entire Union Village trembled under the impact of this force. When the smoke dissipated, Hokage knelt down on one knee, gasping for air, obviously exhausted. Advertisement. Hyuga was still standing tall, looking down at Hokage coldly. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. After saying that, Hyuga swooped down in an instant, condensed an energy ball in his hand again, and was about to pin Hokage to death here. The shadow guards Darui and Nozomi next to him appeared on Hyuga's only path. Lightning-style thunder light pillar. Storm-style load-locking elements. Darui and Hyuga cast ninjutsu, trying to block Hyuga's attack. The strong light obscured everyone's realization, but it could not stop Hyuga's reincarnation eye. Hyuga was unmoved, and the energy ball in his hand shone even brighter, directly breaking through their ninjutsu defense line. Darui and Xi were knocked back by the powerful force and turned pale. Upon seeing this, Hokage struggled to stand up and rushed towards Hyuga again. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he had to protect his country and relatives. Master Hokage, no! Darui shouted. But Hokage was desperate, and the thunder and lightning on his body became more and more violent, as if it was about to burn. Hyuga snorted, I don't know whether to live or die. He slammed the energy ball towards Hokage. At this critical moment, several black shadows flashed past and stood in front of Hokage. Lord Hokage, leave quickly. It turned out to be the Anbu ninja from Hidden Cloud Village. Advertisement. The energy ball exploded instantly, and the powerful impact flattened everything around it. Those Anbu ninjas died on the spot, and Hokage and others were also blown away by the aftermath. Damn it! Hokage looked at the ruins all over the ground, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. Then how are you going to resist this blow? Hyuga once again condensed a golden energy ball, just when he was about to give Hokage the final blow. The clone suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke, and Hyuga, who was thousands of miles away, cancelled the clone because of the chakra problem. Hokage and others' eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. This is actually just a clone. Darui was so shocked that his voice trembled. Xi's face was also extremely ugly, and he murmured to himself, if a clone is so powerful, how terrifying is his true body? Hokage clenched his fists, anger mixed with a hint of worry, damn it, I was forced into such a situation by a clone. The other ninjas also looked at each other. The fierce battle just now left them with lingering fears. But now that they learned that the other party was just a clone, the shock in their hearts was even more indescribable. Hokage and others were still immersed in the shock of Hyuga's clone creation, but Deidara did not relax his vigilance at all. Humph, the battle is not over yet. Deidara quickly formed seals with his hands, C3 No 18. A huge clay doll appeared in the sky, and the doll exuded a dangerous aura. The ninjas in Hidden Cloud Village reacted quickly and used their ninjutsu to attack Deidara. Lightning-style Black Panther. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet. Various ninjutsu attacked Deidara, but Deidara controlled the clay doll to avoid them flexibly. Haha, your little tricks can't hurt me. Deidara laughed wildly and commanded the clay doll to launch a counterattack. Countless small bombs were ejected from the doll's body, flying towards the ninjas in Union Village like locusts. Be careful! Darui warned loudly. The ninjas fled one after another, but many were still hit by the bombs and fell to the ground injured. Xi used storm style to try to resist the bomb attack, but there were too many bombs and he was somewhat powerless. Seeing that everyone in Union Village was in trouble, Deidara decided to use his own unique skill, Garuda. Advertisement. He eats a ball of explosive clay and spits out a giant doll that looks exactly like himself. Haha, meet my C4 Garuda. Deidara shouted. The doll exploded instantly, and a large number of small clay spiders hidden in its body that could not be seen by the naked eye spread to the surroundings with the explosion. The ninjas in Hidden Cloud Village didn't know how powerful this move was, and still tried to rush forward and attack Deidara. However, Hokage sensed the danger and shouted loudly, everyone, be careful, don't get close. Some ninjas inhaled small clay spiders and did not feel anything strange at first, but soon they found that their bodies gradually became unresponsive. When Deidara saw this, a proud smile appeared on his face. Now, let my art have a grand finale. He was ready to detonate those clay spiders again. At this moment, Xi felt that the small clay spiders suddenly shouted, use lightning style. Lightning style can restrain his clay. Reikage AI and several lightning style ninjas reacted and immediately performed powerful lightning style ninjutsu. Thunder and lightning intertwined around everyone, forming a protective net. When the clay spiders touched the lightning, they exploded one after another, but due to the restraint of lightning style, the power of the explosion was greatly weakened. But there were still many people who inhaled the clay spiders and were immediately turned into fly ash under the nanoscale bomb. Deidara felt a little angry when he saw that Garuda's effect had been greatly weakened. He tried to control more clay spiders to attack, but everyone in Union Village, led by Reikage, resisted tenaciously. They had discovered Deidara's weakness and continued to weaken Deidara's explosions, which made Deidara very angry. In his eyes, his art is constantly being destroyed, which is unbearable for every artist. Upon seeing this, Deidara shouted, you hateful lightning-style ninjas always destroy my art. Then, he successively used a series of enhanced versions of ninjutsu such as C2 Dragon. However, lightning style from Hidden Cloud Village restrained the explosive power of his bomb, which made Deidara furious. The ninjas in Hidden Cloud Village performed various lightning style ninjutsu, colliding with Deidara's bombs, causing radiance of light and constant roar. In the end, Deidara was completely angered, and he decided to use his final trick, shouting, in that case, let you see my C0 explode in anger. Deidara threw off his Akatsuki organization clothes, and a black gem emerged from his chest. The black gem bloomed with strong light, and the surrounding natural energy gathered crazily. The light was so dazzling that it seemed to swallow up the entire world. There was madness in Deidara's eyes, and his twisted face looked even more ferocious under the light. Deidara took out the last piece of clay and let it be swallowed by the mouth on his chest. The clay instantly integrated into his body. His body began to tremble violently, his muscles swelled, and his veins popped out. This is my last art. You will all be reduced to ashes in this unparalleled explosion. Deidara's voice was filled with excitement. This was the moment to practice his art. Chapter 181 Sasuke's True Strength. Deidara suddenly threw off the Akatsuki organization clothes on his body. The flesh and blood on his chest surged, and a black gem suddenly appeared. The black gem emits dazzling light, and the surrounding natural energy gathers like a tidal wave. The light was so bright that it seemed to swallow up the entire world. Deidara's eyes were full of madness, and his twisted face looked even more ferocious and terrifying under the light. Deidara took out the last clay and let the mouth on his chest swallow it. Advertisement. The clay instantly merged into his body, and his body suddenly began to tremble violently, his muscles swelled, and his veins popped out. This is my last art. You will all be turned into powder in this unparalleled explosion. Deidara's voice was extremely excited. This was the sacred moment for him to practice his art. The ninjas of Union Village looked at this extremely terrifying scene, and a trace of fear arose in their hearts. Deidara's body seemed to turn into a huge energy ball, the light became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding space began to distort and deform. As the master of Reikage's secret technique, Mabai quickly came to Reikage AI's side and had already begun to form seals, preparing to use the technique of heavenly sending to send Reikage away. The next moment, a huge explosion shook the sky, and white light instantly drowned everything within 100 miles. After the white light dissipated, the original buildings of Union Village completely disappeared, the mountains were flattened, and a huge semicircular sinkhole appeared on the spot. The elite ninjas who originally set up an ambush in Cloud Hidden Village were also wiped out by this shocking blow. Only Reikage AI managed to escape with the help of Mabai's space-time ninjutsu. Reikage AI looked at the pit with a slightly desperate expression, his village and men were just gone. Reikage AI stared blankly at the huge sinkhole, his hands clenched into fists, and his knuckles turned white from exertion. His eyes were full of pain and despair, which reflected deep sorrow for losing his home and companions. Why is this happening? Reikage's voice was hoarse and trembling, and his heart seemed to be broken into countless pieces at this moment. Union Village, which was once full of vitality, is now only desolate and dead, which makes him feel extremely self-blame and regret. He thought of the ninjas who had fought alongside him. Their smiles and dreams had now been completely destroyed by this ruthless explosion. Reikage AI felt that as a leader, he failed to protect them and betrayed their trust. Hyuga, I am irreconcilable with you. Reikage roared to the sky, his voice full of anger and determination. On the other side, Sasuke and Kisame have found Killer Bee. Sasuke wants to challenge Eight Tails Jinchuriki alone to prove his strength. He is eager to surpass his brother and show off his talents in front of Hyuga senpai. Advertisement. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword and said, "You are the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and we are here to capture you." Killer Bee responded with a smile, "Don't be too arrogant, kid." Then the two started a fierce battle. Sasuke opened his Manjiki Sharingan, brandished the Kusanagi sword with black flames attached to it, and stabbed towards Killer Bee. With the assistance of Hyuga Kai's pupil power training, Sasuke can freely use Amaterasu's flames even without the pupil technique of flame control. Killer Bee flexibly danced its 8 knives, neutralizing Sasuke's attacks one by one. He also noticed the strangeness of the flame. Once his knife was contaminated by the flame, it could not be extinguished. Killer Bee was secretly surprised in his heart, but his face remained calm, still smiling and teasing. "Hey, kid, you do have some skills." Sasuke snorted and launched another fierce attack. The flames of Amaterasu were burning brightly, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the heat. Killer Bee did not dare to underestimate the enemy anymore, and responded with all his strength. He danced his 8 swords tightly, and kept colliding with Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, making the clanging sound endless. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke spit out a huge fire dragon from his mouth and rushed straight towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee turned sideways, barely avoiding it, and the fire dragon burned a deep mark on the ground. Killer Bee knew that he could no longer take it lightly, so he rolled up red chakra around his body, entered the state of tailed beast coat, and transformed his body into a giant red beast. The giant red beast that Killer Bee transformed into opened an arm, and a bull-headed skeleton appeared on it. Same condition as Naruto. Sasuke murmured softly, a purple skeleton forming on his body. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The giant beast transformed by Killer Bee roared and attacked Sasuke again. The arm with the bull's head skeleton swung at Sasuke fiercely. Sasuke controlled Susanoo to come forward, and the purple skeleton collided violently with the red chakra, making a dull sound. "Kid, let me show you the power of 8 tails today." Killer Bee shouted loudly. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with stubbornness. "Don't underestimate me." The battle between the two became more intense, with the surrounding rocks cracking and trees falling. Kisame watched the battle from the sidelines, looking for the right moment to help Sasuke. At this moment, Killer Bee suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Sasuke's heart tightened and he looked around warily. "Advertisement. It's up there." Kisame reminded loudly. "I saw the giant red beast transformed by Killer Bee appearing in midair, swooping down with majestic momentum." Sasuke quickly used Susanoo to gather an arm to resist, but was shaken back by the huge force. The moment Killer Bee landed, he stepped into the trap set by Sasuke. Sasuke formed a hand seal to activate wood style, and the huge trees immediately wrapped him tightly. The trees continue to absorb the tailed beast chakra from Killer Bee, and are still growing with this chakra, strengthening their restraint on Killer Bee. Killer Bee was shocked, never expecting that Sasuke had such a method. He struggled hard, trying to break free from the shackles of the trees, but the trees were extremely tough, and he only felt extremely weak, making it difficult to break through for a while. This move is called Sage Art Wood Style Tree Binded Eternal Burial. Seeing this, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. 8 tails Jinchuriki, you can't even think of escaping." Killer Bee shouted angrily, "Kid, don't get too proud. Zyoba, lend me more power." He unleashed an even more powerful power of the tailed beast, and the red chakra surged instantly, causing cracks to appear on the wrapped trees. Kisame watched from the sidelines, secretly wondering whether to help. At this moment, Sasuke formed another seal, strengthening Wood Style's power, and more branches came out of the ground, binding Killer Bee even more tightly. Killer Bee's face became more solemn, and he knew that he could no longer sit still and wait for death. So, he concentrated all his strength and prepared for a desperate counterattack. "Tailed Beast Jade!" Killer Bee roared loudly, and a huge energy ball condensed in his mouth, and then blasted towards the trees on top of him. With a loud noise, the trees were blown to pieces, and Killer Bee finally broke free. However, before he could take a breath, the moment Killer Bee and Sasuke looked at each other, Sasuke quickly cast Genjutsu. In Genjutsu, Killer Bee seemed to have his 2 arms cut off at this moment, while Sasuke showed a successful smile, and then he activated the pupil technique residing in his right eye, engaging. This move can distort reality in Genjutsu, turning the scenes in Genjutsu into reality, which means that as long as Sasuke's eye technique is activated successfully, Killer Bee's 2 arms would really be severed. Chapter 182 Killer Bee cuts off his tail to survive. Hokage has an arrow in his body. Killer Bee felt as if his arms were being slashed by 2 sharp knives. He tried his best to resist this twisted force. However, the intersection between Genjutsu and reality made it extremely difficult for him to resist. At this critical moment, the 8 tails in Killer Bee's body suddenly burst out with a surging chakra, breaking through Sasuke's pupil technique. After the 8 tails in Killer Bee's body released powerful power to break Sasuke's eye technique, Killer Bee's body began to undergo amazing changes. 8 thick octopus tails swung out from behind him, and his body was hidden in the octopus tails. The upper body of 8 tails gradually protruded from the tails. It exudes a frightening and terrifying aura, and Killer Bee enters the state of complete tailed beast transformation. Advertisement. The huge and ferocious body of Eight Tails suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It looked up to the sky and roared, and the sound waves caused the surrounding trees to break. With a random wave of its thick tail, it set off a strong wind and sent sand and rocks flying all over the sky. Facing such a powerful opponent, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart, but he still managed to stay calm and prepared to attack again. However, Killer Bee, who has completely transformed into a tailed beast, is as fast as lightning. It lunges forward, causing a gust of wind to roar. Sasuke couldn't dodge and could only open Suzanu's frame, but it was severely slapped away by Eight Tails' giant hand, hitting the mountain wall in the distance heavily, and gravel rolled down like rain. Killer Bee didn't give Sasuke any chance to breathe, and launched several fierce attacks one after another. For a time, the area was shaken, as if the end of the world was coming. Kisame saw that the situation was not good, and finally decided to help. Water style same bullet jutsu. Kisame shouted loudly, and a huge shark-shaped water ball rushed towards the huge Eight Tails. The shark-shaped water bullet bit Eight Tails, and Eight Tails roared in pain. This bite sucked away a large amount of chakra from Eight Tails, making the shark bomb even more powerful. But its powerful power prevented Eight Tails from being greatly affected. This kind of attack was only a drop in the bucket for the powerful Eight Tails. It flicked its tail suddenly, instantly scattering Kisame's water bullets. Kisame's face was solemn. He knew that facing Eight Tails who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, this attack was just a drop in the bucket. But he didn't hesitate at all, and formed seals with his hands again, preparing to use stronger ninjutsu. Advertisement. Sasuke also struggled to get up from the ground at this time, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the Sharingan in his eyes turned faster and faster. Black flames suddenly appeared on Eight Tails. The black flames burned blazingly, as if they were going to burn everything in the world to ashes. Eight Tails waved its thick tail in an attempt to disperse the flames on its body, but once the Amaterasu flame touched it, it could not be extinguished, and its tail soon ignited with black flames. Killer Bee angrily cursed inside Eight Tails, "Damn you kid, what kind of weird flame is this?" Sasuke sneered, "This is the Amaterasu that can burn you to death." At this moment, Eight Tails let out an extremely angry roar, and the chakra on it surged out again, trying to suppress Amaterasu's flames. However, the Amaterasu flame is still burning tenaciously, showing no signs of weakening. Seeing this, Kisame formed seals with his hands faster and shouted, "Water-style waterfall jutsu." A huge stream of water spurted out from his mouth and rushed towards Eight Tails. Eight Tails was shaken by the impact of the water flow, and Sasuke took the opportunity to attack again. Sage Jutsu's organs thumped. He threw the Kusanagi sword into the air, and quickly formed a seal with both hands, lightning-style God's punishment. The sky was instantly filled with dark clouds, and the surrounding thunder and lightning converged into a bright beam of light that crashed down, completely engulfing Killer Bee. Killer Bee felt this powerful force and tried his best to control Eight Tails for defense. But under this series of attacks, Eight Tails also seemed to be somewhat powerless. "Zyoba, cut off your tail and escape!" Killer Bee shouted loudly in his heart. Eight Tails also instantly understood Killer Bee's meaning and separated one of its own tails. In the eyes of those two people, Killer Bee finally couldn't hold on under this series of powerful attacks, exited the tailed beast state, fell heavily to the ground, and fell into a coma. Sasuke and Kisame looked at Killer Bee who fell to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as they were about to take Killer Bee away, a strong chakra wave suddenly came from the distance, and the fourth Hokage roared in like a strong wind. Advertisement. He rushed over with his exhausted body that had just experienced a big battle. "You two disgusting guys! How dare you hurt Killer Bee?" Hokage still had a scowl on his face, dazzling lightning flashed around his body, and his powerful aura made people shudder. Without saying a word, Hokage rushed towards Sasuke and Kisame. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he closed the distance between them in an instant. Sasuke and Kisame's hearts tightened. They knew how powerful Hokage was. Kisame quickly formed a seal and performed water-style same bullet jutsu in an attempt to block Hokage's attack. However, Hokage was not afraid at all. He swung his fist violently, and the huge power of the powerful lightning-style chakra mode directly defeated the Mizu bomb. But this blow still weakened part of Hokage's chakra. Sasuke activates Manjiki Sharingan and prepares to use Genjutsu to deal with Hokage. However, Hokage is extremely experienced in combat. He sensed Sasuke's intentions and relied on his own speed and reflexes to avoid the influence of Genjutsu. Hokage continued to attack, and every move he made was incredibly powerful. His thunderous fists and kicks made it difficult for Sasuke and Kisame to parry. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "We have to fight." Under Hokage's powerful attack, Sasuke instantly activated Suzanu's Karasu Tengu state. Susanoo in the form of Karasu Tengu is tall and majestic, exuding a powerful aura. Hokage's attack came like thunder, and Sasuke quickly controlled Susanoo and raised the 8-foot mirror in his hand. The 8-foot mirror shone with mysterious light and successfully blocked Raikage's astonishingly powerful lightning-style attack. Raikage's offensive was blocked and he was slightly stunned. In this momentary gap, Susanoo fully drew the bowstring, and a huge arrow of energy condensed out instantly. Whoosh! The long arrow roared out, shooting towards Raikage with great power. Raikage's face changed drastically. He tried to dodge but was unable to do so. The long arrow pierced his chest and was nailed to the ground. Kid, don't think you can defeat me like this. Even so, Raikage still roared angrily, trying to pull out the chakra arrow from his body. Sasuke was also out of breath at this time. The continuous high-intensity fighting had consumed a lot of his physical strength and chakra. Let's go. Looking at the Kumagakure ninjas who were still running towards him, Kisame picked up Killer Bee's chakra clone and Sasuke and fled the scene without looking back. Chapter 183 Kabuto Yakushi's Persuasion, Angry Raikage. In a cave in the Land of Fire, Kabuto Yakushi summoned the newly reincarnated people from the Dirty Land again, except of course the 4th Hokage. Behind him are hundreds of large and small white coffins displayed. These are the strong men that Hyuga and his collection collected. Kabuto Yakushi completed his mission. He stood up and prepared to complete the plot set by Hyuga, summoning Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito to launch a ninja war. At this moment, the space around him distorted, and Uchiha Obito appeared next to him, along with Nagato's body. Okay, my mission has been completed. I will go back and rest first. Obito said with an indifferent expression. Advertisement. He has completely given up on himself now, and is driven by Hyuga just to protect Lin's peace. I think about it every day just standing in front of Lin's coffin in a daze. It's not over yet. You still need to work with me to persuade Sasuke. Kisame is launching the Ten Tails plan. Yakushi Kabuto knelt down and carefully stored the Samsara Eye, and also sealed Nagato's body. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Obito, and now we are the comrades who launched the 5th ninja war. Obito's face is still a little ugly, all these blames have been put on himself, and he is still an actor. I know, you don't need to remind me. I understand, Sasuke Kisame is now. Kabuto Yakushi took out a map and pointed to a place for Obito. Let's go there, remember to act well. After the plan is completed, Master K will resurrect you and Lin. In that new world. Kabuto Yakushi didn't forget to draw a pie for Obito. Obito was not excited by Kabuto Yakushi's words. He just wanted Lin's soul to be undisturbed. If Lin was resurrected, she would become Hyuga's tool to threaten him. Obito just silently obeyed the order left by Hyuga and sucked Yakushi Kabuto into his Kamui space. In a dense forest in the Land of Fire, Kisame and Sasuke quickly ran towards the Land of Rain. Kisame put the Killer Bee clone on Samehada and rushed towards the Land of Rain. They did not receive the message from Nagato as planned to absorb the tailed beast together, so they could only rush towards the Kingdom of Rain. Advertisement. At this moment, Obito and Yakushi Kabuto appeared in front of them out of thin air. The two stopped immediately. Sasuke saw the person clearly and opened his Manjiki Sharingan. Yakushi Kabuto, why are Uchiha Obito with you? Do you want to betray K-senpai? Sasuke doesn't have any good feelings towards Uchiha Obito, the collaborator in the genocide of the Uchiha clan. As for Senior Ki assistant, he only has a colleague relationship. If he betrays Senior Chi, he will not hesitate to execute him on behalf of Senior Chi. Kabuto Yakushi, who is also an experienced actor, immediately jumped into the scene and said in a pretentious tone, "Don't be so cold, I can be regarded as your teacher of wood style." Obito stated one thing expressionlessly, "Sasuke, Kisame, the plan to capture Nine Tails has failed, Nagato is dead, and Hyuga betrayed the Ten Tails plan." Sasuke's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! How could Senior Kai betray you? He is the executor of this plan." Kisame smiled strangely on the side. He felt that if Hyuga and Nagato, the two strongest ninjas in the world, failed, then Obito must be involved in this matter. Obito has definitely not given up on his plan. He still wants to implement the Eye of the Moon plan to create a truly real world, so he will continue to support it. Kabuto Yakushi sneered, "Sasuke, the facts are right in front of you, why do you deceive yourself? Hyuga has betrayed our common goal and defected to the 5 major countries." Sasuke waved the Kusanagi sword angrily and shouted, "Shut up! You traitor, what qualifications do you have to talk nonsense here?" Sasuke jumped up and slashed at Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto with his sword. Obito dodged and avoided Sasuke's attack. "Sasuke, calm down. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Do you still want to resurrect your relatives?" Sasuke couldn't hear it, his Manjiki Sharingan turned wildly, and the powerful chakra burst out. Kisame's insider also played a role. He quickly stopped Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, don't be impulsive. Listen to what they say." Obito said expressionlessly, "Now is not the time to act on impulse, we need to replan the direction of the plan." Sasuke glared at Obito and shouted, Obito, you are the culprit, don't think that I don't know your thoughts. You have always wanted to use us to achieve your ambitions. Obito snorted, Sasuke, you are too naive. Hyuga's betrayal has put us in trouble. If we are not united, all our efforts will be wasted. Kisame echoed from the side, Sasuke, listen to what they say first. We are indeed in a bad situation now. Sasuke shouted angrily, Kisame, are you with them? I thought you were Ataka's former teammate, so I trusted you. Advertisement. Kabuto Yakushi continued, Sasuke, as long as we continue to advance the plan and fuse 10 tails, you will be able to gain enough power for revenge. Don't you want to avenge your people? Sasuke gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. Of course I want revenge, but I never believe that Kai-senpai will betray you. Obito said, Sasuke, think about it carefully, if Hyuga hadn't betrayed him, why haven't we received any news from him so far? Sasuke fell into a brief silence, his heart full of entanglements and doubts. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance, and it turned out that the troops from Union Village were chasing after them. Obito urged, Sasuke, there is no time to hesitate. Come with us to get rid of them first, and then consider the long term. Sasuke glanced at the chasing Kumoyan village ninjas, and felt cruel in his heart. Knowing that he had consumed too much, he said, I will believe you for now, but if I find out that you are lying to me, I will make you pay the price. In Kumagakure village, several people found Hyuga and Naruto and his party, and several people were taken as reinforcements by Kumagakure ninjas to meet Raikage AI. Everyone who saw Hyuga during the war died and no one recognized him. Hyuga's identity was that of a member of the Akatsuki organization who had just attacked Kumagakure. Under the leadership of the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village, several people came to the temporary recovery room built for 4th Raikage. 4th Raikage was lying on the hospital bed, his face was pale and his body was wrapped in thick bandages, but when he saw Hyuga, his eyes immediately ignited with raging anger. Regardless of his injuries, he struggled to get up and kill Hyuga. Isn't this the same person who just attacked Cloud Hidden Village? How dare he come? All the corpses of so many of his elite ninjas are gone. Hyuga is definitely responsible for this. You damn guy, how dare you destroy Kumagakure village, I will cut you into pieces. 4th Raikage roared, holding back the pain, trying to gather chakra, and slashed at Hyuga's neck with a knife. Before Jiraiya could react, Naruto had already taken a step forward and stretched out his hands to stop the 4th Raikage. Jiraiya quickly spoke up and persuaded, Master Raikage, please calm down first. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has been killed, and the new leader is Hyuga. He has abandoned the dark side and turned to the bright side, and is willing to fight against us together. 4th Raikage glared at Jiraiya and shouted, Jiraiya, why are you protecting this sinner? Isn't the tragic situation in Kumagakure village enough to make him pay for it with his life? Chapter 184 Six Nation Talks, New Plan. Hyuga had no expression on his face and said coldly, Raikage, this is the price of war. But now we have a common enemy and we must put down our hatred. 4th Raikage couldn't listen at all and roared, common enemy? My biggest enemy now is you. It seems that our Raikage-sama is not going to cooperate with me anymore. Hyuga's eyes suddenly burst out with strong murderous intent, then I can only kill you, and then continue to cooperate with the new Raikage. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Shikamaru stepped forward with Naruto, and also persuaded Hyuga and Raikage, Master Raikage, this is by no means a time for internal strife. We need to unite as one to deal with a greater crisis. Naruto patted Hyuga's back to cheer him up, calm down, brother Mushu, Raikage just doesn't know what happened. Advertisement. The 4th Raikage gasped and glared at Hyuga and others. Finally, under the persuasion of everyone, he suppressed his anger, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish at all. But Hyuga's eyes were still extremely cold. He took a step forward, and the golden light above Raikage's head gathered, condensing a truth-seeking ball spear and thrust it straight down. Raikage's lightning-style armor immediately opened to the limit, and he could not block the blow of power. The truth-seeking ball spear barely stopped when it was close to Raikage's head. Raikage broke out in cold sweat, his eyes widened, and he gasped heavily in his throat. He knew very well that if Hyuga hadn't shown mercy just now, he would have died long ago. Remember, I am willing to give you a chance to prove yourself. If you dare to offend again next time. Hyuga did not continue, but everyone understood what was said below. Hyuga then took back the truth-seeking ball spear. 4th Raikage gritted his teeth, but said nothing. He understood that acting on impulse at this moment would do no good to Union Village. There was a brief silence in the room, and the atmosphere was extremely tense and depressing. Shikamaru was the first to break the silence. He frowned and said, now that everyone has put down their hostility for the time being, let's quickly discuss how to deal with the next crisis. Uchiha Obito is still watching from the dark, and we must unite as one. Naruto also nodded quickly and said, that's right, we have to find a solution together and can't fight each other anymore. Jiraiya took a step forward and said, Eight Tails Jinchuriki has been captured. I hope you can follow us to Konoha to defend against the enemy together. We need new Six Nations talks. With that said, Jiraiya glanced at Hyuga and asked for his opinion. Seeing Hyuga nodded, he continued, we have discussed ways to fight against the enemy. Now we have a new enemy. Hokage didn't speak, just stared at Hyuga. He couldn't trust Hyuga who had just arrived in the camp of the 6 major countries. He didn't want Hyuga to hear the next words. He couldn't say it directly, so he could only protest in this silent way. Advertisement. Because Hokage had never gone to Konoha, he did not know that Hyuga was Chiba Kishu, the head of the Ninja Federation. Hyuga was not angry this time. For such a show of force, one time is enough, if you mean that what they captured was just a disguised 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and the real 8 Tails Jinchuriki is still alive. I already know that. Hokage was shocked again, Killer Bee had been hidden by him, how could he know this? At this moment, a ninja from Kumagakure village hurriedly ran over, looking panicked, Sir Hokage, it's not good, the tracking troops were almost wiped out. We also found traces of ninjutsu in time and space, and the enemy seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Everyone was shocked. Hyuga frowned, yes, it is definitely Uchiha Obito. He took away Uchiha Sasuke and Mikagaki Kisame. He is afraid that he has already won over the two of them. We must be careful. Fourth Hokage didn't understand what was happening, why Uchiha Obito got involved with the Akatsuki organization again, but he still forced himself to stand up. No matter who it is, Kumagakure village will not be easily defeated again. The enemy has already taken action, we cannot delay any longer. Hyuga issued the order, Shikamaru, inform him of what happened in Konoha village, and then come with me to Konoha to hold the 6 Nations talks. Understood. Shikamaru nodded without hesitation. I will try to chase Obito and the others, and I will return to Konoha within a day. Hyuga walked out of the house. Just a second before Hyuga stepped out of the door, his figure paused. Hyuga continued, next, I will personally participate in the action against Uchiha Obito and prove my position with actual results. But the ugly words are ahead, if during this period, someone dares to do something that is not conducive to the unity of the ninja world. Everyone was shocked by Hyuga's strength. For a moment, the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then Hyuga stepped out of the room and disappeared. The people in the room fell into a brief silence after Hyuga left. Shikamaru took a deep breath and began to tell Fourth Hokage about a series of events that happened in Konoha village. Hokage's face became more solemn as he listened. There is a lot of information to absorb, but the most shocking thing is not the fact that Chiba Kishu is the second personality of Hyuga, but the pupil technique called reincarnation can actually resurrect the dead. If he can get the reincarnation eye, doesn't it mean that he still has a chance to resurrect his dead comrades? No wonder Hyuga is so anxious to search for Uchiha Obito. But if Hyuga knew about Hokage's idea, he would only laugh at his short-sightedness. The Eye of Samsara has been possessed by Hyuga for a long time. Not to mention whether you can get the Eye of Samsara, even if you get it, how can you resurrect someone who has been dead for a long time? Advertisement. Are they reincarnated one by one? Those dead people have long since been blasted into thin air. Hyuga left here to make final preparations, resurrect Lin and Nono, and completely control Obito and Yakushi Kabuto. On the other side, Obito took Kisame, Sasuke and Kabuto Yakushi back to the cave. Obito looked at Sasuke gloomily and said, Sasuke, I know it's hard for you to accept, but the facts are right in front of you. With that said, he waved his hand and Kabuto Yakushi took out Nagato's body. Sasuke's eyes widened and he looked at Nagato's cold body in disbelief. How is this possible? He knew who Nagato was. He had heard Hyuga say that this was a ninja with the Rinnegan. He was the second strongest ninja in the ninja world except Hyuga, but now his body was lying in front of him. Obito said coldly, this is the evidence. Nagato was killed by Hyuga. He betrayed our plan and betrayed Akatsuki. Kisame frowned on the side, thoughtfully. Kabuto Yakushi struck while the iron was hot, Sasuke, you should believe it now. Hyuga has abandoned us for his own interests. Sasuke clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white. Why? Why did he do this? He couldn't believe that Hyuga had betrayed his plan. He once trusted Hyuga very much, but now he has gone to the opposite side of his own revenge. A hint of cunning flashed in Obito's eyes, maybe he has his own greater ambitions, maybe he is bewitched by the 5 major powers. But no matter what, we can't let him ruin our plan. Sasuke fell into deep pain and confusion, and his faith began to waver at this moment. Kisame said, then what should we do next? Obito said sadly, we have to reintegrate our forces and continue to advance the Eye of the Moon plan. Sasuke, if you want revenge, you must stand with us. Sasuke raised his head, his eyes full of hatred and determination. Okay, I will cooperate with you, but if you dare to lie to me, I will never let you go. There was a tense and depressing atmosphere in the cave, and everyone began to plan their next move. Chapter 185 Resurrection of Nohara Lin, Obito Loyalty, 100. P.S. In the next chapter, the pharmacist Nuno Yu is resurrected. Don't say that Hyuga is not good to his subordinates, let them take the blame. The author of Hyuga is here to fill the hole. As for the resurrection of Hyuga's parents and Hisashi couple, let's not fill this hole yet. As for why? It's just that the great cause has not yet been accomplished, and they will be resurrected in the end. The author has not forgotten Hyuga's original intention. What are your plans? The 8 tails have been obtained, but we are still missing the last 9 tails. How are we going to get the 9 tails? Sasuke asked. Advertisement. Obito sneered twice, haha, I really thought you got 8 tails. After saying that, Obito put his hand on Killer Bee's clone and destroyed the chakra on it. A huge octopus foot appeared in front of everyone, and the expressions of Kisame and Sasuke became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, what they struggled to capture was just a clone. Sasuke was even more unbelievable that his Sharingan didn't realize that this was a clone. Yakushi Kabuto comforted him, don't worry, our current strength is still too weak. Nine Tails Jinchuriki has perfectly controlled the power of Nine Tails. Now his power has surpassed you, Sasuke. Sasuke frowned, that guy Naruto. Don't worry, I have brought many good things from the Federation. Kabuto Yakushi took out a seal scroll from his cuff, unfolded it and released the seal on it. 2 pairs of Sharingan preserved in the nutrient solution appeared in Kabuto Yakushi's hands. This is Ataki and Fugaku's Sharingan. Now that you have controlled the power of Manjiki Sharingan, I will fuse the eternal Manjiki Sharingan for you. Sasuke nodded decisively and agreed to Kabuto Yakushi's proposal. He really needed more power now. Obito turned his back and escaped into the Kamui space, leaving only one sentence, let's start now, and we can still make it in time to organize the Six Nations Conference. While Kabuto Yakushi was fusing 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan for Sasuke, something else happened in Kamui's space. After Obito entered the Kamui space, he saw Hyuga standing next to Lin's crystal coffin and looking at him. Obito looked up and stared into Hyuga's eyes. He said sternly, stay away from Lin, I will do what you said. Hyuga waved his hand and said with a smile, of course, you didn't disappoint me and you did a great job, but, do you still remember the promise I made to you? Obito's heart moved, as if he thought of something, but he still pretended to be stupid and asked, what do you mean? Advertisement. Hyuga sat casually on the stone pillar, it doesn't mean anything. I just remembered my promise. If you do everything I told you, I will resurrect you and Linear. Hyuga paused for a moment, I think you did a good job. It's time to fulfill my promise. Are you telling the truth? Obito's heart trembled and his eyes widened. Of course, I can't be without conditions. You just need to continue to support my plan. Act out the script I gave you, and you two will be able to live happily in the new world I created. If Sasuke has not become 10 Tails Jinchuriki by then, you need to take over his duties and continue to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki as planned. Obito closed his eyes and tried to think of the questions Hyuga asked. In the end, he suddenly laughed out loud. Did he still have a choice? Wasn't it all being used by Hyuga? Now Hyuga has great kindness, so why not accept it? Okay, I accept. Hyuga's smile became even warmer, I knew you would agree, come with me. Hyuga inspired Kamui and led Obito to a coordinate. The two of them arrived at a new place in an instant. Obito looked around and saw that the place was full of birds and flowers. In the distance, there are undulating mountains and green trees, as if the green ocean is swaying gently in the breeze. The clear stream gurgled, the water ripples sparkling with sunlight, and it merrily passed through the dense grass. There are several small wooden houses in front of you, and there are rice fields with a gentle smell of rice. There are many fish and wild ducks in them, and there are many puppets taking care of everything here. This place is like a dream garden. This is the world in the center of the moon. I created it. Hyuga asked with a smile, how about it, are you satisfied? This is where Lin can stay temporarily before the new world is completed. As Hyuga said, this is the lunar world he took the time to rebuild. Relying on the support of Hyuga's power, as long as Hyuga is not dead, the artificial sun here can continue to shine and heat. Obito nodded silently, not knowing how to reply now. He once only regarded those words as a cake drawn by Hyuga, but he didn't expect that Hyuga would really resurrect Lin and himself for them. As long as you are satisfied. Hyuga took out the crystal coffin from the Kamui space, pushed open the coffin lid, and summoned the Gedo statue to provide him with chakra. Ninja technique, Resurrection of Destiny. Advertisement. Hyuga formed a seal with his hands very skillfully, and the chakra that was almost condensed into substance burst out. A huge rune array opened at Hyuga's feet, wrapping the crystal coffin and Uchiha Obito. A golden light shone on the bodies of the two of them, and Obito seemed to have regained the feeling of being alive, and all the sensations such as breathing, taste, hunger, etc. returned to his body. Obito's pair of Manjiki Sharingan did not disappear either, and Hyuga also created a new pair for him by using the power of the eyes. Nohara Lin's eyelids in the crystal coffin moved and she slowly opened her eyes. Her body itself is still alive under the maintenance of Hashirama's cells, and Hyuga just got her soul back. Lin opened her eyes were confused at first, and then gradually regained clarity. She sat up slowly and looked at Hyuga and Obito in front of her, her eyes full of doubts. Who are you, what's going on? Am I not in the Pure Land? Lin's voice was a little weak. Obito was wearing a mask at this time, and she didn't recognize Hyuga either. Obito slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing his completely repaired face. He walked forward excitedly, hugged Lin into his arms, and said in a choked voice, Lin, you are alive, you are really alive. Are you? Obito. It's me. After Hyuga sent Gedo statue back to the ninja world, he felt the chakra and vitality missing in his body. With the chakra supplemented by Gedo statue, the loss of Hyuga chakra is minimal. But the vitality is not so easy to replenish, and Hyuga's face looks a little pale now. This means that he still needs the bodies of Ten Tails and Satsuki Kagaya to complete this last piece of the puzzle. After that, he stood quietly aside, smiling as he watched the two reminiscing about old times, acting like a good companion and not like the mastermind at all. Of course Hyuga wants to resurrect Lin. Since he wants to resurrect Obito, Lin must also be resurrected, otherwise he will not worry about letting Obito out. Once Lin is resurrected, Obito will not dare to act rashly. He does not dare to bet. If he makes any changes, he is afraid that Hyuga will kill Lin again. Obito definitely doesn't want his most beloved woman to die again. As for taking Lin on the run, Obito doesn't even dare to. Where can he escape to? It's not like he has never seen Hyuga's methods before. In the ninja world, no one can stop Hyuga from killing anyone he wants. Moreover, Hyuga said that this is the world he created, how could he take Lin away here? Instead, listening to Hyuga's words is the best choice. Chapter 186, Resurrection of Yakushi no, Yakushi Kabuto's Loyalty, 100. After the two reminisced about old times, Lin came to Hyuga, bowed deeply, and said with gratitude, "Thank you for giving me a new life." A warm smile broke out on Hyuga's face, and he responded with dignity, "It's nothing. Obito and I are comrades with the same goal. It was he who begged me to resurrect you." Hyuga took the initiative to put this credit on Obito. "Then I still want to thank you, and." Lin turned around and showed a bright smile to Obito, "Thank you, Obito." After being told this, Obito seemed to have turned back into the Uchiha Obito of Konoha. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "You're welcome." Advertisement. Lin looked at Obito, her eyes full of concern and doubt. "Obito, what have you experienced in these years? How has Kakashi been in these years?" A smile appeared on Hyuga's face, thinking that even though he was resurrected, Lin still missed Kakashi in her heart. Looking at Obito, his nose seemed a little red for some reason. But Obito's eyes instantly dodged, not daring to look directly into Lin's clear water eyes. He opened his mouth, but it felt like his throat was blocked by something, and he couldn't spit out a word. His heart was filled with pain and entanglement. How could he let Lin know about the crimes he had committed for so-called revenge and the dark and bloody past? "Everything is fine for me, everything is fine. Kakashi is still the same as before. He has become a ninja who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals." Hyuga suddenly spoke and came to Obito's rescue, "We are embarking on a great undertaking. We are determined to create a new ninja world, and we will succeed soon. Before that, just stay here with peace of mind. When the plan is completed, you can return to the new ninja world. These plans are confidential, so it is not convenient for Obito to speak out." Hyuga's words immediately elevated Obito's status in Lin's heart and successfully helped him overcome the difficulties. The way Lin looked at Obito changed instantly. From a friend who needed to be taken care of, she suddenly became someone she could look up to. Lin nodded thoughtfully and said softly, "Although I don't quite understand it yet, I believe in you, Obito." Obito lowered his head slightly, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. He knew that the path he was taking now was full of deception and sin, but facing Lin's trusting gaze, he felt a trace of hesitation and struggle in his heart. But he still sincerely thanked Hyuga for saving him. Advertisement. After arranging for Lin to live in the moon's space, Hyuga and Obito returned to the Kamui space. Hyuga said, "Don't feel guilty, I am right, as long as the plan is completed, we can create a new world." You will be one of the heroes of this world. By then, Kakashi will be just an ordinary ninja, and you will be the major hero in establishing the new world. But if we fail, then you will become a sinner. You have to weigh this clearly. Hyugakai's words are undoubtedly reminding Obito that if he wants to win Lin's heart, he must follow him unswervingly. Obito took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for resurrecting Lin for me. I will definitely act according to your plan." Hyuga nodded with satisfaction, "Very good, we have to speed up the progress next." Sasuke has merged with the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and his strength has greatly increased. We must make full use of this power. You can take him to declare war on the 5 major countries. Then you and him will each transplant a reincarnation eye to increase their strength, thus launching a ninja war. Obito's eyes flashed with fierceness, "I will. It's good that you understand. It's still early. Let's go spend some time with her and take advantage of Kakashi's absence." Hyuga smiled and gave Obito some advice. Obito suddenly understood and said gratefully, "I understand, thank you." Now Obito speaks with words of respect, and he is extremely respectful to Hyuga. After all, he is now in the same boat as Hyuga. If something unexpected happens to Hyuga, not only will Lin disappear again, but he will also be infamy for thousands of years and will never be forgiven by Lin. Watching Obito disappear into Kamui space, Hyuga showed a satisfied smile. This is Hyuga's second layer of insurance. Hyuga succeeded in gaining Obito's absolute allegiance. No matter from which point of view, Obito will be loyal to Hyuga. Even if Naruto came to use the mouth release in person, it would be of no avail, because the person standing behind Obito was his Lin, although it might also be Kakashi's. But Hyuga doesn't care who Nohara Rin likes or whether Obito deserves to be resurrected. All he wants is that his plan can be carried forward perfectly. Hyuga's moral code is quite flexible. And next, there is another person who needs to be completely won over, although this may be a bit redundant, and that is Yakushi Kabuto. Advertisement. Hyuga once promised Yakushi Kabuto that he would resurrect Yakushi no for him, and now he can fulfill this promise. Kabuto Yakushi fused 2 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan for Sasuke, and gave him a potion to speed up the fusion, and then arranged for puppets to take care of him. Later, Yakushi Kabuto received a message from Hyuga and came outside the cave. Hyuga sucked Kabuto Yakushi into the Kamui space, smiled and said, "I will take you to meet someone, I believe you will be happy." Kabuto Yakushi seemed to have guessed who he was about to see. He bowed respectfully and expressed his loyalty, "Thank you, Master Kai. I will definitely do my best to complete your plan." There was a sincere smile on Kabuto Yakushi's face. Apparently, he had guessed the person Hyuga was talking about. Hyuga took him to a brand new lunar space, where Yakushi Nanoyu was already waiting. The moment Yakushi Kabuto saw Nanoyu, his eyes turned red and his voice trembled, "Dean." Nanoyu was equally excited and opened his arms to greet Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto Yakushi walked forward quickly and hugged Nono tightly, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Hyuga watched this warm scene quietly from the side, with a happy smile on his face. You can't find a good leader like yourself even with a lantern. After he resurrected Yakushi Nono, he gave her all the evidence that Danzo had deceived her, so as to avoid the embarrassing scene of the two meeting each other but not knowing each other, and ruining the beautiful atmosphere. After Yakushi Kabuto and Nanoyu's emotions calmed down a little, Hyuga said, "Kabuto, your wish has come true. I hope you can serve our plan more firmly." Yakushi Kabuto nodded solemnly and said, "Master Chi, I can't repay you for your great kindness. I will definitely go through fire and water in the future, no matter what." Hyuga said with satisfaction, "Very good, now our plan has reached a critical stage and there is no room for any mistakes." Kabuto Yakushi looked serious and responded, "Don't worry, Master Kai, I understand. Kabuto cannot use time and space ninjutsu, and cannot frequently travel between the moon and the ninja world." After the two people finished reminiscing about old times, Hyuga took Kabuto Yakushi back to the ninja world and asked him to take good care of Sasuke and continue to complete the mission. Chapter 187 Black Jew's Question, Wu Ying's Reaction. When the matters at hand were dealt with, Black Zetsu found Hyuga who was preparing to go to Konoha to attend the Six Nations talks. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and blocked Hyuga's way. His eyes were full of anger and suspicion. "Hyuga, what you have done is totally different from our original plan. According to Heizetsu's idea, Hyuga should have successfully captured Nine Tails in this plan to invade Nine Tails, instead of having Hyuga join the camp of the 5 major powers like the current situation." Hyuga's face was as calm as water, and he stared straight at Heizetsu and said, "Heizetsu, plans can never keep up with changes. This invasion of Nine Tails has caused too many unexpected situations, and the 5 major countries have united. Both Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Obito betrayed me. Kabuto Yakushi took control of Uchiha Obito, and they tried to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki themselves." Advertisement. If we forcefully arrest Nine Tails under such circumstances, we will only put ourselves into a passive situation. They have more chess pieces than me. My army of dirt was taken away by them. Even Uchiha Madara may be resurrected by them at any time, as well as Nagato's Samsara eyes. Only by joining the camp of the five powers, can we there will be more room for planning. As he spoke, Hyugakai's eyes showed murderous intent, as if he was really angered by the betrayal. He said angrily, sooner or later, I will definitely kill that guy Kabuto Yakushi. Black Zetsu also gradually calmed down from his anger. After hearing White Zetsu's report on the matter, he immediately found Hyuga and wanted to know the truth of the matter, but he did not expect this result. Isn't Kabuto Yakushi your subordinate? How could he suddenly betray you? Black Zetsu asked warily. Although in his eyes, Hyuga is just a madman who craves power and can be controlled, he still has to stay vigilant. He can even betray Danzo and Orochimaru, what else can't he betray? Hyugakai's tone was extremely cold. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment, seeming to be thinking about what Hyuga said. After a long time, he slowly said, in that case, how do you plan to deal with the camps of the five major countries next? Hyuga looked deeply into the distance, instigate a fight between them, stay still for the time being, and wait patiently for the opportunity. I was worrying too much. Heiju listened to Hyugakai's words, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Your strategy is perfect, but I wrongly blamed you. After saying that, it dived underground again and disappeared without a trace. Hyuga looked at the place where Black Zetsu disappeared, thinking secretly. Advertisement. In the conversation just now, he deliberately revealed the information that Uchiha Madara may be resurrected at any time, and Black Zetsu will naturally become active as a result. In this way, he can stimulate his other desires and say something sincere to Uchiha Madara as originally planned. After saying this, Hyuga activated Kamui and disappeared instantly. After arriving at Konoha village, Hyuga saw Hinata and Hanabi waiting at the entrance of Konoha village early. Seeing Hyuga appear, the two of them ran over excitedly. Hanabi even hugged Hyuga arm. Hinata was shy, but she also hugged Hyuga arm. Hyuga looked at the two sisters with a gentle smile on his face. Hanabi said, brother, please stay a few more days when you come this time, and we will entertain you. Hyuga shook his head slightly, there are still many matters that need to be dealt with. Uchiha Obito's affairs have not yet been resolved. There are many troubles left by me, and I must deal with them personally. I came here this time to attend the Six Nations Conference and discuss matters related to confronting them. Hinata looked up at Hyuga, her eyes full of understanding and support. No matter what, you must be more careful. Hanabi also nodded vigorously, brother, we believe you can solve it. Hyuga smiled and touched their heads, don't worry, I will definitely accompany you when everything settles. Several people were walking and chatting, and unknowingly arrived in front of the meeting venue. Hyuga suddenly said, I will arrange for you to go to the Federation later. The war is about to break out. I really can't worry about you staying here. Hinata was slightly startled and said quickly, we can take care of ourselves and don't want to cause you any trouble. Hanabi also clenched his fists and said firmly, brother, we will not be a burden to you. We will stay in Konoha to support you. Hyuga sighed softly, this is not a trouble, but my care for you. The situation is unpredictable, and it will be safer in the Federation. Advertisement. Hinata bit her lip, wanting to say something else. Hanabi tugged at the corner of her clothes and said, okay, brother, we will listen to you. Hyuga nodded, his eyes full of tenderness, when the storm subsides, our family can truly reunite. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the venue. Hinata and Hanabi looked at his back, their eyes gradually turning red. Hyuga naturally couldn't let the two sisters participate, otherwise the plan would easily go awry, so he just used this to protect them. This kind of behavior is also very consistent with his personality in the five major countries. Hyuga walked into the venue and saw that all five kage had already taken their seats. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Hyuga. Some were complicated, some were angry, and some were lucky. The one with the most complicated expression is Gaara. To Hyuga, he is both the enemy who killed his father and his savior. The most angry person was Raikage Ai. As soon as that guy saw Hyuga, he wanted to rush forward and kill him. However, due to the gap in strength, he was unable to do so. I am afraid he will never be able to achieve it in this life. Fortunately for the others, they have seen Hyuga strength and naturally do not want to be enemies with him. They are fortunate that Hyuga can change his evil ways and return to righteousness. Hyuga looked calm, turning a blind eye to these glances, and walked steadily to his seat and sat down. Tsuchikage Onoki was the first to break the silence, with a hint of scrutiny in his tone. Hyuga, how sincere are you to cooperate with us when you come here this time? Hyuga looked at Onoki calmly and said solemnly, Onoki, the situation is urgent now. Since I choose to stand here, I should do my best. Mizukage Terumi pursed her lips slightly, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Your previous actions are really untrustworthy. How can we trust that you will not defect again? Hyuga frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, it's just that the path chosen is different. I am willing to believe in you once. I believe that you can change the world. This is enough. Hokage AI slammed the table and roared, did you choose a different path? You killed so many innocent people, and you can write it off just by saying that you took a different path. Hyuga looked at Hokage, whose chest was still wrapped with gauze, and said with disdain, Hokage, you can't be so naive, are you? There will be casualties in war, isn't this normal? Besides, it seems that I didn't cause your Kumigakure village to lose many men. The people I killed were all resurrected by the former leader of our Akatsuki organization. Chapter 188 Hyuga reveals information. Hyuga pretended to be disdainful and said, Hokage, don't accuse me righteously here. In this troubled world, everyone is fighting for their own beliefs. The person you think is innocent may not be the same in the eyes of others. It's the obstacle. You think my hands are stained with blood, but you didn't take many lives in the battle? Don't talk about yourself so noble, you and I are nothing more than pawns in this cruel world. Of course, if you insist on blaming me for the deaths of those people, you can come and take revenge on me, and you can use all means, as long as you can kill me. Hyuga's words are not unkind, they go straight to Hokage's heart. To put it bluntly, Hyuga has indeed not killed too many of you ninjas. Those are all caused by Deidara. What does it have to do with me, Hyuga? Advertisement. As for hard power, even if all members of your dilapidated Kumoyin village are present, they will never be Hyuga's opponent. When Hokage heard Hyuga's disdainful words, veins popped out on his forehead and his eyes widened with anger, as if he was about to rush forward and fight Hyuga at the next moment. Hyuga, you shameless person! How can you treat the casualties in the war so lightly? Those soldiers who lost their lives all have families and worries, but you treat them like nothing. Hokage's roar echoed throughout the venue. He clenched his hands into fists, and his knuckles turned white from excessive exertion. I think you have a guilty conscience and don't dare to admit your crimes. Hokage continued to roar, don't think that you can cover up your past actions by saying a few nice words now. I, Hokage AI, will never let you off easily. Pass you. At this time, Hokage could no longer contain the anger in his heart. He was breathing heavily and staring at Hyuga with his eyes, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces with his eyes. Gaara looked at the furious Hokage and the disdainful Hyuga, and slowly said, Hokage, at this moment we should focus on the common enemy instead of arguing here. Tsunade also echoed, yes, Hokage, now is not the time to act on impulse. We need to unite all the forces that can be united to jointly deal with the upcoming crisis. Hyuga, I also hope that you can truly prove your sincerity with actions. Hyuga nodded slightly and said, I will use actions to convince you. Hyuga's words can be regarded as giving Hokage a step forward. He is no longer as aggressive as before. After all, Hyuga is here to seek cooperation this time. Advertisement. Hokage snorted coldly. Although he was still angry, he suppressed his anger and returned to his seat without saying a word. Onaki coughed lightly and said, in that case, let's discuss specific strategies to deal with Uchiha Obito and the others as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and began to turn their attention to business. Hyuga was the first to speak and said slowly, the worst has happened. Kisame Inagaki and Suzuki have not returned to the land of rain. The worst has happened. The two have defected to the Akatsuki organization and joined forces with Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi. Now our enemy has become stronger. As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue instantly became heavier, and everyone's faces became more solemn. After everyone had finished digesting his words, Hyuga took out several lists and continued, this is a list of ninjas who have been reincarnated in the dirt. Please take a look. These were all collected by me originally. Now 80% of them has been resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi. Shizuan stepped forward and passed the information to the 5 people. The faces of the 5 people at the top of the ninja pyramid of strength and power all became extremely ugly. What they saw was a page full of lists. Almost all the outstanding ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages in recent years are on it, not only that, but several Kages are also among them. Others including the deceased members of the Akatsuki organization have also been resurrected. Everyone looked extremely angry. Gaara saw Chiyo's mother-in-law's name on it, Tsunade saw the names of his former lover Kato Dan and his eldest grandfather and grandpa, and Hokage AI even saw the names of many of his dead subordinates. Name. Onoki even saw that devilish name, Uchiha Madara. Among them, the list of those who belong to the reincarnation of the earth is nearly doubled compared to the original work. Ninjas such as Hitaki Sakumo who have not appeared have been added to the list by Hyuga, and Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama are also included. Onaki put down the list heavily and said in a hoarse voice, "This is simply a disaster." Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were resurrected. Terumi May bit her lips tightly, with anger flashing in her eyes. "Kabuto Yakushi, this lunatic, what exactly does he want?" Advertisement. Tsunade suppressed the grief in her heart and said, "No matter what he wants to do, we will never let him succeed. Those are the ninja gods Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Can they really defeat them with such strength?" Seeing the appearance of several people like this, Hyuga continued, "Kabuto Yakushi cannot resurrect their full strength. If they resurrect their full combat power, it will be difficult to control them. So I guess that even if they are resurrected, they will only have 30 to 40% of their original strength." After hearing Hyuga's words, everyone felt a little calmer. With 30% to 40% strength, they should be able to defeat him even if he is the god of ninja. Tsunade reminded everyone, "You must not take it lightly. Even if we are only 30 to 40% strong, we cannot guarantee victory. I will take out some records of my great-grandfather's battles and hope that we can defeat them. Let's not talk about how to crack the enemy for now. Let me first talk about the currently known information. They also have the Samsara Eye and the seven-tailed beasts, which are still in their hands. They are all powerful combat powers." Seeing that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, Tsunade added, "It is true, but fortunately we still have 8 tails and 9 tails left in our hands. They are both perfect Jinchuriki. As long as we protect them, the victory of the war will definitely be ours." Hyugakai's expression became more serious. "Strictly speaking, they have obtained all the tailed beasts." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Reikage Ai suddenly stood up, eyes widened and said, "What? How could this happen?" Hyuga said in a deep voice, "As far as I know, it is not impossible to find a substitute for the tailed beast chakra. Isn't the gold and silver horn of your cloud-hidden village fused with a part of 9 tails chakra? And Orochimaru once managed to steal a part of your 8 tails limbs, and then cultivated it into a severed horn. That thing was later taken away by me, and now it has been taken away by Yakushi Kabuto. Besides, doesn't 4th Hokage still have half of 9 tails in his body? He is not reincarnated in the filthy earth now just because he once had the experience of getting rid of the filthy earth reincarnation. If Uchiha Obito wants that part of 9 tails, he can take it away at any time." Chapter 189 5 Shadows, You Will Regret It. The 5 shadows all swallowed their saliva in unison, and the things behind this were self-evident. The legendary 10 tails that Pain mentioned may appear again at any time. It is an existence that even the Sage of 6 Paths is afraid of. Can they really defeat it? If the list just made them feel troublesome, now they really feel the danger. Although they have not actually seen the power of 10 tails, they can already guess part of it just by associating the power of the 9-tailed beasts. It is the gathering of all the power of the 9-tailed beasts. Terumi May stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. "Sir, then, does your Akatsuki organization know any other information about 10 tails? Maybe there is a way to restrain 10 tails." Advertisement. Hyuga continued to shake his head. "No, our understanding of 10 tails only exists in myths. It is said to be able to destroy a country with one blow. But we also guess that this may be a bit exaggerated, but there should be no problem in destroying a ninja village with one blow and destroying a mountain with one blow. And only the owner of the Samsara Eye can control it." Reikage Ai's face suddenly became ugly. This was a pot that was not open to anyone. Among these people, only his village had been completely destroyed just now. The words ninja village and mountain seemed to remind Reikage that his village had just been destroyed. And Hyuga was really there to tell the information seriously. He couldn't get angry yet, so he could only suppress all his anger in his heart. As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, the venue fell into dead silence. After a long time, Onaki broke the silence. "It seems that the situation is extremely serious. But we cannot sit still and wait for death. We must come up with countermeasures." Terumi May frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "Can we start by cracking the art of reincarnation? If we can prevent those resurrected ninjas from participating in the battle, it can also reduce our pressure." Tsunade finally found some good news and showed a rare smile. "Maybe there is really someone who can do it. Now he is in Konoha village. Maybe we can meet him." Hyuga smiled. "You mean Orochimaru?" "Yes, he may really have a way." Advertisement. Everyone looked at each other and nodded, knowing that this was an opportunity, and agreed to the proposal, and no one would care about Orochimaru's identity as a traitor. After all, there is a leader of the Akatsuki organization among them. Soon after, Jiraiya personally escorted Orochimaru to the venue. Hyuga saw that Orochimaru's body was covered with sealing charms. The moment Orochimaru walked into the venue, he stopped in fear. He paused on the spot, and then subconsciously took a step back. Orochimaru turned around and said angrily, "Jiraiya, Tsunade, you are not crazy, are you? This is Hyuga. How come you 5 major countries are discussing things with him? Orochimaru was imprisoned by Hyuga for nearly 10 years and finally escaped. Now why does Hyuga appear in front of him again? And Hyuga is now simply the psychological shadow of Orochimaru. Orochimaru has been imprisoned and does not know about the outside world and does not know the current situation. Now it can only be said that the offensive and defensive forces are different. Now Hyuga is the true partner of justice, and Orochimaru, you are the one who needs to be punished and meritorious service. Jiraiya patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and comforted him. Calm down, Orochimaru, we are all fighting for the ninja world now, and Hyuga is now our comrade. Orochimaru can't believe his ears. You actually said that this mastermind and the biggest enemy of the ninja world is a partner of justice? Are you crazy, or is the world crazy? Orochimaru's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Comrade? Are you kidding me? Hyuga is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. How many disasters has he brought to the ninja world? You actually call him a comrade? Orochimaru continued to roar. Jiraiya, Tsunade, have you forgotten what he did? His hands are covered with blood, how can he fight alongside us? However, in the face of Orochimaru's questioning, no one responded to him. He gradually stopped struggling, and there was a trace of despair and confusion in his eyes, as if he could not understand the incredible situation in front of him. Orochimaru took a deep breath, tried to calm down, glanced at everyone present, and said coldly, even if he claims to cooperate with us now, who can guarantee that this is not another conspiracy? I, Orochimaru, will never believe it easily. Advertisement. He now wants to persuade the five shadows to provoke everyone's confrontation again. Hyuga finally spoke, his voice calm but with an unquestionable power. Orochimaru, I can't erase everything in the past, but now the situation is urgent and the enemy's threat is imminent. We need to let go of our prejudices. Orochimaru snorted coldly, let go of your prejudices? That's easy to say. Do you think you can convince me of your transformation with just a few beautiful words? At this time, Tsunade took a step forward and said seriously, Orochimaru, now is not the time to argue. Hyuga is now our comrade. Orochimaru's mouth twitched and he shouted angrily, Tsunade, you were also deceived by him. Is Tsunade's mind really normal? Or is it broken? Can other people's words really be believed? Tsunade said solemnly, Orochimaru, the ninja world is facing a huge crisis now. Uchiha Obito, Yakushi Kabuto and the others have attempted to resurrect Ten Tails and have mastered powerful power. Many powerful ninjas have been reincarnated in the dirty soil. Orochimaru snorted coldly, Humph, Tsunade, no matter how great the crisis is, cooperating with this villain is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Hyuga looked at Orochimaru firmly and said, Orochimaru, I know you are full of doubts about me, but at this moment we are facing a common powerful enemy. If we are not united, the ninja world will surely be destroyed. Orochimaru said coldly, destruction? So what? If we cooperate with you, we might die faster. Terumi couldn't help but said, Orochimaru, stop being stubborn. Now is not the time to act on impulse. Orochimaru glanced at Terumi and mocked, what do you know? You were all fooled by him. Gaara said slowly, Orochimaru, we cannot miss the opportunity to fight against the enemy because of internal conflicts. Orochimaru laughed, ha 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 ha, a bunch of naive guys. Waiting to be betrayed by Hyuga. At this time, Oniki, who had been silent, spoke up, Orochimaru, if you continue to disturb the morale of the army like this, don't blame me for being rude. Orochimaru's expression changed, but he still said forcefully, Five Shadows, you will regret it. Chapter 190 Orochimaru's Ambition and Hidden Secrets. Hyuga's face darkened, his aura suddenly exploded, and the powerful chakra pressure instantly filled the entire venue. Orochimaru, it seems that you won't cooperate honestly without giving you some clues. As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, his figure was like lightning, and he flashed in front of Orochimaru, already holding him tightly with one hand. Throat. Orochimaru's face turned red instantly and he had difficulty breathing, but his eyes were still full of stubbornness and unyielding. He wanted to activate ninjutsu to escape Hyuga's control, but was unable to move due to the sealing spell on his body. Humph, you think you can make me surrender like this? Orochimaru said with difficulty. Advertisement. The power in Hyuga's hand increased a little more, and he said coldly, Orochimaru, I don't want to waste time with you, you either cooperate or die. Everyone present was shocked by Hyuga's sudden move, and for a moment, the venue fell into silence again. Tsunade couldn't help shouting, Hyuga, don't be impulsive. Hyuga glanced at Tsunade and said, if he continues to be stubborn, we will all die at the feet of Ten Tails. With just one sentence, those who wanted to stop him stopped talking. A trace of fear finally flashed across Orochimaru's eyes, but he still said stubbornly, if you kill me, you won't be able to find a way to break the filthy soil reincarnation technique. Hyuga narrowed his eyes slightly and said, you think I don't dare to gamble? If I can control you once, I can control you the second time. As he spoke, Hyuga took out a spirit ball in his left hand and placed it in front of Orochimaru's face, as if he was going to put it in at any time. Orochimaru finally had a look of fear in his eyes, but he still didn't let go because he was sure that Hyuga wanted something from him. At this tense moment, Jiraiya stood up again and said, Orochimaru, don't be stubborn. Put aside your prejudices first and deal with the crisis together first. Orochimaru breathed heavily, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Only then did Hyuga let go of his hand, and Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. There was endless hatred in his eyes. Advertisement. I hope you won't try any more tricks. Hyuga warned. Orochimaru stood up and snorted, Humph, I will listen to you for now. At this time, the emotion in his eyes had been completely hidden by him. The atmosphere at the venue relaxed slightly, but everyone's heart was still tense. Oniki cleared his throat and said, since Orochimaru is willing to cooperate, let's start discussing how to deal with the threat as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and sat together again. Tsunade was the first to speak, Orochimaru, please tell me the key to cracking the art of reincarnation. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at her and said unhurriedly, the core of the reincarnation technique lies in the control of the soul of the deceased by the caster. If you want to break it, you must either find the caster and stop him, or use sealing techniques to cut him off from the soul. The connection between the souls of the dead. Terumi May frowned, this is easier said than done, we don't even know the location of the caster. Gaara thought for a moment and said, maybe we can look for clues from those reincarnated ninjas. Hyuga nodded, this is a direction, but we must deal with it carefully. The strength of those ninjas cannot be underestimated. Orochimaru looked at Hyuga who was sitting back again, one more thing, Hyuga, where are my subordinates? Didn't they develop a spell that can cut off the controller's control? Where are those research materials? Orochimaru was talking about the talisman that Jiraiya put into his body when he went to save him and regained control of his soul during his reincarnated state. Of course, Hyuga asked Yakushi Kabuto to prepare it specially for him. Hyuga said, the traitor has been killed by me. In order to keep it secret, they had no research data at all, but they found a few of their failed charms. I still have that thing. I knew I might need it today and I took it with me. Orochimaru snorted coldly, that's all, take it out and take a look first. Maybe you can find some clues for improvement. Advertisement. Hyuga saw a lot of things in Orochimaru's eyes, including the pleasure of succeeding in his plan. He hid it very well, but he couldn't hide it from Hyuga. I don't care who is the real actor, it's Guangong who is playing a big trick in front of him. Although Hyuga guessed part of Orochimaru's conspiracy, he still took out the charms from his arms and handed them to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it, looked at it carefully, and said after a moment, although this failed product is not perfect, some ideas can be seen. If it can be improved with my research, it may be useful. Oniki said, how long will it take to complete the improvement? Time is tight, and we don't have much time to wait. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Oniki, why are you so anxious? This is not something that can be done in a short while. While everyone was discussing, another ninja hurried over and said anxiously, Uchiha Sasuke appeared outside the venue and killed everyone he saw. We can't stop him at all. Already here. Hyuga muttered. The next moment, the head of the messenger ninja flew up instantly, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. That figure was none other than Sasuke. His eyes revealed endless hatred, and a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan was looking at the people present coldly. Hyuga smiled and spoke first, Sasuke, your eyes have surpassed Itachi's. You really did not disappoint Itachi. When Sasuke heard Hyuga's praise, the corners of his mouth curled up unnoticeably. He stroked his own pupils, yes, but I also want to thank my seniors for their training. Sasuke first thanked Hyuga, and then changed the topic, however, this is not the reason for you to betray your dream, senior. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, everyone present was shocked, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Hyuga frowned slightly and said solemnly, I have not betrayed my dream. Human nature may not be so unbearable. Maybe the world can really be changed in another way. Sasuke snorted, Humph, stop arguing, senior. You once vowed that you would never give up for your dream, and I am willing to help you wholeheartedly, even at any cost. But now, you are hanging out with these so-called righteous people, trying to find a gentle compromise. What is this? This is not the determination and fighting spirit that I know.